Looks down at a 9-8 of clubs.
You got the suited connectors you want to see a flop with. Obviously can well afford to make this call, and he does so.
Queen 8 up against 9-8. Here we go with the flop. And the flop drips in 2 clubs and a queen.
We can see a lot of action right here on the Champs-Élysées now. Waxman has flopped a flush draw. Hugo has flopped the top pair.
Yep, Matt's going to check it. Hugo with top pair, sticking a bet out there of 115,000 euros. How will the Floridian play this? Do you get super aggressive and just try to take it down with a 4 flush?
I feel certain Matt's going to check raise here.
All in.
No, he is going all in.
Yeah, he says all in, but he's not betting all his chips. He's betting all the chips that Hugo has in front of him.
About €1 million more, and of course he's going to call. We have a showdown here.
So here we go. Hugo in good shape to double up here and tighten this match up a bit.
Yep, his queen's out in front. Matthew Waxman with a big chance here. If he should catch, he'd be the first American to ever win Paris.
Jack of clubs.
He's getting very selective with this. Can't be too picky. Just get a club and end this thing.
Everybody on their feet here at the Aviation Club.
One of these guys becoming a very rich man. Could it be Matthew right now? Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 6 of hearts comes off.
American didn't get there yet.
Well, it gives him a straight draw, though. A 7 would win the pot for him now, as well as a club.
Sit.
Well, Matt asking for a set. That's 7 in French.
Matt has to sweat out one card. Hugo still out in front.
He has a club. He has done it. Clubs have been lucky for the American twice at this final table. He made a club flush to win the 2 biggest pots of the night. Wow, what drama, what an ending. What fortune for Matt Waxman right there to make the club flush to take this title.
The young American is the first one ever to win the WPT title in France. Well done. He's going to take home 500,000 euros. Matthew Waxman is our champion.
I want a WPT.
I know now you got something that I don't, finally.
Yeah.
Well, a big effort by Hugo Lemaire. He's going to take home over 314,000 euros for his second place finish.
I played pretty tight. I think I played okay. I'm happy about my play and happy about the second place, even though it's really disappointing to get so close and to not win it. I want to win one, so I'll come back.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Well, we're with our champion, Matt Waxman. Matt, this is your 11th WPT event, your first final table. You came into this final table in 5th chip position. You told me before it started you felt like you were going to win it. You did it. Fantastic.
Feels amazing. You know, this is actually my 3rd cash in the WPT, so you know what they say. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Well, a charm it was indeed, and I have no doubts that your favorite suit now is what? Clubs.
Oh, clubs.
Diamonds.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He forgot already. He forgot already. All right, Matt, in addition to winning this title in over 700,000 US dollars, 500,000 euros, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry where you can win millions more.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Probably one of the toughest tournaments in the world, so I'm looking forward to the competition.
History was made tonight at the Aviation Club here in France. Congratulations once again to Matthew Waxman, the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Please join us next time as the WPT travels to Borgata in Atlantic City, where we expect a massive field of over 1,000 players to compete for the title. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night, or shall I say, bonne nuit.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
2 seasons ago, Borgata set a WPT record for entries. Last season, they broke that record, and this year, they shattered it. Now 1,313 entries have come down to the final 6. In Atlantic City, who will survive the largest WPT in history? The Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
Borgata in Atlantic City. Every year, like clockwork, this beautiful resort and casino attracts hundreds of talented poker pros from around the world to their signature event, the Borgata Poker Open. But thanks to the determination of a huge local player base and a first-place prize of over $900,000, the established pros who flocked to this tournament found there's no safety in numbers.
So players, good luck to all of you. Enjoy your week, and let's shuffle up and deal.
460 players put up their $3,500 buy-in on day 1A, and in this re-entry tournament, any player who busted today could take a second shot on day 1B, meaning everyone was amped up to play, including reigning champion Dwight Pilgrim.
Everybody can win a title. It's all about defending. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be exciting, but back-to-back is what it's about.
Another player looking to add a second WPT title to his resume was Season 10 WPT champ Will Fiella.
He's here.
Will had just flown in from France, then was operating on no sleep, but still riding the momentum from his Legends of Poker victory as he continued to give the dealers instructions.
Nothing higher than a 5 dealer. Keep it low and red dealer.
And also continued to rake in pots.
Only in America.
Season 10 one to watch Ebony Kenny joined Will in getting off to a good start by eliminating a player early on. But other familiar faces would hit the rail, including Jeff Madsen, Kathy Liebert, and Brent Hanks. Across the room, New Jersey pro Darren Elias found himself in a great spot when he turned a straight versus Dwight Pilgrim's overpair. Darren check-raised Dwight all in, and Dwight made the call drawing dead and gracefully exited the table and left Darren adding to his chip stack.
It got me out today. You know, I got another shot tomorrow.
In the heated atmosphere of this championship event, not all bust-outs were as cordial.
And I think this guy behind me is talking smack, actually, but
Maria Ho had words with the player who eliminated her.
You want to tell me it's a good check on the flop? Well, I'm never getting any money from you if I don't check the flop, so you're just lucky you hit a gutter. But if you have 20 bigs and you're just going to flat somebody before 3 hearts, you might as well shove. So, like, seriously. That's the truth, and you know it. I'm like angry. Like, who just talks crap after they bust somebody out?
Play wound down for the evening, and accumulating the big stack in the room was the goal, as the chip leader at the end of days 1A and 1B would receive a $5,000 bonus for the honor. When the dust cleared, it was local player Abraham Kuroki who had the top stack of the 228 remaining players. But on his heels were a talented group of players, including Vanessa Selbst, Darren Elias, and Season 10 WPT champ Will Fiella, who would have the day off tomorrow along with the rest of the Day 1A survivors, as a fresh group of players would take their shot at a place on the WPT Champions Cup on Day 1B. A huge field was expected to play on Day 1B, and the East Coast locals and professional players showed up to pack the Borgata with over 90 tables of play.
Today's a new day.
And while players such as Season 8 and 9 Borgata Poker Open champs Olivier Bousquet and Dwight Pilgrim were putting in the work to be in contention for a second WPT title at Borgata.
12 hours, one hand at a time.
Season 10 champ Will Fiella, who ended Day 1A fourth in chips, spent his time off with a little wager on the racquetball court with Vince Van Patten.
You are great, man. Great job, great match. We had fun.
But side wagers weren't limited to the racquetball court, as they were also taking place on the felt, as Kathy Liebert entered into a last longer bet with WPT champs Michael the Grinder Mizrahi and Chino Ream.
7-1.
I bet you 100 your last 10 minutes.
You got it.
As the Royal Flush Girls ushered in the level changes, registration closed with 853 players for the day, bringing the total number of entrants to 1,313, making the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open the largest event in WPT history. And one player who has a bit of his own history at this tournament is David Williams.
Here at the Borgata, when I got second to Daniel, was pretty amazing moment for me, just for so many reasons. I call. And end up heads up with him. One of the greatest moments of my life being at that table, and I wanted to win it so bad, but to lose to Daniel, who hadn't won the World Poker Tour yet, to get his first, someone I looked up to, I felt like he deserved it. You know, it was one of those moments where you could lose and still be happy, which is rare in poker.
Today, David was able to accumulate a large stack, and with a $5,000 bonus going to the end of the day chip leader, he played a prank on his buddy, the big stack in the room, pro Jeff Madsen. After hearing how many chips Jeff had, David texted Jeff telling him that he had more in his stack. So Jeff went to work to try to ensure that he was on top of the chip counts when the day ended and credited David for the motivation. 524 players made it through the day, many making a good use of their re-entry, including Kathy Liebert, who won her last longer bet with Chino and the Grinder. And pro Jeff Madsen was able to finish the day as chip leader and collect the $5,000 bonus to go along with it. On day 2, the room went from empty to full as the 753 survivors from day 1A and B combined to settle in for a long day of poker. And though he was starting the day with an average stack, the plan was simple for Florida player Maurice Hawkins.
I've been coming with the strategy of just try to get real lucky on somebody and then watch them in agony as they leave. That's my strategy today.
But the atmosphere in the room was tense as many players straddled the fine line between elimination and survival.
I don't like being called names. Hold. Yes! There's no such thing as a good loser. I'm the worst. Could be the worst player of all time.
However, some players who thrive in this type of environment
I swear
are Legends of Poker champion Will Fiala and tough pro Vanessa Selbst. Vanessa got involved in a big hand and was able to get paid off by 2 East Coast locals when her flopped set improved to a full house on the turn. And after winning that huge pot, she then sent East Coast player Man Wynn to the rail, further boosting her stack.
I'm a huge luck box. I just make boats, and then everybody else has like trips or a straight or whatever is like slightly less than a boat, and I win big pots. It's an easy game.
Though the day did not go as easy for Kathy Liebert and ones to watch Maria Ho and Ebony Kenny as they were all eliminated on day 2. But Vanessa would have to watch out as former WPT World Champion David Williams was hot on her trail, and she seemed to enjoy the challenge.
It's like a little friendly competition and see who's doing better, but I think he's the chip leader right now, so I guess it's time to catch him.
But no player in the room was able to catch David Williams as he finished the day as the overwhelming chip leader and shared what led to his success with WPT Live Updates hostess Jess Wellman.
You know, I'm able to put the fear in with these players, and they're laying down to me, and that's good. And I was making hands at the right moments and folding when I should and bluffing when I should. I mean, it was just a perfect day.
Yet David was not the only player to finish on a high note, as Maurice Hawkins employed skill as well as luck to amass the second largest stack in the room, and WPT champ Will Fiala remained focused on a second WPT title.
We mean business. There ain't no games this year.
170 players survived to play another day, including Champions Club members Cornel Simpan, Lee Markhold, and Yevgeny Timoshenko. But everyone was looking up at the stack of WPT World Champ David Williams. The first of 3 hours of our extended coverage of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open is just getting started, and we've got a lot going on, including new segments of WPT on the road, ones to watch, and the WPT Champions Cup moment. But first, does David Williams get another shot at a WPT championship at Borgata?
I want it bad. I mean, more than the money, I want this title.
Find out who makes it to the Borgata Poker Open final table in the largest event in WPT history when we return, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour. We're in the middle of our expanded playdown coverage of the largest event in WPT history as we track the action leading up to this historic Borgata Poker Open final table. On day 3, over 85% of the record-setting field of 1,313 entrants had been eliminated,
leaving only 170 players remaining in contention for the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open title and a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. But before getting a title, players would have to survive to the top 100 spots to finish in the money, and the action was intense from the start. Past WPT finalist Fred Goldberg got the best of WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko in a hand, and it took fellow Florida player Maurice Hawkins to clue Fred in on who he had been tangling with.
You don't know who Timoshenko is? You got a problem. You don't watch poker. You don't know who Timoshenko is. That's like in NASCAR. You're like, who's Jeff Gordon? I don't know.
As the field continued to narrow, there were a lot of short stacks hanging on and hoping to survive the money bubble. And a huge hand was brewing between David Williams and Brit Mark Bramley, who had both made a big hand on the river. David moved all in with kings full and put Mark to the test, holding the nut straight. After long deliberation, Mark made the call and would find himself out one short of the money at Borgata.
I can't fold. I can fold to anybody but David. You can have nothing. If I'm good, I'm good. Never mind, next time.
After the money bubble burst, players were eliminated in a flurry, and the action did not slow down as Eric Haber was eliminated in 67th place, Jeff Madsen in 60th place, and WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko in 47th place. Following Yevgeny out the door was Maurice Hawkins, who got his last chips in with top pair top kicker against old school pro Miami John Cernudo's set of fours that turned into quads on the river, and Maurice was busted in 44th place.
How do you call me, man? How do you lie?
Got a good answer there, Maurice.
The Royal Flush Girls checked in on WPT champ Will Fiala, who spent the day chipping up.
Grinding, we're building the stack a little bit. It's going in the right direction, so hopefully we can make another final table and go back to back.
And Vanessa Selbst had hit a bump in the road and lost a large pot to young New Jersey pro Daniel Busgin, who was now sitting behind a mountain of chips. Meanwhile, Day 2 chip leader David Williams had fallen on tough times after losing big pots to Will Fiala, Borgata regular Matt Glantz, and finally to Vanessa Selbst, who ended David's run and dream of taking a Borgata Poker Open title. And after a few more eliminations, play ended for the evening, leaving 27 players still vying for their place on the WPT Champions Cup. Among the list of remaining players were Englishman Ricky Hale, Fred Goldberg, Matt Glantz, Miami John Cernudo, Vanessa Selbst, and Daniel Busgin. The spotlight was shining on a familiar face as Season 10 champ Will Fiala would take the chip lead into Day 4 with a second WPT final table for the season in his sights.
See this right here? Now this don't suck.
Play moved to the Borgata Poker Room on Day 4, and all eyes were on Will the Thrill Fiala, chip leader entering the day, who was inching closer to a second WPT title in Season 10. But other players also had their eye on the title, and with over $922,000 going to the champion, players quickly started to fall under the pressure. But WPT finalist Fred Goldberg proved he was worthy of a second final table by mixing it up with Vanessa Selbst in a hand where Fred made quad aces on the river. And then with another big pot brewing between them, Vanessa moved in with a flush and straight draw.
I'm never folding, I call.
Fred called with a set of threes, and Vanessa's hand would not improve on the river as she was eliminated in 23rd place with her first cash in a WPT main event, but short of the goal of a WPT final table. Fred Goldberg, now on a roll, made a tough call on the flop with middle pair when East Coast local Ryan Arakezo check-raised all in with the nut flush draw. Fred's hand held, and he eliminated Ryan in 22nd place.
I usually play short stack all the time, so this is new territory for me.
Armed with the big stack, the cards kept coming to Fred as he picked up aces to eliminate old school pro Miami John Cernudo in 14th place.
It was all good up until this minute.
Will the Thrill consoled his good buddy, explaining he would have made the same play
Right, WPT?
in that situation.
Now the dinosaurs are even coming to me for advice. You know that's big trouble.
With players fighting for survival, it looked like high-stakes cash game pro Matt Glantz would double up, holding jacks against Englishman Ricky Hale's tens. But a 10 fell on the flop, And with no help on the turn and river, Matt's tournament run ended in 12th place. Pocket pairs would collide again as Jin Huang moved all in with pocket jacks versus Will Faiela's pocket queens. Will thought it out long and hard, and after the chips were counted down, Will made the call, having Jin covered by one big blind.
Come on, one time!
Will did not get his one time as Jin hit a jack on the flop and quads on the turn, leaving the WPT champ devastated as his shot at a second title was slipping away.
It's not looking like destiny now, is it?
On the next hand, Will moved in with his last chips, but he could not beat young New Jersey pro Bobby Obuti's pocket eights.
Nice hand, nice hand.
And Will the Thrill's dream run at a second title this season would be cut short. However, in addition to the 11th place prize money, Will had secured his spot as point leader in the Season 10 WPT Player of the Year race.
Made a great call, and the chips went where they were supposed to go, that's all.
Armed with Will Faiela's chips, Jin Huang moved all in on the turn with a flush draw, putting another young New Jersey pro, Darren Elias, to the test with pocket queens. Darren eventually made a good call.
Wow, soul race.
And with no club on the river, Darren would double up to become a force in this tournament. But it was Bobby Obuti's turn to go on a rush, as he would bust New York pro Kevin Colenso in 9th place and would then knock out Doug Kim in 7th place. After starting out with a record 1,313 entrants, the final 6 turned out to be 3 young pros out of New Jersey, going up against 3 businessmen who play poker on a part-time basis, all aiming to be the one with their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
Now, Vince Van Patten was not able to be here tonight, so sitting in alongside Mike Sexton is no stranger to the poker world, my friend, Ali Najad. Welcome to the team, Ali.
Thank you, Kimberly. I just want to apologize to everybody in advance. I know you're accustomed to a lot better hair than this.
It's okay. We won't hold that against you, but just don't try to compete with Vince's hair.
Won't.
Okay, so let's jump right into this. What do you make of tonight's final table?
Well, looking out there, I see 3 guys in particular who made some fantastic decisions. The first of them, on the short stack, Jin Huang from South Korea. He got in on a $350 satellite. He's parlayed his way into a shot at least $186,000. Then you got Ricky Hale, who's on a 2-week vacation with his wife from London. Had his seat in here on just $100 in a satellite. That's about 9 pounds, I think, at the current exchange rate. And then you move on, you got Daniel Busgin.
Daniel is only here because he had the good sense to plop down another $3,500 on a re-entry in day 1B after going bust in day 1A.
Now he's got his shot at the goods.
All right, Mike, who are your picks?
Well, Kimberly, certainly the 3 chip leaders at this table are going to be the favorites and the guys to beat tonight. Starting out in 3rd chip position with $7.7 million in chips is Darren Elias. He's a 24-year-old poker pro out of Montclair, New Jersey. In 2nd chip position with $11.1 million in chips is another 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. That'd be Bobby Obuti. Our chip leader tonight is Fred Goldberg from Hollywood, Florida. Fred's a tough player. He's got a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, and he's the only player at this table to have made a final table before on the WPT. And Kimberly, I'll be very surprised if one of our 3 chip leaders don't take the title tonight.
I got to agree with you. Fred is looking good tonight. All right, just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with chip leader Fred Goldberg.
I'm very emotional. I lost my mom at the beginning of the year, and I just had a new baby, so it's been an emotional year. So I'm going to bring this and hopefully can feed off of that energy and make it to the top. I was playing very tight yesterday, even though I got some big hands. They saw all my showdowns, so might be pretty aggressive today. I really want to win this trophy for my daughter, so it'll be nice.
These 6 have come so far, but only one can complete this journey and emerge as WPT champion. The battle begins when the final table of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open begins right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where tonight we're in Atlantic City and just moments away from the start of the final table of the Borgata Poker Open. Now, Vince Patton couldn't be with us tonight, but sitting in for Vince is someone well known in the poker world, Ali Najad. Ali, great to be working with you tonight.
Likewise, Mike. And I want to say, when we say Vince couldn't be here with us tonight, if I know him, he's in a tennis resort somewhere sipping Mai Tais in a Tommy Bahama shirt. But some of us, Vince, have got to throw a suit on and get down to business. So why don't we send it over to our tournament director, Tab Duchateau, to kick things off.
Okay, the blinds are 8160, 20,000 ante. Shuffle up and deal.
So here we go. There you see the chip leaders. Fred Goldberg out in front with 11.4 million. Bobby Obuti right behind him with 11.1.
Yeah, I like Obuti, 24-year-old from Morris Plains, New Jersey. He actually plays with a bunch of Jersey guys, including Alan Berry, who's made a splash on the scene.
What I like is that first place prize of over $922,000. That's what they're playing for here tonight.
And let's not forget, of course, your name on the Champions Cup. That's forever.
Well, Ricky Hale from England. He's a builder there. He's going to lay this hand down.
Jin Wong, convenience store owner from South Korea, 52 years old. He goes away as well.
Darren Elias out. Now we're over to our chip leader on the button, Fred Goldberg. He's going out, so it's a battle of the blinds here. I'll be 24 years old from Morris Plains, New Jersey.
You'd think Obuti was in construction too. Look at that stack. It's impressive. Looks sturdy, Mike.
Well, he's going to limp in and make the call out of the small blind.
Daniel with ace-5.
Daniel Buskin's a 26-year-old pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. And just knocks the table, does not raise with the ace-high.
Probably could have taken that pot down pre-flop by just rattling his chips.
Now flop comes Jack 9-4. So Bobby's out-flopped him. He's got bottom pair, and he is going to bet.
Bottom pair and some heart.
That makes the min bet of $160,000. You must always bet at least the size of the big blind.
And that's going to be enough to take down the first pot of the night.
Well, they're booing because his name is Booty, so we're going to hear a lot of that tonight. Ali, as you know, he's got a lot of fans and friends in the house tonight rooting him on.
And Bobby wanted me to say hello to his mother, Goli, and his dad, Reza, who couldn't be here tonight. I get the feeling Mom and Dad might not have blended in with that peanut gallery all too well.
You got to love this guy's look, you know, the backward hat on, the young, cocky, raising confidence that these guys have.
Yeah, he's not worried about what he looks like. He's focused on the game.
Well, Darren Elias goes out. Action over to Fred Goldberg. Going to raise it up here.
Fred's made it $350,000 with the Queen-9 offsuit here.
Bobby going out. Buskin out as well. Ricky Hale going out.
Fred's got a customer, Mike. King-Jack offsuit for Jin Wong, the convenience store owner.
Flop is ace-10-8.
Broadway draw for Jin. Gut shot straight draw for Fred.
Jin has the best hand with King-Jack, and it goes check-check. So Fred does not make the continuation bet. Now a deuce comes off. Again, Jin checks.
Wong taking a very passive approach to this hand, and it feels like Goldberg's going to know what to do with that information.
And he's going to say, if you don't want the pot, I'll go ahead and take it. And that's what he's doing as he bets $360,000. Jin goes out, so a nice bet there by Fred Goldberg.
Goldberg's injuries obviously not slowing him down. Understand he had a racquetball accident heading into this tournament.
Well, you just wonder if he was playing racquetball with Will the Thrill Fiala, our Legends of Poker champion, who is an amazing racquetball player.
I heard the doctor told Fred he can actually unwrap his hand, but Fred's thinking that the gauze might be lucky, and he's going to go ahead and stick to the wrap job.
He's handicapped a little bit, you know. He can't fire with both hands.
Right. Hasn't stopped him from firing $345,000 here with the King-Jack.
Right under the gun. Bobby going out. Buskin out as well.
Ace-4 suited for the Englishman, Ricky Hale.
Well, Ricky's a builder. Has been for 25 years. Got in this tournament on a $100 satellite.
That is not a bad parlay. And that is not a bad hand. Hard 16 for Jin Wong. Couple of snowmen.
He's on the short stack at this table.
I'm all in.
And he's going to ship it right here with the 2-8. I don't blame him.
Darren Elias has laid down, and it's back over to Goldberg.
Well, there you see Jin's son and friend watching him. Well, if Fred knew he had 2 overcards. He'd make the call.
All right, let's go.
And he has made it. And he's going to be happy to see that he's in a race situation. It's the 2 overcards versus the under pair. And Ali, as you know, if you want to win tournaments, you better win races.
Jin Wong with the slightest of edges heading to the flop. Make that a big edge, an 8. Right there, set of 8s for Jin.
Fred Goldberg's going to have to catch a running queen and a running 10 to win this pot.
10 queen, 10 queen, 10 queen.
Well, his brother knows he needs Broadway to win it.
No shortage of optimism in that camp. Oh!
They hit leg 1 right there as the queen comes off. And Jen says it is never easy. Geez, I can't believe this guy can win this pot if he catches a 10. So the deuce comes off. So Jen Wong doubling up there. A nice all-in bet with a 2-8 pays off for him.
Not how Fred Goldberg wanted to start his tournament. Still got 6 players left here in Atlantic City.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including a special 5 questions with poker playing music mogul Irv Gotti. Stick around.
What Gotti? That.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Billy Drake, you are all the way from Nashville, Tennessee. You won a huge tournament to be here on ClubWPT.com. What makes playing on ClubWPT.com so attractive for you?
Well, because you're playing for prizes. You know, you're allowed to compete and not have to gamble.
We were all at a big party last night at the club here at the hotel, and you actually had the chance to walk the red carpet with Mike and Vince.
The highlight so far is doing the Merengue with Mike.
Yeah.
We got to dance last night.
That man can dance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and he is a great dancer, so that was really a thrill for me.
There's some familiar faces here. There's some big-time pros. Anyone that you want to play with or you want to meet or learn from?
I want a picture with my daughter's favorite player.
My daughters are going to die of jealousy because she's all of our hero.
Billy Drake had a once-in-a-lifetime experience here at Borgata, but it could happen for you too. Now, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe, just maybe, find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Billy did. Now, we can't guarantee you'll end up dancing with Mike Sexton, but check out ClubWPT.com for yourself and never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
And Ali, I got to tell you, our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Billy Drake, is quite a dancer herself.
She kept up with you, huh? I thought I saw some cuts in the rug on the way in here.
She did. She's very good. And there's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can come to WPT events and enjoy preferential seating during final tables. Okay, let's get back to the action. Long going out.
Darren Elias, one of the original grinders, a well-respected online pro, has made the transition, and he likes the look of that suited connector, Mike.
Raises it up.
Goldberg out of the way and over to Bobby O'Booty.
Another tough young pro out of New Jersey looks at the ace-jack.
You get the feeling Bobby's not interested in a call. And sure enough, there's the 3-bet to $715,000. Daniel Buskin out of the way. Ricky Hale gone as well. Back over to Darren.
Look at this. He is not calling, Ali. He is coming back over with a 4-bet right over the top with just a 7 high. And believe me, if you're sitting in Bobby O'Booty's seat right now and the guy just 4-bet you and you're looking down at ace-jack offsuit, it just doesn't look like anything. Now, Bobby is going to let it go, but chalk that one up to a lot of heart there by Darren Elias. And one thing I know about him is that he has tremendous amount of respect from the young online players. I'm talking about Darren, very respected player.
Nice hand.
Wow. I guess to be successful, you just have to keep adapting, keep changing your game, because there's always new kids coming up, figuring out what's good. Like even now, there's probably some 16-year-old who's better than I am. Just have to stay sharp, keep playing, keep studying.
Nice call, kid.
Well, Darren studied creative writing at the University of Redlands, and I'll tell you what, Mike, he put together a pretty unconventional script in that last pot.
Well, I like what he said. You have to keep working on your game and getting better, or the young guns will surpass you.
Over to Bobby O'Booty.
Bobby going out.
Daniel Buskin, and he's going to put the 3-deuce suited to work here.
Ricky Hale going out.
Cool. Picks up a customer in Jin Wong with ace-7 suited.
Darren Elias with the ace-jack.
No heroics this time. He's content to just call a couple of $100,000, stay involved.
Three-way action. Big pot brewing here.
1.2 million in the middle as we head to the flop.
I love the poker face of Darren Elias. Well, what a flop for Darren. Comes jack, 6 deuce. That top pair, top kicker. Jen checks.
That's the kind of board you dream of with ace-jack. Oh, and he's going to slip it to the pre-flop raiser. Give him a little rope. And he takes it, betting 560,000 as Daniel Buskin with bottom pair.
Long going out. Well, if you're Darren, what do you do now? Looks to me like you got to go with this hand.
Is he just going to call or put in the raise right now? Looking like a raise.
You can't just call and let your opponent draw to something like a king-queen where you could get beat on the turn.
And for Daniel Buskin, you were almost home, but ran into a little speed bump named Darren Elias. And that's generally what happens with deuce-3 suited.
The World Poker Tour has seen its share of avid players from the world of entertainment, like actress Jennifer Tilly and movie director Todd Phillips. Now, here in Atlantic City, I got the chance to sit down with top-selling music mogul Irv Gotti to talk about his love for the game in this edition of 5 Questions. Irv, we get to see you at poker tournaments, but tell us what you do for a living.
Just music business. That's where everyone knows me from. I owned a label, and I made records for J-Lo, I made records for Ja, for Ashanti, Jay-Z, DMX. The music or the entertainment. It's something that's deeply, deeply in me.
What is it about poker that appeals to creative types?
What drives me is the competitive part and just to match wits with the players. You'd be surprised. Poker's like great for networking. Todd Phillips is a very good friend and he's a thing. Nick Cassavetti, he has a great game. Like Toby Maguire, I play with him a lot. I always tell him his spidey senses is always tingling. He's a really good player too, by the way.
You built an image in the hip-hop world. What is your image at a poker table?
If you ask anybody who knows me, they're gonna call me every derogatory term that you could use for a tight ass. They're gonna say, what, Gotti? That, you know, because I'm not giving my chips away. Like, I guess because the way I grew up, like, I value the dollar. I grew up poor. Yo, I'm not giving you this money. You're gonna have to really take it from me and earn it.
Don't you ever get bored doing that?
Yeah, but I mix it up. I mix it up. Trust me. There'll be a few 2, 3 suiteds in there. If I hit it, I'm putting you in a coma. You're never putting me on that hand, and your soul is crushed right after that. How could you play that? Yeah, ship it.
How did you become friends with Phil Ivey?
Phil Ivey, we met, I think at casinos or in a club or whatever in Vegas. And just, you know, me being Gotti and him being Phil, and then we hooked up, and we're like brothers now.
It doesn't hurt being brothers with one of the best poker players alive.
He definitely helped me. He used to let me just sweat him. He would explain things to me, why he's raising, why he's doing this. This is a good place to steal. And after I did that and him giving me tips, my game changed.
If you had to make a choice, would you rather have a WPT title or a hit single?
Wow, that's a good one. See, that's a bad question, though, because I had so many hits. I really feel like I could go in the studio right now and make another hit. I just can't walk into a tournament and get a WPT title. So, you know what? Yes, the WPT title.
Irv Gotti, one of the most successful hip-hop producers around today, made quite a name for himself in the music industry and now making a name for himself in poker as well, Mike.
Well, music is his business. Poker is his passion.
And there's a look at the updated chip counts. Rags and riches, kind of a divided table. Get a look at Bobby Abudi. He's got ace-king suited here. Mike, Bobby says he likes the mental game, but from the looks of the guy, there's plenty of gym tan laundry on that resume. He likes the physical side as well. Daniel Buskin out of the way.
Well, here you go. The Englishman moving all in here. He's on the short stack. He's got the ace-10, and he has shipped it. Wong going out. Elias out as well.
Unbelievable.
Call.
Trent Goldberg is out, and Bobby quickly calls him and has him dominated. Ace-king versus ace-10. And it looks like the Englishman could be heading back across the pond unless he gets lucky here.
You get a look at his wife there. Ricky and his wife out here on a vacation. Believe it or not, it's a poker vacation, Mike.
Oh, what a vacation it is. He got in this tournament on a $100 satellite. This is his first WPT event ever. Gonna make by far his biggest cash ever in his life. I'm talking about Ricky Hale.
Well, the boys back in London are pulling for a 10. Can Hale get the help? 10 high.
A 10 right on the flop. So Ricky Hale is out-flopped his opponent. Bobby looking for a king now, for a jack and a queen to make a straight, but right now, Bobby a booty up against it.
Bobby looking gutted there.
A king on the turn. Wow. It's not over. Obviously, he can catch a 10 on the river to make 3 10s. That's what he's got to have. What drama here. Ricky out-flops him and then gets cracked on the turn.
Speed.
Right on, man.
That's not where you're at, but.
Hale needs a 10 here. Can he do it?
Well, a jack comes off on the river. That's going to do it for the 42-year-old from England. Ricky Hale going to be out in 6th place.
Yeah, Mike, he's going to pick up $186,585 for the effort. Certainly a nice stop on his poker vacation with his wife. He's been in the United States for a couple of weeks.
Well, remember, he got in this tournament on a $100 satellite. What a parlay that is.
Not bad.
With Ricky Hale out in 6th place, we're down to 5 players at the Borgata Poker Open. Stick around for more action from Atlantic City in just a moment.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I think the people that come here to Borgata not only come here to play poker, they come here to have a great time.
The social experience is just as important to me as poker, so it's always nice to go to nice dinners and go out to clubs and stuff. And Borgata's nightlife is always pretty spot on from my experience.
Bobby Abudi, our chip leader there, singing the praises of Borgata, and why not? Players love it here, Ali. As you know, phenomenal restaurants, just a great property, and the greatest poker tournaments, certainly on the East Coast. This is the largest event in the history of the World Poker Tour.
I'm still trying to figure out what Bobby Abudi meant by spot on in his experience with respect to the nightlife over here, and I'm sure he's not getting into the club with that T-shirt. Find a collar, kiddo.
The ace-jack makes it $325,000 to go. Buzzkin out.
And that's got Jin's whiskers tingling.
900.
Ooh, he is going to 3-bet here with an ace-4. Something you wouldn't expect out of a 52-year-old amateur player. You just think they would have a stronger hand to 3-bet.
Both Darren and Goldberg lay down, back over to Bobby, and Obudi is getting Obuti'd.
Tough decision now. This guy's a tight player. The satellite winner.
You have how much behind?
First ever WPT event.
I don't know. I really don't come. Let me see.
Love this.
Just $1 million. 1 million. Magenta or whatever. 2 million plus. About 3 behind. Close to 3 million. Yeah.
Booty, just wanted to hear him talk as much as get info about how many chips he's got.
And try to pick off a tell, maybe.
Long sounded pretty confident there when he was giving him that chip count. So much so that Obudi goes away. So a nice 3-bet by the 52-year-old small business owner.
The grossest spots.
And just outplayed a tough young pro right there.
See that one on TV? If you were bluffing me, I'll know. Don't think I won't know.
Bobby's going to be sick by the time he gets home to watch this.
All right. Action continues on Darren Elias. He goes out.
Gosh, darn it.
Oh, Fred's struggling. The mummy is having trouble here.
It's hard to pick up your cards one-handed.
Oh, get after it. There you go, buddy. Even with one hand, 2 kings are doable. We should run some barbecue tongs out to the table. Something.
350. 350.
There it is, Fred. Get it out there.
Yeah, $350,000 is the bet. Bobby out, Daniel out as well. Look at this.
Jin Wong's going to ride the wave here.
And makes the call with the 10-9 offsuit.
Going to put some of Obuti's chips to work that he just picked up.
Flop ace, queen, deuce. Invariably, when you pick up kings, the ace hits the board, doesn't it?
Yep, they call them ace magnets.
Check.
Neither player really liking the flop. They both check, and look at that turn card for Jin Wong. He picks up a few outs, huh?
Flush draw and a straight draw.
I'm gonna check and see if you have a diamond. Let's look together. Come on, the TV doing a little action.
Yeah, he's checking back, see if he's got the king of diamonds. Nope, they're two black kings. He says, okay, let's take one off then. Well, Jen got a lot of outs to win this hand. Doesn't happen as a queen comes off. And again, Jen checks.
Let's show one hand down. We'll show it down. Let everybody know I'm not playing games.
Well, it goes check, check.
Goldberg gives him a look.
Nice check.
We show down. We show down.
Goldberg taking down that pot.
Fred gaining some momentum now.
Well, you know.
Well, there it is. Fred Goldberg has done it. He's doubled up.
But I think we have the best players in the world down in South Florida. Best players in the world down in South Florida. Well, I said it back in 2006 that some of the best players are from South Florida, and I still say it. Just some really good players, and hopefully we can keep winning events.
Michael Mizrachi is our champion. He has done it.
The young American is the first one ever to win the WPT title in France.
So maybe another Florida guy can take down the next WPT event. Keep it going.
Fred is right. A lot of great players in South Florida. The winner of our last WPT event in Paris, Matt Waxman from South Florida. Fred trying to make it back-to-back for the Floridians.
Being a professional poker player in South Florida is like already being retired. Life is good down there. The blinds have gone up to 100, 200,000 with a 20K ante.
Folded around to Fred Goldberg. Picks up another premium hand, an ace-queen.
475.
On the button, he's going to open for a raise to 475,000. Deck is definitely favoring him, and Obuti's going to look him up with Jack-10 off. Daniel Buskin out of the way. Comes the flop. Ace, ace, 4.
Great flop for Goldberg as he flops 3 aces.
Mike, we're going to have to run some more gauze out to the table because the deck is slapping Fred right in the face.
Yeah, Obuti is checked. Fred going to bet 600,000.
Nothing doing for Bobby Obuti, but he is the kind of player that I could see making a move on a board like this.
Obuti is going to make this call, Ali.
Well, if anybody was going to float at this table, it'd be Bobby Obuti.
Oh, and look at this, an ace on the turn. Well, all Obuti is going to do is sink here, not float on this hand. And he's going to check it. Fred Goldberg has quad aces. He cannot be beat.
No reason to bet in position. Knuckling, trying to give Bobby a little rope.
Well, 4 comes off, so a full house on the board.
1.3.
When Obuti falls into the trap, he bets 1.3 million.
And that smell in your living room is Bobby's chips on fire, just going up in smoke.
Yeah, Fred Goldberg.
4 million.
Now it says 4 million. And Obuti knows he's had his booty kicked in this hand.
Sure has.
And Bobby quickly going out. And how sweet it is when you've got quads and your opponent is betting at you on the river.
Just play on the board. Play on the board.
All right, I'll bet against that right now. Whatever you want.
Whatever you want to bet.
So Fred Goldberg takes down that pot. We've still got 5 players left fighting it out for the $922,000 first place prize here at the record-breaking Borgata Poker Open.
Yeah, fighting is correct. Chip leader Fred Goldberg started the evening off in the chip lead, lost it to Bobby Obuti, who is currently in second, but he's since regained it. And I think the man to watch out for right now, Mike, is the guy who's in third, quietly, Darren Elias. He is waiting to make a move.
Well, Ali, the atmosphere in the room is heating up, and we'll see who has the focus to cross the finish line with the WPT title. Back to you, Kim.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back next time with continuing coverage from the WPT Season 10 Borgata Poker Open. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Ali Najad, the Royal Flush Girls, Tony Dunst, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Atlantic City, over $900,000, and the Champions Cup all goes to the winner of the biggest WPT in history. Continuing coverage of the record-breaking Borgata Poker Open starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
The second hour of WPT's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open is about to get underway.
So we turn to Mike Sexton and Ali Najad, who's sitting in tonight for Vince Van Patten. Mike, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, Kimberly, we've seen some good poker so far at this final table. Chip leader Fred Goldberg took a few hits early on, but got back on track when he made quad aces versus Bobby O'Booty. And then he got into some playful banter with Bobby's rail.
He's playing the board, playing the board.
I'll bet against that right now, whatever you want.
Whatever you want to bet.
But let me tell you, even though he lost that last hand, I've been impressed with the play of Bobby O'Booty. He's a 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. He busted the missing man at the table, Ricky Hale, who went out in 6th place. But 3 of these 5 guys are from New Jersey. Local guys look like they got it going tonight.
Ali, what can we expect moving forward?
Well, as the blinds and antes go up, you're going to see the pressure start to affect the short stacks of Jin Huang and Daniel Buskin. One of those two are going to have to go all in. And if you see a bust out there and we get down to 4-handed, I think that's when you'll see Darren Elias start to finally come alive.
Okay, thanks, guys. We also just caught up with Bobby O'Booty. Let's see what he had to say.
I feel pretty good. I feel like I'm playing pretty well in the zone. I'm not going to let anything rattle me right now, including my rail, which seems to be a little bit obnoxious. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm just going to play solid and hopefully, win the hands where I'm the favorite. And if everything goes my way, then I feel pretty good about winning the title.
Now, you heard Bobby mention his rail. They have been very vocal here tonight, heckling Bobby's opponents, especially Fred Goldberg. We'll see if that becomes a factor here tonight.
There is so much money on the line, and that WPT Champions Cup is still up for grabs. So let's not waste any time and check the chip counts and get back to the game.
There you see our chip leaders. Fred Goldberg out in front. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's still the chip leader. Bobby O'Booty, tough young pro of New Jersey, in 2nd place.
Yeah, those are the guys that are looking best to take down the $922,000 first place prize and get their names engraved on that WPT Champions Cup.
Well, remember, this is the record-setting field in the history of the WPT, 1,313 entrants. Okay, Daniel Buskin going out here.
Jin Huang, the elder statesman at the table, hailing from Maryland by way of South Korea. He's going to pitch his hand. Darren Elias out of the way as well, another Jersey native. Over to the one-armed bandit, Fred Goldberg, suffered a racquetball accident just before this tournament. Not going to stop him from putting $500,000 into the pot with Jack-10 off from the small.
And Bobby O'Booty is going to look him up here with a 10-9 offsuit. So the 2 chip leaders going at it in the blinds.
1.1 million in the middle. The flop is 8-5-6 rainbow. Bobby's got the straight draw and 2 overs. Pretty much air for Fred. Not going to stop him from firing the continuation bet. 575,000.
O'Booty is going to gamble here for the gut shot straight. He makes the call.
He does have position on Fred.
Now a 3 comes off. Obviously no help to either player.
Quick check from Fred there, giving control to Bobby. Looks like he's going to take a shot here, Mike.
Now, this is a very good bet by Bobby O'Booty. And he's going to take it down. A lot of players would have just checked there to get the free card off. Not Bobby O'Booty. And his fans in the Royal Flush Grill Social Bar are loving it tonight as he takes down that pot, and with it the chip lead. And Ali, our fans will be happy to know that they too can come to a WPT final table and enjoy the action from the best seats in the house. And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can get priority seating right next to the Royal Flush Girls.
Like to keep the atmosphere festive. And Fred Goldberg, the one-armed bandit, a little annoyed at that, but holding it together. He'll be first to act here. Lines at 100, 200,000 with a 20K ante.
And here he picks up 2 8s. And he's going to raise it. Makes it $475,000 to go.
Ace-9 suited for Bobby. Ooh, gonna lay it down, Mike.
So Daniel Buskin.
Come on.
He's going to move all in here with the ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, like we said, these short stacks were gonna have to make a move.
All right, let's go. I call.
Now Vaughn goes out, Elias out, and Fred Goldberg is going to make the call here. So we have a classic race situation, the overcards versus the 2-8s.
No, nothing.
Now Daniel's a pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. Went to Arizona State, majored in golf management.
Doesn't look happy that he got that call.
Daniel Buskin's turned the life on the line right here.
He's looking for an ace or a 10. Can he do it?
Oh, an 8 right on the flop.
That's an ugly flop if your name is Daniel Buskin.
What can you do?
Fred flops top set.
Daniel's gonna need a couple of runners to a straight. A couple of spades will do the trick too.
You can make a straight flush backdoor.
I know you don't want to hear it right now, but
Remember, Obudi folded the ace-9 of spades, so a couple spades gone.
Ooh.
But the jack of spades comes off, so Daniel Buskin alive.
Like we say, it's never easy.
He can catch any spade other than the 6 of spade, but he must catch one to win this pot.
And he
does it. Wow. Unbelievable. Fred Goldberg taking it on the chin right there.
Fred looks stunned.
That's how you win
you know,
all.
I had ace-9 of spades. I had ace-9 of spades.
Fred Goldberg, he's got that club on his arm, but he's got to feel like he got clubbed in the head right there.
Adding injury to injury.
Huge draw out there by Daniel Buskin, and he knows it. Tough beat for Fred Goldberg. We've still got 5 players left fighting it out for this title.
That was so sick.
We've got a lot planned for you tonight from Borgata, including a new segment for Season 10, On the Road, and hear what Tony Dunst has to say in The Raw Deal, all when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The race for this WPT title continues. Now remember, the winner tonight will take home over $900,000, including a seat to the Season 10 WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. And if you want a chance to win a seat in a WPT live tournament, check out ClubWPT.com. For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want. It's no risk with a high reward. So check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, looks like the final table action is ready to start back up. So I'll hand it over to Mike and I'll leave and get back to the game.
We see the chip counts of the 5 players. Bobby Obudi, tough young pro to New Jersey, up top with over 12 million in chips.
Daniel Buskin on a pretty short stack. Managed to get real lucky against Fred Goldberg. Give himself some breathing room, staring at King 10 offsuit here.
Looks like he's going to pop it up. He makes it $425,000 to go.
Jin Wong ducking out of this pot. Box cars for Darren Elias.
He's going to make the call.
Goldberg out of the way and over to Bobby Obudi.
Well, he's looking around now. Caesar's over 1.2 million in the pot. Cost him another $225,000 to call. That equals pot odds. That equals call.
It ain't rocket science, is it?
3-way action here.
He wants to take a peek at this flop.
7-3 deuce, all clubs. Booty checks his flush draw.
Daniel's got the king high flush draw and control of the pot as the pre-flop raiser. He fires the continuation bet, $480,000.
Darren Elias makes the call with the 2 6s. He doesn't have a club in his hand, but he just senses that the 6s are good. Obudi goes out.
He's going to let these 2 battle heads up. King on the turn, a pretty good card for Daniel, and he's checking it, Mike.
A great card for Daniel as he now has the lead with 2 kings and the king high flush draw.
Well, this is pot control from Daniel here. He doesn't want to bet and get raised, potentially moved off his hand. He's going to let Darren commit some chips to the pot.
He committed $875,000 to the pot. Oh, there's the cards lie. Elias has got 1 out, 6 of diamonds.
Daniel, of course, going to make the call. Up to over $4 million in the middle.
He's afraid his opponent might have flopped a set, might have the flush.
All legitimate concerns if you're Daniel Busgen. The jack of spades. Again, up to Daniel, and he's going to slip it to Darren.
You'd think Darren might wave the flag now.
Indeed he does.
King.
Daniel going to take the pot down with the 2 kings. So Daniel Busgen on a nice little roll here right now. He majored in golf management at Arizona State. Obviously plays a lot of golf in his spare time.
There's many similarities between poker and golf. It's not a team sport like basketball, baseball. Like, you rely on yourself. You have to make a putt on the last hole for all the money, or when you're sitting there just in the tank thinking, should I call, should I do this? It's so nerve-wracking, both of them. You can just feel your hand shaking, your heart beating, and it's exhilarating, and that's why a lot of people love poker.
He's making more money on the green felt than he would on the green grass. You know a little something about golf, Mr. Sexton?
Well, see, he majored in golf management, but to most gamblers like myself, golf management means getting your bets right on the first tee.
Making sure you get the right handicap in there, huh? Queen 5 offsuit for Jin Wong. The South Korean lays it down.
Elias out as well. Round to Fred Goldberg now.
Soft 14.
Fred, a 36-year-old contractor and pro poker player out of Hollywood, Florida. We're going to raise on the button here with an ace-3 offsuit.
Couple of 9s for Bobby Obuti in the small blind. These two have played quite a few heads-up pots at this final table.
Well, they have. And Obuti just calling with the 2 9s. Does not re-raise. When you just call, you allow the big blind to get priced in, so to speak.
Daniel wasn't biting, though. Slips out of the way with the ace-7, and here comes the flop. Heads up.
The flop comes 10-8-8. So Obuti out in front with the 2 9s. He checks. Here comes the continuation bet by Goldberg. 775,000.
Interesting flop texture for Bobby.
And he's going to make the call. You know Goldberg doesn't like that. 4 diamonds comes off.
2 9s still in front, but still checking. Almost 3 million in the middle. Oh, look at this, Mike. Fred Goldberg's going to fire 1.325 million.
I'll tell you, folks, it's tough to call that much money with just 2 9s in this situation.
Especially because you got to worry about what happens on the river if you check again.
And that's part of your problem. You're calling 1.3 million here. What are you going to do now if the guy fires a huge bet on the river? Well, 5 of diamonds comes off, so 3 diamonds out there. Now again, Obuti checks, and you just wonder if it's time for Fred to give up the ship here.
Does he have a 3rd barrel in his arsenal? We're about to find out.
Well, if his opponent had a straight draw to start with, he would have the best hand with ace high. So he's going to check it down.
2 pair.
2 pair are going to win this pot. The 2 9s are going to win. Bobby Obuti taking down that pot, and with it, massively extends his chip lead. And Obuti's fans loving it. Ali, he is in command right now. Obuti playing in his 3rd WPT event ever at this final table, looking for his first WPT title. Well, there you see Bobby Obuti well out in front now with over 16 million in chips. He is in command.
Blinds have gone up to 120 and 240 with the 30K ante. Daniel Busgen's got a little bit of momentum. But Jack 9, not enough for him to participate here. And Jin Wong, who's been quiet of late, is going to get his beak wet with Queen 7 suited. Opens for a raise. Over to Darren.
Well, Darren's got a premium hand, ace king. Certainly probably going to 3-bet it here with this hand, I would assume.
No reason not to from the button.
1.225 million is the bet.
Makes quick work of Goldberg's ace 10 and Bobby's big blind. Jin Wong.
And he's going to make the call here with the Queen 7. So the 52-year-old small business owner gambling it up right now.
He could have laid this down easily, instead investing another 700,000, and look at that flop.
What a flop for him. He's got top pair and a flush draw. He's just going to ship the balance of his 1.6 million. It looks like.
Getting his troops ready.
I'm ready.
Cool.
He does, and a quick call.
Ooh.
Well, you might say, why Darren Elias making that quick call for 1.6 million? Well, he's over 4.6 million in the pot, so he's getting a pretty good price to make the call.
He does have 2 overs in a Broadway draw.
Almost 3-1, but he didn't know his opponent had top pair and a flush draw, or I can assure you, he probably wouldn't have called this.
Yeah, he's a pretty big dog right now. He's looking for a 10.
Now, 3 of spade comes off.
Well, it's not over yet.
That gives him the flush, as you can see, but if another spade comes off, Darren will have a bigger flush. Darren up against it, must catch a spade to eliminate Jen from this tournament. We saw running spades come up before at this final table. Can it happen again?
Not this time.
Jen Wong is going to double up yet again. In the history of the WPT, in 10 seasons, only 2 players have come from 6th position to take a WPT title. Could Jen Wong be our 3rd?
So as Jin Wong stacks his chips, you can see they're enjoying the action over at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And Mike, I recently had a chance to hang out with one of our Royal Flush girls, Melly Grace, who fancies herself a race car driver.
Time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
So I am driving through Paris to go pick up Melly, who's supposedly a big stud when it comes to racing. We're gonna go butt heads on the go-kart track.
So Aline came to pick me up before we went to the racetrack, and he was talking so much game.
You look tired. So how often do you go road racing?
Well, I don't race, but I'm at the track about 2-3 times a week.
Are you serious? That's nuts. See, you don't know anything about how much driving I've done. None.
Yeah?
You know nothing.
You're still gonna get spanked in go-karting.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You have so much confidence. You know Humpty Dumpty takes a big fall, right? Like you don't.
Yeah, but too bad I'm not Humpty Dumpty.
That is for sure.
We got to the track, and I was so ready to get out there and show them what's up. I'm ready.
Well, before we hit the track, we had to get kitted up the right way, and that involved these racing suits. You know, I wasn't gonna let her try to woo me with the whole like sexy girl routine. That wasn't gonna affect me.
Let's go, I'm ready. Come on. Wait.
Dude, if I lose to Melissa Grace in a freaking road race, that'll be unbelievably emasculating. That's crazy. Not to mention it'll probably cost me some money, which is never good.
We had a couple of warm-up rounds, and then they dropped the flag, and we were off.
We both were at the starting line, and we both hit the gas at the same time. And in pretty short order, I passed her and left her behind. So I decided, you know, what better time to slow my go-kart down, lace my fingers behind my helmet, and just sort of relax and kick back and wait for her. So then I caught right back up to her instantly and then passed her again, and then stopped and let her catch up and then did the same thing over and over. I think I might have pissed her off.
He claims he kept stopping for me because I kept hitting walls. But I don't really remember it that way.
Not too many laps after that, it was a 40-mile-an-hour T-bone right into my left side. She did not like being toyed with.
I'm not gonna drive like a grandma around the track. Ollie was fast because he ran the lines, but I think I win overall style because I drifted the turns and showed some aggression.
You race dirty! I certainly won the race. Won is kind of an understatement. I mean, I ravaged that girl on the track. She certainly didn't seem prepared to stand just a notch below in the silver medalist platform.
I seriously couldn't wait to take off that race suit because it was so stinky, and then in came Ollie gloating some more.
Assistance, s'il vous plaît. Assistance. Oh God. It's so heavy and glorious. I don't even know what to do with it. Oh God. It's so victorious and I can't even lift it.
Yeah, Ollie's ego.
Oh, partner, I am proud of you. Don't let those royal flush girls beat you at anything.
I can assure you I will never let these royal flush girls get the best of me, huh? All right, we'll be right back to Atlantic City with more of the Borgata Poker Open after this.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm at one of Borgata's many fabulous restaurants, Wolfgang Puck American Grill, where head chef Aram's going to teach me how to make gnocchi. Let's get started.
Here at Borgata, we have a wide variety of amenities. Great entertainment, great food and beverage with the likes of Wolfgang Puck and Bobby Flay. Our food and beverage program is probably the best on the East Coast, east of the Mississippi.
Beautiful sauce here that we're using for
Is that a bolognese?
Yes, it is. It's an Italian sausage bolognese. Has pork and veal and beef in it.
We look at Borgata as a full-scale resort where you really don't have to leave the property. And from morning till night, there's always something to do, and then a great room to relax in when you need to catch a couple hours of sleep between poker tournaments.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Boom. Watch out, it's a little hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Molto delicioso.
Molto bene.
Great food is just one of the many things happening here at Borgata. Tonight, the main event is the Borgata Poker Open, and action resumes. So let's get back to Mike and Ollie.
Yeah, great food is happening for some people, Kimberly. Mike and I are over here noshing on carrots and ranch dip.
Yeah, she goes to these fancy restaurants. They give us a coupon to the buffet.
We're going to have to see someone about that.
Well, Bobby O'Booty well out in front with $16.5 million. Everybody else sort of grouped together. Daniel Buskin in second place with $6.8 million.
Darren Elias pitches it. Not the same for Fred Goldberg with 9 high. He makes it 600 to go.
So one imagination. Bobby O'Booty in position with the chip lead. Gonna look him up. Makes the call with the king 10.
And look at this. Daniel Buskin with ace king off suit.
Well, you can look for fireworks here. He is not just gonna call this, folks. Guarantee he's gonna 3-bet it. Just a matter of how much.
Yeah, perfect situation for that play.
One guy's raised, the other guy's called. You're sitting on ace king.
I'm all in.
Well, he went big, Ellie. He moved
Yeah,
all
he
in.
did. Jin Wong, the South Korean, lays it down.
I don't believe either one of them can stand the pressure. The 9 high is gone. The king high is gone. So a nice all-in bet by Daniel there, understanding the situation, taking advantage of it.
2 jacks. 2 jacks.
Daniel Buskin taking down the pot, uncontested.
2 deuces.
2 jacks. Come on.
I want to take it right there with the deuces.
End it.
I like it.
End it.
I like it.
Making full fives, just end it.
All right, back to the action. It's on Jin Wong.
Got a master's in special education. Didn't need that to learn to lay that hand down.
Darren Elias has a degree in creative writing.
Oh, it would have taken plenty of creativity for Darren to get involved with that 6-3 offsuit. Meanwhile, Fred Goldberg looks down at a couple of 9s. And he's going to raise it up. And uh-oh, Bobby O'Booty's got 2 10s.
And I'll tell you, if you're sitting in Fred Goldberg's seat, this guy's becoming a real pain in your side here. You'd better go to the dentist office than have Bobby O'Booty sitting behind you with chips.
Give me a root canal before you give me a seat on his right.
Yeah, that's the truth.
And there it is, the 3-bet.
Now action on Daniel Buskin. He's only got a 9-4, and it's been 3-bet to him, so just posturing here, I'm sure. Trying to get a little airtime.
Well, mission accomplished. Daniel Buskin out of the way.
Well, Fred better be very careful here. He is dominated pair over pair. Can't have a guy in worse shape than that. He just calls, does not re-raise with the 2 9s.
And that call puts over $3 million in the pot, and he's in horrible shape. It's going to take some pretty bad flop texture for his hand to avoid losing some more chips.
Well, here comes that flop. The flop, king 8-5, all spades. Bobby with the best hand and the flush draw.
920.
920,000, not a big bet into a pot that's got over 3 million in it, but I'm sure big enough to find out what he wants to know. And that's that he has the best hand. And he takes down the pot.
Good lay down by Fred.
You have no care.
I swear, you'll see it on TV.
And Bobby Obidi telling him the truth, but Israel thinks that he's needling his opponent.
Dude, come on. You opened with 300,000. I 3-bet you.
I love playing poker because I'm interested in the like mental aspect of the game. Just trying to be able to understand their thought process, maybe better than they understand their own thought process, and use it against them.
All in.
Everything's going pretty well, so hopefully we can keep it up.
Full house.
Getting kind of rambunctious back there.
This should just be like in a closed dome, like soundproof dome.
Fred Goldberg starting to get a little aggravated here. He came to this final table as chip leader. Now he's in short stack position.
Well, the heckling continues. Fred folds, Bobby folds, and Fred's stepping away from the table here.
Knock it off. I'm letting you know now.
Hey.
All right, knock it off. Listen. I'm letting you know now. Knock it off.
We were not coming at you. Talk to your
Listen,
boys.
knock it off. I'm just telling you straight up.
Talk to your boys. If they want to come
You can have your nutrition, whatever. I'll smack any one of you, okay? Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off, all right? Talk to your boys. Knock it off. I'll let you know now, all right? All right, it's a little out of line. It's a little disrespectful. You're being disrespectful.
Action continues as tensions run high here at Borgata.
Visit the rail. Talk to your boys.
So what seems to be going on is Freddie Goldberg has had about enough of Bobby Abudi's peanut gallery.
Just knock it off. I'm telling you right now. All right?
Come visit the rail again.
Visit the rail? Yeah.
Talk to your boys. They want to talk to us.
He was on the rail. Wait till I double up.
Bobby Obidi embarrassed by all this, of course.
I don't need to listen to this. They're being disrespectful.
We're going to work on it.
They're being disrespectful.
I promise you.
All right?
Security stepping in here.
We'll take care of them.
Jin Wong.
Make the call.
He'll take out 3 and I'll take out 3.
Uh-oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Fred fanning the flames here.
Come on, man.
Believe me.
Hey, nice sunglasses.
It'll be a WPT first. We've never had fans 86 from the arena.
Don't let them get to you.
Nah, I don't need to listen to this. Enough's enough. If you want to have fun, we can have a good time, but that's
You can
it.
cheer for him. Just don't say anything about you.
Yeah, it's just disrespectful.
I agree. I don't want anybody disrespecting anybody else on the rail on either side. So
We're playing for a lot of money. We don't need people like.
Well, I don't care. I mean, I just don't want the disrespect.
Well, this may be frustration boiling over for Freddie because up to this point, he hadn't really said anything about that. Now he's lost a few pots, and it's starting to get to him. And the downside to this, even though Freddie may be in the right to go over there and have a few words with them and ask them to tone it down a little bit, is that he's going to look rattled. He's going to look frazzled to his opponents, and they may go for the jugular. When there's blood in the water, any professional player, as you know, Mike, they go for it.
Well, what I know is to win at poker, you got to be calm, cool, and collected, in my opinion, and maintain your composure. I think Freddie's losing his a bit right now.
Meanwhile, we got a raised pot between Daniel and Jin. Queen 10 suited against ace queen on a flop of jack 8-5.
Jin checks the flop, as does Daniel.
Daniel's got the gut shot straight draw. He could have fired there.
And the board pairs 8s. And again, Jin checks.
Now Daniel fires the bet in position, 530,000. Well, if he wasn't beat on the flop, Jin knows he's not beat on the turn, and he's going to call with the ace high here. He's not that much of an amateur.
And a deuce of clubs on the river.
Safe looking card.
It's going check, check. And Jin Wong
Ace queen.
is going to take down this pot with the ace high.
And he's hanging around, Mike. Got himself up to over $7.8 million in chips.
And he got in this tournament by winning a $350 satellite.
Listen, just get him out of here. I don't need to listen to I don't need to listen to this. Get him out of here. Honestly. Get the whole crew out of there. Honestly, get them all out of here. I don't want to listen to this. Show respect. You already warned them once.
Yeah, they've been drinking, so they can't really control themselves.
Disrespectful.
Well, tensions remain high here at Borgata. We'll be right back with more on the World Poker Tour.
So look.
There you go. Look at it.
Got lucky.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where 5 players are battling it out for the Borgata Poker Open title. Taking a look at the Player of the Year race, Will the Thrill Fiala, who won the Legends of Poker tournament in LA and took 11th place here at Borgata, is currently in the lead with 1,600 points, but whoever wins tonight's event will jump into second place with 1,400 points, right behind Will. And remember, we will be tracking the POY race all season long, so be sure to check back with us each week. Poker isn't the only game being played here in Atlantic City. While Vince couldn't be here tonight, he did stop by earlier this week to play some racquetball with WPT champ Will Fiala. Take a look.
We're in Atlantic City between poker sessions, and right now we're going to have a little wager here between Will the Thrill, the guy's a former professional racquetball player, and my man Vince here, former professional tennis player.
He will need a defibrillator when I'm done with him.
He's got first serve, too? He's got serve, too? All right, you got serve, I guess.
Next down the first point, my man. Vince is improving as we go, but got his hands full. Set match. Will the Thrill taking him down.
Will, you are great, man.
Great job, great match. We had fun.
My advice to Vince, go back to the tennis court. So Will the Thrill took it to my boy Vince on the racquetball court, but he's taking it to all the other players out here in the WPT.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bobby O'Booty, a commanding lead with over 16 million in front of him.
Closing in on half the chips.
Just want to play poker. I don't need a rail.
And he's done well to stay out of the nonsense since it began.
Well, he should do nothing but focus on taking down this WPT title opportunity right in his grasp.
He raises to 500,000 with ace-deuce offsuit. Folded to Darren Elias, who pitches the 10-8 suited.
The first time.
And now back over to his nemesis, Fred Goldberg, who's shipping it all in with queen-10 off.
Unbelievable. Against the guy who raised right under the gun.
Well, I think we're witnessing core meltdown in the reactor.
You want to count?
Nah, it's okay. I can see it. It's fine.
All right, don't make me sweat.
Nah, I have a little bit of decision.
I might have picked up something because Bobby just has an ace-deuce offsuit.
Goldberg no longer has a huge stack with the blinds where they are, and Bobby's going to let him take this one.
And so good timing there for Fred. Maybe picking that pot up will calm him down a bit. It says you get that rap in a racquetball accident, but you wonder if he was sparring with Mike Tyson.
Or someone's rail on the way to the final table.
You always want to get players to steam at the table, but you don't want them to go off on the rail. Buzzing out.
Jin Wong ducking out of this pot. It's been folded over to Darren Elias, who's got a couple of jacks. And he knows what to do. Pops it to a $500,000.
Fred gonna go out. Back over to O'Booty, and look at this. He has picked up 2 kings. He is catching some cards.
500,000.
And Ali, as you know, when you're playing well and catching well, that's a tough combination to beat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And O'Booty is doing both right now.
1.1 million.
Here he's gonna make it 1.1 million, and Darren knows there's only 3 hands that can beat him.
I don't know about you, Mike. I do not see a flat call in Darren's future.
No, I think he's just going to probably ship it here, and I don't blame him.
Come on, call.
He's going all in and quickly called, and he is not going to like it, as you can see. Tough break for him right here.
Yeah, and he's wearing it on his face. You can see the disappointment.
Hold up, Blade, one time.
He did nothing wrong, honestly. I think most players would ship in that spot with 2 jacks. Unfortunately, Bobby O'Booty has 2 kings.
So far, so good, yeah.
Darren's girlfriend and mom wearing the same look that Darren is. He needs help.
Just got to hope to get lucky. Doesn't happen on the flop as it comes 10, 4, 5, 2 diamonds.
Bobby's got the diamonds blocked with the king of diamonds.
Bobby Obudi in great shape to eliminate another player at this final table.
One step closer now as the 6 of hearts peels off on the turn. Darren Elias needs a blackjack.
Doesn't happen as the 3 of hearts comes off. So that's going to do it for the tough young pro from Montclair, New Jersey, Darren Elias, out in 5th place.
Darren's going to take home $230,000. Not too shabby for 5 days' work, but the real story, of course, Bobby Obudi.
That was a clutch knockout, man. So good, that kid. I just don't want to deal with him.
It was tough. Things started out pretty good, but that Queen 7 hand really hurt me, and then that last hand, nothing I can do, so I feel okay with it. I think Bobby's in good shape. I think he has half the chips in play, so if I were betting, I guess I'd bet on him. Thank you.
So with Darren Elias out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com in just a moment.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Let's take a look back at the Season 2 Borgata Poker Open final table with Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Considering some of the ridiculous moments we've witnessed over 10 seasons of WPT final tables, I often wish I'd been around longer so I could have done the raw deal on them. However, as it turns out, when you have access to a video vault from WPT's headquarters, it's highly comparative to having a time machine. So instead of analyzing what we've witnessed tonight at the Borgata, let's have a blast from the past and break down a sequence of hands from this same tournament nearly a decade ago when Noli Francisco and Charlie Schoten were heads up for this title. We begin with Charlie Schoten calling a raise in the big blind, holding just 11 blinds to start the hand.
He's going to call a $70,000 raise here with a King 4 offsuit.
Honestly, if you're going to show clips from 2003, then freak out about pre-flop play, you'll just wind up being redundant, so let's not get into it. Both players check down to the river, which lands an ace that Charlie again checks. And it's right about there that Charlie decides that concentrating at the poker table is no longer cool. Noli goes to bet the ace as a bluff card, but as he's laying out chips, Charlie announces call.
A call. How do you know I want some betting?
Oh. This is a mental error by Charlie.
Which he states after the hand was a tactic to keep Noli from betting.
I said I called to stop you from betting.
Sick angle, bro. Especially considering it let your opponent free roll how much he wanted to bet based on the strength of his hand. Presumably, if you just committed a table faux pas by acting out of turn,
I'm sorry,
you might be increasingly mindful for a while. But the very next hand, Charlie Schoten proves that there's no reason gaps can't come in pairs and announces all in before the action is on him.
All in. Another discrepancy here, folks. It's my fault.
Charlie has sort of a little mental lapse here, it looks like to me.
Noli gets the free roll again, but now decides he's more than happy to move in with 7.
I'm racing him all in. Ace 8 against Noli. Charlie's hit the aces.
Ace comes right on the flop. Noli's got to have a 7.
He doesn't get it there. Here comes the river card.
Doesn't get it. Charlie has doubled up here on a mysteriously played hand.
But Noli Francisco is not a man to be outdone. Noli is a man of resiliency, a man that doesn't let one lost coin flip deter him.
Raise.
Noli says raise.
A man that sees your angle shooting and raises you a string bet.
Can't go back.
Now that's a string bet, that's right.
I tell you something, these guys get abducted by aliens and just didn't tell us about it. They acted so peculiar.
Finally, Noli finds a way to finish this Abbott and Costello act of a tournament when he turns top pair with an open-ended straight draw.
Noli has the best hand and the best draw.
But these two know how to put on a finale, which climaxes with Charlie Schoten bet 3-betting the turn all in,
I'm all in.
holding third pair.
Charlie went over the top. He's going to go all in on him.
But even after all the cards are dealt and the suspense is over, both players continue staring at the board with a vacant and confused look.
And they're both still staring at the board.
Come on, what's going on with them?
Noli, it's over. You've won. Smile. Raise your arm. Do something.
And there it is.
You know what? After watching this final table from Season 2, screw the video vault. I want the time machine so I can play these guys.
We should all be so lucky.
Hey, take it easy on us old-timers.
the current chip counts, Bobby in the lead here with over half the chips in play. Meanwhile, the former table general, Fred Goldberg.
Well, we just saw him move all in a minute ago with the Queen 10 offsuit. He won that pot. Here he's raising under the gun with a 10-9 offsuit. You just have to wonder if he's losing his patience a little. Bobby going out.
Daniel Buskin looking down at a couple of hooks.
He's looking back to see if they're still there.
I'm all in.
He is going all in here.
That's a pretty darn big 3-bet, almost 10 million.
Well, Jen goes out, and no chance Fred is going to make the call here with 10 high.
All right, I'll pick one more.
So he gives it up, and maybe Daniel just realized that Darren Elias just got broke with 2 jacks and didn't want the same thing to happen to him.
Darren's buddy Chris Klodnicki hanging out at the social media bar with the Royal Flush Girls. Not a bad seat, is it?
It's a flip for sure.
Which way? Do you have the pair?
Huh?
Daniel, another tough pro out of New Jersey. Started playing poker in his dorm room. Went to Arizona State. Majored in golf management. Now back to old Booty. He's going to fold. Oh, and look at this. Daniel Buskin has picked up 2 jacks again in back-to-back hands.
Did not adjust your sets. Look at this, king-queen for Jen. And he's going to call. Goldberg ducks out of the way, leaves him to battle heads up. Here comes the flop. King high. Jen has out-flopped Daniel.
Flop comes king 6-4, and look at this. He's leading right out. Now, this is something most pro players would not do. They would check, let a guy make a continuation bet, and then check raise with the 2 kings. But he led right out for $725,000 and got called by Daniel. Now a deuce comes off.
Well, Daniel's hoping he's not going to have to call another bet on the turn, and sure enough, Jen's going to slip it to him. Daniel's going to keep the pot small and check in position behind.
A wise check by Daniel there. And now a 7 comes off.
3.3 in the middle.
Well, Jen gonna bet $925,000.
925?
And I'm telling you, if you're in Daniel's seat, you don't know what's going on here, and you can see the look on his face. That's the case. The guy didn't raise before the flop. You're not going to put him on ace-king. He didn't check raise you on the flop. He just let out and bet. Then he checked on the turn. Now all of a sudden he's betting at the river. Sometimes you're just confused, and you just got to pay off to see what's happening. And I think that's going to be exactly the case here.
Curiosity can be costly.
There's over 4.2 million in the pot. Going to cost him $925,000 to call, so a lot of money out there. Especially when you don't know what's going on. He does make the call.
I got a king, that's it.
Oh, he said, I got a king, that's it now. Did you really think the guy could beat 2 kings going through all that anguish?
If King Queen was a loser, Jin would have heard from Daniel earlier than that.
So we didn't get it on free.
So Jin Wong is on the upswing there. He entered this final table as the short stack, and he's worked his way up to second in chips. He is becoming a true contender for this title. And going in the opposite direction is one-time chip leader Fred Goldberg. He'll need to accumulate some chips when play starts back up if he's going to realize his dream of seeing his name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, you're right, Mike, but the real story, though, right now is 24-year-old Bobby Abudi. He is running away with this thing, but there's a few players still left at the table who might have something to say about that.
Well, gentlemen, with the WPT Champions Cup and over $900,000 going to the winner, the stakes are high as we enter the home stretch of this record-setting tournament. Please join us next time from Atlantic City as continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Ali Najad, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, the shattered records and shattered dreams are finally put to rest as we crown the champion of the largest field in WPT history. The conclusion of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Surviving a field of 1,313 entrants is no easy feat. And with the WPT Champions Cup now in sight, the pressure on these remaining players has ratcheted up to the breaking point. Here to give us insight at this critical juncture are Mike Sexton and Ali Najad, who's sitting in tonight for Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, what should we look for when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, with 4 players left, the story of this final table so far has been Bobby Obudi, the 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. He has booted the 2 missing players out of this table. He's got the big chip lead.
Yeah, but don't forget about Jin Huang. He's ginned it so far. $350 satellite. He's parlayed it into at least 4th place prize money, which is $280,000 in change. He is hanging around. Also still in the mix is Daniel Busgin, the poker pro out of New Jersey, but we'll be keeping an eye on Fred Goldberg, who's been on the slide as of late and is currently the short stack.
Well, he hadn't picked up a lot of hands at this final table. Nothing's gone right for him, but he's still got enough chips to get back in the hunt here.
Thank you, guys. So who will end up the champion of the largest field in WPT history? The wait is over as the action is ready to resume here at Borgata. So let's look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
There you see Bobby Obudi well out in front, nearly half the chips in play with 4 players left.
More than double 2nd place Jin Huang.
All these players going for their first ever WPT title. Action on Fred Goldberg. Fred, a World Series of Poker bracelet holder. Also the only player left that's made a WPT final table. Finished 4th at Foxwoods a few years back.
He's got to regroup. He's been raising a lot pre-flop, and anytime somebody's been 3-betting and coming over the top, he's been laying it down. So the next time he puts raise in pre-flop, he's got to be able to draw a line in the sand and take the heat if he gets re-raised. So here we go.
Raising with those marginal hands. Getting re-raised and throws his hand away, meaning he gives up that money. Folded around of Jin Huang.
That's not a marginal hand.
Picked up ace king out of the big blind. This could spell total doom for Fred Goldberg.
What is Jin gonna do here?
Okay, I'm loading.
And again, the 3-bet over the top of Fred Goldberg. And as you mentioned, time and time again, he's given up the pot in this spot. I just don't know if he's got enough chips to continue giving these up. At some point, you're just going to have to gamble for your chips and hope to double up to stay alive.
Is he going to draw a line in the sand here?
Nice hand.
No, says Fred Goldberg as he pitches the King 7.
Jin Huang got into this tournament by winning a $350 satellite. He's a businessman, owns a gas station and convenience store. Been playing poker 25 years, though, but this is his first ever WPT event.
Let's get a look at the prize payouts here. $922 grand for first. On deck, though, 4th place money, $280 and change. And let's, of course, not forget the Player of the Year points.
Yeah, whoever wins this tournament will be in 2nd place behind Will the Thrill Faella, who not only won the Legends of Poker, but finished 11th in this tournament. Almost made this final table.
Yeah, Will's on a real heater. 2 9s for Bobby Obudi, who opens the pot for a raise. Daniel Busgin gets out of the way, and upside down 9s for Jin Huang. Pocket 6s. $450 to call, which Jin does. And look at this, another pocket pair, Mike.
Well, Fred Goldberg with the 2 deuces, so 3 players out of 4 in this spot, they all have a pair. It's 2 9s, 2 6s, 2 deuces. And flop comes 10-8-3 with 2 spades. Bobby Obudi still out in front with the 2 9s. It's check to him. Wow, I am surprised he would check 2 9s there. That looks like a good flop to me for 2 9s.
Now the board pair's on the turn.
Why would you want an ace, king, queen, or jack to come off there? Well, if a guy bets, you got to give this hand up. I would have bet the flop if I'd have been Bobby. And Jin Huang betting on the turn now, and you don't blame me, he thinks the 6s are the best hand.
Yeah, firing about 1/3 of the pot, and Fred Goldberg can't help but call, and that lets Bobby Obudi fold the best hand.
Both of these guys thought Obudi had 2 big cards, something like king, jack, or ace, queen.
Oh, look at that river.
Well, this counterfeits both players, actually. Both players are playing 10s and 8s. Jin's kicker, the 6, is the best hand.
Yeah, his kicker actually plays, Mike. Fred is playing the board. 10s and 8s for the 3.
Jesus Christ.
So Jin Huang with just a 6 high, going to bet $1.1 million.
I hate to say it, but I wonder whether or not Jin knows he's been counterfeited, if he's paying enough attention here, if he's just firing on autopilot.
Oh, why didn't I shove the flop?
Well, we don't know that. This is first tournament cash ever, first WPT event.
It doesn't matter now. Goldberg lays down the deuces, obviously. And Jin takes the pot.
Jin Wong got in this tournament by winning a satellite, and he is doing quite well.
Wow. I don't know how I survived this far. So many times for the last several days. I probably push all in close to 30 times.
I'm already all in.
Every time I push all in, I survived. So this is one of the luckiest tournaments, in my life.
It's poker, baby.
Now, Mike, you know it takes skill to get to a final table, but a little luck never hurt anyone. What do they say? You'd rather be lucky than good, right?
Well, in the 10 years history of the WPT, only 2 players have come from the short stack in 6th position to take a WPT title. Could Jin Wong be the 3rd? We shall see. Back to the action. Daniel folded the ace-3 over to Jin Wong on the button.
Rallied his way from the short stack to 2nd in chips.
Looks down at ace, deuce of spade. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 675,000 to go.
I'm all in.
And Goldberg just looks down at one card, the ace, and he's going to ship it all in. That's all you need with the short stack.
But if you're the other players to notice they only looked at one card, you might presume it's an ace, but...
I call.
Look at this. Bobby Abudi is going to call. He wants to get involved here with King 10 suited.
I think Bobby saw he only looked at one card, number 1, and number 2. He figures if he calls, they've got 2 chances to knock the guy out. But no, shockingly, Jin folds his hand. Wow.
I got an ace right there. I don't know what this is. Come on.
He's getting over 6-1 on his money.
Bobby left the door wide open for Jin, and Jin didn't come in.
I had an ace.
What was your other card?
Well,
Buskin looks confused.
Those guys can't believe that he folded.
Yeah, ace with the 2 spades.
Because an unwritten rule in tournament poker, as you know, Ali, is when one guy's all in on a short stack and 2 guys call, they're not going to bet into a dry side pot unless they really make a hit, and therefore they're going to check it down to give themselves 2 chances to knock him out. Let's see if it would make a difference here. Flop comes 8-8-3. So far, Fred out in front with the ace-queen.
Ace-3. Ace-3.
Really?
Bobby's got 6 outs twice here, fishing for a king or a 10.
Just like checkers, king to turn. Let's go.
Yeah, let's put it up there. 10.
Here comes that turn card.
The 4 comes off. So far, so good for Fred Goldberg. A chance to more than double up here. He desperately needs it. Bobby Abudi must catch a king or a 10 on the river.
King of spades.
That's all he can catch to win this pot.
How about just
Anything else, and Fred doubles up.
And it's a 5, and look what would have happened.
I don't know why you folded, man.
You folded. I would have called. I would have made a
I understand. We both called. There's only 500,000 more. You check.
Fred is telling him to stop. Don't wise the guy up, is what he's saying.
Nice hit.
What did I win here?
Jin Wong folded the ace, deuce of spade, which would have won him that pot.
I have no reason calling against,
What is this dude doing?
Yeah, you cannot call right there.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
These kids, they're just kids. They don't know.
You're not supposed to call, and I'm supposed to call it.
This guy calls.
With a king high.
With king high. Are you kidding me? You call me with a king. This guy opens and you flat.
You're not supposed to call with a king high in the middle.
It's only 500,000 more to you.
He's supposed to call.
It's
What's wrong with you?
It's 500,000 more, and you call and we check it down.
The inmates are running the asylum.
It's unbelievable.
We've got a lot planned for you tonight from Borgata, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and hear what Tony Dunst has to say in The Raw Deal, and my 5 questions with the Season 8 Borgata Poker Open champion, Olivier Bousquet.
This has actually been a struggle for me throughout my poker career.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Welcome to the Borgata Poker Open. This has to be a very exciting moment for you, being here playing live tournament poker in the WPT's biggest field ever.
I watch it all the time. I have fun watching those big pros all the time.
Anyone in particular that you'd like to meet or play with?
There's a lot of smart people in my table, and I'm just nobody. They're pushing me around, I think.
You have all week here, so I hope you brought your patients with you from Florida.
I hope to.
Thank you, Roman.
Thank you.
Roman Dvorakowski, a truck driver living in Florida, is the latest member of Club WPT to make his poker dreams come true. Roman had a fantastic experience here at Borgata, and it was all because he is a ClubWPT.com VIP member. At Club WPT, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. Now, this means you can get great VIP member benefits, play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a major WPT event and have a great VIP experience just like Roman. Check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Mike and Ali, fill us in on where we stand right now.
Well, you can see the young pro from New Jersey, Bobby Obudi, still out in front with over 17 million in chips.
You're in the blind.
Fred Goldberg on the short stack here. Action's been folded around to him. He's in the small blind.
Squeezing out Queen 10 off.
All right, I'm all in.
Been shipping it all in.
You want to sweat this with me?
Yeah, let's sweat together.
Right. So it looks like they're going to sweat together.
I call.
Let's go.
Bobby Obudi has two fives and makes the call.
I like it. The shift. Come on, baby. One time.
Classic race.
One time.
Fred slightly out in front.
We're racing.
Win tournaments, you got to win races. Who's going to win this race?
Sweat it with you guys.
We need to win.
Bobby heading over to his gallery.
Hold up. Come on, Danny.
Goldberg asking for a little positive juju.
Everybody on their feet here at Borgata. Here comes the flop.
5 o'clock.
There's Goldberg's tournament life on the line. And a queen right in the door. It's come queen 8-3.
Neither player with a club. Flush draw. Not of concern.
See Bobby shaking his head. Well, 9 of clubs comes off.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He only has one out. He only has one out, and then we can chop. Don't do it. Come on. It's a bad beat.
Bobby can only win the pot if the 5 of hearts comes up. Any club will give him a split pot.
Don't do it.
Goldberg thinking red here on the river.
Don't do it.
Well, here comes the river card. It's the 4 of clubs. They are both going to make a club flush and split this pot. Heartbreak once again for Fred Goldberg. No, he didn't get knocked out, but it feels like it when you lose with that hand.
Chop it up, all that.
Well, we may be in Jersey, but Goldberg just gave us a little French there under his breath. He is displeased.
That's not a win, buddy. That's not a win at all. That's a bad loss. It's a seriously bad loss.
Tension in the arena is rising as we get closer to crowning a WPT champion. But right now, let's break down tonight's action with Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
A few moments ago, we witnessed a botched opportunity by Jin Huang to eliminate Fred Goldberg, instead allowing him to nearly triple up.
What did I win here?
But what's really interesting is the table talk that develops after the hand, where 2 players believe the play is justified.
Yeah, you cannot call right there.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And the other 2 are shocked this could happen so deep in a tournament.
It's only 500,000 more to you.
So, who's right? Let's break it down. The hand begins with Jin Huang and Bobby Obudi holding the 2 largest stacks on the table. Fred Goldberg is stuck between them with a mere 4 blinds left. And when Jin raises the button to 675,000, and Fred moves in for about $500,000 more,
I'm all in.
Bobby makes the call from the big blind.
I call.
Although his call is later questioned,
You're not supposed to call with the king high in the middle.
Bobby makes this call for 2 reasons. First, although it can't be overtly stated as an intention or agreement between the players, Bobby assumes that most of the time, Jin will just call behind and they will check it down in an effort to eliminate Fred.
It's 500,000 more, and you call and we check it down.
Second, although King 10 suited is by no means a massive hand, he knows that Fred will likely move in with a wide range, and in this spot, his hand will likely have good equity.
I'm all in.
Goldberg just looks down at 1 card, then he's going to ship it all in.
As a result, Jin indeed makes a foolish fold on the button, and here's why. 1, he's getting 6 to 1 on his money to make the call. 2, he's closing the action. And 3, he's in position for the rest of the hand, holding a suited ace.
Yeah, ace with 2 spades.
I mean, what other pristine conditions would he demand to be willing to invest another 4% of his chips? I'll chalk Jin's fold up to inexperience.
I have no reason calling against,
More curious is the boisterous banter of Fred Goldberg after the hand, who ostensibly agrees with the fold and lectures Bobby for his call.
What's wrong with you? This guy opens and you flat. And he's saying he's supposed to call.
So as a viewer, one is left wondering, does Fred know it's a bad fold and is trying to level Jin by playing dumb?
You cannot call right there.
That's what I'm saying.
We both call. There's only 500,000 more.
Stop! Now, Fred is telling him to stop. Don't wise the guy up.
Is he experiencing a moment of results-oriented elation and speaking out of emotion?
This guy calls.
With the king high.
With king high. It's unbelievable.
Or does he actually believe that was a good fold, meaning Fred and I will have an awkward bathroom encounter somewhere in the future where he confronts me for having insinuated that he has no idea what he's talking about?
It's unbelievable.
Well, we agree with Tony. Jin Wong should have made that call with the A2s of spade, but the guy's an amateur player, doesn't play any tournaments, his first WPT event ever. He's just not going to know proper tournament strategies.
All in.
Fred Goldberg with the ace-jack of diamonds is shipping it all in.
Cannot tango with you this time, man. I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't call you.
All right, let's go.
I got 10 eye on you.
Jin knows enough to pitch that 10-7 offsuit here. Goldberg gets a little boost to his stack, but he still needs plenty of help as you see the chip counts there. He's sitting with less than 4 million and the blinds at 150 and 300. Never mind the ante of 30,000 every hand.
All four of these guys going for their first ever WPT title.
In the front table
Those
bowl,
opportunities don't come along very often. You got to take advantage of it if you get here.
Bobby's taking advantage of an ace-9 offsuit four-handed. Makes it 600 to go.
Daniel and Jin go out.
Let's just throw it off a little bit and call.
Oh, we're going to see a flop without the cards being...
Fred defense 10-9, dominated heading to the flop.
You know what? Go ahead, take it away, kid.
Check dark?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fred checks dark and he's flopped top pair and a gut shot straight draw.
600,000.
All right, let's go all in.
And 600,000. Fred quickly goes all in and Bobby quickly calls. Bobby Obuti in great shape to eliminate Fred Goldberg from this tournament.
I'm winning. I have ace-9 against 9-10.
He's got him out kicked. Both players have 2 9s. Bobby has an ace kicker. Fred has a 10 kicker, but he does have a gut shot straight draw.
Let me get lucky one time.
Fred's looking for a 10 or an 8 here to jump into the lead in this pot.
It came 6-6 or 7-7 or another 9 in one of those cards. They would split this pot. But as it is, Fred Goldberg in dire straits.
5.
Well, there's one of the 7s. So if a 7 or a 9 comes up, they would split the pot. An 8 or a 10 comes up, Fred Goldberg will win the pot, but that's all he can win with.
Oh, you gotta make me sweat. You gotta make me sweat myself sweating it. 5.
Well, Fred's thinking a chop would be justice considering the clubs that Bobby pulled on him last time, but it's not to be.
Nope, it's a jack. Fred Goldberg going out in 4th place, the tough player out of South Florida. You know, some days just aren't meant to be, Ali, and this is one of those days for Fred Goldberg.
He is taking home a $280K haul, though.
And right now, Fred's standing by at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Let's hear what he has to say.
Got unlucky a couple times. Guy hit runner flush on me. I would have had a big chip lead, and just got unlucky. I got unlucky a few hands ago. I have flush on the board. I mean, what can you do? Can't really do much. He was embarrassed about his friends a little bit. They were a little unclassy. So nothing against him, just his crew just don't know how to behave.
Fred Goldberg out in 4th place just goes to show that even though you may come into a final table as the chip leader, it does not guarantee the win. Who will take down the coveted Borgata Poker Open title? Stick around for more action on the WPT.
Borgata really is amazing. Every time I come here, I have a great time. They make us feel like stars when we're here. How are you? This week, we went over to the Mixed Nightclub. We walked the red carpet and took a lot of pictures. And we hung out with the poker players.
I'm Melissa.
The pool at the water club is very glamorous. There's palm trees and lighting, and it's indoor. So no matter what the temperature's outside, I can still get a nice little swim in after the poker tournament. I always have such a great time whenever I'm at Borgata.
I don't know what the temperature is outside right now, but it just heated up in here, Mike.
Well, I guarantee you players have a great time here at Borgata if they're in that pool the same time the Royal Flush Girls.
Speaking of great times, Bobby Obuti smooth sailing up over 20 million in chips with the blinds at 2 and 400,000.
Once again, an amazing turnout here at Borgata, record-setting field, the largest ever in the history of the WPT.
A little limp from Bobby in the small blind with the ace. He's got Daniel in rough shape with Jack 3 as they head to the flop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now here's the flop. Queen Jack, 8, 2 hearts.
Check.
Bobby checks. Daniel has made the best hand with 2 jacks.
And Daniel with middle pair. No kicker is going to check behind.
Doesn't want to fall in any traps here. Now the deuce comes off. And again, Bobby checks. Well, now Daniel feels like the jacks are the best hand, so he is going to fire a wager.
450,000, can't blame him.
Oh, and look at this. This is going to be a check raised by Bobby O'Booty.
Wow.
Folks, I guarantee you, if you're sitting in Daniel's seat right now, you're saying, oh, I can't believe it. And if I call this bet, what's he going to do to me on the river? Is he going to bomb the pot with more millions? I just can't take it.
That's right. It's not about what you're doing now. It's about what you're doing now and what you're going to have to do later. Daniel knows he's facing that dilemma and lets it go.
Nice bluff.
Well, this is a case that Daniel just got outplayed by Bobby O'Booty. No doubt about it. Great check raise there on the turn.
Bobby and Daniel are 2 young players going after this title, but included in this record-breaking field of 1,313 here at Borgata were some of the 7 young pros the WPT has singled out as having the combination of talent and charisma that can make them the next breakout stars in the game. Dan O'Brien, Maria Ho, Dylan Horton, and Ebony Kinney all competed this week in Atlantic City. So let's see how they fared in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
Year? No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. Day 1 at the Borgata World Poker Tour.
There's a lot of players here, probably a lot of amateurs. I'd say it's pretty soft overall. I'm pretty excited about it.
I can't win the tournament today, I can't win it tomorrow, so I just have to just give myself a chance and just stay it.
Taking names this tournament, I'm taking names.
I'm here. I came from Vegas. Can't not play.
Dan O'Brien.
Dan O'Brien.
Dan O'Brien doesn't ring a bell.
Dan O'Brien. He seems cool. We've grinded together. He let me use his iPod a couple times.
Dan O'Brien's a very entertaining guy. You can usually spot him wearing some different colored neon sunglasses.
It's hard to say what type of player he is. Usually, you need to play with him a certain amount of time to really understand.
Well, he's from the school of Merce, and anyone who's from the school of Merce is going to play pretty good poker.
My best friends in poker are Jason Mercier, Alan Barry. You know, they've all had some success, and those are the people that I talk hands with mostly.
And they'll help them. They'll throw them pointers. They'll look at their hands. They'll tell them things that might take a regular player, several months or a year, ever to learn.
When you're in a group where everybody is a good poker player and you're always talking strategy, you can't help but get better.
Jay and Alan are crucial to me, and I can always count on them to at least, say something reasonable, even if we disagree.
They seem very cliquey, but they're really good poker players.
You're going to get to the top the most quickly if you compete with and talk to and work with the best players.
The camaraderie is great. It's good to have people in Vegas and people to hang out with on the road. I think that's easily the best way to learn how to play. So everything went against me now. Stars aligned, and that's it. I'm out of here. I'll be fine by the next one for sure. I'll be fine by tomorrow.
Well, Ali, as you know, these young guys that hang out together all the time, all they do is live, breathe, eat, sleep poker 24 hours a day. All they do is talk about hands. Naturally, you're going to become a better player hanging in a group like that.
I'm wondering who you hung out when you were coming up.
Oh, boy. Well, I hung out with old school pool hustlers mostly, if you want to know the truth about it. There weren't any young guns in. It was just old school guys that took you to school.
Bobby looking to take someone to school with king-queen offsuit. Opens the pot for a raise to 800,000. Couple of sevens for Daniel, though.
I'm all in.
Daniel's on the short stack here, and he's going all in with the 2 walking sticks.
Oh, look at this. Ace-king suited for gin. I smell fireworks.
Well, I don't see how you can lay this down.
I call.
Well, he has made the call.
Jesus. Can I get a count, please?
Bobby wants to know how much it is. Recognizes he could end this tournament right here if he could bust them both.
Well, this is an approximation. We have like 12 million range or like?
Probably 10 million.
Actually, it's fine. I fold.
Just going to get out of their way.
You fold, right? You got to fold it.
I know.
And wisely so, as he was dominated.
You got a pair?
Jin suspected he was up against a pair, and sure enough, another one of these races, Mike.
They just come up time and time again in tournament poker.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, it's ace-king suited versus pocket pair. Now, the reason the percentages aren't closer is because Bobby folded a king and a heart.
It'll tip the scales a bit in Daniel's favor. Heading to the flop, will his sevens hold up? It's queen 10-9 with a couple of clubs, 2-7 still in the lead. But Jin can jump out in front with a jack to make a straight or a king or an ace for a bigger pair.
Deuce of clubs.
Well, that's not the greatest for 2-7s.
Come on, GACKT.
Here comes the turn.
GACKT. Jack.
The jack comes off, but it is a jack of clubs. Daniel has a flush draw. It is not over.
We've seen Daniel pull this rabbit out of a hat once before. He looked like he was going to get eliminated, needed running spades and hit him. Can he hit the clubs?
Diamond.
Daniel must catch a club to win this pot. Can he do it? No, the 7 of hearts comes off. He makes 3 sevens. Not going to be good enough to win this pot. That's going to do it for Daniel Buskin, the 26-year-old pro out of Marlton, New Jersey, out tonight in 3rd place.
Good luck, man.
We'll head over to shake hands with Jin Wong. And then head over to the cage to pick up his $335,000.
But before he picks up his cash, we'll grab a quick word with Daniel over at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I was really card dead and just with no chips ever to really do anything at the last few stages. It's kind of frustrating, but lose a flip, you lose a flip, so can't really do anything else.
With Daniel Buskin out in 3rd place, we're set to crown the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open champion. Will it be Jin Huang or Bobby Abudi who takes the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with Heads Up Action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, good luck, man.
Good luck to
You
you.
play great, too.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Sunita Kim, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
He was known as a small stakes rounder, the king of the minor leagues. But at the Season 9 Borgata Poker Open, Dwight Pilgrim made a bold prediction that he would prove the doubters wrong. Seizing his moment in the spotlight, Pilgrim put on an all-star performance, combining strong fundamentals,
Think I don't understand every facet of this game?
rash confidence,
Can I get a clock for this foolishness?
and the heart of a
You
champion
can't put 10 million with a deuce in your hand. You ain't playing poker.
that showed he deserved the respect of the poker world.
Well, Dwight leads out and gets the guy to move all in. And Vince, he is a huge favorite to take this title he's dreamed about so long right here, right now.
We 8% away from a title.
And a 5 comes up. He has done it, Vince. Dwight Pilgrim has shocked the world and taken this title.
In the end, Dwight Pilgrim's emotional victory silenced his critics, fulfilled a dream, and etched his entry to the major leagues. On to the WPT Champions Cup.
The WPT 10th season is giving us a great opportunity to revisit classic moments like that one you just saw. But here in Atlantic City, some brand new poker memories are in the works. We're back in action, so let's get down to Mike and Ali.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to Heads Up Play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
Well, here it comes. Look at all that beautiful cash. This stuff looks heavy, Mike.
I'm looking at the beautiful Royal Flush Girls bringing it out.
Yes, sir. It's going to take a few trips to get that almost $1 million to the table. $922,000 and change to be exact.
Don't forget about second place money of over $550,000. That's on the table as well.
And here comes the WPT Champions Trophy and Players Award. Girls are looking good, holding it down. There they are, Melly Grace, Sunisa, Melissa, and Jennifer. Thank you, ladies.
almost ready for heads-up action between Bobby Abudi and Jin Huang for the Borgata Poker Open title. During the break, Ali Najad had a chance to check in with Bobby Abudi.
Here with Bobby Abudi, he's the chip leader heading into heads-up play. Was second when the final table started. He's here on his home turf in South Jersey. What does it mean to be playing for the title, my man?
I mean, I can't really put it into words right now. It's a pretty surreal experience, and I guess it's not even going to hit me until it's over. Like, even being six-handed, going to the final table, like, it's just not even real. It's just, you know, like, if you're a poker player, this is the ultimate stage, so, I mean, I'm just pretty thrilled with how things are going so far.
We'll soon be etching a new name on the WPT Champions Cup, so let's get back to the action with Mike and Ali.
Well, there you see the chip count. Bobby Abudi out in front with 22 million. Jin Huang starting out with 17 million.
Not a huge gap between them, especially with the blinds where they are. And Jin's first hand is a good one, Mike.
Yep, he's got the two jacks. Powerful hand in heads-up play. And he is going to raise it. Makes it 960,000 to go. Now Bobby Abudi going to make the call with the 7-jack of spade.
960.
Must think 7-11's lucky. Let's see if it is.
He's dominated and in real bad shape heading to this flop.
And flop comes king 10-7, so Bobby's flop bottom pair. He's going to check.
Jin knows what to do. He's firing 950,000.
And quickly called by Bobby.
Bobby knows it's hard to make a pair, and he's got one.
So here we go to the turn card. Well, 3 of diamonds comes off. Bobby checks. It's got to look like a safe card. There's no possible straight card. Not much to it, so Jin's going to bet again. 1.5 million.
Into a pot of almost 4 million, and that'll spell the end for Bobby Abudi.
Yeah, that's a good laydown by Bobby right there.
First pot goes to Jin.
So he does things a little bit unorthodox, but yet here he is fighting it out for this title.
Yeah, he's a zigger when you expect people to be zagging.
Now, all night long, we've felt like Bobby Abudi has played the best poker at this final table. But in truth, he came to this final table with over 11 million chips. He's starting with 23 million. So essentially, he just doubled his chip stack. Whereas Jin, on the other hand, multiplied his chip stack by 8 before he got to this heads-up battle.
I got to be honest, Mike. It's hard not to root for the underdog. He's got Queen Jack suited here and defends his big blind against Bobby's pre-flop raise. A min raise with 7-5 off.
This shows you that satellite players, amateur players, can hang with the big boys every once in a while.
Davids do beat Goliaths from time to time. Meanwhile, the flop is King Jack 7. Jin with the best hand checked it to Bobby, who bet it. Now Jin's going to call the $500,000.
Well, again, Bobby's got 2 7s, and Jin's got 2 jacks.
Board pairs on the turn. Jin slips it to Bobby.
And again, Bobby's going to bet. I think he's put Jin on some type of drawing hand.
Jin's going to call the 600,000.
Yeah, Bobby got to be a little worried about that. And now an 8 comes off, meaning if his opponent had a 9-10, he's made a straight.
2 pair.
Yeah, Bobby says 2 pair, but it's not going to be good enough. Kings and jacks are going to win this pot, and with it, the 52-year-old amateur from Maryland, Jin Huang, has taken the chip lead here at Borgata. And you know, Ali, only twice in WPT history is a short stack entering the final table, gone on to win the title. I'm talking about the 2 guys that have done it, Alex Gomez and Phil Ivey. Can Jin become the 3rd player to accomplish this amazing feat? We'll find out when we return on the World Poker Tour.
We're back at the Borgata Poker Open, and we're getting closer to crowning a WPT champion. In 10 seasons on the WPT, we have seen some hard-fought heads-up battles, but none as spectacular as the one we witnessed 2 seasons ago right here at Borgata. Olivier Busquet's heroic come-from-behind victory to take down a WPT title was one for the record books. This week, I had a chance to go heads-up with Olivier myself in this edition of 5 Questions. I heard a story that part of the motivation for you to move out of your father's home was because he canceled the channel that aired the WPT.
That is a 100% true story. I had this, I guess, semi-obsession with the World Poker Tour when I was kind of learning how to play poker.
I love that it's not like, I'm 24, it's time for me to go. Oh no, my dad canceled the channel that airs the WPT.
No, I mean, my situation was great at the time. You know, it had no expenses and I was like, you know, doing my thing, but I was like, why did you do that?
2 years ago, at the Borgata Poker Open, you're heads up with Jeremy Brown, 19-1 underdog. Did you think that you had any chance of taking that down?
At that point, you know, it wasn't so much that I didn't think I had a chance.
Jeremy Brown has 94% of the chips in play. That is a massive chip lead.
I knew that no matter what happened, I would have to kind of get lucky, and a lot of different things would have to work out for me. So I was fortunate enough that they did.
Describe the emotion that you felt making that comeback and taking that WPT title.
Winning Borgata there were kind of a bunch of different emotions that kind of went into it.
Well, Olivier knows he's one card away from winning this title. He's done it. Olivier has made the greatest comeback in the history of the World Poker Tour.
It was kind of overwhelming. I mean, you even see that, like, I shed a couple tears just because I was so happy to actually win the WPT at the time. Was just, you know, like I said, it was like a dream that just came true for me.
You just got married?
Yeah.
Are you focusing on your own personal life?
This has actually been a struggle for me throughout my poker career. It's been leaving the game when I'm not playing. For me, I've kind of developed over time a better and better ability to do that. Kind of not taking my work home with me, so to speak. My wife is a big part of that, but it's still hard. I mean, poker is an emotional game. Sometimes I can get a little bit too consumed with it.
Have you seen our WPT Champions Cup?
I have, yes. I actually saw my name on one of the tiles. That was cool. I actually saw it in Paris at the WPT and the Aviation Club.
It has the winning hand too, it's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
But there's one list of champions, and there's a lot of people that have won WPTs over the years. There's a much, much smaller list of people who have won more than one, and I would really love to be able to join that elite group within elite group.
Olivier Bousquet, a class act in the poker world, great WPT champion, great poker player. But Ali, what I really like about the guy is the advice he gives all the young guys that are thinking about turning pros. He says, stay in college, get your education first.
Yeah, the reality is that such a small percentage of players that endeavor to succeed on a lifetime basis in poker will be able to do so. Nice to have a fallback plan. Don't need a fallback plan with ace-queen suited, though. Blinds at 250 and 500,000 with a 50K ante.
Playing heads up, you're ready to go to war with this hand, that's for sure.
Raising it up to 1.15 million. Oh, and you'd love to be up against ace-jack, as Jin is here.
Bobby does not re-raise with the ace-jack here.
I think he wants to play small pots with Jin. I think Bobby feels he can outplay him post-flop.
Well, he's smart to use that strategy.
9-high rainbow board. Bobby O'Booty checks his ace-jack over to Jin here. Jin fires the continuation bet.
Well, 1.1 million, and Bobby calls here.
This pot already up to 4.7 million.
Oh, and the jack comes off. On the turn, Bobby O'Booty now has the lead. Again, he checks.
Oh, and he would love to see a decent-sized bet out of Jin here on the off chance that he'd be taking rope and firing with air. And he does have a straight draw.
Well, a lot of guys would check the straight draw right there. Just hope to get a free card to make it, but not Jin. He's firing out 2.25 million.
Hard to imagine if you get called here, your hand is any good.
And Bobby's going to make the call.
9.2 in the middle, Mike. This is a mammoth pot.
Whoever wins this pot will be the massive chip leader in this heads-up battle. And the 3 of spade comes off.
Big, huge brick for Jin.
Yeah, O'Booty is checked.
But Jin knows better than to fire a third barrel at this point.
Jack.
Well, Bobby's going to realize how lucky he was to win this pot now. Wow. Ace-queen versus ace-jack. There you see his expression.
Camp O'Booty doesn't care if it's luck-based or skill-based. They just want an excuse to hoot and holler.
And Ali, when you win a pot like that, sometimes you just think destiny's on your side. It's going to be your day to take down this title.
Well, it certainly feels like it's been his final table just about the whole way to this point. Bobby on the button with queen deuce of spades.
He limps in and calls. As you said, probably trying to keep the pot small, but no thank you, says Jin Wong.
I call.
I've got Kojak. I don't believe you can beat it. I'm going to raise here.
And Bobby's going to call the extra 750, Mike. He just wants to play in position and take flops.
Let's see if it works out for him here. Flop comes 7-6-6 with 2 spades. So Bobby has the flush draw, but Jen has the best hand with the king high, and it goes check, check on the flop. And the jack of spades comes.
Oh boy, look at
this
that.
not only gives Bobby a flush, it gives Jen jacks up.
Now think about it. Had Bobby bet on the flop, Jin might have gotten away from the hand.
1.6 million.
Because he checked, he gives Jin a chance to hit a card that he's going to be able to call Bobby's $1.6 million bet here.
I don't know that he's going to just call it. Bobby might have 1 spade in his hand. He might have a jack with a weaker kicker. Might be on a stone bluff. Jen trying to put all this together and solve this puzzle. I don't see him getting away from this hand, not when that jack comes off on the turn. Question is, how much is he going to put in the pot?
Well, let's gamble. I'm all in.
Well, how about all of it?
Well, he's going to gamble all in. Well, that got Bobby's attention, but I don't see how you can throw a flush away here playing heads up.
He's going to triple check it.
I call.
Well, he has made the call. He turns up the flush.
You got it.
Well, Jin needs a world of help here. Doesn't have a ton of outs.
He now needs to catch a jack or a 6. Nothing else will do for him. Must make a full house to win this pot.
Can't win if it's a spade.
Well, there you see Bobby over with his boys.
You can't win if it's a spade, man. Spade out and it's over.
Saying, please let me hang on and dodge a jack or a 6.
It's over.
One time.
One
Spade,
card
come on,
away
lady.
from
Spade,
922,000.
spade,
Can he
spade,
make it happen?
Well, the 3 of spade comes off. That's going to do it. Bobby O'Booty has done it. He has captured the WPT title that he's been striving for.
Thank you very much. Nice play.
Well earned and well deserved. Jin heads over to chat with the family, and I'm going to head over to get some words with our second place finisher.
Jin Wong got in this tournament on satellite. Was close to being eliminated several days in this tournament. Even checked out of the hotel once. Didn't think he'd last. Ali, take it.
Here with our second place finisher, Jin Huang. Jin, I know that you had a dream that you were going to win this particular event. It didn't work out for you. Tell me what's going through your head.
Well, still I'm so, satisfied with my play.
Well, Jin, I tell you what, if every time I ran down I was taking home $550,000, I'd be a happy camper too. Congratulations.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm so happy there.
All right, back over to you, Mike.
Well, Bobby, you did it. You came to this final table in good chip position. You remain calm, cool, and collected throughout. You got to feel great about the way you not only play at this final table, but all week long.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no words. I'm just fumbling over my words. I have nothing to say. I mean, I don't know. Wait. Yeah, I do have something to say. I did prepare something for this moment, a speech I like to say about how it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, and it's honestly about time that I've won this. So.
Well, in addition to the $922,000 you take home, you're also going to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. It's going to go up there with the Legends of Poker. You got to be proud about that.
Yeah, absolutely. What more can you ask for than to be lumped in with those group of guys who I'm probably better than all of them, but people will find it out real soon. People will find it out.
Well, once again, congratulations on your win. Kimberly, back up to you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Bobby O'Booty, the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open champion and the winner of the largest tournament in WPT history. Please join us next time as the WPT moves up the East Coast for another huge event, the Foxwoods World Poker Finals. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Ali Najad, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, including our friend Vince Van Patten, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Winning a WPT title can make a poker player's career. Winning 2 puts you among the best the game has ever seen. In the heart of New England, 5 players stand between a WPT champion and his quest to etch his name for a second time on the WPT Champions Cup. The Foxwoods World Poker Finals starts right now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
last 10 seasons, only 15 players have won more than a single WPT title, but of those 15, 5 of them claimed a title right here in Connecticut. Now, Foxwoods Casino, a WPT charter member, has been host to some of the greatest tournaments and greatest names in World Poker Tour history. Corkins, Little, and Seidel all won titles here, but Foxwoods has also seen its share of amateurs make their mark. As this tournament got underway, the field was ready to battle for a $1.7 million prize pool and a chance to have their name set alongside the game's very best. As the 10th annual WPT World Poker Finals got underway, the field featured the usual WPT strong mix of high-stakes professional players and local amateurs.
Welcome, players, to the World Poker Finals at Foxwoods. Now let's shuffle up and deal.
Day 1 featured 13 former WPT champions, including 3 two-time winners, all aiming to etch their names on the Champions Cup one more time. One recent WPT champion who arrived at Foxwoods with a knee injury and an interesting new hairstyle ran into serious trouble early on in the day. Season 10 Legends of Poker winner Will Fiala was on the losing end of a huge pot. His stack was reduced to just 3 chips and his tournament seemed short-lived. Although his chip stack had taken a huge hit, his confidence remained high.
Here comes trouble.
And he made a promise borrowed from his good friend, Dwight Pilgrim.
Hope I'm the shortest stack, because when I win this, I'm going to shake up the world.
In perhaps the wildest hand of the day, 3 players saw a flop of 4-3-3 with 2 hearts. The turn card was the 8 of hearts, and that's where the fireworks began. After 2 checks, Peter Politano bet out $13,000 and was called by Tim Leahy, who was all in for his last $12,000. The action fell to Season 9 Foxwoods finalist Nikolai Yakovenko, who went into the tank and finally open-folded an ace-high flush. With Nikolai out of the hand, the other 2 players turned over their hands. Tim Leahy turned over pocket fours for a flopped full house, but was crushed by Peter's flopped quad.
That's what I folded on the turn, right there.
Amazingly, the 5 of hearts on the river would have given Nikolai a straight flush to beat both players.
I know it was coming too. I'm saying myself, I know the hand is coming. I know the straight flush is coming.
Tim Leahy, who was also celebrating his birthday, sounded off online about his terrible beat. One former champ on a tear was Season 9 Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger. Andy found success throughout the day, knocking out players and raking in chips.
Day 1, it's nice to start out well, but it's all about how it goes from here. Knock on wood, last time I had a big Day 1 was the event where I won my bracelets.
When the day ended, after 5 levels of play, 141 players remained. Tom Schreiber held the chip lead with 104,000. Andy Frankenberger was in 4th, and 6-time WPT finalist Kathy Liebert in 5th with 90,000 in chips. 4 former Foxwoods champs all finished the day in the middle of the pack, keeping their hopes of becoming the first player to ever win the same event twice still alive. Legends champ Will Fiala limped into Day 2 in more ways than one.
Still the favorite. Still the favorite.
It is now 34-50, all in.
He has all the chips in the middle. It's a fantastic moment for poker.
But his chance at an epic comeback was not to be, and he was one of the first players eliminated. Andy Frankenberger continued his winning ways and took the chip lead after flopping a set of 10s to increase his chip stack.
We're gonna make it happen today. It's gonna be a fun day.
Dwight Pilgrim may have finally met his match in the trash-talking department, as amateur player and pawn shop owner Bob Carbone kept things entertaining at the table.
The old man. Yeah, you in trouble, boy. But I still can fight, you know.
Another player quietly starting to amass chips was Season 7 WPT World Championship finalist Christian Harder. Christian, a poker pro from Maryland who had been a mainstay on the tour for the past few years, took the chip lead from Andy Frankenberger midway through level 6. But Christian's lead was short-lived. In a pot with Borgata finalist Darren Elias, he went all in on a flop with Jack 10-3 with pocket aces, but was quickly called by Darren's set of 10s. No help on the turn or the river sent Darren into the chip lead, and Christian was left with less than 50,000.
I lost a big pot to Darren Elias,
But in the span of a level, you're back to 140 again.
yeah, 130-ish.
However, Christian was able to fight his way back up and finish the day 6th in chips. Andy Frankenberger took 2nd place, with Dan Kolpois in 1st with 246,000 in chips. Darren Elias lost half his stack late in the day and finished in 18th place. The final table is almost underway here at Foxwoods, but first, we still have more coverage of the early play here. Will 2 former WPT Players of the Year make it to this final table? Find out right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a die playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour. Our expanded playdown coverage continues as we get closer to the start of the Foxwoods World Poker Finals final table.
Oh my God.
The bust-outs on day 3 were quick in coming as play got underway.
Good luck, boys.
One of the first people eliminated was Season 9 Foxwoods defending champion, Jeff Forrest.
Oh man, this is definitely one of the toughest fields all year. You know, every time I come here, it's this year and last year, it's just, I look around and there's not a lot of soft tables.
All in.
Another early bust-out was delivered by young pro Daniel Santoro, who knocked out Club WPT.com online qualifier Don Burwell when Daniel's set of 10s held up against Don's gut shot straight draw. Don finished short of the money, but it was an impressive deep run for our Club WPT.com online qualifier.
Day 3, just a kid with a dream.
Dwight's tournament was ended by poker pro Bernard Lee when his ace-9 failed to improve against Bernard's pocket queens.
Without a lot of talk, right? Yeah, you already said you had me beat. You should have said that. First time was funny. Second time starting to get a little annoying now.
Bob Carbone, who had been warned about talking too much at the table, especially while in the middle of a hand, resorted to a new tactic.
Make the world go away. Who are you just singing?
We may never know if Mike folded because he thought he was beat or if he just wanted Bob to stop singing. As the money bubble approached, the field was packed with big names. Two-time champs Hoyt Corkins, Jonathan Little, and Cornell Simpan were all still on the hunt for their 3rd title. Former WPT champions Andy Frankenberger and Lee Marcolt were looking to add a 2nd title to their already impressive resumes. With 28 players left, Alistair Melville was all in for his last 3,500 against Christian Harder. Christian turned straight and eliminated Alistair in 28th place. With that hand, the bubble was burst and the remaining 27 players were guaranteed at least $19,000 for their showing. At the end of the day, Andy Frankenberger had a huge stack of over $650,000, almost $200,000 more than the 2nd place finisher, former Foxwoods finalist Jack Schonbacher. Day 4 saw 2 powerhouses collide early on as one Foxwoods champ, Hoyt Corkins, sent another to the rail, ending Cornell Simpan's deep run.
It was tough, but lucky to sneak in the money.
Pawn shop owner Bob Carbone and reigning player of the year Andy Frankenberger got into several heated hands. Bob doubled through Andy, then Andy doubled through Bob, leaving Bob with just a few chips. But Bob doubled through Andy one more time to get back in the hunt. Both players would ride the chip roller coaster all day and survive day 4. It looked like high-stakes cash game pro Matt Glantz would double up, but with no help on the turn and river, Matt's tournament run ended in 12th place.
Good luck to you guys. Hope you do well. Out 12th yet again. Second 12th in WPT in a row, and it's pretty standard for me lately.
In his 2nd battle of the day against a 2-time champ, Hoyt found a big hand pre-flop, but was outflopped by Jonathan Little. Jonathan's hand held up and sent the Foxwoods champ from Season 2 packing in 10th place.
Was trying to make it through today, almost did, but, you know, just couldn't win the key hands.
Day 4 ended with just 8 players, with the hopes of having 2 WPT Players of the Year for the first time in history at a final table. But at the top of the charts were 2 young pro players, Christian Harder and Daniel Santoro, each with over 1 million in chips. 3 local players and 5 seasoned pros took their seats at the start of Day 5. 2 players would have the unfortunate distinction of finishing just short of the WPT televised final table. Early in the day, local player and ER physician Eli Berg, one of the shorter stacks, went all in with ace-jack and was quickly called by Jonathan Little's pocket kings. With no improvement on the flop, Eli was on the verge of elimination, but he caught an ace on the turn to double up and cripple Jonathan's chip stack. A few hands later, Jonathan found himself all in and dominated when his 5-9 of hearts ran into local grinder Stephen Brackesy's ace-5 offsuit. No help on the board sent Jonathan to the rail after a strong showing, denying him the chance of a 3rd plaque on the Champions Cup.
They're both pretty standard spots. I mean, like the guy's never folding ace-jack, and I'm never not pushing 9-5 suited on the button for my stack, so standard spots, you just gotta win them sometimes.
With 1 elimination away from the TV final table, poker pro Chris Klodnicki called Stephen Brackesy's all-in flop bet with top pair against Stephen's nut flush draw. A king of diamonds on the turn put a dagger in the hopes of Chris's chances on making his first WPT final table, sending Stephen into the chip lead. And with Chris's bust out, the televised final table was set. The 6 included 4 first-time WPT finalists and 2 players with the experience of playing under the bright lights. Season 7 WPT Championship finalist Christian Harder and Season 9 Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, who was still in the hunt to join the exclusive club of 2-time WPT champions. As you can see, the final 6 players are split down the middle with 3 professionals and 3 seasoned locals. Now, after 5 days of play, they've all proven that they have what it takes to win a WPT title. So for more insight into our final 6, let's turn it over to our world-class analysts, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Kimberly, should be a great final table tonight. We've got the 3 pro players in seats 1, 2, and 3. They're the 3 chip leaders, but we've also got 3 successful businessmen who have made it to this final table. Starting out in 4th chip position tonight is a 62-year-old amateur player from Westerly, Rhode Island, Bob Carboni. Now, Bob's a pawnbroker, and he got in this tournament by winning a $250 satellite. He is entertaining, and he'll be fun to watch tonight. Starting out in 5th place tonight is another amateur player, Eli Berg. Eli's a doctor. He's an emergency physician from Newton, Massachusetts. He's married with 5 children. And Vince, how can you root against somebody that's got 5 kids? Starting out in 6th place tonight is the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. Now, Andy is a former derivatives trader in New York. He's turned to poker. He's a WPT champion. This is his 3rd WPT final table. And even though he's starting out in the short stack tonight, he's hoping that his experience will bode well for him tonight.
And Kimberly, I'll tell you something, it's always fun to watch these gritty New Englanders with their strange dialects compete for this title. This is gonna be fun. Seat number 1 is the chip leader right now, and his name is Stephen Brackesy. He has 1.8 million in chips. He's a fine poker pro. He used to be into construction, and tonight he would like to cement his way into WPT history. Then moving over to seat number 2, we have a 25-year-old from Belmore, Long Island. He's a poker pro, Daniel Santoro. He's got about 1.2 million in chips. Seat number 3 is Christian Harder. We've seen him before here on the World Poker Tour. He finished 4th at the WPT Championship. He's a great player, and he's got a lot of chips tonight, close to 1.3 million. So I have to say, with that chip stack, it is going to be easier, not harder, for him to take down this title, Mike. You get it?
Oh, boy. And with that, let's send it down to Matt Savage, who's standing by with the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger.
Thanks, Mike. I'm here with Andy Frankenberger. Now, it was only a year ago that you decided to turn pro, and already a WPT coveted title. You have a World Series of Poker bracelet. You also are the reigning Player of the Year for the World Poker Tour. Now, this is your 3rd final table. What do you attribute all this young career success to?
Well, I guess I'm pretty new to the poker world, but the type of thinking we do at the poker table is very similar to the type of thinking I did in my career as a derivatives trader. So I was dealing with a lot of pressure, a lot of difficult decisions, as my former colleagues over there will attest. I worked in a very confrontational, difficult environment, so the poker's new to me, but the intensity and that type of experience is actually right what I've been doing for the past 15 years.
And you start today as a short stack. We'll be looking to get it all in early.
Well, I wouldn't want to reveal any of my strategy in front of those sharks over there, but let's just say I'm looking to chip up.
All right, Kimberly, over to you.
Well, Andy knows what he has to do to take down another WPT title. All right, making a WPT final table is a huge accomplishment in any player's career, but being the last man standing is what they'll be remembered for. The battle begins when the final table of the Season 10 Foxwoods World Poker Finals begins right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, the final table here at Foxwoods.
After 5 days of grueling competition, we are down to our final 6 players. And with me in the booth tonight, as always, Vince Van Patten.
Well, thank you, Mike. It is good to be back here at Foxwoods, where there's always something good to do and something fun. But tonight, I am interested to see whether Andy Frankenberger will take down his second WPT title. The Andys are going to start at 2,000. Blinds are 6 and 12. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our chip leaders. Steve Brackesy, 39-year-old pro out of Waltham, Massachusetts, out in front. Christian Harder, tough pro from Annapolis, Maryland, in second place.
All right, action going to Bob Carboni, the pawn shop man. Learned poker at a WPT boot camp. And now he's competing for the big bucks here. He's going to fold his hand. Andy Frankenberger.
Well, he's the man everybody's watching at this final table, going for his second WPT title, the reigning WPT Player of the Year.
Yep, he's got ace, deuce of diamonds, and he's raised to 30,000.
Emergency position. Eli Berg goes out.
Brackesy and Daniel Santoro also going away, and now it's on Christian Harder, and he's picked up the weapons of mass destruction. The pair of aces on the very first hand, Mike.
Incredible. First deal at the final table, you're in the big blind. A guy's raised, you look down and find 2 aces.
Looks like a re-raise. He's going to pop it back up, 72,000 into Andy.
Andy Frankenberger better be very careful here. He's an aggressive player, but his day could end early if he gets crazy with this hand.
He's got enough money to speculate here, you would think, but no, he's going to release, and that's a great fold by him.
Andy going for his second WPT title tonight. He's the reigning WPT Player of the Year. And that's a high honor as you can get out here on the World Poker Tour to perform better than the entire poker world over the course of a season.
No one gave him much respect. You know, he came out of the stock market business and Wall Street, and they just thought he was an amateur player, but he has proved them so wrong.
All in.
Frankenberger's going to put a little extra ketchup on the burger.
The success I've had at the WPT is something I could have never predicted when I started playing poker.
Andy Frankenberger taking down the legends of poker.
Each season has a whole bunch of tournament winners, but there's only one Player of the Year every year. And that shows that there's been a certain level of consistency throughout the year.
Andy Frankenberger, Season 9 WPT Player of the Year. Congratulations.
And in my first professional year to win Player of the Year, that to me is something that stands out as my single greatest accomplishment.
Taking a look at the Player of the Year race, Will the Thrill Fiala, who won the Legends of Poker tournament in LA and took 11th place at Borgata, is currently in the lead with 1,600 points. Now, whoever wins tonight's event will earn 1,000 points and be in contention for the Season 10 POY. Remember, we'll be tracking this race all season long, so be sure to check back with us each week. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
All right, action on Andy, this time with a King 5. Won't play that hand. Here's the ER Dr. Eli Berg. He also goes away. Stephen Brackesy out.
Now it's on the pro now. 25-year-old Daniel Santoro with the pitiful 9-deuce offsuit.
He's also got the whole Beatles Let It Be type look with the hair and the mustache. Oh, and he is going to raise with a junk hand. Makes it 47,000 to go. Christian out and the pawn man, Bob Carboni with a King 9.
What a story he is. He got in this tournament on a $250 satellite. Pawn broker for 26 years.
Learned his poker at a WPT boot camp. He's going to raise it, makes it 47,000 to go. Back on Santoro.
He obviously sensed weakness. Came back over the top with the King 9 offsuit, but incredibly, Carboni is being called here by Santoro's 9-deuce.
Flop comes up Jack 4 deuce. Santoro picking up deuces. Carboni nothing.
40.
Carboni's going to make the continuation bet. Sticking out 40,000. Will it work? Santoro not going anywhere. He's made this call. Just deuces.
Oh, the 9-deuce before the flop. You flop some of it, so you do make the call. An ace comes off.
Helps neither player. Bob going to check.
It's gone check, check. Now a 3 comes off and another club as well.
Check. And they're happy to check again, and Daniel Santoro going to slop in there with a pair of deuces and win this pot.
Well, he is going to be shocked to win this pot with 2 deuces. And right now, the pawnbroker saying to himself, I can't believe this young guy called my re-raise with a 9-deuce offsuit.
Blackjack, you know?
What is going on here? And there you see the new Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Club WPT VIP members get privileged seating at these Royal Flush Girl bars, so it pays to be a Club WPT VIP member.
It is a great addition we have here on season 10. Back to the table, Eli Berg, an ER doctor, father of 5, picks up king, queen.
You got 4 boys and a girl. Plays a fair amount of poker. His 15th WPT event, his second cash, first final table.
And the doctor is going to fire it, looks like.
Yep, going to raise right under the gun. Makes it 36,000 to go.
Stephen Brackesay out. Let it be, man.
Round to Santoro. Won the last pot with a 9-deuce, but folds a 10-9 here.
Now it's on Christian Harder. And he looks down at, oh man, can you believe this? Again!
Incredible.
Pair of aces twice.
Folks, you're supposed to pick up 2 aces on average once every 220 hands. He's had them twice already at this final table.
He has been raised, and this time he's just going to call, probably because Andy folded last time when he had aces. Now he's going to try to slow play it.
Well, dangerous play in my mind, because now the blinds are priced to come in, so now you got to beat a couple players.
Bob out.
Rather than just one.
Andy is going to call.
Now Frankenberger does make the call out of the big blind, so let's see how this slow play works out for Harder. Now, so far, so good as it comes king 7-7. Frankenberger checks.
Well, Eli hits a pair of kings. This could be beautiful for Christian Harder.
Yep, the doctor could get operated on here. Looks like a good flop for him. He's got to think the only way he can be beat here is if somebody flopped 3 7s. Not going to put somebody on an ace-king or 2 aces because nobody raised before the flop, so he's got to like this flop.
He's bet 73,000. Christian, of course, with the overpair. He's just going to massage him, makes the call.
Now Christian, again, does not raise with the 2 aces.
Andy out.
Just calls.
Yep, going to the turn. This is dangerous territory.
The 10 comes off.
And the ER doctor is going to check.
I don't think Christian's going to put him on a 7. Yes, there's a chance he could have 2 kings, but
104,000 by Christian with the aces.
I'm all in.
Uh-oh.
He has gone all in, and Harder not liking that. Afraid the guy might have kings 4, flop 3 7s.
I call.
But he makes the reluctant call, and he's going to love it. Christian out in front with the aces, and the ER doctor is going to need a transfusion or a very lucky river card.
Well, you're right about that, but you can't blame him for how he played this hand because Harder slow played his aces before the flop and on the flop.
I thought you did.
You camouflage them about as good as you can. And unfortunately for the doctor, it could spell big trouble.
Yep, down to the river. Here we go.
Well, the doctor on the respirator right now. Got to catch a king to stay alive or he'll be heading back to the emergency room.
River card. Can Eli Berg get lucky? Nope.
Well, that's a 7. Even though Eli made 7s full of kings, that's not good enough. As Christian Harder had the 2 aces.
Yeah, tough beat. Fine gentleman out in 6th place. Eli Berg.
All right, Christian.
The doctor gonna suture up 83,000. Just like that, we are down to 5. And right now, Eli's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, Eli, you didn't quite go like you wanted today, but you know, you got a lot of back at home to get back to.
Yeah, you know, it was very short, but that's what happens sometimes, and had a great time getting here. You know, hope to come back someday and wish everyone luck and had a great time. So
Well, I'm sure we'll see you again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's always nice to see when an amateur comes out to play with the pros and still has a good time doing it. Even though he's out in 6th place, we're down to 5 players right here at the World Poker Finals. Lots more to come tonight from Foxwoods, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Sinisa Kim, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I'm Jess here at day 1 of the Foxwoods World Poker Finals, and I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Michael Jamali. Now, how long have you been playing on Club WPT?
A few months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, pretty, yes.
What prompted you to sign up?
To qualify for one of these events. Figured I could take them down, so I tried, and I did.
Now, I have to say, you know, sometimes people get a little nervous playing in a big buy-in event like this. You've been pretty active and seem right at home at the tables. How's it been for you so far?
Yeah, I feel pretty cool. I feel relaxed. I got nothing to lose, so I do. I'm planning to get in the money, but we'll see what happens.
Lucky player here. Club WPT got you here. Now we're partying here at the Scorpion Bar. Having fun, right?
Life is good.
You ever think you'd be in your seat?
That's why I joined, in the seat. Honestly, you don't get anywhere unless you believe. So you got to believe.
Michael Jamali had a once-in-a-lifetime experience here at Foxwoods, and it could happen to you. You can get a VIP membership for $19.95 a month. Play all the poker you want on ClubWPT.com. You can win up to $100,000 per month in cash and prizes, as well as win seats in the WPT events. That's right. Playing on ClubWPT.com. Just like Michael Jamali did. So it could happen to you if you signed up today and joined ClubWPT.com.
Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, let's get back down to the felt.
Well, with that last pot, Christian Harder has taken over the chip lead at this final table. And Vince, the book says never slow play your aces, re-raise them before the flop if you can stream down the field. Had Christian Harder done that there's a chance the doctor might have thrown the king-queen away, and he wouldn't have made nearly that much money. So obviously it does pay to slow play aces sometimes.
Get the books. Back to the table we go. A few folds around to Stephen Brackesy, the poker pro out of Waltham, Massachusetts.
Yeah, he hasn't played a hand yet at this final table, and here he comes in with a 5 deuce.
Yep.
But he is in the small blind. Just raising it to try to pick up the blinds and antes.
Makes it 38,000, and now Daniel Santoro with just an 8-7 is going to invest a little bit more. Makes the call. Battle of the blinds, going at it. And the flop comes up 10-7-3. Santoro hitting a pair of 7s. Brackesy with nothing.
He's going to make the continuation bet.
Gonna bet 45,000 with nothing. Santoro getting a piece of that, and he's not going anywhere. Going to make this call.
Doesn't want to re-raise and get raised out of the pot.
We go to the turn, 6 of clubs.
This does give Stephen a gut shot straight draw. A 4 would give him a straight, but that is all he can win the pot with.
Well, he's been very selective so far tonight. So he's hoping that his image at the table will win this pot. He's betting again, 105,000.
Well, obviously he can win the pot by betting the guy out of the pot, but that's not happening as Santoro makes the call here because he also has a straight draw now.
And a pair.
But the Jack of Hearts comes off, so neither player going to be happy to see that card.
Brackesy finally disillusioned, checking there.
Just waves the white flag. Cannot win the pot checking.
And Santoro checking as well. Brackesy finally getting involved. Unfortunately, things did not work out the way he wanted. He's a tough local pro here at Foxwoods. Taking a shot here, but not winning that one. And look at those 3, Manny, Mo, and Mac there.
Well, the guy on the right is Alan Sternberg, a WPT champion from the Bay 101 tournament last year. He's here rooting on his buddy Santoro.
All right, back to the play. Bob Carboni first to play. Bob's going to look down at a 7-3 of hearts. Rejects that hand.
Over to the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. He's down the queen 9.
And now Stephen Brackesay with just a jack 10.
And he's going to raise it on the button to 40,000.
Raise to 40.
Daniel Santoro with a queen 9.
Well, he's a guy that likes to play a lot of pots. See what he's going to do with this hand.
Yep, we've seen the small blind. You just don't want to be pickpocketed all the time, and he's going to make this call. Into Christian Harder, who folds his hand. So we have two-way action between Daniel and Steven. Here come the first three.
Now flop comes ace, king, 10 with 2 hearts.
Brackesay picking up a piece of that with the 10s. Daniel going to check.
Well, Brackesay checks behind him, even though he's got 2 10s in the straight draw.
7 on the turn, helping neither player.
Well, Santoro says, hey, this guy didn't bet on the flop. Maybe he's got a small pair. Maybe if I bet, I can take it away from him. And that's what he's going to do. Takes a stab at the pot. Bets the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, 40,000.
Well, Brackesay's got the 2 10s and the straight draw. And he's going to make the call.
Wow, nice stubborn call by Brackesay.
3 of diamonds comes off.
No help for either player. Now will Daniel attempt one more bluff here? Nope.
He's going to check.
Queen high.
Brackesay checks as well. And Brackesay's going to be very proud of himself for calling with just 10s and taking down his pot.
So the former construction worker, Brackesay, adds to his toolbox.
There's a couple lucky guys at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar enjoying the moment here tonight. Daniel Santoro.
Action's back on him. He looks down at ace, deuce of diamonds.
This young guy, 25 years old, likes to play a lot of pots.
I know that's all times.
And again, he's getting chips out.
Going to raise it under the gun here. Makes it 36,000 to go.
Christian out. The pawn shop man. Bob Carboni out. Andy not playing.
Well, Brackesay going to make the call here with the 3-4 hearts.
And here we go with the flop.
The flop comes 9-7-5 with 2 hearts. A gut shot straight flush draw for Brackesay. Nice flop for him. See how he plays it. Well, it looks like he's going to lead right out and bet here. Like most guys would check here. The guy made a continuation bet, just opened the blade with this kind of draw. But Brackesay leading right out, and obviously this flop nowhere near hitting Santoro, so could be an easy getaway for him. He does lay it down, so Brackesay does pick up that pot.
Yep, he's a local. Plays only in Foxwoods. Never been to Las Vegas, and he is tough.
Well, my friends and family are excited that I'm here playing. They came out to support me, so I'm going to try to put on a good show for them.
Wow. My God, what a hand.
It's exciting. A little nervous. You know, I'm not going to sit back with my chips. I'm going to play.
Call.
Swing for the fence. I'm not trying to move up in the money. Go for it.
Well, you got to like Brackesay's attitude. He is going for it. And Vince, I don't think there's many poker pros in the world that have been a pro for 7 years like he has. It's never been to Las Vegas.
It's pretty incredible. 5 players remain going after big money here tonight at Foxwoods. Christian Harder first to act. Looks down at a jack 8 of diamonds. And he will raise, makes it 36,000 to go.
Well, he's the chip leader.
Bob Carboni right behind him.
The amateur pawnbroker. Going to get away from this hand.
Now Mr. Frankenberger. Whoa, big ace-king for Andy.
Just the kind of hand Andy's looking for right now. He's on the short stack with 5 players left. The question is, does he raise a little or does he raise a lot? Definitely going to raise.
He's got a gigantic hand, ace-king. He says all in.
Well, there's your answer. He's shipping it.
Brackesay out. Now Daniel Santoro also goes away. Will he get the action, though, from Christian?
300.
Who just has a jack 8 of diamonds.
Well, the WPT Player of the Year is not the guy you're looking to double up in this spot, so Harder going to fold the jack 8. And Andy Frankenberger's dreams of winning a second WPT title tonight are still alive.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This season on the WPT, we're following the lives of 7 young poker players who we believe have the potential to become the next breakout star in poker. Now here at Foxwoods, we caught up with Dylan Horton, Ebony Kinney, and Doc Sands as each tries to make their way on the tournament trail in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
I love to grind. I'm a sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. Ones to watch.
Today is day 1 of Foxwoods main event.
I'm at Foxwoods for the WPT main event.
Happy to be here. Got a good turnout so far and a great table, so looking forward to a productive day 1.
Doc Sands is a good poker player who's transitioned into live really well.
Doc Sands, phenomenal player, aggressive, hungry, intelligent.
He has a great track record. I would peg him as one of those guys that's just capable of anything.
Doc's cutthroat when he's out there. Doc is one of the most intimidating players at the poker table.
He's kind of a sicko. He's one of those people that is constantly putting you to the test. There's never a sit back, relax, breathe easy moment with Doc.
And I'm definitely going to try to accumulate chips in these last 2 levels. I'm not playing to cash. I'm not playing to make day 3. I'm playing to win.
But he's also capable of just being very patient and just holding out for a really long period of time because that's the optimal way to play it.
Just try to play my best poker given the situation and run up my stack.
He's a very quick learner and just devours information. He can take a table and kind of size it up and decide how he's going to play that day.
Every time I put a chip in the pot, I'm trying to figure out what my opponent's response to that action is going to be and be aware of all the counter moves my opponent might make.
Doc Sands takes a long time to act, regardless of the situation. But yeah, he thinks way too much.
Throws the hood up, he sits there, but he waits.
Extremely infuriating to play with. But other than that, I think he's good.
Basically just a game where you want to think as many levels ahead of your opponents as possible.
Once you get to that point in your game, you're just good. You're just plain good.
Doc does a good job bringing it.
He's the man.
Overall, this tournament, I'm really happy with how I played. So, you know, I'll cool off after the beat and just kind of dissect my game and look for other places to play better. But like I said, overall, I'm pretty happy other than the result.
And Vince, the consensus among the ones to watch was that Doc Sands is the one to watch out of the group.
Well, they all look really tough and eager. Will be exciting to watch.
Yeah, these are the ones to watch right now because one of these guys is going to have their name etched up on the WPT Champions Cup when this night is over.
Action going to the pawn shop, man. Bob Carboni.
Yeah, he looks down at an ace-4 offsuit here. And he's a 62-year-old amateur. Been in the pawnbroking business for 26 years. Got in this tournament by winning a $250 satellite. He is going to raise it up under the gun here with the ace-4 offsuit.
Yeah, makes it 36,000 to go. And now Andy Frankenberger going to fold Stephen Brackesy with an attractive king-jack of diamonds here.
Well, he's on the button in position. Pretty good hand, so going to make the call to see a flop.
Santoro out as well as Christian Harder, so we have two-way action.
And flop comes 10-7-4, so the pawnbrokers flop bottom pair with top kicker, and he's moved all in. Brackesy missing that flop, obviously going to go out.
So Bob Carboni with a gutsy play there, pushing all in, taking the chips down. That's got to make him happy.
Well, I'll tell you, Vince, most are wild that he made it to this final table, but you got to love it. The guy's 62 years old, an amateur player. He's a pawnbroker. Well, most of the dealings he does with poker players when they're bringing in their stuff to hock to get a bankroll to go back and play on. And yet here he is at the final table tonight going for this title.
The old man, the old man. Yeah. The old man.
Man of the hour.
The pawnbroker did it, the old man.
I got into this tournament by a satellite. I started with a $250 satellite, won that seat. It feels fantastic. It really does.
Wow. Whoa.
I worked very hard at learning how to do this. Matter of fact, I went to a boot camp with Linda Johnson, a very nice lady. This was about 9 years ago. She basically taught me how to play the game. The boot camp taught me how to play tournaments.
Shut up, keep your cards down, and don't talk.
And I just believed that someday it could happen. I didn't say it would, I said it could. And here I am.
I hit the miracles of all miracles.
Dreams come true.
Oh, boy, that is great. His dream is coming true, Mike.
He says he learned to play at WPT Boot Camp. It's a great place to learn how to play. Visit WPTBootcamp.com for more information.
All right, action on, Andy.
Frankenberger going out.
Stephen Brackesee out as well. Now Daniel Santoro.
2009. It was 2009.
Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button.
Wasn't old enough in 2007.
Obviously going to raise with this hand.
Yeah, that makes it 36,000 to go. Now Christian Harder behind him in the small blind. Peeks down at an ace-4 of hearts.
Kind of hand you like to see a flop. And obviously Harder wants to see a flop, so he makes the call.
And now Bob Carboni.
I think it called. You're on fire.
Bob with a 10-8, but he's got money in there already, but no, he releases his hand.
It's about 100,000 out there. Would have cost him 20,000 to call, so a lot of guys would have been priced in there to make that call. Oh, when it comes 8-8-7, the pawn shop man missed his chance to cash a ticket here.
Boy, did he ever. And they both check. And a queen on the turn. That hits Daniel Santoro.
Now Harder checks the ace high.
Daniel now with top pair of queens.
And he's reaching for some betting chips. Gonna bet 40,000. Only about 40% of the pot. So Harder gonna make the call with the ace high. Thinking the ace high might be the best hand.
Deuce of spades on the river, helping neither player. Christian checking again. He's got just ace high. Daniel with queens.
Guy calls you on the turn with 2 8s out there, and now 3 spades come out. Some players would be leery about betting on the river, but not Santoro. He believes his queens are the best hand, so he's going to bet 100,000.
100,000. Will Christian get tricky here?
Vince, he's thinking about just calling with the ace high. Thinks it might be the best hand.
Might be a big mistake. Looks around and finally comes to his senses, folds his hand. Daniel Santoro takes down the pot, and we have a 3-way race for the chip lead amongst Christian, Stephen, and Daniel.
Tonight's champion is going to win the lion's share of the $1.7 million prize pool, along with having their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Guys, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, Vince, we've been talking about what a great player Christian Harder is, which he is, but tonight he is catching great as well.
So far tonight, he's had aces twice, including the hand in which he knocked out local physician Eli Berg.
Mike, what a cast of characters, including local pawnbroker Bob Carboni. Now, he is up against 4 professional players, including the reigning Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. One guy who could relish the opportunity to take down a second WPT title. He's on the short stack, but he's a great player, and I still like his chances. Who will take this title? It is very interesting. Kimberly.
Well, you guys bring up a very valid point. In this sport, not only do you have to play well, but you have to run well as well. We'll be back next time with continuing coverage from the WPT Season 10 Foxwoods World Poker Finals. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In the Connecticut countryside, poker's best test their skill on the green felt, but only one of them will come out of the woods a WPT champion. Continuing coverage of the Foxwoods World Poker Final starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
We're mid midway through this final table where 5 players are competing for the next WPT title here at Foxwoods. So let's check in with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten for their thoughts on the action. Guys, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, what we've seen so far is the tough young pro, the 23-year-old Christian Harder, has assumed command. He's the chip leader at this final table.
He knocked out physician Eli Berg in 6th place.
But he's not only a great player, he's been catching well at this final table.
So far tonight, he's been dealt pocket aces twice. Now, Vince, if he keeps catching cards like that, obviously, he'll be very hard to beat.
That's right. The drama is moving fast here at Foxwoods. We have a 62-year-old pawnbroker, and he is holding his own at this final table, and I'm pulling for him. You never know when you're going to need a guy who can loan you some money on your side. But he's up against 3 other pros, a local grinder, Stephen Brackesy, a young tough player, Daniel Santoro, and the most dangerous player at this final table, reigning player of the year, Andy Frankenberger. Now, Andy's on the short stack, but he knows what it takes to win, and he still has a shot to capture his 2nd WPT title. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, as you can see, Christian Harder out in front with Stephen Brackesy and Daniel Santoro right on his heels. They've all got about $1.5 million in chips. Bob and Andy on the short stack, but it's still anyone's game.
All right, back to the table we go. Stephen Brackesy now with a big ace-10.
Most guys would raise with a 5-handed poker game with this hand. And Brackesy does just that, makes it 37,000 to go.
Santoro now with a king-jack.
This is what we call a trouble hand when you're calling raises with the king-jack. If the king comes up, you're afraid your opponent might have ace-king or king-queen where you're dominated, but Santoro is going to make the call. You've already said he likes to play a lot of pots. He's proven it.
And Christian Harder, I can't believe it. Another huge pair of kings.
It is incredible. He's had aces twice at this final table. Now picks up kings.
And he's not going to make it cheap. He does do the raise. 127,000 to go. Bob Carboni looking at him, saying, you guys are gambling. Bob out. Andy now. Big pot brewing here.
Andy looks down at ace-10 of clubs. The pot's been raised
All in.
and re-raised to him, but he quickly goes all in.
Wow,
Well,
very
I'm
surprising.
surprised by this. I don't like this play.
Brackesy out. Daniel also going out.
I call. I don't like it because no matter what Harder has, he's priced in to make the call. So you actually have to win the pot with the ace-10. Otherwise, you're going to be out of here in 5th place.
Well, that's the gamble. We got a big one going here. The WPT Player of the Year. He's a dog at this point.
Well, let's see if he gets lucky. He's trying to win a big pot. Got a shot to do it here.
Christian Harder can't hide the smile from his face. Here we go. 5 cards to come. Poker Destiny on the line right now. Here come the first 3.
Well, it's come 9-5-4 with 1 club, so Andy can catch an ace to take the lead. He can catch 2 running clubs to make a flush or 2 running cards to make a straight, but right now he is up against it.
Yeah, Christian with the kings out in front. Here we go with the turn.
Well, the board pairs 5, so we are down to the river. Andy Frankenberger must catch an ace on the river to stay alive in this tournament.
One of the greats, a WPT Player of the Year, in massive trouble right now. Will the mustard come off the Frankenberger? We will see. They'd love to pop this card with an ace.
Well, it's a 10. So Andy Frankenberger makes 10s up, but it's not good enough as Christian Harder. His 2 kings are going to win this pot and eliminate the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger.
Andy, always a great gentleman. He's going to pick up $100,000 for his efforts. He will not become a 2-time WPT champion. We are down to 4 players, and right now, Andy Frankenberger going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andy, not exactly what you wanted, but another successful tournament on the World Poker Tour. What's it going to take for you to get the respect you deserve in poker?
I'm not really concerned about getting respect. I think my record pretty much speaks for itself, but I would like to get back here sooner than later so I can do a little bit better than I did today.
I think you're doing your job, proving yourself time after time. Congratulations, and I'm sure we'll see you at another final table this year.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, it's a tough break for Andy Frankenberger. He won't get a shot at a 2nd WPT title today, but I expect him back real soon.
With Andy Frankenberger out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. Who's it going to be? Mike, Vince. take it away.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Christian Harder out in front, and on the short stack right now is the amateur Bob Carboni.
And these are 2,000 blinds, 8 and 16,000. Action going to Daniel Santoro, who looks a little like Paul McCartney on the Let It Be album.
Looks more like Serpico to me.
Okay, here we go. He's got ace-6 of diamonds. He likes to play a lot of hands. Once again, with ace-6 of diamonds, gonna raise, makes it 36,000 to go.
Action over to Christian Harder, our chip leader. Well, he looks down at a king-10 offsuit.
This guy's only 23 years old, out of Annapolis, Maryland.
Well, he's demonstrating when the game gets short-handed, you have to play these marginal-style hands if you want to become champion.
Well, he has called Carboni, the pawn man, out, but look at this, Stephen Brackesy, former construction guy, is going to make the call.
So the three pros all involved in this pot, the amateur just sitting by, hoping somebody goes broke.
There we go. Flops 4-4-3.
2 clubs.
Check. Helps no one. Brackesy quickly checking. Now Daniel Santoro. Who raised before the flop. Gets nothing on the flop, but gonna make a continuation bet. Looks like 60,000.
And Harder just gonna make the call here with a king-10.
Yeah, Stephen Brackesy out.
Vince, he is calling here to take the pot away from this guy if Santoro ever checks this pot.
2 young guys fighting for every pot. 2 of clubs on the turn.
So now possible straight, possible flush, possible full house.
Yeah, Christian with a 4 flush, but Santoro just with a straight draw. But he's going to fire again, it appears.
Well, he is not slowing down.
Looks like 120,000.
Christian Harder now has a king-high flush draw, so actually does have something to draw to here. And he's going to make the call.
Yes, he is. Very stubborn here, going to the river. Will he catch his flush? Nope.
Well, now the 7 of hearts comes off. Now what do you do if you're Santoro? You raise before the flop, you got called. You bet on the flop, you got called. You bet on the turn, you got called. And now a nothing card comes on the river.
Well, it would take a lot of guts to keep firing. Does the Long Islander have that kind of chutzpah? Yes, he does. He's going to stick out another bet, 190 grand. With absolutely zip and pip, Mike.
Yeah, looks like the gig could be up for Harder. Unless he's going to come over the top here. Well, I liked his train of thought, Vince. He was going to try to take the pot away from the guy if he ever checked, but Santoro never checked. He kept firing.
Oh, boy, and Christian disillusioned, has to muck his hand. Daniel Santoro stealing that pot away.
Well, the power of betting, folks. You saw it right there. Just keep on betting. Finally, your opponents relent.
I think some people recognize me in these tournaments, some don't. I mean, I've played enough where all it takes is one person to know to ask their friends who that guy is.
In seat number 2, Daniel Santoro.
This would definitely be the biggest thing I've ever done by a healthy margin. I might get noticed a little bit. Maybe my cover will be blown.
Well, he's a tough young poker pro. Used to work in a toy store, but forget about the toys for now, Mike. He's going after big bucks here tonight.
Vince, you can't stay under the radar as a poker pro if you win a WPT title.
No, you can't. Back to the action, a couple folds, and now Stephen Brackesy with an ace, 4 of clubs.
That's the battle of the blinds here.
Brackesy, only his 4th WPT event ever. But he is one tough pro. And he is going to raise with his hand, makes it 43,000 to go. And now Daniel Santoro, look at this. He has picked up the Hilton sisters, the pair of queens.
He's got a real hand this time. I've seen him play a lot of pots with junk hands. Let's see how he plays a real hand.
Gotta be so excited. Good poker face by this young guy.
And he is going to come over the top.
Yep.
Going to make it 110,000 to go. So another 67,000. Just when a guy re-raises you, and ace-4 shrinks up a bit, quite a bit, but not to Brackesy.
Uh-oh.
He has come back over the top with what we call a 4-bet here.
Danger Will Robinson just saying, I don't believe you, Daniel, but Stephen is wrong here.
Well, he has made it 243,000 to go.
Does Daniel just call? Maybe give the guy saying he has kings or aces? No, he doesn't. He's coming back over the top.
Well, He is 5-betting now, as we
Yeah,
say.
that makes it 4:40 to go. And Brackesy should get the memo at this point.
And I would think so. He only has an ace-4 here.
Do you invest?
Come on.
What? Uh-oh.
He has gone all in.
This would be quite sick, huh? I call.
Daniel thinks he's beat at this point, but he has to call.
He's afraid his opponent's got ace or kings. That's not the case. He just has ace high.
Brackesy on a complete brain freeze right there.
Incredible. The former construction guy might have hit his thumb with the hammer right here. Let's see. Came to this final table as chip leader. Could be out without getting some help.
The pawn shop man delighted these guys could be leaving before he does.
You're going to be heads up in 10, 20 minutes probably.
Well, everybody's stunned by this development, but it is not over. Ace-4 clubs versus 2 queens. Everybody on their feet here at Foxwoods.
Here's the first
Here's
three.
the flop.
Wow.
It's come 9-9-5. So Daniel's queen's out in front.
You even covered, Dan?
It's just a great flop for Santoro.
Couple hundred maybe, I think.
Obviously, Steven's going to have to catch an ace, 2 running clubs or 2 running cards to make a straight. And he catches a joker on the turn almost. It wasn't an ace, but the next best thing, the deuce of clubs comes off. He now has a flush draw and a straight draw, as well as can catch an ace to win this pot.
One of them.
He can catch a 3 or he can catch an ace. He definitely has outs, as we say, to win this pot. Can he get lucky to stay alive?
Down to the river for Steven. Can the former construction guy do it?
It's a 6 of hearts. That's going to do it for the pro out of Waltham, Massachusetts. Steven Brackesy is going to be shockingly out in 4th place.
Well, they play a different game than I do, that's for sure. Can't believe the raises on top of the raises. They're gambling here at Foxwoods. Steven's going to pick up $129,000 for his effort. We're down to 3 players, and right now Steven, sickened, going over to talk to Matt.
Steven, it was a 6-bet all-in with ace-4. What was your thought process there?
Small blind versus big blind. I just didn't believe he had that big a hand. Thought I could get him off it. I was wrong.
It's your first World Poker Tour final table. What are you going to do to get back here?
I don't know, take some time off and see if I can get back again and do a better job.
All right, Steven, thanks a lot.
A hand to remember for years to come. With Steven Brackesy out in 4th place, there are only 3 left to claim this coveted WPT title. Lots more to come tonight from Foxwoods, including this week's Champions Cup moment. And we'll also hear what Tony Dunst has to say in the Raw Deal when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Foxwoods, where 3 players remain going after a $1.7 million prize pool here tonight.
Well, we've got 2 pro players, 1 amateur left fighting it out for this title. The crowd's still stunned the way our 4th place finisher went out of this tournament, Steve Brackesy. Tapioca pudding for Steve.
And Vince, I'll be curious to see what Tony Dunst has got to say about the way Steve played that hand in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Perhaps the most blatant recent evolution in poker is the quantity of pre-flop re-raise wars players are getting into.
All in. All right, let's go. Call.
At times, it seems as though poker has digressed into a Looney Tunes episode where each player attempts to pull out a slightly bigger gun. The shift in play is caused by the quantity of players becoming aware that playing re-raised pots out of position is highly difficult and often incorrect. So they opt for a razor fold strategy that creates a scenario where both players are aware of the dynamic and are therefore more likely to go to war. Steven Brackesy and Daniel Santoro begin this hand in the blinds in a 4-handed game with nearly 100 effective big blinds. The original raise from Steven and the 3-bet from Daniel are both standard enough, but it's at the 4th bet where things begin to get interesting. Some players might think that holding a semi-connecting suited hand like ace-4 with very deep stacks and an aggressive blind versus blind dynamic, one could call and outplay them post. But against competent opposition that will fire multiple streets with a fairly wide range, it just won't be profitable. So Steven makes a decision to take it to the 4th bet, and makes a fairly small raise that puts the ball back in Daniel's court. With a hand as massive as queens in a blind versus blind scenario, at the 5th level, Daniel's only real decision is how to size his 5-bet. They began the hand a hair under 1.5 million effective, so Daniel's job is to find a size that's big enough to look like it wants a fold, but small enough to look like he's not mathematically committed to calling a shove. Apparently 440 was the magic number because it gets Steven to fall for the trap and move in.
I'm on.
Hi, Paul.
Maybe some of you are wondering if it's possible to avoid these high-variance pre-flop confrontations that now seem to so often degenerate into stack-risking war. You're wondering if you can just bob and weave, picking your spots at especially opportune moments and hoping you don't get exploited. Then take solace in the wisdom of Sun Tzu, who said, "Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting." However, it's important to note that Sun Tzu died 2,400 years before the creation of poker, and that his strategy advice may be outdated.
Hey, I say forget about Sun Tzu. What happened to Scotty Wynn? Listen to him.
After the 4th bet with an ace-4 and the guy re-raised it again, just get rid of the hand.
All right, back to the felt we go. 3 players remain. And as you can see, Daniel Santoro from Long Island is the chip leader with about 3.2. Bob Carboni, our pawn shop broker, down to about 500. Andy's are going up to 3,000. Blinds 10 and 20. Action on Christian Harder.
Yeah, he's on the button here. Looks down at ace-3. Going to raise it up to 45,000.
And to Carboni, who peeks down at king-queen.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Well, he's going to make a stand with his hand, and I don't blame him at all. These guys are aggressive players. You pick up a king-queen, just move in on them.
Yeah, Daniel out. Now Christian, though. Does he want to pay this off? No, he does not. Bob Carboni going to take this pot with an aggressive play.
And he gets both players to lay down an ace-high with a nice all-in bet there.
There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar where anyone can join the beautiful Royal Flush Girls and have a conversation.
Well, Club WPT VIP members get privileged seating at these Royal Flush Girl bars, so it pays to be a Club WPT VIP member.
Why not? All right, action going to Christian Harder. He's got an ace-9. Going to move it up to 45,000. And Carboni has a pair of 8s.
Well, he just moved over the top all in a minute ago with the king-queen. It wouldn't shock me if he does the same thing again here.
How much is 3rd?
How much is 3rd?
3rd is worth about 146,000, Bob.
Wow.
I'm all in.
Whoa, he is pushing with the 8s.
All in right after asking that question.
Daniel with a king-8. Ejects his hand.
How to count?
And Christian wants the count. Got a pretty big ace-9.
It cost Christian another 536,000 to make this call.
You go on too often, Bob.
It's the second time in a row the guy's come over the top and moved all in on him.
Bob just trying to hide himself.
I'm gonna call.
There you go.
He called, and what a good call it is in terms of the hands that these guys have. It's the 2 overcards versus the underpair. So win or lose this pot, seems like a good call by Christian.
Bob Carboni with the 8s, racing against the kid.
Well, Bob Carboni can't even watch, Vince. He's walking around, head down. He doesn't want to go back to the pawn shop just yet.
No, you can't blame him. Christian with a smile on his face.
Will the snowman hold up, or will they melt away?
Here come the first 3.
Well, 10-6-4, all hearts.
Neither player has a heart in his hand. Bob Carboni out in front with the 8s as he continues the pace.
The board pair 6s. So we are down to the river card. Christian Harder must catch an ace or a 9 to win this pot. Nothing else will do.
This could be destiny for Bob Carboni. He'd love to double up here.
It's a 4. He has done it. The amateur stays alive, Vince. The dream lives on.
Yes.
There you go, the old fist pump.
Yes.
Yo. He has done it. Pawn shop man keeping his jewelry.
Where's that doctor?
Staying alive here at Foxwoods, not an easy thing to do. But Bob Carboni doubles up.
Vince, here we've got a guy that's 62 years young, that he got in this tournament by winning a $250 satellite, and here he is with 3 players left, fighting it out for a WPT title. He says, this is my dream to be here right now playing for this title.
All right, here we go. I read all these books, studied, throw them out the window. They don't play like that anymore. It's a whole different game. Whoa! You have to be sharp. You really have to be willing to go out.
I say bye-bye.
I'm gonna have to stand up for myself. I know that, or they'll run over me.
Give me a break, guys. Come on.
I have to let people know that I'm not gonna be run over.
You in trouble, boy.
Well, Vince, in poker, we've got a saying, in order to win, you've got to be willing to die. That's what Bob is talking about right there. Against these young guys, you got to make a stand or they will run over you.
He does not care. Learned his poker at a WPT boot camp, and he's playing brilliantly here tonight. Action on Christian Harder. He's got the button, he's got Jack 8, and he's got a raise.
And he's lost the last couple pots, but he's staying aggressive on the button here.
Made it 45,000 to go, but look at this. Bob Carboni's picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Can you believe this?
No.
He's moved all in over the top with king, queen, and 2 8s, and now his opponent's raised, and he looks down at 2 aces.
Now, how to play it? Do you play it slow and just call and try to trap it in a three-handed poker game? Or do you make your traditional raise?
Re-raise.
He's going to re-raise.
He said that with authority.
100,000 more.
That's it.
And 100,000 more is not the all-in bet this time. He's looking for some action.
Long Island kid Daniel folds his hand, and now Christian just a Jack 8.
I just don't see him going to war with this hand.
Well, he could speculate. Bob would love that. But no, Christian is going to fold the hand. And Bob, a little disappointed when you get that kind of quality hand, not to get them by the jugular, but still content to be here at Fox Quiz.
Well, certainly on a heater right now, 3 in a row.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including this week's Champions Cup moment when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Hi, my name is Raisa Perez, one of the Royal Flash Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I'd have to say I'm very excited to be here. For $19.95 a month, I joined the WPT, and they gave me a shot at a tournament, and I happened to win it and got me a seat. I don't know how you can beat it. Ready to win the jackpot. The worst thing that could happen, that's all. I played real well up to that last hand, you know. Of course, that's the way that normally is. It was awesome. I had a real good time. Venue was great. WPT's been great. A lot of fun.
Bottles were popping for Don Burwell, a carpenter from Champaign, Illinois, who's the latest member of Club WPT to make his poker dreams come true. And it was all because he's a ClubWPT.com VIP member. At Club WPT, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. Now, this means you get great VIP member benefits, play in as many tournaments as you want, plus you could even win a seat into a major WPT event just like Don. Now, check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. Mike and Vince, fill us in on where we stand right now.
Well, there, as you can see, Daniel Santoro well out in front with over $3.3 million. Tough young pro Christian Harder in second place with $1.3 million. But Vince, the amateur, Bob Carboni, over $1 million in chips himself right now.
Oh boy, there's some jewelry in the pawn shop still. Bob Carboni, the pawn shop man, sticking around. Action on Christian, he quickly folds, and now Bob is going to peek down at his cards. He's got a suited connector, 9-8 of clubs.
45.
And he will raise, makes it 45,000 to go.
Well, why not? He's on a heater here.
Daniel also with the suited connector, 7-8 of hearts, makes the call.
Well, Santoro, definitely what we call a defender in the poker world. Don't try to steal this guy's blind. Now flop comes Jack, Jack 6. See if Bob will make the continuation bet. Nope, he checks.
Daniel going to check behind him. To the turn we go.
And a 4 comes off.
Check. Nothing card.
And again, Bob checks.
Check.
Daniel made a gut shot straight draw there and hit it on the river.
Whoa.
As the 5 comes off. And now Bob is going to try to bet to win this pot, but it's too little too late.
I'll say Dr. Opposite going to get hurt here. Bets 50,000. Should have bet after the flop and on the turn, but now he just messes this up completely. And it looks like he's going to get manhandled.
He had the right idea, but just 2 streets too late. Had he bet the flop or the turn, he'd have won this pot. Now he's going to lose it because his opponent made a gut shot straight on the river.
Now you got to take your medicine, Bob.
That's why I don't do this with you guys.
He's going to talk to himself.
That's why we don't play like that no more.
Boy, getting bitter. You can't blame the young guy.
He's lecturing himself for bluffing there. He just bet on the wrong street.
That's right.
With great past champions like Corkins, Shulman, and Little, Foxwoods has been a substantial part of our history. Here's just one great moment from the past in this WPT Champions Cup flashback.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
At a bare 2 months past his 21st birthday, Nick Shulman entered the WPT arena, the youngest finalist in history, and confronting a final table featuring a tough Las Vegas pro, one of poker's best players, and a member of the Poker Hall of Fame.
Can you imagine, 21 years old, going for over $2 million?
But it was Shulman who came out of the gates calm, fearless, and in complete control, eliminating Lyle Berman and Alan Cunningham in quick order.
That's going to do it. That's going to do it for Alan Cunningham.
Emboldened, the 21-year-old relentlessly increased the pressure on his opponents, and then he found himself just a single card from victory.
21-year-old boy wonder, can his hand hold up?
It's a 5
He's done it!
Nick Shulman, at 21 years young, has captured the World Poker Finals Championship.
In one of the most dominating performances in WPT history, Nick Shulman became the youngest winner ever with the over $2 million first-place prize.
I can't put an end for it.
But more than that, Nick Shulman's victory was the first shot in the coming revolution, where youth would not only be served, but would etch their names on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, Vince, he's still the youngest player to win in America, and to have his name etched on that Champions Cup, just an amazing talent.
Yep, and he used to be a pool hustler in his younger days, and of course he went on to be a great poker champion.
Actually made this same final table 2 years later.
All right, three-handed poker continues. Action on Christian Harder. 23 years old, second time at a WPT final table with King-9, makes it 55,000 to go. And Bob Carboni with a pair of threes says all in.
Oh, I like this bet. Moving all in with a small pair.
Daniel out, and Christian quickly folding his hand.
It's the only way I can play you guys. I can't.
Oh, there you go. He said, the only way I can play you guys, I just got to come over the top and move all in on you. See how you like that.
Can't play any other way.
Well, he's getting a little psyched out, if you ask me, Mike.
Well, Vince, in my opinion, the best way for Bob to win this tournament is not to play small pots with these guys, but to play big pots, keep moving in on them.
We'll be right back with more action from the Foxwoods World Poker Finals when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Foxwoods World Poker Finals, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I'm Melissa Fisher, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. Foxwoods is amazing. There's so much to do here. We went golfing, laid out at the pool. We went over to the shrine. They had their chef teach us how to make sushi. It was yummy. It was really good. But the rice kept sticking to my fingers. The Scorpion Bar was cool, and the dancing was fun, but we weren't as good as the go-go dancers. They had some skills. Foxwoods is the greatest place.
Well, Vince, when players see that, we're liable to have more here next year.
Boy, forget the cards.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Right now, Will the Thrill Fiala out in front with 1,600 points, but whichever one of these three guys win tonight will get 1,000 points toward the Player of the Year standings.
All right, back to the table we go. Bob Carboni. This time, he looks down at an ace-6 with the button. Now he's got close to $1 million now. Doesn't have to play that all-in poker anymore, so he's just going to raise 55.
Santoro Looks down at the queen 4. He throws it away.
And now Christian Harder with a wired pair of 6s here. A nice mid pair. Looking at Bob's chips, realizing Bob has pretty close to his amount of chips. He's back in this action.
If he had a much smaller amount, chances are Christian would just move all in here. But as it is, since his opponent's got over 1 million of chips, he's going to take the conservative route, see a flop first before he can miss more chips.
Gonna play small ball, and the flop comes up king, jack 3.
Christian's going to check the 6s.
No continuation bet by Bob. 9 of hearts on the turn.
Again, Christian checks.
Bob is going to bet.
Look at this. He's finally making that bet without having the best hand, Vince.
You know he hates to do it, but it's going to work.
And I'll tell you, when there's 3 overcards out there, hard to call with 2 6s. So Christian goes out, and Bob takes down the pot.
Finally got one. Finally hit a flop. You guys were killing me with those.
Bob Carboni lying beautifully there. Don't trust this man at the pawn shop.
Jeez.
Boy, you might be right about this guy when you take your stuff to the pawn shop. I'm not sure you'll get a square deal.
No, he is going to lie. He's going to say your gold watch is turning my hand green. But look at, there's the WPT trophy.
Well, it's the WPT Champions Cup that these guys would like to etch their name on.
Actions on Bob Carboni. He quickly folds, and now Santoro with a 3 deuce of hearts.
He's in the small blind. And he's going to raise with it.
Yeah, makes it 76,000 to go, but Christian with an ace-10 right behind him, and it's suited.
I bet he didn't re-raise a minute ago with the 2 6s. And he's not re-raising here with the ace-10.
I'll tell you something, these guys have changed gears now. They're not going to play big pots. They want Bob to go away and maybe open up their games later because they are both playing conservative. Here's the flop, queen, 10-6. Christian has hit 10s. Nothing for Daniel.
Well, Daniel knows to win this pot, he's got to bet at it, so that's what he's doing.
Yeah, 75 grand.
But Christian has flopped second pair with top kicker, so I don't see him going anywhere.
Do you raise it and find out where you are? No. Content to call.
Yeah, but you don't re-raise before the flop here. Now your opponent has control of the pot.
3 of diamonds now. Daniel's got a piece of that. He's got a pair of 3s, but he's going to check. He's slowing down.
Doesn't have to bluff it because he's got something in case his opponent's got a straight draw.
Christian also checking with the 10s. River card coming up.
Well, a king comes up. Neither player going to be happy to see that card.
Yeah, Daniel going to check. Not thrilled with this. And Christian Harder won over $2 million in poker earnings. Got a bet.
He's betting $150,000. You got to admire this bet by Christian Harder here. Most guys would just check it down. What can the guy pay you off with?
Daniel's going to lay down his hand. Christian Harder's going to take the pot.
Well, Vince, we thought Christian would re-raise before the flop. He didn't. We thought he'd probably check on the river. He didn't, but he does win the pot.
Yes, these guys are playing a different style of poker tonight.
We are down to our final 6. The winner tonight taking home over $2.1 million.
The WPT Championship in 2009 was pretty amazing. Probably the toughest final table I've ever been at with Evgeny Timoshenko, Shannon Shore, Aoki, Scotty Wynn. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. You know, it was a great tournament, obviously. It's like one of the toughest tournaments in the world to play.
And now Christian Harder with an ace-8 of spades. He's gone all in with it.
I went out against Ron Azor. Actually, me and Aoki busted in the same hand.
Whoa!
I had ace-8 suited versus Ron's ace-7 and Aoki's ace-jack, and Ron actually hit a 7 to win the whole thing. It's pretty crazy.
Oh, and look at this flop. King 3-7. Ron has got the piece of the pair of 7s.
Yeah, it was a disappointing final table, but it was definitely a great experience. Hopefully it works out well today.
Well, that was a terrific final table. Like he said, no question about it. He's glad those guys aren't here, but he's going to have his hands full beating these guys.
It's good to see him back and without that haircut. But let's go to the table. It's on Bob Carboni. And Bob with the button looking down at a 9 deuce of diamonds. Will fold that hand. Daniel Santoro now with ace deuce.
Normally a guy just raised with an ace high in a small blind, but Santoro just going to limp in and call here.
Christian Harder behind him, peeks down at an ace-6.
Generally, when your opponent limps into the small blind and you've got an ace in the big blind,
Beautiful, John.
you raise it. But Christian Harder says, okay, let's see
You
a
look
flop.
like you belong up there.
Ace-6 up against ace-deuce. 220-something's going at it. They both hit aces on the flop.
Well, neither are going to put the other on an ace in their hand because the pot wasn't raised pre-flop.
That is a good point. Daniel coming out to bet. 30,000.
Well, Christian just calling with the 2 aces.
Yep. Not going to fire with a re-raise. 10 of diamonds on the turn. And now Daniel.
He's got to think he's got the best hand here with 2 aces, but in fact, as the cards lie, it's a split pot right now.
It would be a split pot.
Both players are playing 2 aces, queen 10-7, so the only way either one of them can get the best hand is to catch a deuce or a 6.
60,000's been called. Down to the river we go.
And 9 of hearts comes off, so possible flush, possible straight out there.
Daniel with the aces. He's going to bet 100,000. But it's almost automatic. You got to call this. You got aces.
Christian probably was saying to himself, what happened? This guy make 2 pair? Did he make a straight or a flush? I don't see him giving the hand up, though, with top pair.
No, if he does call, it will be a split pot. But Daniel will have a fold, but he gets the call.
That's what's happened. It will be a split pot. Both players playing 2 aces and a queen 10-9.
Yeah, both players looking disappointed as they're going to chop this thing up. Subtle play by both men.
There you see the guy disappointed is Bob Carboni. He wanted these guys to clash and wanted them to lose a lot of chips or go broke. That didn't happen as they split the pot.
I'm Melissa Grace, a Royal Flush Girl. Stay tuned for more from the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, there you see the chip count. Daniel Santoro out in front with 3.4 million in chips. The amateur pawnbroker Bob Carboni in third with just under $1 million.
All right, back to the table. Christian Harder, the 23-year-old, his second time at a WPT final table, is first to act. He's got the button. He's got an uneventful Jack-8, but makes it 53,000 to go.
Show these people what I have.
Their emotions.
Bob goes out, and Daniel, now with an ace-10.
Well, for sure he's going to play this hand. The question is he just going to call or is he going to raise?
Well, these guys have definitely slowed down. Both young pros just biding their time, saying, let's not get too aggressive. Let's stick around so we get Bob out.
They're just going to call. It seems like they play more conservative against each other in terms of raising and re-raising. Trying to keep the pot small, as you said.
Okay, here's the flop. It's a good one for Daniel. He hits his aces.
Santoro's got top pair. Harder's got bottom pair.
But they both check.
Now a queen comes off. Now they both have a pair and an ace-high straight draw. Santoro well out in front, of course, with the 2 aces.
And he is going to bet at 60,000.
It's not quite 50% of the pot. So because of that, Harder going to make the call here with the 2 eights.
Down to the river.
And now the board pairs kings. Now, do you bet 2 aces here? That's the question. What can you get paid off with that you can beat? Now the answer is, if you're Santoro, yes, you do bet the 2 aces.
That's $100,000 into Christian. Just hit the 8s. That's all he's got.
And now Harder's trying to figure out what can he call and beat other than a small pair. It looks like he's going to represent it. He's got more than the 2 eights. He is going to raise it.
Wow, he makes it 280,000.
And right now, Santoro's saying to himself, why did I bet here? So this guy could raise me out of this pot. You just can't imagine your opponent's going to raise with less than aces here. Even if he had an ace, you'd get a split pot out of it. So what can you beat?
Set up perfect to bluff.
Well, he sized it up right. That's the perfect card to bluff with. Tough decision for Santoro.
180,000 more. He's got to pay off.
He knows the guy's not going to raise with a queen in his hand. He's not going to raise with an 8 in his hand or a small pair. Wouldn't even raise with an ace. he had an ace, this would be a split pot. So essentially, Santoro can only be the bluff here.
Christian's got to sweat it.
Well, he does lay it down. So that is playing the game there by Christian Harder. He saw an opportunity, he took it, and it paid off for him.
And he's not going to show the hand, that's for sure. Keep him guessing. Daniel Santoro now. Still our chip leader with close to 3.5 million. But Christian picking up some confidence with that nice bluff on the river.
Well, Vince, the mistake was for Santoro to bet on the river.
I don't want to give up this 24,000. Tell you right now. May have
Bob
to,
trying to
but I don't
slow
want
things down, trying to keep the game small. But action's on Daniel. And he looks down at a wired pair of fives here.
Well, everybody going to raise on the button with this hand. Most everybody, anyway. And that includes Santoro.
Makes it 48,000. Christian out.
Incredible. Bob Carboni picked up aces again.
Holy moly.
And the last time he had him, he raised 100,000 and won the pot right there.
Raise it up.
Now, he was giving off that classic tell. If you act weak, you're strong. He shrugs his shoulder, acting like he's weak, but in fact, he's got the best hand possible.
Well, he's made it 124,000 to go, and Bob's going to try to hide there. Doesn't want to show his excitement that's going on. Show tunes going off in his head.
Santoro knows if he flops a 5, he could probably bust this guy. But the question is he thinking about moving all in now? That could cost him dearly.
Daniel, poker pro, used to work at a toy store. He's not going to toy with the old man. He is just calling, wanting to see a flop.
Bob Carboni will be moving in on the flop. I don't care what comes out there. Queen 10 deuce with 2 clubs.
I'm all in. I'm all in.
There it is, all in by Bob, and a quick release by Daniel Santoro.
Now, when you got 2 aces and you raise before the flop and re-raise before the flop and get called, you're moving in on the flop. Doesn't matter what comes out.
Been a long time a-coming.
So the pawn shop man, Bob Carboni, he got this tournament through a satellite. He has a shot at winning a major title here at Foxwoods.
Well, gentlemen, this has been quite an exciting final table thus far, and unfortunately for now, we must take a break. Guys, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, as we started the day, the dream of Andy Frankenberger capturing his second WPT title was crushed when he ran his ace-10 into Christian Harder's pocket kings.
Well, Vince, obviously the 2 big happenings with 4 players left was when Stephen Breckesy 6-bet a hand with an ace-4 offsuit, got himself broke. Then we were down to 3 players. And in the short stack, Bob Carboni doubled up. We've still got 3 players left, and the amateur still got a shot.
Kimberly, don't feel sorry for the pawnbroker. He's short-stacked. He's an amateur, so-called. He's up against 2 young and very tough pros, Daniel Santoro and Christian Harder. But he has heart. He can play. He could pull this off. We will see.
Please join us next time from Foxwoods as continuing coverage of the World Poker Tour Finals continues. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Foxwoods, the remaining players fight to win a WPT title and the chance to etch their name on the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the Season 10 Foxwoods World Poker Finals starts right now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Unbelievable.
6 days of hard-fought poker action has brought these competitors one step away from taking down a title right here at Foxwoods. Here to give us insight on what the remaining players need to do to become the next WPT champion are Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, what should we look for when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, it's been an incredible final table so far. It's come down to two young pros, 23-year-old Christian Harder and 25-year-old Daniel Santoro, against a 62-year-old amateur in Bob Carboni. He's a pawnbroker. He got in this tournament on a $250 satellite. And Vince, can the amateur steal the title from these young pros?
I think he has a shot, Kimberly. I think the pawnbroker can play with anyone.
I'm all in.
So far, he's been stuck in one gear, all in, but it is working for him tonight.
Can't play it the other way.
He's letting the two young players, Daniel and Christian, do all the dirty work. Christian knocked out local player Eli Berg in 6th place and defending player of the year Andy Frankenberger in 5th. Meanwhile, Daniel took out the chip leader, Stephen Brackesy, in 4th place. The two young guys are waiting. They're patient. They don't want to let this guy in. They want to share the first and second prize, no doubt about it. So it will be fascinating to see what happens next.
Thanks, guys. So who will become the king of the woods? The wait is over as the action's ready to resume. So let's look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, the two young pros are on top. Daniel Santoro out front with over 3.2 million. Christian Harder in second with 1.5. And Bob Carboni with just over 900,000, the amateur pawn shop owner, in 3rd place.
They all got chips, and the Andes are 5,000. Blinds are 15 and 30. Here we go, down the stretch. Action's on Christian Harder, the 23-year-old.
Yeah, very tough pro out of Annapolis, Maryland. It's his 2nd WPT final table appearance.
He's got A7 he has raised, but look at this. Bob Carboni with a pair of jacks.
Definitely going to play the jacks. Definitely going to raise.
I'm all in.
Just a question how much you raise. There's your answer. All in.
That is a huge re-raise, of course. Daniel going out, and now all Christian has is A7. Will he make this call? It's be a great double up.
I just don't see how you can call an all-in bet with an A7 offsuit here.
Yeah, the blinds are only 15 and 30. That's a huge over-raise, perhaps. Tough to pick up these kind of hands and get action with them.
You can see Harder hates to give the hand up, but he does so.
He does.
So the pawn shop man, Bob Carboni, going to take down that pot. I think she might be right. Might have been a little bit too big a raise.
You know, you got to just ask yourself, who is this guy beneath the visor with the gray hair? The pawnbroker is in good form right now.
I've had it, Mario.
But he is an enigma. Yeah. He is an interesting man. He says he can't play, but he keeps raking in those chips, Mike.
There you see the guys hanging out at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Club WPT VIP members get privileged seating at these Royal Flush Girl bars, so it pays to be a Club WPT VIP member.
All right, back to the next hand. Daniel Santoro from Long Island. Oh, wow. Look at the hand he has just picked up.
Incredible. 2 aces.
A monster. And he makes it 60,000 to go.
I gotta give this guy.
On the button from Daniel.
Christian out.
Daniel's the best. I'll tell you.
Bob is looking down at 10s. Uh-oh.
I'm all in.
There you go.
Call. He's going all in again. This time he's getting called.
That is a cold deck if I ever saw one. 10s versus aces. Pawn shop man just couldn't get away from that one, that's for sure.
There's much you can do about Bob's hand there.
No, Bob in a lot of trouble right now.
Look at that read.
So here we go. This could do it for the 62-year-old amateur. He's got to outdraw the best hand in poker, 2 aces, to stay alive in this tournament.
Daniel with the weapons of mass destruction up against 2 10s for the pawnbroker. Who will get lucky?
You can't blame Bob for going all in with his amount of chips with 2 10s in this spot.
He's got diamonds.
He's just going to have to get very lucky to win the pot now. Let's see if he can do it.
Oh, boy, 5 cards to come. Buckle up.
Everybody on their feet here.
That's not sitting.
Flop is 4, 5, 7.
The ace is very comfortable right now, out in front.
Well, the only way you can lose the pot is if a 10 comes up.
You really got to stop talking.
If the 2 cards to a straight come up, they would split this pot, but for Bob to stay alive, going to have to catch a 10. Well, a king comes on the turn. We are down to the river. Bob has 2 outs. He must catch a 10 on the river. He must make Rin 10-10, or it's back to the pawn shop.
Last card coming up, and it's not.
Well, it's a 9.
Bob.
Well, that's going to do it for the 62-year-old amateur. Bob Carboni from Westerly, Rhode Island. Great ovation for him. Got in this tournament on a $250 satellite. End up finishing 3rd. What a performance.
Well, he's a great character. Excellent play. The crowd loves him here. but he has to say goodnight in third place. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Yeah, terrific ovation for Bob.
Bob, you learned how to play at WPT boot camp.
Yes, I did.
You got tips all week from the pros. What did you learn tonight?
I learned tonight that these young kids are real good poker players. They are grinders, that's for sure. And hope to be back again someday. This was a great, great experience.
Well, congratulations. Third place finish. You can only go up from here.
Yeah.
One question for you. You know Vince
Yes.
Van Patten?
Yes.
If he ever needs a job as a pawnbroker, he'll be the perfect guy.
You got it. He can have one.
You got it. Vince, you got a job.
Anytime you need it.
I'd love that
Thanks a lot.
job.
Congratulations.
Working alongside Bob Carboni. Why not? I'll take it, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's nice to have something to fall back on, Benny.
With Bob Carboni out in third place, Heads Up Action is about to start. Will it be Christian or Daniel who takes the WPT Champions Cup? More to come from the Foxwoods World Poker Finals, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's action and the raw deal. Plus, a new segment for Season 10, On the Road, that gives you behind-the-scenes access to the World Poker Tour. Plus, 5 questions with the Season 10 Legends of Poker champion, Will the Thrill Fiala. Stick around.
Pleasure playing with you. Hey.
Take care.
All right, Hoyt. Good job, guy.
Wow, look at that.
Andy Frankenberger is our 5th place finisher.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Melly, Sanisa, Risa, and Melissa with a cold hard cash, Mike.
These two players going to split up over $700,000 in cash.
Well, we're talking about a $1.7 million prize pool. They're going to chop it all up. We have two 20-somethings going after each other for the title and the big-time cash. The winner, of course, will get their name on the Champions Cup.
Vince, as you know, money comes and goes, but having your name etched on that Champions Cup, it's there forever. That's what you dream about.
Frankenberger's gone. So is the Pawn Man. And now we're down to these two 20-somethings, Christian Harder and Daniel Santoro.
Fighting it up for the title.
We are almost ready for Heads Up Action between Daniel Santoro and Christian Harder for the Foxwoods World Poker Finals title. Now, during the break, Matt Savage had a chance to check in with both players.
Daniel, you've gotten heads up. You got the big chip lead. What are you going to do from here?
Take it down, I hope. And see what happens. Keep betting, keep win the hand.
It just might make you famous.
It might. I guess people might recognize me now in a poker room, huh?
Yeah, that's true. All right, congratulations.
All right, thank you.
Christian, you've had a lot of success over your career, a lot of wins, a lot of cashes, but never been in this spot before. Heads up for a World Poker Tour title. How's it feel?
Feels pretty cool. I mean, you never know what happens heads up. Go quickly. Hopefully I can double up once and I'm right back in it.
I know you and Dan know each other. How is it having him as a heads-up opponent?
He's tough. I mean, he's going to put on a lot of pressure and he has a lot of chips, so it's going to be difficult, but hopefully I can run good.
All right. That's a very handsome sweater.
Thank you. It's a nice suit.
Thanks.
Ugly tie, though.
Thank you.
Now it's time to find out Tony Dunst's opinion on tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
If you're a professional player, fortunate enough to make it to Heads Up in a WPT event at Foxwoods, you usually anticipate playing someone with a different background and playing style from yours. Perhaps an amateur like a mattress king or an ice cream salesman. I think both remaining players tonight hope to get Heads Up with this year's colorful local, Bob the Pawnbroker Carboni.
I'm all in. He got it.
Alas, Bob's all-in or fold strategy eventually took him to the rail. So tonight's matchup pits Daniel Santoro against Christian Harder, two highly comparable players. Only a year apart in age, both players have a large degree of experience in playing high-stakes tournaments online. Both have had success in the live arena before, though this final table is thus far the largest of Daniel's career. And both seem keenly aware that they had little incentive to take any major gambles against each other while they were still three-handed with Bob Carboni.
I'm all in.
They knew given that Bob wasn't shy about playing a push-or-fold strategy, he would either double up or be out soon, which, by the way, is a very advisable strategy if you ever find yourself in Bob's position as the clearly outmatched player on the table.
It's the only way I can play you guys.
It's a tricky game playing someone that you believe is thinking about many of the same concepts and strategic concerns that you are. If a hand becomes complex, it can quickly turn into a he thinks, I think, he thinks, I think scenario. What may end up happening tonight with these two highly talented players is that they'll lean their play towards being unexploitable and balanced, by which I mean they will attempt to take a lot of betting lines that look similar and use bet sizes that look similar so their opponent has difficulty discerning any pattern. Then again, going into heads up, Christian only has 26 blinds, so perhaps Daniel will raise and Christian will shove, and all the strategy talk will have been superfluous. I still get paid either way. Right?
Well, Vince, one thing we know for sure, whichever one of these young pros etches their name on the WPT Champions Cup, we're going to have a great player on that cup.
That is true. Okay, as you can see, Daniel Santoro, the chip leader with 4.4 million. He's from Long Island, New York. And Christian Harder, 1.3 million. The antes are 5,000. Blinds are 25 and 50. Here we go. Daniel looks down at a 10-6 offsuit.
Well, he's been the most aggressive player at this table all night long. Not going to stop now as he makes the raise up to 100,000.
Christian with a 9-7 of spades, going to see a flop.
Now flop comes king 5-4 rainbow. Christian checks.
Daniel checking as well.
And now a 7 comes off. This gives Christian Harder the best hand now with 2 7s. But Santoro has an open-end straight draw.
And Christian is going to bet the 7s. Looks like 115.
Well, look at this, Vince. This is not calling chips. These are raising chips here with just the open-end straight draw.
Yes, he's going to put some pressure on. A 235,000 raise into Christian, who doesn't have that many chips.
Vince, he quickly calls here with the 2 7s.
Oh, a lot of guts here.
Essentially, all he can beat is a bluff, but that's what he thinks his opponent's got. A flush draw or a straight draw, and now an ace comes off.
Christian's going to check it. And ace comes off. Now, Daniel's been pushing before the flop, on the turn. If he bets again, you got to think Christian's going to go away.
Well, that's a very scary card for Christian Harder.
Yeah.
And this is a very scary bet to have to face.
Daniel's betting it, 400,000 with absolutely zip and pip.
This would be a huge portion of Christian Harder's remaining stack. Do you really want to call your money off a third pair here?
I think most pros are going to fold his hand, but
he does lay it down. His instincts were right on the turn. He had the best hand, but just got outplayed.
Yeah. Brilliant bet by Daniel Santoro, extends his chip lead.
Well, Christian Harder trying to regroup here, trying to get back in this thing. And that's one characteristic, as you know, about great poker players is they fight for pots. So Christian was fighting for that pot. He was trying to win it. Just didn't work out.
All right. Action's going back on Christian. This time he's got a king, jack of spades. And he's going to move it up to 100,000. Daniel now is down at a mediocrity. And he says all in with just 10-8. They are playing fast, and Christian with a king, jack of spades.
Well, Christian's only got about 700,000 left. Be surprised if he throw this hand away, but he might. Doesn't look that strong when a guy goes all in on you.
I call.
And he is going to make the call.
And he's made the call, and he is going to love it. He's got king jack against a 10 high. He's got a good shot to double up. I'm talking about Christian Harder. His king high is the best hand.
Wow. Beautifully done by Christian Harder.
Now, Vince, this is the first time at this final table where we've seen Daniel jeopardize a fair amount of chips. He's been grinding his way up nice and smooth. Only once have I thought he put a lot of chips in a pot, but he felt like he had to with the 2 queens. They busted Steven at this final table. But since then, he's never made a play like this for this many chips.
I'm flopping straight. You're gonna flop it straight? Yeah, I'm gonna flop it straight. You got like a million,
I'll
right?
flop a gut shot, though, at least. I have less than a million.
All right, well, there's a million for you.
Christian Harder's well covered by Daniel, who's got
Daniel Santoro taking a shot. Could be backfiring. Right now, Christian, a nice favorite. 5 cards to come. Here we go, Mike.
Jack in the window.
A jack and a king right on the flop.
Oh, brother.
Well, Daniel knows you got to catch 2 running cards to win this pot now. Either 2 running 10s, 2 running 8s, or a combination of a straight that would give him the best hand. But Kristen loving that flop, and that's going to do it. Daniel drawing dead with 1 to go. Christian Harder doubles up. Vince, you just can't kill this guy off.
Nope. He is like a cockroach or a share or what do you want?
Well, now Christian Harder has about 1.9 million in chips, and his opponent just under 4 million.
6, 7, 8.
Back to the action we go. Foxwoods title at stake right now, Daniel Santoro.
Santoro looks down at the jack 7 of hearts. Just got burned in the last pot, but it's not going to slow him down from raising here. Makes it 100,000 to go. That's a minimum raise of 50,000.
And Christian with the queen 9, going to make the call.
Makes a lot of minimum raises, as we say. And flop comes 10-8-4 with 2 diamonds.
They both have straight draws. Christian checking. Daniel checking behind him.
When the jack comes off, Christian Harder has made the straight.
Miracle card. Beautiful card for Christian.
Now there are 3 diamonds out there.
And he checks again. He's going to try to trap.
Vince Daniel Santoro has top pair and a straight draw. Certainly can't blame him for betting here.
Well, you're right. $100,000 bet with the jacks.
Now, Christian Harder, in my mind, has to raise it here because of the 3 diamonds out there. Just can't check and give your opponent a chance to hit a free diamond on you.
Well, that's exactly what he did. He makes it 310,000 to go. Daniel can't be too pleased about that. You got your jacks.
Well, Santoro drawing dead as the cards lie, but he makes the call here.
Down to the river, a big pot brewing.
Well, he's hoping Harder's on some kind of drawing hand. Then the 3 of spades could get him in further trouble here because that card obviously is not going to help Christian Harder. But in Christian Harder's mind, that's about the best card he could see. He knows his opponent has to have a flush to have him beat.
490,000 by Christian.
Vince Santoro called the raise on the turn, thinking his jacks were the best hand. And with that card coming off on the river, I think it's going to be tough for him to get away from this. Unless he just reevaluates. You see him shaking his head there.
Ugh, so many things out there. Oh, man.
Oh, boy, you're going to hate yourself in the morning.
Well, Vince, it looks like he's going to make one of these crying calls, as we say in poker.
Here you go.
Yes. That's what he's done.
Straight.
And Christian Harder winning another big pot. And Vince, with that pot, Christian Harder is taking the lead in this heads-up battle.
These titles are not easy to win. Proof in that hand. Christian Harder coming back in a strong way.
More to come from the Foxwoods World Poker Finals, including 5 questions with the Season 10 Legends of Poker champion, Will the Thrill Fiala.
Ace of diamonds in the window. You know Ace of diamonds? You ever see the Ace of diamonds? One time, Ace of diamonds.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Vince.
That's right. You also get to play for your share more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour at beautiful Foxwoods. You go outside the casino, Mike. There's trees everywhere. It is so beautiful. So if you do take a loss, you can just walk out there and forget your troubles.
Vince, they call Foxwoods the wonder of it all, and it certainly is.
It really is, and we're having a great time this week, but right now the heads-up battle continues here at Foxwoods.
Well, one thing's for sure, we're going to have a tough pros neighbor for Daniel Santoro.
2,500.
This is the event that we have guys like Howard Lederer, Hoyt Corkins, Nod Medic, Jonathan Little, among others that have taken this title. Now it's going to be one of these young men.
Nick Schulman, the youngest winner in the history of the World Poker Tour here in the States. He took down this title as well.
All right, but back to the table. A raise by Christian, and now a re-raise. It appears by Daniel Santoro with King 10. Yep.
Just staying aggressive, Vince. He's been the most aggressive player all night at this final table. He's not slowing down. Heads up.
Christian with just an 8-5 has made the call. Here's the flop, and it's a big one for Santoro. Kings and 10s, just like that.
Flop the top 2 pair. Now he re-raised pre-flop and hopes to win the pot right there. Now, he's hoping that Harder's got a big hand.
Yep. But do you check it or do you bet it? He's going to bet it.
You have to bet in case your opponent's got something like ace-jack. You just couldn't give him a free card that could beat you. Make him pay.
You don't got to pay when you have 8-5, though.
No.
It's just...
Harder won't be going any farther with this hand.
No.
He mucks it. Santoro takes down the pot.
Well, he's come a long way from the toy store. Daniel Santoro says the only job he ever had, besides playing poker, was at this little toy store that no longer exists.
He's just 25 years old, from Long Island, New York. Been playing poker for 8 years. Been a pro for 7.
Okay, it's on him with the button. He's got an 8-6, and he's raised it. He's at 120 to go. The blinds are 30 and 60,000.
Christian Harder, just 23 years old, but he's been playing poker for 6 years. So, Vince, these guys started young, like we did.
Yeah. Well, the flop comes up 7-5 deuce. All hearts. Neither player has a heart. Christian is checked. They both got straight draws. Daniel's betting 125. But now, Christian with an inside straight draw.
But no heart in his hand, Vince. But he is going to raise it. He is check raised to 325,000.
Yep, he's going to be aggressive with it with a nothing hand. These guys are just playing with air.
Man, there's sort of an unwritten rule in poker. You don't draw to a straight when there's 3 flush cards on the board.
And Daniel has to fold the hand. Christian Harder, only 23 years old, from Maryland, taking down that pot with a lot of skill.
For this, our 10th anniversary season, the WPT for the first time allowed cameras behind the scenes to catch a glimpse of the people and stories that make the World Poker Tour. Well, here's another installment of WPT on the road.
We are at the Crazy Horse in Paris to do the European portion of the World Poker Tour press conference, as well as watch the show, which the Royal Flush Girls are going to be participating in.
That's all. And you're gonna do it, right? Yeah. One of the first things we did when we got to Paris was start rehearsal for the Crazy Horse.
The Crazy Horse is a world-renowned dance club, and it's a beautiful part of Paris.
The costumes we wore were French couture lingerie, very low with lace. It was absolutely beautiful.
So it was hard for all 5 of us to get the steps right, so we had to rehearse quite a few times.
Whatever. I have to say I was a little bit nervous for the big day after rehearsals.
I was here when I was 22. I was playing at Roland Garros, the tennis, at the tournament. And I came here and I got very drunk here. And then that was the last time I've been here. So it's been many years, so now we're back here. And this is really a press conference to, you know, spread the word about the explosion of World Poker Tour coming back into Europe.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Merci beaucoup d'être avec nous ce soir. At the end, everyone stood up and I could see all the people that I'd worked with and some of the players. Everyone was so pleased. I feel like it went really, really well.
Well, Vince, certainly one of the highlights of Season 10 on the World Poker Tour was that night in Paris.
It really was. It was a great time. The girls really came through with the dance. But right now, we have 2 players going after the Foxwoods title. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Foxwoods. And Mike, you know, it's great to see these guys play, but the people out there can also play at clubwpt.com.
Well, you can, Vince. You can get a VIP membership for $19.95 a month. Play all the poker you want on clubwpt.com. You can win up to $100,000 per month in cash and prizes, as well as win seats into WPT events.
That's right.
playing on ClubWPT.com.
Let's talk about some of the players that have done really well on the site and moved up and played with us on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the one that stands out most is the amateur boxer, LaRon Washington.
Right.
He actually won a seat in the WPT event and won the title.
Amazing.
Good for him. We also had Andy Whetstone, who qualified on ClubWPT.com, make it to a WPT final table. So it could happen to you if you signed up today and joined ClubWPT.com.
Never losing time playing poker, guaranteed. Now let's get back down to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip count. Daniel Santoro out in front with over 3.4 million. Christian Harder with just over 2.2 million.
One of these guys will become the champion and join the likes of Nick Schulman and Jonathan Little, Hoyt Corkins, and be a WPT Foxwoods champion. Christian Harder now with a 7-5 is raised. Daniel Santoro with an ace-5. He's going to call.
Well, both players raising the minimum amount, especially on the button, virtually every time. Now flop comes 7-6-6. Santoro checks the ace high.
Christian with a pair of 7s check in as well.
I'm surprised he would check that. I say that because if an overcard comes out like this, he could be frozen in this pot.
Jack of spades on the turn. Daniel checking again. And now, Christian with a bet. Looks like 125,000. But Daniel seems like he got a little confidence there. He's calling this.
Well, he's calling with the ace high. Thinks it might be the best hand. And an ace comes off. It's the best hand now as he makes aces up. As the cards lie, that was the only card he could catch to win this pot.
Well, they both check. Christian's slowing down there, and he's not going to like it as Daniel's aces takes down this pot.
Well, Christian probably criticizing his own play there for not betting on the flop.
Can't give those free cards out, especially when your hand is not that strong. But a little error there, and we move on. Blinds are up to 40 and 80,000. $10,000 ante. Daniel Santoro now with an ace-3 of clubs.
We're gonna make it 40-80, right?
And he is going to raise, makes it 160,000.
Every time he raises it, he makes the minimum raise possible. In this case, he's raised it to 160. But look at this. Christian Harder has picked up big, slick, ace-king suited.
Just a gigantic hand for Christian.
It's the kind of hand Christian's looking for right now. Nothing is going to slow him down from raising this.
Moves it up to close to 400,000.
So it's another 230,000 to Santoro.
I call.
And he's going to make the call.
Yep, he's not going anywhere.
Well, Daniel could be heading for big trouble here. Ace-king versus ace-3.
Like 18?
800,000 in the pot right now.
Plus.
And flop comes 7-5 deuce with 2 spades. Christian Harder has the best hand and the nut flush draw. And he's going to lead out and bet here. Like about 340,000. Santoro has the gut shot straight draw.
Come on.
He's going to go all in.
Whoa.
I call.
Well, Harder's going to make the call.
And Daniel's not going to like this.
Well, Santoro was hoping that Christian had 2 big cards. Obviously didn't want him to be spades. If he had ace-king of diamonds, for example, that would have been a fantastic raise.
This is big trouble for the man from Long Island, Daniel Santoro.
Christian Harder got a great shot to double up here to take total command of this heads-up battle.
The turn is a 6 of clubs. No help for Daniel.
We are down to the river card. Daniel's going to have to catch a 3 or a 4 that's not a spade.
To take the tournament. He would break him and... Oh, he caught the 3, but it's a spade, Mike.
Christian Harder makes an ace-high flush to take down that pot.
If that was a 3 of diamonds or a 3 of hearts, the tournament's over, but not to be.
Far and away the biggest pot in this heads-up battle. And with it, Christian Harder, a monstrous chip leader.
Tonight's champion will be one step closer to winning the WPT Player of the Year title as they earn 1,000 points for their victory. Now, currently in first place is Will the Thrill Fiala. Earlier this week, I sat down to find out what is so exciting about Will the Thrill Fiala in this edition of 5 Questions. Will, is old age setting in? Why are you riding around on a scooter?
Just hasn't been good lately. This is a serious injury. It's trouble. When you're a fat bastard like me, standing up takes a lot of energy, and all I did was stand up on a plane and I tore my knee muscle.
White Pilgrim cried when he won his title. You teared up as well. What don't people understand about the emotions involved in taking down one of these titles?
It's hard to explain to someone who's never actually physically won it, but this is what you play for every single time you sit at every single tournament. We all play up for that Super Bowl chance, that title that everybody grasps for. And one of the Super Bowl chances is a WPT title.
You hung in there, you battled back, you came back to take down this title. You got to be feeling great right now.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Best feeling ever.
Let's hear it for the Legends of Poker champion, Will the Thrill Fiala.
The money comes and the money goes, but the trophy, it sits home at the mantle. It's not going anywhere.
Should poker players grow thicker skin?
I say whatever I want, and I've seen more Hollywood in my day. Sometimes it offends people. Scum. Yeah, I would like them to have a little tougher skin. They all know in the end I'm just trying to make people laugh. I get a little emotional sometimes when I get a bad beat, but that's just me.
What makes you the thrill?
There was a girl on Long Island at one time that I used to be friends with, and she was in the poker room at the time, and I won a big hand, and she said, that's why I call him Will the Thrill.
Oh, wow.
Stuck forever.
There you go. Now, something tells me she doesn't call you the Thrill anymore.
No, she's used other words to call me, and it hasn't been the Thrill in there, no.
Now, you recently defeated Vince Van Patten in racquetball.
Yeah.
Are you going to give him a chance to defeat you in tennis?
I know where I stand in racquetball. I also know where I stand in tennis. I have no chance at beating him in tennis. Racquetball, I'll tie one hand behind my back and play him lefty. I'm just not going to beat him in tennis. If there was 6 figures on it, I could probably beat him. You know what I mean? I need about a year, and then I could probably beat him.
Is that an invitation?
Oh, absolutely. As long as we can play racquetball double or nothing.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Vinny, you got to take him up on that 6 figures, my man. I'm in with you.
I'll give him 50 to 1. What do you want? 60 to 1? Man can't even hold a tennis ball. By the way, I've only played racquetball a couple of times. He is a good player, and he did beat me that day.
I can't remember.
But it was fun. But let's get back to this action, my friend.
Vince, what's happened is the match has completely turned around to where we started this heads-up battle. Santoro started the heads-up battle with about a 3-1 chip lead. And now we see Christian Harder with almost a 3-1 chip lead.
Daniel Santoro with 7s has raised to 160,000, and now Christian Harder.
Come on.
He's going to push all in with an ace-queen, and he's getting called. Here we go.
This could do it. Well, it's a classic race situation. Christian with the 2 overcards. Daniel with the underpair. Daniel must win this pot to stay alive in this tournament. If he wins it, he'll be the chip leader in this heads-up battle. Everybody on their feet. Here we go. Seems only fitting that this battle would end in a race, Vince. Can it? That's the question.
Yep, they're both smiling right now. The race will start right now. 5 cards to come.
Christian saying to himself, let me win just one race, once.
Here is the flop.
Well, flop comes 6, 5, deuce, 2 spades.
7's out in front for Santoro. Whoa.
Oh, Ryan's awake.
Well, Christian looking for an ace or a queen. 2 spades would do it as well.
You got a spade?
Well, 9 of spade comes off.
That's 1 spade.
So Christian now needs an ace, a queen, or a spade to take this title right here, right now.
At Foxwoods, River Cart coming up. Here we go. Can Christian win this right now? No.
It's a king.
Wow.
Well, both players sit back down. Daniel Santoro has doubled up, and he once again is the chip leader in this heads-up battle.
Whoa.
On we go. The battle continues.
We'll be right back with more action from the Foxwoods World Poker Finals when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Melissa Grace, one of the Royal Flush Girls, and you're watching the WPT.
We are back here at Foxwoods, and Daniel Santoro back out in front with $3 million. Christian Harder with 2.7.
So obviously, it's anybody's game right now. Christian Harder saying to himself, why couldn't I win that race? I'd be over without having the title.
All right, to the felt we go. Daniel Santoro, this time with a queen 7. Lines are 40 and 80, and he is going to double the 80. Makes it 160.
Well, he's made the men raise all night long, as we say, especially on the button.
Christian with an ace 10.
Doesn't re-raise, just going to make the call.
Yeah, very shrewd young man, only 23 years old.
Now flop comes ace, jack 8.
And Christian has hit aces just like that.
Well, action's on him, but I'm surprised he's reaching for chips here. You'd think he'd check to the pre-flop razor, but he's not. He's leading right out, betting 170,000, and Daniel just gets away from his hand.
He's going to scare off Daniel. Now, Christian didn't raise before the flop, so you wouldn't put him on an ace.
He was hoping Daniel would re-raise him there, but it seemed like he would have just checked. Knowing an aggressive player is going to make a continuation bet. But anyway, on we go.
Christian with a queen 10 this time. And he's getting out raising chips.
Yeah, both these players making the minimum raise on the button virtually every hand, doesn't matter what they have.
And he makes it 160,000. Daniel with a king 4. Will call.
Yeah, because he's getting such a good price, he makes the call.
All right, queen 10 versus king 4.
Now flop comes ace 5, 3, 2 diamonds.
And Daniel's going to check with an inside straight draw. Christian hitting nothing there, checks as well.
He's got the best hand and the best draw.
To the turn we go.
Yeah, the board pairs 3s.
Daniel going to check again. Both of them looking disillusioned.
And again, it goes check, check. Now the deuce of diamonds comes off. This gives Daniel a straight.
Yep. Kind of walked into it. And he is getting some chips out to try to get paid off a little. Looks like 180,000. Christian only has queen high.
Yeah, the guy didn't raise before the flop, so you didn't put him on real big cards. He didn't bet the flop, he didn't bet the turn. So if you're sitting in harder seat, you could put him on like a jack 9, an 8-7, something like that, where your queen high might be good. So he's trying to make a hero call here, but it's not going to work as Santoro shows him a straight. So bad timing by Christian there, and right now, starting to march with 2 left feet here the last couple of pots.
Went for the hero play there, and it backfires. Gives up another 180.
Well, ever since he lost that race where he would have been the champion had he won it.
Yeah.
He's made a couple strange plays.
Heads up has been like half of it almost.
Three-handed
was, yeah. Yeah, 3-handed.
And this time Christian has a real hand, pair of 10s. That is a big hand in heads-up action.
Yeah, and this guy had the big stack and one huge hand.
He makes it 160,000 to go.
Well, it's a standard raise for these guys, just the minimum raise.
Look at this, Daniel with another big hand, ace-king.
Oh, folks, buckle up. You're going to see fireworks here. I expect this to be re-raised and then a major move by Christian Harder. This hand sort of plays itself.
Well, Daniel has raised to 425.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't ship it.
You got your pair of 10s. You've been playing for 5 days. He's going to check it, though, because you never know. Sometimes you misread these hands.
So make sure you got the pair.
There he goes, all in.
Oh. This is going to be called by Daniel.
Oh, yep.
Well, a massive pot over 4.8 million. If Daniel wins this pot, the tournament's over.
Both players up on their feet, excited.
Well, once again, this tournament could end on a race.
Yeah, I got you covered.
Daniel with the 2 overcards. Christian with the under pair. who's going to get lucky and win this race and perhaps this tournament. Well, just a moment ago, we saw Christian Harder with the 2 overcards against the under pair. Had he won that race, he'd have won the tournament. Now we're in exactly the reverse situation where he's got the under pair and needs to win the pot to stay alive. So far, so good as it comes. Jack, 8-5, the 2 10s out front.
Ace on the river.
Nice place to be. 10s in front and a deuce on the turn. No help for Daniel. 10s are still good.
Daniel must catch an ace, a king, or on the river if he's going to be our champion right here, right now.
Will this be the first suck
Can
out of the
Christian
evening?
hold him off?
Okay, here we go, Mike.
A king! Unbelievable heartbreak for Christian Harder as Daniel catches a king on the river to win this pot and win this tournament.
It is over. Daniel Santoro from Belmore, Long Island, will take down his title. What an effort. He's our champ.
Well, Vince, you can honestly say that either one of these players could have certainly won this tournament. Lady Luck shining on Daniel Santoro. He is our champion.
Wow. And right now, Christian Harder, our runner-up, is over to talk to Matt Savage.
Christian, all night long when there was an all-in, the best hand won until the last card on the last hand. How frustrating is this for you?
Well, I mean, it was a coin flip, so I wasn't way ahead or anything. But, yeah, it's obviously frustrating to lose heads up in a big tournament. But, I mean, I ran pretty well early in the heads up match, and then he won 2 flips to end it, so it happens.
You're 23 years old, $250,000. Tell the people out there, what's it like to win $250,000 and still not win what you really wanted?
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed right now, obviously, but I'll get over it eventually. I mean, I did win a lot of money, so.
All right, we'll see you at the Bellagio.
All right, thanks.
All right. Mike, back to you.
Well, we're with our champion, Daniel Santoro, World Poker Finals champion. But Daniel, what a heads-up battle you 2 guys had.
Oh, yeah, the up and down. I thought I had it a few times. I thought I was out. And then on the river there, if I lost and hit the king, I was down to almost nothing. And there it is, king on the river.
Well, just a tremendous performance at this final table. But I've got to ask you about your best weapon at this final table, and that is the men raise on the button. Was that your plan coming into this final table, or did you just keep doing it because it was working so well?
I didn't really have a plan. It just seemed like the thing to do, and it worked, so I kept doing it.
Well, in addition to your $450,000 that you're going to take home with your win tonight and your seat in the WPT World Championship at the end of the season where you can win millions more, you're also going to have your name inscribed permanently on the WPT Champions Cup with all the legends of poker. That's got to feel pretty good.
It sure does.
Well, congratulations to Daniel Santoro, WPT champion. Kimberly, back to you.
Congratulations to Daniel Santoro, the Season 10 Foxwoods World Poker Finals champion. Please join us next time as the WPT heads to Vegas for the Bellagio 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The spectacular Bellagio in Las Vegas is the setting for the final table of one of the most prestigious tournaments in poker, as tonight the WPT returns to where it all began some 10 years ago. We've got history in the making in more ways than one, and it's all tonight on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Unbelievable.
10 seasons ago, a young backgammon player out of Denmark shocked the poker world when he defeated a table stacked with Vegas pros to take down the very first Bellagio 5-Diamond title, and in the process, ignite a global phenomenon known as the World Poker Tour. What's not as well known today is that Gus Hansen nearly won the 5-Diamond again the very next season, coming up just short at the hands of eventual champ Paul Phillips. But tonight, Another young, charismatic, and talented player will attempt to do what even the great Gus Hansen could not. And right now, sideline reporter Matt Savage is standing by with a potential history maker, 5-diamond defending champion Antonio Esfandiari.
Antonio, you have a chance tonight to do something that nobody's ever done, win the same tournament more than once. What do you think you're going to do to make that happen?
Well, I have to win to make it happen, and I have to get through 5 tough opponents. But that's what I'm here to do, punish all the poker players.
It's your birthday again this week, just like it was last year, and obviously you have one of the rowdiest crowds in the building here tonight for you. What's that going to do to make your journey to the title even better?
Well, it's great to win, but it's even better to win when your friends are there. These are all my great friends that I grew up with. They were all here to celebrate my birthday this weekend. I was supposed to take them out and party, but unfortunately I was busy at work. And so luckily for me, they happen to be in town, and I lay 8-1. They're going to be the rowdiest rail here today for sure.
All right, well, good luck to you again tonight on your historic ride.
Thank you very much.
Kimberly, back to you.
Thanks, Matt. To see how Antonio made this final table and the array of talented players that stand in his way, we have to go back to when the Doyle Brunson 5-diamond World Poker Classic began 5 days ago.
To all of you in your quest to make it to the final table, good luck and shuffle up and deal.
On day 1, the Doyle Brunson 5-diamond World Poker Classic attracted some of the best poker players in the world, all with their sights set on adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup. And Season 10 Legends of Poker champion Will Fiala loves the opportunity to compete at Bellagio.
Bellagio's just like got that mystique to it, you know. It's like all the heavies played here. You know, if you win here, you now really showed up. You know what I mean? When you can win at the Bellagio, you can win it anywhere.
This season, the deep field that included 28 WPT champions was split between the poker room and the casino floor, where the Royal Flush Girls made their way over to the reigning champion Antonio Esfandiari.
See, how can these guys concentrate on poker when you two are? I know I can't.
But Antonio was able to concentrate on his game as he got off to a strong start and reflected on his victory last season.
It had been a long time since I final table World Poker Tour. I think it was 7 years.
The 5 of spade. Welcome back, Antonio Esfandiari.
The magician takes down his second WPT title.
I just can't believe a year's gone by, and I've had a good level so far, so hopefully I can do it again. That'd be pretty freaking cool.
Season 8 WPT Player of the Year Faraz Jaka, who also made the final table of this tournament 2 seasons ago, was very active early on, and his chip stack reflected it.
10 minutes into the day, I already went from 40,000 to 70,000, and then back to 40,000, back up, back down, the usual.
Midway through the day, after seeing a flop of 9-6 deuce, WPT multi-champ Matt Giannetti 5-bet all-in with top set and was called by Season 10 Borgata Poker Open third-place finisher Daniel Buskin, who held a set of deuces. The board ran out Jack King, and Matt's set held as he doubled up through Daniel and maintained the mindset for a deep run.
There's luck involved, of course, but I mean, just maintain focus, make good decisions, and hopefully good things will happen.
But it was top pro Vanessa Selps, who had only limited success on the WPT previously, who was able to accumulate a massive stack and end the day as chip leader.
I'm doing well. I'm pretty used to getting big stacks at Bellagio and then not really doing anything with them, so I'm hoping to change that pattern and turn it around and have a deep run.
Vanessa put herself in a great position as she led the field of 283 remaining players, including Season 10 WPT Player of the Year point leader Will Fiala and reigning champion Antonio Esfandiari.
Day 2 WPT Bellagio. It's gonna be a crazy day. I got 45,000. All I want to do is create a couple more days for myself.
WPT champ Dwight Pilgrim was ready to take on the day with a new look, while past 5-diamond champs Antonio Esfandiari
Good morning.
and Daniel Negreanu were slow moving to start.
I partied last night, but I'm ready.
WPT Ragil analyst Tony Dunst was ready for action when he got all of his chips in against day 1 chip leader Vanessa Selps, and there was no breaking down his play as Tony's hand held up and he doubled to above average in chips. Though hovering right around average in chips, actress and WPT Ladies Night champ Jennifer Tilley felt pretty good about being in the middle of the pack.
You can't strive to be the best, you should at least strive to be average. That's my motto.
Even as skillful players continued to hit the rail, registration remained open to new blood, and the field of Bellagio got tougher by the minute as many talented players made a late arrival to this tournament, including WPT champs John Hennigan and Freddie Deeb, who made the very first 5-diamond final table, and the Season 8 champion of this event, Daniel Elias.
I've been playing the WPTs for a few years, and I had success before. Kind of ready for this one, I guess.
One of the last players to take his seat was the namesake of this tournament, the legendary Doyle Brunson.
It's the Doyle Brunson Open at WPT, and I hope I'm going to play with Doyle Brunson for 20 more years to come, buddy.
Doyle and Ellie were seated at a typical Bellagio table of doom that included 3-time WPT champ Carlos Mortensen and Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiotti. Registration finally closed on day 2 with 413 total players, all gunning for their piece of the over $4 million prize pool and the shot at etching their name on the WPT Champions Cup. Doyle Brunson, with 1 WPT title to his name, wasted no time in his pursuit of a second. On a board of ace, 10, deuce, deuce, Doyle check-raised Matt Marafiotti, who open-folded an ace.
Can't play on the 10 deuce deuce board with this guy, I know that. That's so sick. This guy just stole it from me.
As action wound down for the evening, 149 players survived to play another day, including reigning champion Antonio Esfandiari, the legendary Doyle Brunson, as well as 16 other WPT champions.
Look out tomorrow. Pleasure playing with everybody.
But heading into day 3, the chip lead belonged to unheralded East Coast player Grant Lang.
It ended pretty good.
The action on day 3 started fast.
I'm watching you, man. I'm watching you.
And as the Royal Flush girls checked out the field, big-name players started to fall, including WPT champs Eric Seidel, John Hennigan, and Randall Flowers. Hall of Famer Phil Hellmuth found himself in a sticky situation and facing a 4-bet holding pocket queens against Canadian Braden Hall's pocket kings.
Oh, buddy. You do have kings, huh?
Hellmuth deliberated for a while.
I'm all in. 27-5.
After moving all in, Braden made the call, putting Hellmuth's tournament life on the line. The board brought no help for Phil as he was eliminated short of his goal of finally adding his name to the WPT Champions Cup.
Frustrating. I feel I had a bad feeling he had kings, but I just couldn't quite trust the instinct.
Over in the poker room, Vanessa Selbst tweeted about her stacked table. She was seated with reigning champ and birthday boy Antonio Esfandiari.
Happy birthday. Thank you.
Last season's runner-up Andrew Roble, the all-time money winner on the WPT Carlos Mortensen, and the legendary Doyle Brunson. It was no surprise every pot was highly contested. Doyle Brunson went to battle holding top pair, and Borgata Poker Open 5th place finisher Darren Elias moved all in with an overpair. Doyle made the call, and his hand did not improve on the turn or river, and Doyle Brunson was eliminated from the tournament bearing his name. With the money bubble approaching, another big pot was brewing as Darren Elias again moved all in, this time with pocket threes, and Vanessa Selbst made the call from the small blind, holding ace-king. In the big blind, Antonio Esfandiari looked down at pocket nines. The board ran out, and Antonio breathed a sigh of relief as his nines held up.
Happy birthday to me.
Sending Darren Elias to the rail short of cashing and making a considerable dent in Vanessa's stack. After the hand, the Royal Flush girls presented Antonio with a cake to celebrate his birthday, and he posed for a picture with the ladies.
Say happy birthday!
Happy birthday! As Antonio celebrated his birthday by stacking chips, day 3 was far from over as the tournament was on the money bubble and a wealth of talent were still gunning for this 5-diamond title. 101 players were left, but only 100 would make the money, and only 6 would find seats at the WPT final table.
Antonio Esfandiari's incredible run here at Bellagio is not over yet. Can he make poker history by being the first to win back-to-back titles? There's more extended coverage of the action here at Bellagio, brought to you by ClubWPT.com when we return.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour. Tonight, the WPT has returned to Bellagio in Las Vegas, where the World Poker Tour was born and where our extended coverage of Playdown for the 10th annual Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic continues.
Midway through day 3, 101 players remained, and with 100 players in the field getting paid, one player would be leaving Bellagio empty-handed. And it was one of the Season 9 ones to watch, Andrew Lichtenberger, whose tournament life was on the line when he got all of his chips in with 2 pair versus pro Randy Dorfman's top pair. Lucky Chewy's hand held to double up, leaving Randy very short on the bubble. It seemed as though the bubble was destined to burst at that table, and on the very next hand, pro Brent Sherban got his last chips in holding pocket jacks and was called by John Kirpan with pocket queens. Brent didn't get lucky to survive, as he was the player to finally break the money bubble at Bellagio. Once players were in the money, familiar faces were being eliminated left and right. Season 9 champ Dwight Pilgrim found a spot to double up through the all-time money winner on the WPT, Carlos Mortensen.
One of these days, it's going to be a new king.
And on the very next hand, Carlos was eliminated in 71st place by 7-time WPT finalist David the Dragon Pham. Carlos was followed out the door by 2-time WPT champs Freddie Deeb and Alan Gehring. Part-time poker player Soy Win, who had been steadily building his stack all tournament, eliminated tough young pro Justin Smith in 53rd place, adding to his already huge chip stack. But it was poker pro and former college basketball player Kyle Julius who would end the day as chip leader.
I started off pretty short, actually, just played solid, and things worked out. Pretty good day.
Kyle led the field of 49 remaining players, and close on his heels was Soy Win, but competition was still tough as WPT champs Antonio Esfandiari, Scott Clements, and David Williams were all still very much in the mix and dead set on scoring another WPT title at Bellagio. On day 4, the remaining 49 players were ready for action, including WPT raw deal analyst Tony Dunst.
Today I feel like it's kind of the free roll day. We're already in the money, so it's very much about accumulating enough chips to make a run at getting to the final table.
WPT world champion David Williams showed he had a run in him when he doubled up to start the day.
I took away the beginning of the day jitters. You know, we kind of get easing into it, and once that happened, it was just like, oh, everything's good now. I can just kick back and relax, play good poker.
But the day ended early for pro Alan Cunningham, who, with this cash, crossed the $1 million mark in winnings on the WPT. Alan Kessler with his 3rd WPT cash in Season 10, and WPT champ Dwight Pilgrim, who exited in 37th place.
Oh, they got the best of me.
As the field continued to shrink, reigning champion Antonio Esfandiari continued to accumulate chips. But it was Soy Win who held the massive chip lead with 2 tables left. And Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiati sized up the remaining field.
Pretty tough. There are a lot of good players left. At my table, I have Vanessa Selbst, I have Lucky Chewy, I have the chip leader with 4 million chips who just seems to be steamrolling everyone. Tony Dunst is playing really well today so far, and James Dempsey, who I think he's one of the best players in the field. So just at my table alone, and what the other table looks like, David Williams, Reynolds, and the whole gang is over there. So at this point, you have to run good, you have to be patient, and things have to go your way.
Raw Deal's Tony Dunst found himself in a race with Ace-Queen of Clubs versus British pro James Dempsey's Pocket Fours. Tony flopped the nut flush draw, turned a Broadway draw, but did not hit on the river to end his tournament run in 18th place. And Antonio Esfandiari's magical run for a second 5-diamond title was very much in full swing as he was dealt pocket aces to eliminate young pro Ty Ryman in 17th place, to the delight of his father on the rail.
You can do it, we, Dad. You can do it. I love you, Dad.
In a huge pot to end the day, Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger scored a double knockout, busting Season 10 ones-to-watch Matt Marafiotti in 15th place and Blake Kelso in 14th place to end the day second in chips.
Nice hand, Chewy. Well, I had 500K like 10 minutes ago, and now I have 2 million, so can't really ask for much more than that.
With 13 players left, there was a lot of talent with a shot to make the final table, and the big story was Antonio Esfandiari's run at back-to-back titles here at the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond, as well as Season 10 ones-to-watch William Reynolds gunning for a second WPT final table. But the field were all looking up at Soy Win, who finished the day with nearly 1 million more chips than his nearest competition.
See you guys tomorrow, right?
On day 5, the remaining players took their seats, and Royal Flush Girls Brittany and Ivy wished them well as the 13 survivors were set to play down to the WPT final table. Season 10 ones-to-watch William Reynolds got off to a rough start when he flopped top pair against WPT Jacksonville finalist Vitor Coelho, who flopped bottom set, doubling Vitor up. Soon after, Williams' tournament would come to an end at the hands of Canadian Braden Hall. And being the highest finishing ones-to-watch so far in Season 10 was Cold Comfort.
A little unlucky. Homeboy hits a set every time he plays a hand. High top pair, good kicker, wasn't letting it go. Then I lose a flip to bust.
Day 3 chip leader Kyle Julius decided to put Vanessa Selps to the test by 6-betting all in with 7-5 of diamonds. Vanessa made the call with pocket kings, but Kyle had hope as he flopped a pair and turned a straight draw. But with no help on the river, Vanessa would send Kyle to the rail in 12th place and vault her to the top of the chip counts.
It's my own fault. You got to go with your reads in this game, and felt like I was making a decent play. And you live and you learn, I guess.
Vanessa would continue to run good as she won a large pot off WPT World Champion David Williams, leaving David extremely short-stacked. David would get his last chips all in, holding queens against Soy Win's 10s, but when a 10 hit on the flop, David's fate was sealed as the 10th place finisher. On a flop of Queen Jack 3, reigning champ Antonio Esfandiari 3-bet all in with an open-ended straight draw, and Vanessa Selps called with top pair. The turn brought the 9 of diamonds, completing Antonio's straight, and with the queen on the river, Antonio sat back down to stack up Vanessa's chips. Not one to be kept down, Vanessa quickly recovered a lot of those chips when she doubled up through amateur Vitor Coelho. Staying aggressive and winning uncontested pots, British pro James Dempsey was able to amass a huge pile of chips, and James spiked a miracle river to bust Canadian Braden Hall in 8th place. Even though one more elimination would set the WPT final table, chips kept flying as James would double up Season 9 ones-to-watch Andrew Lichtenberger. And a short-stacked Vitor Coelho would find a spot to first double through Soy Win, and soon after double up again through Vanessa Selps. Vitor had his eye on back-to-back WPT final tables after recently finishing in 4th place at WPT Jacksonville. Finally, in a big pot, Soy Win put the pressure on Texas rancher Larry Wells when Soy moved all in on the river with a straight. Holding trip aces, Larry, who won his seat in the very last satellite at Bellagio, made the call, and the amateur found himself out in 7th place. And the remaining 6 players were ready to take their seat on the WPT stage with a shot at winning one of the most prestigious titles of the year, the Season 10 Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
Antonio Esfandiari, certainly the story of this final table, but by no means the only one. For more, let's turn to 2 men who were here at Bellagio 10 seasons ago, and we are very lucky to still have them today. Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you were here 10 seasons ago when Gus Hansen won this title, and you were here the next year when he tried to repeat rate Antonio's chances tonight.
Well, Kimberly, to give you an idea how tough it is to do, in 10 seasons on the World Poker Tour, no one has ever won the same event twice, let alone successfully defended their title. Can Antonio do it tonight? Yes. Will it be tough for him? Yes, because he's starting out in 5th chip position, and the 4 players in front of him are very tough players.
And Vince, so many talented players at this final table tonight. Who's your pick to win?
Well, Kimberly, it's going to be very interesting. You know, seat number 6, Soy Win. He's got a lot of chips. He'll be very tough. But sitting on Soy's right is arguably the best woman poker player in the world. She's from Brooklyn. She's brash. She's fearless. And that is Vanessa Selps. And I'm telling you, with a little luck, she doesn't care who she's playing against. She could get lucky. That's my pick. Upset pick.
Well, whoever does win this historic event will take down over $820,000 and have their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Could the 10th season of the Joel Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic be the best one yet? We're about to find out. Stick around.
This final table is absolutely stacked. It's pretty absurd, actually.
$800,000 is a lot of money, and that's my primary goal here.
I'm not intimidated by any one of them. It doesn't matter who it is.
I don't give up easily. Ask my ex-wife.
It's going to be a bloodbath out there. It should be a good time.
There was talent last year and there was talent this year. I did it last year and I hope I can do it again this year.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Las Vegas for the WPT's final table coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. We started with 413 players, and after 5 days of grueling competition, we are down to our final 6. With me as always in the booth, my buddy Vince Van Patten.
Hey, Mike. Yes, 10 years we've been here at Bellagio. It is always exciting. We have seen amazing poker action in this very room, and tonight is no exception. And right now, the floor announcer, Ali Najad, is about to throw it down to tournament director, Jack McClellan.
This is the 10th year of the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic here at the Bellagio, one of the most beautiful places in all of Las Vegas to play poker. And to help commemorate that 10th year is the tournament director from Bellagio, Jack McClellan, to get our tournament underway.
Thank you, everybody. $10,000 ante, 30 and 60 blinds. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Well, the final table about to get underway. There you see the chip counts. Our chip leader, Soy Win, with nearly $5 million in chips. Tonight's winner going to take home over $820,000.
That's right, big money here at Bellagio. We started with 413 players. The cards are flying around the table. First to act, a man from England, James Dempsey, in his first ever WPT event.
James, a 29-year-old poker pro out of London and a very tough player.
And he is going to raise to $125,000.
Is he allowed to raise the first hand dealer?
He is.
Second to play is Vitor Coelho.
Is that an English
the
thing?
original options, you know,
Is that an
defending
English
champion.
thing?
I'm sure there's some rule that you get to like.
Is he going to stop bringing up the defending champion thing, or is he just going to needle me all day?
You have to ask him.
Vitor, he has gone out. Now Antonio, the magician, not going to play this hand. Around to Andrew.
They call him Lucky Chewy. He was the one to watch last year, but he folds. Over to Vanessa Selps, who many consider one of the great poker players in the world, man or woman.
Well, it's pretty great when you can pick up a pair of jacks in the first hand. She's going to raise.
Comes right over the top for $310,000.
Soy out.
James goes out. So Vanessa Selps, 27-year-old poker pro, picking up that pot. And that's what an amazing woman she is. She just wrapping up Yale Law School as she continues her poker career. Over $4.4 million in poker winnings in live events. Incredible.
How they look, Mr. Vitor?
All right, on to the next hand. Vitor now.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful cards.
With King 10 quickly folding, and now Antonio Esfandiari. WPT champion with an ace-6. He will not play it.
Well, Lucky Chewy going to raise it up here with a 5-4 of diamonds.
Vanessa out, and now Soy Win with a 6-7 of diamonds. Another suited connector.
Soy Win, a tough poker pro, made it November 9 in 2010 at the World Series of Poker main event.
Yep, he's called it, Mike. Dempsey out. So a couple junk hands.
Soy and Lucky Chewy.
Possible
I know we look
prayers here. And the flop comes up. Nothing for either player.
King, Queen, Deuce. One playing with a 7 high, the other with a 5 high. Soy checks, and here comes the continuation bet by Lucky Chewy.
right, 24 years old with a bet of 175,000. Soy thinks he's being robbed, perhaps, but he has to fold the hand. And just like that, Andrew's going to take this pot with 5 high.
So Lucky Chewy chewing him up by stealing the money.
Go, Chewy. Where's your section, Chewy? Where are your people?
They're lazy. They're showing up.
A nice play there by Lucky Chewy, but no matter where the game is played, our own Tony Dunst calls it like he sees it. Let's hear what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
This year's Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic marks the 10-year anniversary of the WPT's first episode, where we witnessed a 28-year-old Gus Hansen maneuver himself to the title with a loose, aggressive style that left his opponents scratching their heads. So, how did he do it? Let's break Gus Hansen down. At the time, Hansen was a Danish pro that had never made a major final table and was generally unknown in the poker community. As is obvious, poker was played a bit differently in those years, which is in full display by all the limping that goes on at this short-handed final table.
We got a 4-way pot out of 5 players.
There were still many players around that subscribed to the Chris Bigler school of poker. Tight is right, no set, no bet, and just move in with big pairs pre. But even in an era before there was much literature available on no limit and tournament strategy, Hansen seemed to be aware of a few factors that made his play ahead of the curve and allowed him to exploit some of his tighter opponents. First, he manipulated the power of position and raised a wide range of hands from the button and cutoff, plus re-raises in position for balance.
400.
A strong play to re-raise a razor.
Second, he recognized the influence of pot odds and made correct calls in pre-flop scenarios that confused other players at the time due to his willingness to invest more money with weaker holdings.
Look at this, he just fires it out there. He's got a queen-9 offsuit.
Third, he was thinking about what range his opponent was representing instead of trying to pin him to a precise holding. He slowly thought over many of his post-flop decisions, and when facing a river bluff raise from Freddie Deeb, he realized that his opponent was representing a very narrow range of hands that would value raise the river, leading to a correct call with second pair.
And he's calling. Look how Deeb shoots his eyes over there to see what he's got, and he's stunned right now.
As a result of his multiple WPT wins, Gus became a household name in poker, and many young players attempted to emulate his playing style. And though I approach poker a bit different from Gus, I still most definitely attempt to emulate his playing style.
Yeah, Gus was a great player to kick it off on the World Poker Tour 10 years ago, but right now we have a good one going here as Soy Win from Southern California is the chip leader, with action going to Antonio Esfandiari.
Antonio going for his 3rd WPT title and his 2nd in a row right here at this event. Looks down at the ace-4 hearts.
He's made it 125 to go. They're all folding. Soy also going out. The Englishman not going to play.
Round to the amateur player, Vitor Coelho.
He owns a pre-owned luxury car business in Tampa, Florida. We used to call them used car lots.
Well, he's only got a king-4 offsuit, but he knows that Antonio is up to it a lot of times, so wondering if a raise here could win him the pot.
Vitor is on a real extreme short stack, and no, he's going to get away from the hand, and just like that, Antonio going to take this pot from first position, and the crowd enjoys that.
Well, he turns to his fans out there and says, "Where are you? I took down a pot here. Let's have some noise."
Pretty bad rail.
Antonio won this event last year. Love to have a back-to-back victory.
They're a little hungover. You give them a little time.
Good form right now.
Mr. Lucky. It's a 5 of spades.
I can honestly sit here and say the World Poker Tour changed my life. You know, I was a kid that moved to this country. I had big dreams and big hopes, but I think everybody does. I was doing magic for a living, and I never imagined in a million years I'd ever even have $10,000 to play in an event. I was playing poker at the time, so, you know, obviously it was a dream of mine. I kind of knew Gus when he won the first WPT. I was like, wow, that's so cool. Like, I wish I could someday play in a World Poker Tour. So now, fast forward 10 years to have won 2 titles and be back at a final table again, it means so much. God, it would feel good to win a 3rd one.
Well, Antonio, one of the most popular and dynamic characters out here on the World Poker Tour, and one of the toughest players.
All right, we're just getting started. 6 players remain here at Bellagio. We're coming back with more action from the WPT. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Bellagio and WPT's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. 6 players are still in the hunt, and Vince, what a stacked table we've got here tonight.
You are right, Mike, and it seems every season we see a who's who of poker make it to this event's final table. Last season, Antonio Esfandiari faced a very tough competition to take this title, and the season before, Darren Elias conquered another stacked table on his journey to having his name etched on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, those were tough, Vince, but I'm old school. Back in season 3, Daniel Negreanu came out on top, winning his second WPT title in a matter of months. And when you go all the way back to season 1, Gus Hansen navigated a minefield of elite players to win his first ever WPT title.
Well, now you at home can decide for yourself which was the toughest 5-diamond final table. All you have to do is join ClubWPT.com, and as a VIP member, you get exclusive access to watch the past episodes of the World Poker Tour. Besides that, you get other fantastic benefits, including the Entertainment Savers Guide, the online WPT magazine, and the chance, of course, to play real poker online and win your share of over $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. It's all for $19.95 a month on ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, let's get back down to the table.
Action on Vitor Coelho, the amateur, but who's making his second consecutive WPT final table. One was a non-televised event in Jacksonville, Florida.
Vitor, he's our man. If he can't do it, no one can. Go, Vitor.
And I don't care what tournament you're playing in, to make back-to-back final tables is tough, especially out here in the World Poker Tour.
All right, he's going to fold his hand. Antonio goes away. Now, Lucky Chewy not going to play his hand. Around to Vanessa.
She's on the button and folds.
Oh, wow. I thought there was a misclick.
Antonio knows how aggressive Vanessa is, and he's making fun of her for folding on the button.
Now Soy Win, our chip leader at this point, with King 9 has raised, but look at this behind him, the Englishman with a pair of jacks.
He's staring over at Soy, but you know he's going to certainly raise with the 2 jacks here. In position.
Yep, and he makes it 350,000 back on Soy.
And going to make the call out of position with the King 9 offsuit.
Don't forget this Soy made the final 9 on the World Series of Poker back in 2010.
Well, flop is Queen 7-3, action on Soy.
Nothing hitting for him, and he's going to check. Now Dempsey has to be a little afraid of that queen, and he's going to check as well.
Taking the conservative route against the chip leader.
6 of clubs on the turn, Mike.
Well, again, Soy checks, and that's pretty much the green light for James to feel pretty sure he's got the best hand here, so he does make a wager. He is going to take down that pot.
It's such a relief, too, when you have jacks, you see a queen, you make the bet, and you see the guy doesn't hesitate. He just mucks his hand quickly. Feels good.
At this table, I feel like I do have an advantage. I think I've got the best seat to make moves on people, and it's very hard for people to make moves on me, given the stacks. I feel I have a really good understanding of how all 5 opponents think. But I mean, everything changes as soon as the stacks get shifted, but at the moment, I'm pretty confident.
I played for a couple days in Europe in a tournament just a few weeks ago with James Dempsey, and I was really impressed with how good this guy plays.
And action now on Antonio, not going to play. Andrew now with an ace 7 of diamonds has raised to 120,000.
Vanessa making the call with the 2 deuces.
Tried to catch lightning in a bottle, hit a set on the flop. Now it's on to Soy. He folds his hand, Dempsey out as well.
Over to Vitor. He looks down at a deuce 4 offsuit. Certainly not going to interest him, so he lays it down.
So we're going to see a flop ace 7 up against deuces. Here we go.
Flop is Queen 6-5. Well, here comes the continuation bet by Lucky Chewy.
Yeah, no hesitation, 175 after not hitting his hand, but he's going to be successful with that tactic. It works again.
That's the second time he's made the continuation bet with the worst hand. The second time he's won the pot.
What she said.
There you see Randall Flowers, 2-time WPT champion. Mike Sexton impersonator in the house.
The best ever. All right, and as you can see, Soy Win now is the chip leader still. 4.6 million as the cards go around the table. First to act, right back on Chewy. It's pretty interesting. Andrew is our friend Tony Dunce's roommate here in Vegas.
Yeah.
He's going to muck his 6 deuce. Vanessa now getting out of the way with a nothing hand. Soy now not going to play. And now the Englishman with an ace 4 and the button.
He's just picked up a big stack, essentially setting Antonio all in if he wants to play. And the small blind as well, which is Vitor, but he's not going to play with that hand.
Folds his hand.
Shall we squeeze together?
Sure, why not?
Antonio. Uh-oh. Look at this ace.
Binky! My name is Binky! Many.
Let's see if you can squeeze another one out of here. No, it's a 10.
Call.
Well, he's made the call, and he is in a dominating position to double up here. And this would put him in great shape to take back-to-back titles in this event, Vince. He is a big favorite, as you can see by the percents on the screen.
How was that squeeze, huh? You're a good squeezer, Chewy.
You're a good squeezer, bro.
I was feeling confident because I seen where he looked. He was just saying,
Just no 4.
Fine bricks.
No 4.
Just picked up the right hand. A solid call by Antonio.
Well, all his fans on their feet. They know he's in great shape to double up right here.
No 4.
Antonio will be right in the thick of things. Big pot, 2.8 million in this pot.
You want a little bit of sweat, don't you?
No, I just want blank all the way around.
6, 7. Have 5, 6, 7.
I will find where you live and come to your house and kill you. I'm just kidding.
So nothing like some threats of bodily harm on national TV.
A lot of pressure on the dealer here. Antonio kidding, of course, but he is loving this spot. Well, flop comes 7, 3 deuce. Antonio out in front with the ace 10, but as you can see, Dempsey now has a straight draw, so a 4-5 would give him the lead.
Yeah, but pretty solid flop there for Antonio.
Antonio not looking.
Antonio is still a favorite. Going to the turn. Here it is.
Oh, it's a 4.
Oh, no.
A dagger in the heart of the magician right here. He now needs a 5 to split the pot, a 10 to win the pot. But what a brutal turn card, man.
Just a shocking card there for Antonio Esfandiari. That is miserable. Now he needs a miracle.
He needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat here.
And he hit his 10. No.
Doesn't happen. King comes off. Tough luck for Antonio Esfandiari. Made a valiant effort to defend his title. Just wasn't meant to be.
Well, just like that, Mike, the magician, voila, is out of here. 6th place. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Antonio wasn't meant to be tonight. Brutal 4 on the turn there.
I wasn't looking, but I just heard his crowd go wild, so I knew it came. That hurt.
Well, you still going to celebrate tonight, even though?
Yeah, I mean, I still picked up some cheese. I don't even know how much I won, but I'm sure I can buy my friends some drinks tonight.
All right, Antonio, I'm sure we'll see you at another final table very soon.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kimberly.
I know all of us were looking forward to seeing Antonio Esfandiari make history tonight at Bellagio with back-to-back titles. Unfortunately, that will not be happening, but we do have some fantastic players at this final table behind me. With Antonio out, we're down to 5 players at the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. We'll return to Bellagio in Las Vegas in just a moment. My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide. I save hundreds of dollars on everything from dining out, shopping, entertainment, and vacations with my family. Check it out, clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Brittany Bell from Studio City, California. My experience as a Royal Flush Girl has been awesome. The Bellagio is one of the most prestigious places I think that Vegas has to offer. The pools at the Bellagio are very beautiful. It's so classic. I just want to put on a big sun hat and lay out and feel like a movie star. You know that you're going to get the top-of-the-line service when you come here.
Welcome to Petrosian. Let's make some drinks.
When you think Vegas, you think Bellagio.
Oh, Vince, we got to hang out with the Royal Flush Girls a little more often.
They are a great addition here on the World Poker Tour. They are charming, they are fun, and that's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar right here on the set, and anyone can come up there and talk to the girls. Nice thing to have here on the WPT.
Guys, bring your A game to that social bar when you go over there.
Yeah, have something to talk about. All right, back to the table we go. 5 players remain, and Vanessa has raised with a King-8, makes it 120 to go. Everyone's folding. Vitor out.
And Lucky Chewy out as well, so it's Vanessa picking up that pot by staying aggressive. She's in 4-chip position out of 5 players, but She is one of the most fearless, aggressive players in the world, man or woman. And believe me, every poker player fears her when she's at the table.
She's only 27 years old. What a career she's had so far. All right, back to the feld. Soy now has raised with the king, jack of diamonds. Dempsey out, but Vitor finally hitting a hand here. Pair of eights.
Okay, guys, time to double up.
Virtually, he's got no chips. He's got to set him in right here with the 2-8. He has done it.
Andrew out. Vanessa.
Call.
Vanessa's going to call this with a jack 10. And Soy, of course, with his king, jack of diamonds.
And he's going to call too.
Yeah.
Well, the unwritten rule in this situation is if you don't hit a flop and there's no side pot, as a player, you just check it down probably in hopes that one of the two of you would eliminate the other player. But let's see what happens here. These two players are aggressive and they want to keep firing.
See when I'm winning this end. I'm winning this end.
Vitor staying positive. Can he get lucky on this flop? No, it's not good for Vitor. Ace, king, 3. And like Mike said, they're both going to check this one down.
Soy out in front with the 2 kings.
A deuce of diamonds on the turn. Again, a check, check. Vitor needs a miracle to stick around. Doesn't get it as a 10 of diamonds on the river.
Pocket eights.
Well, he is going to be out in 5th place. Soy going to take the pot down with 2 kings, and that's going to do it for the amateur player Vitor Coelho. What a show he's put on his back-to-back final tables. His 4th cash in 12 events on the World Poker Tour.
Well, he's also actually in 2nd place in the WPT Player of the Year race.
I was praying you weren't one of those internet guys. I was going to like reshove, obviously. I was like, you know the drill here. You know the drill.
154,000 he will take home tonight. Couldn't get to play many hands, didn't have much of a stack, and now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Vitor, back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. You have to be happy.
Very happy, very happy. I run very good. I did my best, and I'm very pleased with it. I have plans for making the 3rd table on the row. So my next event, I'll do my best to get there to make history on the WPT.
All right, congratulations once again.
Thank you very much.
All right, Kimberly, back to you.
With Vitor Coelho out in 5th place, that concludes our first hour of coverage from Bellagio. But before we go, Mike and Vince, I have a couple questions for you. With 2 players out, including defending champ Antonio Esfandiari, how does the dynamic of this game change?
Well, what's happened is the 2 short stacks have been eliminated. Unfortunately for Antonio, he didn't defend his title, got unlucky, ended up going out in 6th place. But let's talk about the 4 remaining players. They are very aggressive, so I look for a lot of 2 bets, 3 bets, and maybe even 4 bets pre-flop. Believe me, they're going to gamble it up.
I agree, Mike. And also, Kimberly, don't forget, the blinds are pretty big, 30 and 60,000 with $10,000 antes. That's forcing these players that play very fast ordinarily to play quick and fast. So bombs away. This is going to be interesting.
Bombs away, yes, some fireworks, a couple of races, some aggression, a lot of money at stake. We'll be back next time from Bellagio for more of WPT's Season 10 and the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Las Vegas, the WPT's historic 10th season finds us returning to where it all began. Our continuing coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Now, the 5-Diamond was, of course, the very first tournament ever broadcast by the WPT, and there have been some memorable battles over the last 10 seasons, and so far this final table is certainly no exception.
Call.
We've seen current chip leader James Dempsey outdraw reigning champion Antonio Esfandiari, sending him home in 6th place. Then Soy Win, currently 2nd in chips, knocked out Player of the Year contender Vitor Coelho in 5th place. Now with 4 players left, James and Soy, along with tough pros Vanessa Selbst and Andrew Lichtenberger, are battling over every pot with the WPT title within their grasp. Now right now I want to check in with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Vince, you picked Vanessa Selbst to take this title. How do you feel about your pick at this point?
I haven't jinxed her yet, let's just put it that way. 4 players remaining. I don't know why I picked her. I just feel it's her time. She's a great player, I know that, but they're all great players.
Mike, you give chip leader James Dempsey a lot of respect.
Well, James Dempsey's won a World Series of Poker bracelet. This is his first ever WPT event, but I had an opportunity to play with this guy over in London, and I can tell you, he is a real poker player. I just love his game. I give him a good shot to win.
Thanks, guys. Tensions are high. The WPT Champions Cup is up for grabs, as well as over $820,000 to the winner. So let's check the chip counts and get back to the game.
And there you see James Dempsey from London out in front with 5.5 million in chips. Soy went in second place with over 5 million. And right now, Vanessa Selbst on the short stack with just 2 million.
James Dempsey in his first ever WPT event at the final table, leading right now. And he's at 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60,000.
There you see how aggressive a player James Dempsey is, raising under the gun with 10-9 off suit.
Andrew Lucky Chewy going out. Vanessa now also not going to play. So the only one to beat is Soy Win from Southern California. You know, he's only played 6 WPT events. He's cashed in 3 of them out of 6. Pretty amazing. But he's going to fold his hand, and just like that, James Dempsey taking this pot. And that's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And this is a new addition on World Poker Tour Season 10, where anyone can sit with the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, talk to them about poker and other things. It's great. Hey, it's starting to look like the dating game over there, too.
Well, there you see the winner tonight going to take home over $820,000, plus get that seat in the WPT World Championship.
And there's tournament announcer Ali Najad calling the action tonight for the live audience. Soy Win from Santa Ana, California, going to put in a raise with an ace deuce.
Dempsey going out. Lucky Chewy here, the youngest player at the table at 24. He's out as well.
Yeah, he is Tony Dunce's roommate here in Vegas.
Now Vanessa is going to defend out of the big blind here with the Queen 9.
Vanessa Selbst, she is tougher than a Denny's porterhouse. And there's the flop.
Well, Vanessa has the best hand right now with 2 queens, but all spades out there, and she doesn't have any. So she checks.
Yep, and Soy with the big flush draw with the continuation bet. It looks like 175,000.
Well, he's got the nut flush draw, so everybody's going to bet that. But Vanessa makes the call.
Yeah. Solid call. Building a pot. Here we go to the turn.
The jack of spade comes off, giving Soy the ace high flush. Vanessa checks.
Just a beautiful card there. He has the flush. Now, do you trap here or do you make a bet?
Well, he is going to check, Vince.
Going for the trap.
He's going to act like he doesn't have a spade when, in fact, he has the biggest spade.
It's a great trap because a 10 on the river makes Vanessa a straight.
Well, she checks the straight. And now Soy is going to bet $325,000. And Vanessa's in a tough spot here, Vince. Because Soy checked on the turn, she's probably not going to put him on a spade here. All of a sudden, he's going to bet on the river. Now, any ace would give him an ace-high straight, which would beat her, of course, but still.
This is $325,000. She is on the short stack. This would really hurt if she could make this call.
She might think the guy's got something like 2 7s and just trying to steal the pot here.
Don't do it. She's done it.
She's paid him off. Soy going to win this hand with an ace-high flush. So by checking on the turn, he picks up an extra $325K from Vanessa.
Vanessa is as bitter as a cup of coffee at 7-Eleven. Nicely done by Soy. Picking up that pot.
We all learned together as kids, myself, Namli, and a couple of Nam's brothers. We actually had to buy a book in the beginning because none of us knew the exact rules to it. Wow. And then I went on and got married and had a kid and decided to take the career path, and Nam just went down the poker road and blew up in 2006.
He has done it.
I always thought to myself, like, wow, I mean, I played with him before and I've taken a couple pots down from him. So hopefully someday when the time is right financially, then I'm gonna take my stab at it. And lo and behold, I made the final table.
There you see Soy talking to WPT champ Nam Lee, his good buddy.
So you think that hand right there, checking the turn right now?
Yeah, for sure. You get one sugar, actually. You won't get two. You get the river. Yeah, check it. Because right now, you put her in, all you want to do is get her in danger zone. She got no chips.
Well, you know, Soy Win would love to add his name to the WPT Champions Cup, along with his buddies Nam Lee.
No longer reading from the book. These guys are playing the big style game.
Well, it's unlike your sport where coaches can't talk to the player. In poker, if you're not involved in a hand, you can do that. You should do it in tennis too, I might add.
All right, back to the felt. Lucky Chewy, that's Andrew, gonna raise with just a 9-10. Vanessa out. And Soy Win with a 5 and 10. Folding his hand, now it's on Dempsey, who has a 7-5 in the big blind. But look at this, he's gonna re-raise. That's how aggressive he is.
Well, he is taking the lead here.
Makes it 350,000 to go.
That's a powerful play.
Andrew's gonna call it though.
You're not raising to hit your flop. You're raising in hopes that your opponent doesn't hit his, which is what happens 70% of the time. And this is one of those times as it comes Jack, Jack, Deuce. The continuation bet right here by James Dempsey is probably going to eliminate Lucky Chewy from this pot, and indeed it does.
Just brilliantly done by the Englishman. He's going to take down the pot with just 7 high.
Well, it just shows you don't need cards to win. You do need a strong right arm.
More to come from Bellagio, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's action in the raw deal. Plus, my 5 questions with Season 3 5-diamond champion Daniel Negreanu. It's good. Stick around.
And I think we're wussies a lot of time. Sucks to say, but it's true. My name is Gene Bolin, and I run the fountains here at Bellagio. The fountains of Bellagio rest in a 8.5-acre lake. It's 22.5 million gallons. There are 798 mini shooters, 292 supers, 16 extremes, and over 5,000 underwater lights. There is so much behind the scenes that people don't see to make this happen. Hundreds of thousands of people a year come and they watch the shows. Oh, I've got the best job on the planet.
Well, Vance, I always thought it was the magician Antonio Esfandiari who just stood out there and with his hands went whoa and the water went up.
Not right. But I'll tell you something, there's nothing like winning at the Bellagio and walking outside and seeing those beautiful fountains. To top off your night, you can't beat it. Let's go back down to the felt.
See James Dempsey from London out in front with over 6 million in chips. Vanessa on the short stack.
Look at this, she's gonna raise it to 120,000.
Short stack or not, she's gonna stay aggressive.
Soy out, and now James Dempsey with the queen 9. No, not gonna play. And just like that, everybody's gonna fold. Vanessa's gonna take this pot down. Nicely done.
Well, Vanessa, one of the most aggressive poker players in the world.
People have a very short memory. You know, when you win like 2 tournaments in a row or something, everyone says you're the best, and then you don't do anything for a year and they forget about you. But right now, I'm at the top of my no limit hold'em tournament game. You know, I'm constantly putting pressure on my opponents, and my goal is to make them scared to play me, and that makes poker easier to play, and it also, I don't know, it's pretty cool.
Well, Vince, she is remarkable, has 4.4 million in winnings, and yet went back to Yale Law School and is about to graduate. Just a fascinating lady.
One smart lady, and I wouldn't bet against her in a staring contest either. Back to the felt we go. Action on Soy from Orange County, and he's got a miserable looking 5-3 of spades. Won't play that. James out as well.
So around the Lucky Chewy, who has the misfortune of having Vanessa sitting on his left. Lucky for him, she's on the short stack right now, but he raises up a 5 high.
And Vanessa with a Jack 7. Thinking about it, but nope, she will not play it.
Just doesn't have chips to get involved right now, so Lucky Chewy taking advantage of that.
Go Chewy!
And picking up yet another pot.
Leave Vanessa alone. Yeah, you're not supposed to cheer for him when he wins pots off me. Yeah, but when he's winning pots off me every time, you know, it's like a little, it's a little humiliating when your rail is cheering against you, that's all.
Hey, Vanessa, give her a little break there. It's tough if you have a lot of friends in the poker world.
Yeah, all 4 of these players you can see enjoying the moment here, but only one going to capture their first WPT title.
Okay, this time James Dempsey with a quick fold, and now back on Andrew. He loves to play hands, and this time with just a 10-7 going to raise to 120. Vanessa out.
The youngster staying aggressive, no doubt about it. Raising with junk hand after junk hand.
And Soy Win also must fold, so Andrew pushing these people around.
Go Chewy! A little scared.
Again, the aggressiveness by Lucky Chewy picks up the pot for him.
Now, he's one of the WPT Season 9 wants to watch. That means he's a highly regarded young player that we expect big things from, and he's proving it here tonight. Now, on this hand, he's got a pair of fives. He's raised it. Vanessa out, Soy out, and Dempsey out.
So the hat trick for Lucky Chewy there, picking up 3 sets of blinds and antes in a row.
And right there is Randall Flowers, a WPT champion. Also, the guy that does the best impersonation of you, Mike Sexton, I've ever heard.
Oh, boy. Well, Ben Affleck would take offense to that, Vince. He thinks he does the best impression.
Ben's is not even as close as good as Randall Flowers. All right, to this hand we go. Vanessa has folded Soy now with a Jack-3. He's raising the pot to 120,000. These guys are splashing around. James Dempsey with an ace-6.
It's just great poker we're watching. Everybody raising with just really nothing hands. And it looks like James is going to 3-bet here with an ace-6 offsuit, and he is.
Very casually, too, I might add. Andrew out, and Soy now reconsidering his Jack-3. No.
Well, we are seeing some poker being played right now, folks. No doubt about it. Everybody raising with junk, just trying to gather chips. They are playing the game.
They are stealing here at Bellagio, no doubt.
The WPT Player of the Year race is certainly heating up as a number of players added to their point total here at Bellagio, including current leader Will the Thrill Fiella, who cashed in this event, and 5th place finisher Vitor Coelho, who has jumped into 2nd in the standings with 1,500 total Player of the Year points. The champion tonight will earn 1,400 points as well as a place on the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. We'll continue to track the WPT Player of the Year standings all season long, so be sure to check back with us each week. In the meantime, let's get back to the game.
There you see James Dempsey from London still out in front with 6.2 million.
That still looks like the dating game to me back there. That is the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, a great addition here on the World Poker Tour.
Well, I want to book how many dates those guys get sitting at the bar with those girls.
You never know, Mike. Oh. Back the table, the Englishman, James Dempsey with a 9-6. But that's not going to deter him. He's going to raise with it, makes it 125. Andrew out.
You just got to love the fact that all 4 players staying aggressive here.
Vanessa also folding. But Soy, look at this. He's got a real hand. Ace-Queen.
And he comes right back over the top for 350. So looks like the gig is up for Dempsey on this hand.
Soy Win. Guy started playing in Orange County with Nam Lee and his buddies. They used to read poker books, dreaming of the day they'd be in a WPT final table, and it's really happening here for him.
Nam Lee's made several WPT final tables. He's a WPT champion, and Soy Win looking to put a title and a trophy on his mantle as well.
Soy pushes Dempsey out. 4 players remain with extremely aggressive behavior.
For this, our 10th anniversary season, the WPT for the first time allowed cameras behind the scenes to see just what life is like when you travel the high-stakes tournament trail. Here's another installment of WPT on the road.
Working for the World Poker Tour certainly has its benefits. From the time we've been here, there's literally been something to do morning, noon, and night. And why not? I mean, when you have all the exotic locations that the World Poker Tour does, make the most of it, you know?
Part of the lifestyle that comes with the territory is having access to some of the better, clubs, restaurants. So it really makes every stop pretty enjoyable overall. The whole scene is really fun, and we all meet up and hang out after work.
Cheers. When I got back to the hotel today, there was a love letter at the front desk for me. Oh, really? Are you kidding? No. From a boy, a French boy.
In Paris, we've brought over our normal American Royal Flush girls, but additionally, we have some of the new and European Royal Flush girls spending time with us as well.
So Jennifer, you're from?
Scotland.
Okay, so you're half Scotch, half Hong Kongese, living in London. Is that right?
Living in London, yes.
Raisa is?
Ukrainian, half Kazakhstan, and half Russian, and half Cuban.
That's a lot of halves. So I'm in France, speaking Spanish to Ukrainian, Kazakh, Cuban. What was the last one?
Ollie's hilarious. A lot of guys felt the tells were a more relevant part of the game, but as everything became more fundamental and mathematical based, and a lot of people became so used to poker that they just didn't react to it anymore. They felt the sunglasses and hats looked somewhat ridiculous on a guy who'd been playing for a decade and was probably cool and calm enough in the moment not to react to it.
High five, girls, high five.
One really cool aspect about working for the WPT is getting to hang out with the guys that I used to watch on TV all the time. So we'll be out and I'll look over and there's Mike cutting a rug or Vince laughing it up with somebody, and it's all very surreal to me.
What's happening, boys?
Mike Sexton is a surprisingly smooth guy, kind of likes to make his way over to the Royal Flush Girls whenever possible.
Capture me a Royal Flush Girl.
Most people wouldn't think that Mike Sexton takes so much pride in his dancing, but I can assure you that he does.
I think Mike's a great dancer. He's like the life of the party for the night.
Here's guys, the season 10 on the World Poker Tour.
Let's be honest with ourselves. You know, we're pretty darn lucky. You know, we got jobs that we enjoy, and you know, we're doing the kind of things that we would probably be doing if we weren't employed to be doing them. And here we are in Paris, hanging out for 2 weeks. Not a lot better than that.
Well, Vance, our viewing audience just doesn't have any idea how hard we work out here on the World Poker Tour.
Yeah, it is a tough life, boy, but someone's got to do it. We are having a good time, and there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar at Bellagio as 4 players remain going after the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. Stay with us. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. I'm here with our Club WPT qualifier, Andrew Campanelli. It's day 1 of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. What does it mean for you to be here in Vegas at this event?
Oh, it's awesome. It's a dream come true. I enjoy playing poker. I love Club WPT, and now here I am playing against basically the best poker players in the world. Got to meet Daniel Negreanu and Antonio Esfandiari and Barry Greenstein, Kathy Liebert, Annette Oberstadt was here. Mike Matisow got knocked out before I did, yes. I was invited back to the WPT party in the room, which was nice. I met the Royal Flush Girls. That was exciting. And Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. That was a blast. It was a lot of fun. You can't beat Club WPT. It's great. For a nominal membership fee, you play poker to your heart's content. And the next thing you know, you're playing in a tournament for maybe $800,000 or $900,000 against the best poker players in the world. You can't beat the value.
Andrew Campanelli had a fantastic VIP poker experience here at Bellagio, and it could happen for you too. For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Andrew did. All you have to do is check it out for yourself, clubwpt.com, and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Looks like the final table action's ready to start, so let's check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, there you can see James Dempsey from London still out in front with 6.1 million. Vanessa Selps still on the short stack.
Who will take this title down? It was won in season 1 by Gus Hansen, of course. Who's going to take home this title tonight? We will see.
Well, action on Vanessa. And look at this, short stack or not at the table. She's going to raise it up with an ace-deuce offsuit.
120 to go, and Soy Win looking down at an ace-7 of clubs.
Well, he knows Vanessa is capable of raising with any 2 cards. So what do you do here in this situation? You got way more chips than she does. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You just raise it right back up to 300,000.
Yep. James and Lucky Chewy out, and Vanessa also mucking her hand.
So I win picking up that pot.
Vanessa, don't look like a Debbie Downer.
You can almost see the steam starting to rise off Vanessa Selp's head. She is a player that wears her emotions on her sleeve. We saw that when she played at a WPT final table in the ladies event. Came down to heads up against her and Nancy Todd Tyner end. Vanessa obviously felt like she was the way better player. She didn't win, and you could see emotions coming out then. And right now, she looks a little frustrated to me.
Well, that could be the only knock against Vanessa's game, is she just gets too emotional and it distracts from a good game.
In 10 seasons of the WPT, we've watched players grow up before our eyes. Now, a decade ago, Daniel Negreanu had the name Kid Poker. Today, Daniel's no longer a kid, but retains his enthusiasm for the game, and he is not afraid to speak his mind, as I found out in this edition of 5 Questions. Doyle Brunson, he's been quoted saying, poker tournaments are like a lottery. The pros are just given more tickets. How do you feel about that?
To echo Doyle's point, the best players are going to just have more opportunities to get deep because they're not going to make as many mistakes early. Having said that, the difference between the guys who really rise are the ones who, when all is on the line, when the adrenaline's pumping, and it's like really crunch time at the final table or the last 2 tables, some people crack under that pressure and other people elevate their game. I call. That's not something that you can really teach, and it comes with experience. Some people just have it and some people don't. Some people are winners, some people are losers. Sucks to say, but it's true.
What is your favorite WPT moment?
Give me a moment. I've had so many good moments on the WPT that I would have to say my favorite moment was when I won the Borgata, because it was such a tough field. It was very competitive, and I think everybody wanted it so bad. So to come out on top, and it was my first $1 million win.
Daniel Negreanu is our champion.
And it led to more success because maybe a month and a half later, I won the WPT at Bellagio
Daniel Negreanu has done it.
for $1.8 million.
Back in season 8, Carlos Mortensen passed you on the WPT all-time money earnings list. Is that still a big deal to you? I mean, do you want to hold all the records?
Yeah, that was a bittersweet day. Carlos is a friend of mine.
Carlos Mortensen has done it. He has become the all-time money leader on the World Poker Tour.
A little part of me was like, ugh. But, you know, I like that because I like to be pushed.
What kind of responsibility do big-name players like yourself have as ambassadors to the game?
That's one area I'm actually disappointed in a lot of the poker players. I think that as a community, if you have a voice, you should speak up when things are not going right. And I think we're wussies a lot of the time. You know, when there's issues like Black Friday, or there's other issues where organizations were doing things they shouldn't have been doing, and, you know, mum's the word by a lot of these pros. I'm not going to be muzzled. I think it's important as an ambassador for poker to speak out and to try to improve this game and make it more accessible for people that are new to it, and make it more player friendly, and also just make it better TV.
So if you did quit, what would you do?
If I quit playing poker, I would probably do some writing, because I've always enjoyed that. Do some Bikram yoga, some golf, and on the weekends be drinking at the club. You know, not much different than I'm doing right now, actually. I'm kind of living the life I wanted for the most part.
Well, Daniel Negreanu, one of the most recognized and respected players in the world, won this tournament in season 3, and second on the all-time money list on the World Poker Tour behind Carlos Mortensen.
And right now, these 4 are going after this title. Action on Soy Win, going to fold his hand, and now James Dempsey.
Well, going to raise it up here as chip leader on the button with his hand, as most players would do.
Andrew with King 8 folding, and now Vanessa with just a Jack 6 of spades also folds her hand.
At the midi.
And James is going to take down that pot.
Come on, Vanessa, do something. Needs to win.
Trying, but it's tough. They're so intimidating.
You're tough.
These guys are tough.
I don't think anyone's more intimidating at the poker table than Vanessa Selps, especially if she's got chips. So if she gets some, these guys better duck.
All right, action going to Dempsey again. He's got a 7-3. And that just doesn't matter because he's raising it to 125 with that hand.
Andrew goes out.
Yep, Vanessa now. Oh, she's picked up a nice one. Ace-Queen. And she's going to ship it.
That's the kind of hand she's been waiting for to get her chips in the pot with.
There's Soy right behind her.
I'm very confident.
But he's going to lay down his ace-9. James Dempsey now, with not much of a hand, is going to fold.
So Vanessa happy to take down a pot here finally at this final table.
There's Vanessa's very good friends, the Railbirds, sitting up on top.
We'll be right back with more action from Bellagio, including Tony Dunst's no-holds-barred analysis in The Raw Deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes. And in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Our very own Tony Dunst made a deep run in this tournament, finishing in 18th place after being eliminated by current chip leader James Dempsey. My hat is off to you, Tony, and based on his experience, he probably has a thing or two to say about our remaining players in this edition of the Raw Deal.
James Dempsey isn't even supposed to be here. I'm not just saying this because he knocked me out of the tournament.
We got 18.
And I'm not saying this because I think the Bellagio should know better than to allow citizens of the UK and their pretentious accents onto the property.
I feel like this might be my new home.
I'm saying it because James Dempsey never intended to play this tournament. He was merely supposed to stop by Vegas to transport some funds for his friend, fellow British pro Chris Moorman. But when James found out Bellagio was hosting the 5-Diamond, he decided to take his shot in the main event, and now finds himself in the chip lead at the final table. So let's break him down. I played with James on multiple days over the course of this tournament and observed relentless pre-flop aggression, which worked with great success despite his marginal holdings. And this trend has continued for him at the final table. Beyond eliminating defending champ Antonio Esfandiari in a pre-flop confrontation, James hasn't been involved in any major pots, though anyone watching the table can sense that he's the one controlling it. We see him use the edge position provides with a number of weaker holdings, and when he's out of position, he's often putting in a re-raise and follows through on flops that his opponents likely didn't connect on. What remains to be seen is whether James will manage to maintain the fine line between aggression and recklessness at this final table. Although, I'm sure even if he finds himself in a marginal situation and decides to just jam in, say, a small pair because his opponent seems full of it, I'm sure he'll just win the flip.
Well, Vince, do you sense Tony's a little bitter that this guy knocked him out of this tournament?
Just a little bit.
I'll tell you, Tony is spot on, though, in his analysis about Dempsey's play, staying aggressive, especially winning a lot of small pots by making raises with junk hands.
All right, here we go. Quick fold by Andrew. Nessa also out, and now Soy win.
Soy with the king high, just folds in a small blind, does not want to get in a confrontation with the chip leader right now.
Hey, maybe we should make you a nickname right now so everyone knows.
Flushy. Or the doctor.
Actually?
The doctor, yeah.
I was thinking doctor something.
His name is James Dempsey, and he's saying that he has a couple of nicknames. People have called him Flushy.
Go on the doctor.
And the Doctor. I don't get either
Use your
one,
tongue.
actually, at this point, but what do you want to call him?
Bare chest.
Okay, that's just as bad as Flushy. All right, action back on Vanessa Selps. And she quickly folds this hand, and now Soy wins, going to raise with just a 9-7.
Yeah, Dempsey going out.
Round to Lucky Chewy.
And look at this, Vince. He's not just calling with the 8-4. He is 3-betting it with the 8-4 diamonds here.
Makes it 400,000 to go. But Soy, he's going to speculate. So we got 8-4 up against 9-7 for good money. And here's the flop.
Ace, king, 5. No help to either player. And here comes Lucky Chewy. And it just shows you, folks, how powerful aggression is when you're playing no limit hold'em poker.
525,000 into Soy. Now Soy's saying to himself, I don't have any of that. But does he? I feel like I'm getting my pocket picked here. But what can I do about it?
The only way he's going to win this pot is to raise it, but not going to do it. So the power of the 3-bet in perfect form for Lucky Chewy here at this final table thus far.
That is right, Lucky Chewy. This is Tony Dunst's roommate. Looking pretty good here tonight.
Dodging bullets, baby.
I guess. Whenever I'm asked if I have any strategy, I always say no. I play my game and then try to just take the situations as they come to me and just make the best decisions possible. Last season I got 8th in this tournament. It was a little disappointing. Flop came bad for me, so what can you do? You can play for 5 days and then come so close to the TV final table and all the money and then just like fall a little bit short of it. But hey, here I am, back at it again, so no complaints. I don't know how many times people get a second shot. It just kind of happens, I guess.
Well, Lucky Chewy is the third player from the Season 9 Ones to Watch who has made it to a WPT final table.
And last season, of course, William Reynolds and Alan Berry both made WPT final tables. And Phil Collins making a World Series of Poker main event final table in 5th place.
Well, certainly these Ones to Watch are very talented players, and they're starting to prove it worldwide in tournament poker.
To the felt we go. Soy with a quick fold. Now James Dempsey with Motown hand, Jackson 5.
That's good enough for him to raise with.
And he has raised to 125. Now Andrew right behind him with a pair of threes. He's going to re-raise, 425 to go.
You can see Lucky Chewy is not a caller. He is a 3-better when he comes in the pot.
Into Vanessa. Well, she's picked up an ace-10.
I'm all in.
What a play by Vanessa here. This pot has been raised and re-raised, yet she's still got the moxie to move all in here.
Dempsey out.
Pretty sure we're going to gamble.
And Andrew now saying, well, how much more?
Chewy was it bluffing?
It's going to cost him about another $700,000, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1 odds on his money.
135.
Well, he knows the worst he could be is 4.5 to 1 underdog if her opponent's got an overpair, but...
I will call.
Oh, yeah, he is going to make the call.
Well, he is just hoping she's got ace-king where he's in a race situation. She doesn't have ace-king, she does have ace-10, and probably trying to figure out, wow.
There's a pair.
Couldn't you lay that hand down, just let me have it? Oh, well, let's race for the dough now.
GL.
Look.
I folded 2 10s.
So Vanessa Selp's tournament life on the line here. Must win this race to stay alive.
This is poker. Here's the flop.
So Vanessa's tournament life is at stake here.
Well, it's come 6, 6, 8. Now that means if an 8 comes up, Vanessa would take the lead with 8s and 6s and an ace kicker. So Vanessa right now looking for an ace, a 10, or an 8.
An 8 would work as well.
She
And
got
an
the
ace
ace.
comes right off.
But wait a second, a club here.
Clubs.
So in addition to a 3, Lucky Chewy can also catch a club and win this pot.
Yo, can I borrow some of that flush power?
So any 3 and any club is what Andrew is looking for right now to eliminate Vanessa from this tournament.
Down to the river, here it is.
It's
not
the
a club.
king of hearts. So there you go, the first big break for Vanessa Selps at this final table. She pumps the fist, gives a nod to her friends and says, we're on our way.
Really?
Well, she's more than double up by winning that pot. She has just that quickly become a real force at this final table.
That's right. The miss of the table stays alive. Stay tuned. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Bellagio attracts the best and the brightest players in the world, so it was no surprise to see a number of our Season 10 Ones to Watch players put up the money and fight for this title. How they did is all in this week's Ones to Watch.
I love to grind with Sick Degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch. Back at work, day 1 of 5 Diamond. Gonna crush it, hopefully.
Day 1 of the WPT Bellagio 10K, and great field. Should be a fun day.
I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready to win one of these finally.
All right, this is my first hand no limit hold'em in over a month.
So far, things aren't going so well.
Lost half of my stack already. What's up? Only me.
A poker career is very difficult. I think a lot of people don't understand what goes into it.
It's really hard to put forth the amount of time and energy and effort that you need to become a professional.
And there's a lot of grinding, and sometimes it's not so glamorous.
With poker, you're experiencing a lot of failure. You only win a tournament 1% of the time, less than 1% of the time.
I've come close a lot of times, which, keeps you going a little bit.
You have to never be willing to give up.
Sometimes it can be very hard to continue trying your best when you know sometimes it's just not going to work out.
But then when you do hit, when you do make that WPT final table and you're on that stage and all of the lights are on you, your dad's in the crowd, your friends are at home watching you, then that's what makes all of those failures really worthwhile.
just really wasn't my day. I think I would have busted regardless, you know.
Yeah, I'm obviously disappointed to be out of this great event, but as they say, that's poker.
No, this one didn't work out at all for me.
Yeah, that's a little short stack, a little shorty I got here. Never stopped me before, so.
We both have a lot of chips. Our penthouse has all the chips.
I think as the levels in the tournament moves on, you get different rushes. When you're on the money bubble, obviously that's a bit of a rush.
Turning into profit in Las Vegas, that's the real goal.
And once you're in the money, you're looking for the final table.
This is only my second day four, and I'm 1 for 1 for making WPT final tables when I make the day four. So, you know, keep the streak alive.
I'm gonna keep bringing the pain, and they're gonna realize that I am a strong contender.
Well, that'll wrap it up. 13th place. Good game.
Well, the ones to watch really had a good showing here at the 5 Diamond, with roommates William Reynolds finishing in 13th place and Matt Marifiati in 15th place. We certainly hope to see more deep finishes from the ones to watch as the season progresses. But for now, let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Well, the ones to watch, certainly very talented young poker players, but here's the 4 players remaining in this tournament. And as you can see, James Dempsey still out in front with just under $6 million in chips. So we win in second place with $5.3 million. Lucky Chewy in third place with $2.7 million. And Vanessa Selp with $2.4 million. But Vince, they've all got chips. It's anybody's game.
That is right. And James Dempsey from Brighton, England, 29 years old. First time ever at a WPT tournament. Shining right now. Yeah, he's going to raise with an ace-6. Andrew out. Vanessa also folding.
Well, Soy's going to make the call here with a 10-5 of spade. Now, the problem is if he fans on this flop, he's basically just going to give up the pot.
Here we go with the flop. King deuce deuce helps neither player. Actions on Soy.
And he's going to check.
And now Dempsey, will he make the continuation bet with just ace high? Yes, he does.
Now, the texture of this flop, Vince, is one that it's a great time to check raise if you're Soy in this spot, because if your opponent doesn't have a king in his hand, he just can't continue to call you. Even if he's got 2 9s or 2 8s, he's probably got to throw the hand away. So a missed opportunity by Soy there, I think.
Well, there's Danielle and Ivy. Brittany, of course, talking to strangers at the Royal Flush Girls social bar.
Oh, boy.
It is fun.
It's like CupidMatch.com out here now.
All right. Blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000. Quick fold by Lucky Chewy. And now Vanessa Selps, tough 27-year-old out of Vegas, is going to raise with a king 10 of clubs. Soy going to take a breather, and James looking tired, folds.
Yeah, most everybody would raise on the button with that hand. She's doing it, and she picks up the pot because of it. She's 27. She's made $4.4 million in live tournaments around the world. Just incredible. And yet she's opted to go back to Yale Law School to get her law degree. You have to respect somebody like that.
All right, this time Vanessa first to play. She has an 8-5 of clubs. Quickly rejects her hand, and now Soy win with a real hand. Pair of 9s.
A big hand on the button for Soy here.
And he's getting out the raising chips, of course. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. He makes it 160.
And look at this. James with just an ace-3 offsuit is going to 3-bet it up to 450,000.
He certainly is. Now Lucky Chewy looks at a pair of 8s here. And that's also a good hand, but now it's been raised and re-raised. Now what do you do?
Well, tough to play these mid pairs when it's been raised and re-raised in front of you. But he knows how aggressive James plays.
Calling.
Whoa.
He makes an all-in bet. And with that all-in bet, he has put tremendous pressure on Soy Win right here with 2 9s.
You were talking about a huge pot in the making, and this is not an easy call, not auto call at all.
Are you kidding me? I think it's such a tough call. It's unbelievable because you've still got the chip leader sitting behind you who also raised this pot.
Of course, we know how aggressive these guys have been tonight, raising with just junk hands.
I call.
And he's going to make the call of the night.
I'm all out.
Dempsey goes out, and what a call it is. It's 2 9s versus 2 8s.
And Soy is feeling good. Soy's feeling saucy as he gets it from the table.
Never binked on TV before.
Soy Win, lose or draw here. He was in a tough spot with that middle pair. Made the call with the 2 9s, has his opponent dominated. Not only dominated, Vince, has the same suits, meaning his opponent can't make a flush to win the pot.
I don't like the suit domination business.
If it helps, I folded a diamond and a heart.
Oh, nice.
If you hit, you've got like You know,
0.02% more.
it makes a little difference, right?
Soy Win with a big chance right now to become a massive chip leader.
Hey, you should read Russell's autobiographies.
Oh, it's gonna be hilarious.
Talks about like his rise through like life, basically, and in the first book, and the second book is like his rise through fame. It's just like totally different.
I like how you're talking about Russell Brand's book.
I mean, what can I do?
I like that.
Might as well lighten the mood.
How can one stay so calm and talk about books at a time like this?
Lucky Chewy going to have to get very lucky here, Vince, to stay alive.
He looks very relaxed, like he's going to suck out here. Here we go with the first three, and the flop comes queen, 6-4. No luck for Lucky Chewy.
Now, Lucky Chewy could hit a 5 and a 7 and make a straight, but they're going to have dramatic help to win this pot.
I like that 7.
All right, turn card coming up. It's a queen of spades.
Lucky Chewy must catch a black 8, otherwise he's going to be out in 4th place.
The soy sauce is ready to be put on the Lucky Chewy. He can push him right out of here.
Got one out. Vanessa fold the 8 of clubs.
Can Lucky Chewy do it? No.
Nope, it's a jack. So that's going to do it. Andrew Lichtenberger going to be out in 4th place. Hugs all around. Can't blame him for getting all in with the pair of 8s. His opponent made a tough call with the 2 9s, I can tell you that.
Very solid. Andrew, Lucky Chewy out. Going to take home $213,000. He's still smiling, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
You know, for 8th place last year, 4th place this year, what's on the plan for the next WPT?
Sounds like 2nd, right? If it progresses as such.
Well, you come from the online world. You've made it a smooth transition to the live world. How do you think the differences have played out for you in this?
It's definitely a learning experience always, you know. There's so many things different about it, like, you know, sitting across from someone, just being able to look them in the eye. It's just a whole different game, really. And, yeah, I feel like I've adapted pretty well to it, so.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you at another World Poker Tour final table.
Absolutely. Thanks.
That'll do it for Lucky Chewy, Andrew Lichtenberger, who is out in 4th place.
Who will take down this coveted Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic title?
Mike, Vince, what are your final thoughts on this evening's action?
Well, Kimberly, Soy Win on top right now, obviously, but he's got 2 tough opponents to get through to take down this title. I believe James Dempsey has played the best, most aggressive poker at this final table so far, but Vanessa's just been handcuffed. She's been on the short stack most of the time at this final table, but in case she ever gets some chips, these guys better duck.
Well, you're right, Mike. But Soy Win has chips. He's been a little conservative so far, but I think his buddy Namlee, who's in the audience, is going to tell him, open up your game, you can do it, take home this title.
Well, gentlemen, the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic at Bellagio is once again proving why it's one of the premier titles in poker. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage of this marquee event, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Las Vegas, history is in the making as our remaining players battle for big money and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of Season 10's coverage of the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
As we start our 3rd hour of coverage here at Bellagio, we find ourselves after 6 days of grueling play down to just 3 players, all within reach of adding their names to the coveted WPT Champions Cup. And right now, let's bring in Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Raw Deal analyst Tony Dunst, who's sitting in for Vince Van Patten. Guys, we have 3 tremendously talented players left. Bring us up to speed.
Well, you're right, Kimberly. 3 terrific players left, all very aggressive players, and all certainly deserving to be sitting here playing for this title. Our chip leader is Soy Win, of course. In second place, James Dempsey from London. And in third place on the short stack right now is Vanessa Selps. Now, if Vanessa had more chips, I think she'd be an easy pick to win this title. But as it is, I like James Dempsey. I played with this guy a few weeks ago in London for 7 days straight. Very impressed with his play. He's the guy I rate to beat right now.
And Tony, you played with all three of these players this week. How do you see this game going forward?
Yes, Kim, I did. Actually, it was James Dempsey who knocked me out on day 4, and it was the second consecutive day I'd played with him, and I had not heard of him prior to the tournament, and must say he really impressed me throughout, both in the quality of his play and his conduct. So I'm with Mike in picking him as the winner, but you know, Vanessa, despite being on the short stack, is such a relentless player, and if she can perhaps get herself in front and hold up, then she is going to become a force to be reckoned with at this final table.
Thanks, guys. Tonight, another winner will be added to the WPT Champions Cup, a cup whose first engraved name belongs to Gus Hansen, who won this very first 5-diamond 10 years ago. The action's ready to resume here tonight, so let's get back to the final table.
Well, there you see the chip count. So I went out in front with 8.2 million. James Dempsey in second with 5.4 million. Vanessa in third place right now with just under 3 million.
And as you can see, our winner will eventually take home $821,000.
As well as get that coveted entry into the WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, which could be worth millions more to him.
Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 as we return to action.
Well, Vanessa's going to raise with an 8-7.
Definitely a hand somebody like Vanessa is going to be raising the button with. She's not going to be passing many hands at all on the button.
Well, so it quickly folds the Queen 10. As you can see, James not going anywhere. He's got a King 9 and makes the call.
Yep, no surprise. James is aware of how aggressive Vanessa is on the button, so a hand like King 9 suddenly becomes very playable.
Now flop comes Ace 4 deuce, and it's quickly gone check, check. Now Jack of diamonds on the turn. Dempsey checks again, but Vanessa betting this time, and is going to pick up the pot by doing so. And Vanessa still staying aggressive to take down that pot. And Tony, we all know what a great poker player she is, but what I admire about her is she's made over $4.4 million already in live tournament poker, yet she opted to go back to Yale Law School to get her law degree.
People at Yale Law School are definitely very competitive by nature, in the same way that people in poker are definitely very competitive. And I think that's a personality trait that you just need to have in order to be one of the most successful people in any given field.
And all in by Vanessa.
I definitely get frustrated at times when I take a bad beat or when cards don't go my way. I hear from a lot of people that I sort of wear my heart on my sleeve, but you know, at the end of the day, I give beats, I take beats, you know, it all sort of evens out. And so I would say there's justice in poker.
Now, which do you think is more frightening, Mike? Vanessa Selps, the poker player, or Vanessa Selps, the lawyer?
What are you guys doing when you win tonight?
Studying?
You finished school now, haven't you?
Nah, I'm taking finals soon, then I'll be done.
If you want to go and study now, you can.
I guarantee you one thing, every poker player, man or woman, fears himself when they're at the table with Vanessa Selps, because she will make you shake in your boots.
Absolutely. She is a player who consistently puts you in just awful and difficult situations. I think she is one of the people in the poker world I least like to see across from me on the table.
Well, you're not alone. Here she raised out of the small blind with Queen 7 offsuit. So he looks down at a King Jack. He knows how aggressive she is. What does he do now?
Started the hand with like 2.3.
2.9.
It's the kind of hand that some people like to see a flop with. Sometimes they like to pump it up pre-flop and just take down the pot there. Soy raises it up, and that was all that was necessary to get Vanessa to throw Queen High away.
Well, she just threw it away, and so he picks up the pot. Action on Vanessa again. She's on the button here. Looks down at a King 9. So Vanessa staying aggressive, raising for the third consecutive pot here. Soy win is folded. Well, true to form, James Dempsey is 3-bet here with an ace-9 offsuit.
I'm all in.
Well, Vanessa Selps quickly moves all in.
Okay, cool.
And a quick call by James Dempsey with just an ace-9.
That's a very impressive play by James Dempsey. He clearly 3-bet there with the intention of calling a shove from Vanessa. And it's a very impressive play by Vanessa. It's that kind of aggressive, relentless action that puts her in these final table situations.
Well, she's got so much heart, she just moved in with that hand, and she was a little stunned, I think, that he made a snap call with the ace-9.
How do you have the 9? That's what gets me deep inside.
What's that?
So that's what really hurts me. How do you have the 9?
Well, emotionally distraught right now is Vanessa, as you can see by the look on her face. She has dominated. It's ace-9 versus king-9.
Ace in your face! That's right. She's in dire straits here. She's going to need a lot of help if she wants to stay in this tournament. Let's see if she can get it.
Flop 6-5 forward.
She's in pretty bad shape on this flop here. She's going to need a king or perhaps a runner 7-8 just to get a chop. 7-8? All right. Vanessa has the same idea I do.
Well, she would love it. Everybody holding their breath here. So ace of clubs on the turn. Vanessa is growing dead. She is going to be out in third place just that quick.
Well, it was a great call by James Dempsey with the ace-9 there, and that ace on the turn does end Vanessa's tournament.
Okay, yep.
Vanessa going to pick up $338,000 for her third place finish, and she's going to step off the tournament table and have a word with Matt Savage.
There's been a lot of talk about best woman player, but obviously you're one of the best players. What does that mean to you to be the best woman player?
I mean, I don't know who the best player. I mean, it's so hard to tell. You know, I've been on a really good run, and I've been playing my best game. So I'm just happy to keep it up. I'm happy to be able to represent for the women out there, and hopefully we'll see some more women up and coming soon.
All right, continued success.
Thanks so much.
All right, Kimberly, back to you.
Well, hopefully we'll see Vanessa back at a WPT final table in the near future. Heads Up Action is about to get underway as our third hour of coverage from Bellagio is just getting started, and we have more to come, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch. And we relive the first ever WPT victory in the Champions Cup moment when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
Well, there are the Royal Flush Girls being led by Ivy, followed by Brittany, then Angelique and Danielle rounding out the pack.
And all the beautiful cash being put on the table that these two guys are going to chop up.
It just seems like endless supply of tray after tray of $100 bills.
Well, the winner going to take home over $820,000, but just as important to a poker player, you're going to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. That's something that you dream about as a poker player.
Absolutely. It's a piece of immortality in the poker world.
James Dempsey incredibly playing in his first ever WPT event. Soy Win looking to capture his first title as well. He's played 6 tournaments.
Heads Up Action at Bellagio is about to get underway between James Dempsey and Soy Win. Now, during the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Winning this tournament, would it give you the respect that you deserve in the poker community?
I would sure hope so. I mean, I don't think there's anything else I can do. I got one more person to go, so hopefully, you know, I cross that finish line in first.
What would it mean to put your name on the WPT Championships Cup?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. first try getting on there would be pretty nice. But yeah, let's join. A good friend of mine, Jake Cody's on there, so it'd be nice to join him on there.
Well, you could be 1 for 1 on the World Poker Tour, so it looks like you're going to be back to stay.
Yeah, I'll definitely be playing the next one.
All right, thanks a lot, James. Kimberly, back to you.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of the Heads Up Action with Mike and Tony.
Well, as we start heads up play, you can see James Dempsey out in front with $8.7 million. Soy Win starting with $7.7 million.
I gotta say, I'm kind of rooting for both these guys. They come off so pleasant and modest and humorous. It'd be good to see either of them win.
No question about it. We're going to have a great champion, whoever wins. And pretty close to even in chip count, so this is going to be an interesting battle.
Raise.
Well, there you see Soy raising on the button with just an 8-4, and James calling with a 10-6. So these guys are here to play.
Yep, Soy abstaining from the min raise. He's going with the 2.5x. A lot of the younger pros like James normally sticking with the min raise heads up.
Well, Jack 9-3, no help to either player. Dempsey checks. Soy making the continuation bet.
James is going to take the lead in this hand and go for a check raise. My guess is with the intention of following through on a lot of cards on the turn to give him more outs.
Well, Dempsey's showing a lot of heart here. Check raising with no hand and no draw to take down that pot. And you got to admire the way this heads-up battle has started. Both players very aggressive. fighting for the pot.
Absolutely. Very cool play by James Dempsey there. And there's a look at our Player of the Year standings. And as you can tell, it's a very international list of players we have here.
Well, Will the Thrill Viella from New York out in front, however, with 1,650 points. But whichever of these players win will vault into third place with 1,400 points in the Player of the Year standing. All right, action back on Soy. Looks down at the two ducks. Two deuces on the button.
Great.
So why not bet 200,000 with two deuces?
Making his usual raise, and James finds a very playable Queen-8 suited out of the big.
Makes the call, so we're going to have a flop here. Now flop is King, Queen, 7 with two clubs. Dempsey with the best hand with two queens. He checks. So it checks the two deuces right behind him. No continuation bet this time. And a deuce on the turn.
Wow, lightning in a bottle on the turn for Soy, and it's going to be so hard for James to tell that Soy has a big hand. He thinks, you know, if he had a flush draw, he'd bet it on the flop.
James leads out and bets two queens, and I would too if I was in this spot. But he's getting raised right here. 600,000 to go. And as you can see, this is going to be puzzling to him. He's going to say, how could the guy slow play a flush draw? You know, I might have had a pair.
Exactly. Did he check back a king on the flop, and now he's making this small little raise on the turn? It doesn't really add up to him, and it might make it very difficult to get away. It does appear he's going to be putting the necessary chips in.
Making what we call a curiosity call here. Just can't figure out what the guy had. Wouldn't he have bet a flush draw on the flop or one of those big pairs?
Oh.
What's going on here? Now an 8 comes off.
Oh, that is going to cost James some money.
Well, it might cost him some money. Let's see what happens here. He's made two pair, queens and 8s. And he's checked it, and you can see Soy reaching out for some betting chips here. He's got the three deuces.
Soy does indeed fire 730,000 on this river.
With the look on James Dempsey's face, you know he doesn't have a flush, sitting there shaking his head. So now you want to get paid off if you got the three ducks.
So rare that you have two pair in a heads-up poker game and you're not pleased to call the river bet.
Well, he just can't figure it out the way this hand was played. How could the guy check the flop? Well, Dempsey is going to make the call, but he is not going to like it.
A set of deuces.
You can see that look on James' face, like, oh yeah, that makes sense.
Well, at least the pieces of the puzzle were put together by James Dempsey after he saw Soy Wynn's hand. But in the meantime, with that pot, Soy Wynn has now vaulted to the chip lead in this heads-up battle. There you can see it. He's got over 9 million in chips. Dempsey down to 7.4 million.
Playing pretty deep stack poker here, almost 100 blinds effective in this heads-up match.
Well, James Dempsey got the Jack-7 offsuit, the 7-11 as we call it, and he's going to raise it with that. Makes it 200,000 to go. And Soy feeling his oats right now, calling the raise with a 10-6 offsuit out of position. Let's come Queen 6 deuce, all clubs. So Soy checks the 2 6s. And James going to make the continuation bet.
Yep, James is going to fire 250,000, a little more than a half pot. But with that pair, Soy's not going anywhere.
Well, Dempsey does not like what he sees here when he gets called on this flop. He knows there's no way he's got the best hand or the best draw, one or the other. And look at this, the board pairs deuces, and here comes Soy leading right out and betting, just like he knows Dempsey's got a flush draw.
And I think he's probably concerned that Dempsey is going to check back with some of his medium flush draws, giving him a free chance to draw out.
Dempsey does lay down the hand. A nice bet on the turn wins the pot for Soy.
It's one of those difficult spots where if James doesn't have a pair or a very, very strong club draw, hard to justify continuing in the hand, even if you feel like this is a very strange way for Soy to play his.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to give it up and move on to the next hand.
When I made the November 9, I read a lot of articles, and everybody was just thinking it was bad for poker for somebody like myself who had very limited experience in poker to come in, and that term is luck box to make it to the final table. So I mean, it hit home. So I was determined to play better. That's the most important thing about poker is the mindset not to give up.
Well, I like the motto, never give up when you're playing poker or doing anything else for that matter. Soy Wynn going for his first WPT title tonight. He's out in front right now.
He's been out in front for much of this final table and much of this tournament as far as getting to the late stages is concerned, and he really does seem just kind of calm and comfortable with the whole situation and the pressure of it all.
Well, Dempsey raised on the button with 2 7s. Ironically, Soy's got the exact same hand, a pair of 7s. It'll be interesting to see how this hand plays out. Well, there you see the raise up to 580,000 by Soy. But Dempsey's going to go nowhere here with the 2-7s. He's certainly going to see a flop.
And this could be one of those pots where the guy who shows the most aggression post-flop is the one to take it down, especially if it comes out in an awkward texture such as King, Queen, 3.
Well, obviously not a flop either player is happy with because there's 2 overcards out there. So we're going to lead out for 570,000.
And James clearly doesn't like this flop either. Not sure what he... Oh, wow. He's going to make a raise to 1.25 million.
Which is it?
And Soy can't possibly like this. Now he wants to know how many chips James Dempsey has got and how much it is to call here. But it's hard to believe he could keep playing this hand with 2 7s.
Dempsey also turning his pair of 7s into a bluff. And look at this!
Soy Win is coming back over the top for 2.1 million. Just incredible poker. I mean, both these players fighting for this pot, making incredible raises in my opinion.
Nobody wants to stop bluffing with their 7s, and Soy's 3-bet is going to take it down here.
Well, there you see Chino Rima, WPT champion.
That one's for you, Chino.
And he'd really be clapping if he knew what he had there.
Heads-up action here is just getting started, so stay tuned, and we'll have more World Poker Tour.
Here at Bellagio, the 5-diamond experience, it's across the entire property.
The Bellagio is an amazing resort. It's just a great feeling, great energy.
We've got the #1 venue for poker in Las Vegas. For those individuals that want to enjoy a dining experience in our poker room, you can actually get from one of the 5-diamond restaurants. We can order from Picasso. We can order from Le Cirque.
The restaurants are great. They take care of you. There's some good food here at the Bellagio. Cheers.
Great experience, great customer service is something that's going to keep you coming back to Bellagio time and time again.
Well, the Bellagio is certainly the Yankee Stadium of poker. Players from around the world love it here. And if you're just tuning in, I'm being joined in the booth by Tony Dunst, who's filling in for Vince Van Patten, who wasn't feeling too well. Tony, great to have you here.
Pleasure to be here, Mike, especially for such a thrilling heads-up match. We have seen fireworks thus far. Seeing the same thing in this hand, James opens the button with the Queen Jack of Diamonds, and Soy makes it 700,000 out of the big with the Jack 8 of Hearts.
Well, James has him dominated, but doesn't know it. He makes the call, though. With the Queen Jack of Diamonds, flop comes 6-5-4 with 2 hearts. Soy has flopped a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw.
James had Soy pre-flop, but clearly this flop much better for Soy's hand.
830,000 to bet.
James with the hand on the head again.
This time it's the left hand instead of the right, though. He switched thinking positions.
Well, if James decides to make some kind of move on this flop, we know that the trap is going to snap shut. The Soy Win's not going anywhere.
Nope. I believe he'd play for all his dough with this straight draw and flush draw. But James Dempsey goes out of the pot.
Soy takes it down again.
Well, Soy's buddies cheering him on now as everything seemingly going his way right now.
Well, right now, Matt Savage is at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar with Season 7 5-diamond champion, Chino Ream.
We're here with a former winner of this event, Chino Ream. What was it like to win this event, and where does it rank in your memory?
To win the event, it was awesome because it was like my first big major event win. So the WPT 5-diamond was definitely my baby. So
yeah. I know you're here supporting Soy. Did you give him any advice in the break?
I told him just keep playing exactly the way he's playing. He's playing great, obviously, as you can see. And I told him just don't give anything away. Don't do anything goofy. That's our golden rule. Like, don't give the chips away. He's playing straight. He doesn't have to do anything. He's in his zone.
He's not a normal poker player. He's a worker.
He's a worker. And
you gonna tell him to quit his job?
I'm gonna tell him to keep his job because, you know, as anyone in poker knows, there's, you know, you always have your highs and your lows, and there's swings. And for him, he has a very well-paying, steady, normal job, and if you can win poker tournaments, especially WPT on the side, there's nothing wrong with that.
All right, Chino, thanks a lot.
You got it.
Well, Chino Ream there, but I disagree with what he said a little bit, Tony, in that he thinks Soy should play the same way. Well, at the beginning of this final table, Soy very conservative. In this heads-up battle, he's gotten very aggressive, and it's working well for him.
Absolutely. Everything is going to Soy Win's favor in this period of the final table.
Well, here he's going to raise it with the ace-3 of spade, makes it 250,000 to go. And Dempsey with a similar hand, ace-2 of hearts, is going to make the call.
Yet again, both players with very similar holdings.
Now flop comes queen 4-3. So Dempsey has a straight draw, but Soy has the best hand now with bottom pair. So we're going to bet 300,000 after Dempsey checks. Dempsey's going to make the call with the gut shot straight draw.
Dempsey knows that not only does he have outs if he's behind, but his ace high might actually be good.
Well, 9 of diamonds on the turn. Dempsey checks. So Soy checks right behind him here.
Oh, and Soy just lightning in a bottle every hand, trips on the river.
He's made 3 threes here, so Dempsey's going to check. Soy obviously going to bet now.
And Dempsey could become convinced that he has the best hand here with ace high. Could perhaps imagine that Soy had a flush draw or...
Well, he knows if Soy had an ace high, he's going to check it down just in hopes to win the pot here, maybe even a king high. So he might put him on something like 6-7 or something like that, but he's going to pay him off here with the ace high, and it's not going to work as Soy shows him 3 threes.
Exactly what happened, and I don't really fault James for his call.
No, you can't fault him. You just see everything is going Soy's way right now.
Las Vegas is home to a number of professional poker players, and this week we had a chance to see exactly what the true Las Vegas lifestyle is all about in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love the grind. I'm a sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch. Yeah. Hello, WPT Ones to Watch. Welcome to my humble abode, aka my 6,000 square foot penthouse on the Strip.
Matt Marifiotti.
The man, the myth.
One of the most interesting and unique individuals I've ever spent time with. He's very loud, very vocal. He does not care at all what people think of him.
I annoy the out of people. I mean, I guess comes with the territory.
I think he's very complex.
Because literally, I just tell people how it is.
My mom has a PhD in psychology, and I'm sure she'd love to sit down with Matt for a couple hours.
If you don't have haters, then maybe you're not that important.
He's not getting hated on, and he's not trying hard enough.
For all the haters.
He is an extremely good cash game player.
He just thrives with poker.
The reason I play poker is I wanted fast, easy money. And that's what poker was to me.
He was like one of my first poker idols where I was moving up the ranks, like at $1, $2. Matt was crushing 25, 50.
I've obviously made within the millions, profited within the millions from poker. It's allowed me to do things that I never thought I would be able to do, like purchase a home, drive the nicest cars.
Matt Merrill loves the finer things in life.
You know, if I can buy it, I'm gonna buy it.
Because Matt has made his presence known in every high-end boutique in any city he's visited.
Dolce, Burberry, Dolce.
He loves to be able to rock the nice stuff.
Gucci, Xenia, Louis, Armani. You get it.
Strolls around like, you know, cash falling out of his pockets.
If I had that kind of money, I would definitely do what they do. I think it's an awesome lifestyle.
Hey, I like my filet mignon, my lobster.
He knows what he likes, he goes and gets it.
Let me rub the belly for good luck. That's for good luck. 5 diamond. Oh, I'm gonna run so good tomorrow.
But, you know, beneath all that flash, he's a really good guy, and he really does have a good heart.
He's actually a really nice kid. I like him a lot.
Because I never know what he's gonna do or say, but it's always gonna be from his heart.
I like this guy so much.
At the end of the day, I like to think that I kind of stand up to what I say I'm gonna do.
That's what I like most about Matt Marifiotti.
If you don't know him, you're missing out because, like I said, you definitely don't know anybody else in the world that's anything like Matt.
Get out! Now! No, I'm just kidding. I'm not actually that mean.
Well, I am friends with a number of our Ones to Watch, Matt Marifiotti included, and I can tell you that he's actually used that baton to threaten his roommates before.
Well, there you see Soy win with over 13 million in chips. James Dempsey down to just 3 million in chips.
The price of poker has gone up. We are playing 60,000, 120,000 with a 20,000 ante.
Well, I should add that Matt and William Reynolds both cashed for over 39,000 in this tournament, so these guys can play.
Definitely. Excellent players in their own rights.
Meantime, Soy has raised it to 260,000 here on the button with the ace-9 offsuit. James moving over to top all in with the ace-queen of spades. You can't blame him for that.
No surprise there.
Call.
And Soy makes the call. Dempsey in great shape to double up here.
Dempsey is actually holding the hand that I held when he knocked me out, holding a pair of 4s.
You can't fault Soy, I don't think, for making that call. He can well afford to make it. He knows that his opponent doesn't have to have ace-queen in that spot. He could be racing. His opponent could have 2-7s. In the meantime, if he wins this hand, he'll be our champion. All his buddies rooting for him. Let's see what happens.
I like the call by Soy. It's just something of a pre-flop cooler in a heads-up match, especially when you're facing somebody as aggressive as James.
Well, here comes the flop. Well, it's ace, king, jack. So right there, James Dempsey out in front now because his kicker is higher.
Now, Soy has some opportunities to chop here if they were to see a jack on the turn, or perhaps if that 6 is the pair on the river. Otherwise, James is going to double up.
So we're down to the river. Soy needs to catch a 9 to end the tournament right here.
Deuce a heart. Deuce.
It's an ace on the river. James Dempsey has done it. He has doubled up.
Soy looks so dejected.
Well, Tony, that was the hand James has been waiting for, and all of a sudden, you see the pep in his step.
That's how you play ace queen, Tony. That's how you play ace queen.
So I'm told.
I promised James I'd say it all night long. James Dempsey, bingo, bango, bongo, he takes down the pot.
Just can't pass up the opportunity to needle, can he?
You gotta love these Brits, I'll tell you what. They understand good poker commentary. They recognize it.
And look at this. James' good friend and mentor, Chris Moorman, has showed up out of nowhere. My understanding is he was in the United Kingdom.
Well, Chris, a very popular English high-stakes poker player. He gives his buddy an embrace. He's come to cheer him on in the final. Great to see.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more World Poker Tour.
When you become a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to our past episodes and your chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of Bellagio's Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. It's all about a first-class experience here at Bellagio. And one person who got to enjoy this kind of a venue was Club WPT qualifier Andrew Campanelli.
Yeah, Andrew won his seat to this tournament by playing on ClubWPT.com. He not only got to mix it up with some of the greatest of the game, but he was also invited to attend an exclusive VIP party with WPT champs, myself, you, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls.
The ClubWPT.com VIP member experience is awesome. So if you want to play real poker online, improve your game, and have the chance to win your share of cash and prizes every month, check out ClubWPT.com.
For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. Enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Andrew did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
There's our updated chip counts. Soy wins, sitting a little under 10.5 million. James Dempsey, a little over 6 million.
Well, still behind in the match, but feeling good right now after just doubling up. Soy Win, who plays poker for a hobby, but he's got a pretty good track record for poker being just a hobby.
Makes it 260,000 on the button with his ace-10 of hearts. James not going anywhere with his king-4 of spades.
Our flop comes 7-4 deuce, so Dempsey out in front right now with the 2 4s. He checks. Soy making the continuation bet of 300,000.
We know that James is definitely not folding this flop.
He's going to make the call. Well, a 4 comes off on the turn. The dream card for James Dempsey. He's made 3 4s and checks again.
Finally, it's his turn to hit trips in this heads-up match.
He was hoping his opponent didn't have an overpair before. Now he's hoping he does, but he knows he doesn't after his opponent checks on the turn. And now a king comes off, giving James Dempsey a full house. Now the question is, Tony, what do you do here? Do you check and hope your opponent bets and maybe bluffs at the pot, or do you go ahead and bet the full house?
Very difficult to say. James knows if his opponent has a little bit of showdown value, he'll check, but if he doesn't, he'll probably take a stab at it.
He's also got to be thinking a little bit. Well, he does check, and Soy happy to turn it up with the ace high, hoping he might win in case his opponent had a straight draw or something.
Yep.
And he's sort of smiling as his opponent turns up a full house.
Yeah, nice try, James, he says with his eyes.
Well, he did not fall into that trap for sure. So James Dempsey takes down the pot.
Played TV tournaments before, but this one is quite special to me in the fact that I got into poker a lot. The excitement for me was the WPT. I started watching from season 1. We used to love it, all the characters and the excitement, and Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. And then recently I got to do commentary on a game in which Mike Sexton was playing in.
James Dempsey will be alongside me commentating for this group.
That was brilliant. If he calls here, he can bluff the river. Only like 3 weeks ago, when I was talking and I was saying, I'm coming out for this, and he said, well, make sure you get to the finals so I can return the favour, and sure enough, here I am. So.
Well, we've had 5 WPT champs from England, a couple old school guys, Dave the Devilfish Elliott, Surrender Sunar, but a good buddy of his also, a young guy, Jake Cody.
And right now, we are going to throw it over to Matt Savage, hanging out with 2 of the best pros to come out of the United Kingdom recently, Sam Trickett and Chris Moorman.
Guys, you've had a lot of success in the tournament circuit, obviously. What advice did you have for a James Dempsey out there who may not have the same exact records as you guys do?
Now he's got a stack. I would probably try and play lots of flops with him and play like small ball. Like he seems a bit stubborn on flops, so I probably won't bluff him on flops.
I heard you just flew in for this final table.
Yeah, I was in Prague playing the EPT, and my flight was on Monday, so I was going to miss this, but I changed it at the last minute. He didn't know I was coming, none of the guys knew I was coming. I'd just flown for about 15 hours, and just about got here in time for heads up, almost missed it all, which would have been a bit terrible, but yeah, hopefully now he can win it and cap an epic story.
All right, well, with that double up, I'm sure he's got a chance. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, folks, let me tell you something. Those 2 guys you just looked at are phenomenal poker players. I think Sam Trickett may be the best, certainly one of the best no-limit hold'em players in the world.
Yeah, he has had a phenomenal 12 to 18 months, winning pretty much everything that Vanessa Selps didn't win. Price of poker has gone up.
Well, here's a case where Dempsey's raising on the button with 2 10s.
Made it 300,000, but it looks like Soy wants to play for more. He's made it 700,000.
Well, if you can look for a 4-bet here, it's just a matter of how much.
Morning.
It's an all-in bet with the 2 10s. Just didn't want to give his opponent the right price to make this call in case he just got ace high even. So he moves all in and takes down the pot.
Yeah, Soy doesn't make much of a show about folding, just knows he's not going to call and lets the hand go.
So James Dempsey moving in the right direction now. No question about it. Nodding his head a little bit here.
Feeling the groove.
As you can see, Soy went out in front with over 10 million. James has over 6.5 million. In the beginning of this heads-up match, you just sensed that Soy was holding over James. Now it seems like things are reversed a little bit. And here's Soy. Looks down at the ace-5 offsuit. Naturally, going to raise on the button with that hand. Makes it 300,000 to go.
James holding ace-jack in the big. He's getting his raising chips out. What's he want to play for?
Well, he is going to 3-bet it here. Makes it 850,000 to go.
And it does, in fact, look like Soy's going to get stubborn. He makes the call. Kind of a suspect call, Mike.
Well, not crazy about it, because even if an ace comes up and your opponent bets, you're frozen. You can't really raise with the hand. Well, now the flop comes queen, 4 deuce. So Soy does flop a gut shot straight draw, but Dempsey has the best hand with the ace-jack, makes the continuation bet.
Leads out for 1 million. It's a pretty good flop for Soy, but still kind of awkward as to how he wants to go about this hand. Looks like he's just going to call.
A lot of guys might just go ahead and raise there if they're going to play in this spot with the gut shot straight draw, but he makes the call for 1 million. Now the 10 of spade comes off.
Now this is a very interesting card as it improves both players' hands.
It sure does.
Now with a little under 4 million in the pot, it's about the remainder of James' stack here. So if he bets, he's going to have to commit his entire stack.
All in. Well, he is going all in right here, and now he is going to put pressure on Soy.
Count it.
And you can see it. He says, how much is it?
Trying to do the math in the situation. He knows his outs to the spades are good. He knows a 3 will be good for him, and he's just trying to figure out, well, is there any chance maybe I have the best hand and James is drawing 2 with something like King-Jack or Jack-9, or am I just completely behind?
Well, there's sort of a cardinal rule in poker. You just hate to call your money off on a drawing hand. He knows he can't have the best hand right here. He's going to have to hit something to win this pot. But if he throws his hand away right here, Tony, he's still the chip leader in this heads-up battle. If, on the other hand, he opts to make this call and loses the pot, His opponent will have 13 million. He'll be down to 3. So big decision right now for Soy.
The room goes silent. Soy is in the tank.
Well, this could be for all the dough, folks.
All right, I call.
Oh, wow.
Well, he has made the call. Dempsey has the best hand with the ace-jack and loves it. Look at him.
Pure shock on his face to find out he's in front.
I know he has nothing, too.
Nice call with the 3-bet with ace-5 off, mate. How's he call the 3-bet?
How does he call?
Well, just incredible. Everybody wondering how he could call with that hand, but he's just gambling here.
Soy looking dejected, sort of lurches over to his rail. James being mobbed by his.
Soy looking for a 3, a 5, or a spade to win this title right here, right now. Well, here comes the river card. It's a king. He's made an ace-high straight to take down this pot. James Dempsey is the new chip leader.
Crowd goes wild in Dempsey's corner. I hope they don't strangle him before he gets back to the table.
You better win this pot because I need this to pay my rent.
You live with your mum.
You know, I don't like people calling $4.6 million on an all-in bet when you're on a draw. So I did it. He paid the price for it.
No, I didn't care for the whole hand by Soy.
Nice playing with you.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the event that started it all, the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. All season long, we've been revisiting the great moments of the WPT in a segment we call the WPT Champions Cup moment. And this moment is one no one saw coming.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky? It is over. Wow.
On May 31st, 2002, with hole cards and Hollywood Flash, the WPT would change the way the game was viewed.
Welcome to the debut of the World Poker Tour. We are in Las Vegas for the 5-Diamond World Poker Classic.
But it was a young backgammon champ from Denmark who this night would change the way the game was played. Combining an unrelenting attack with a cavalier style, Gus Hansen cut down his veteran opponents with any 2 cards that came his way.
Here comes Gus Hansen. He's got a queen-8 offsuit and he raises the pot. Gus Hansen made the nut. Scotty Wynn was drawing dead after that.
Gus wins the pot. Chris Bigler becomes our 5th place finisher.
Freddie Deeb has been outdrawn. He's out of this tournament in 3rd place.
With the money on the table and just one player between him and a WPT title, the ice-blooded Dane continued to apply pressure.
I'm all in.
Until he achieved what he had set out to do.
The river is a 7. Not gonna do it. Gus Hansen has won this tournament.
Gus Hansen would go on to win 2 more WPT titles and millions in earnings around the globe, but his true legacy is the game he changed forever. A legacy immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, that final table was certainly one to be remembered always by poker players. The first ever WPT event. Gus Hansen, probably the only unknown at that final table, became the biggest star in the history of the World Poker Tour.
And I can promise you I remember it, Mike, because I was sitting on my couch watching it.
And right now, James Dempsey taking this final table by storm. He's the big chip leader in the heads-up battle. Well, so it might come to life right now. He's got 2 jacks on the button, raise it up to 300,000. Dempsey throws away the king 3, and Tony, you know how sickening that is. You just lost a giant pot. Now you pick up a real hand, and it's the first time today your opponent hadn't given you action.
And you're just thinking, let him play back at me, and I'll be right back in this match. Ah, so deflating.
It really is. Well, now Dempsey looks down at king queen on the button.
Makes it 300,000. Soy with the king jack.
I'm all in.
Says he's all in.
Can't really blame him for going all in there.
Cool.
James immediately called.
A little while back, he had ace queen versus ace 9, won that pot. Here is king queen versus king jack.
He's got king jack. He's got king jack. They said he got king jack. We've got him crushed. King queen. King queen. Oh, king queen.
So here we go. This could do it right here. Can the man from England be the 6th guy from Great Britain to take down a WPT title? He's got a shot right here, right now. He is in a dominating position to do it. It's King Queen versus King Jack.
Right back to where you started.
Well, Soy and his crowd a little dejected right now.
James Dempsey over with his rail, which is exploding with anticipation.
A jack right on the flop. Well, it's come Jack 9-6. Certainly not over by any means. James now needs to catch a queen or a 10.
Well, James is sweating the turn and river now. Let's go to the turn and see what happens.
Keep it small.
Well, it's a harmless 4 of hearts, not going to help.
Keep it small. No side.
For Dempsey to win this pot and this title right now, he must catch a 10 or a queen on the river. Soy in great shape to double up here.
Oh, it's the 10!
It's the 10, he's done it! James Dempsey has done it! He has taken down this title in his first ever WPT event.
Oh, look at Soy. You feel for the guy. He played a great tournament. He was out in front for so much in the final table, and then it just fell apart so fast.
Well, Tony, I think when he goes back and analyzes his play at this final table, he's going to realize Poland with that ace-5 for $4.6 million was his big downfall. He would have still had the lead playing heads up for the title. Instead, he got behind $13 million to $3 million.
Well, as James Dempsey celebrates with his friends, we're going to go over to Matt Savage, who's having a word with our second place finisher, Soy Win.
Kind of a tough one. You had all those chips, but I think you finally got the respect you deserve.
Yeah, I mean, I figured I'm going to try to put pressure on him, and when he shipped it, I ace high and heads up. Ace high is a pretty good hand. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough.
Well, congratulations on a great finish here. I'm sure we'll see you at another World Poker Tour final table. Mike, over to you.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You're now the 6th guy from England that's won a WPT title. I know you're feeling very good about that. You guys are very proud of your poker there. The results that you guys have had the last few years playing poker tournaments around the world has been astronomical. So I know you're happy to put your name on that WPT Champions Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, like I said, I've never played one before. I started playing poker watching you and Vince do the commentary on these, and now here I am winning one. It's just, well, it's just amazing.
Well, I'm now going to give you your favorite slogan on the World Poker Tour. Bingo, bango, bongo. You've taken down the title. Kimberly, back to you.
Congratulations to James Dempsey, the Season 10 Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic champion here at Bellagio. I'll be taking a little time away from the anchor desk, but rest assured I will return, and I leave you in capable hands. So please join us next time as the World Poker Tour travels to Italy for WPT Venice. On behalf of Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
Bango, bongo. Bingo, bango, bongo. I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The beautiful city of Venice has seen its share of triumph and heartache over the centuries, and tonight we promise more of the same. Who will survive a high-stakes battle to become the champion of the Venice Grand Prix? Find out tonight only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
We would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Buonasera, everyone, and welcome to Venice, Italy for the 6th televised stop on WPT's historic 10th season. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who is away on maternity leave. At a recent WPT tournament, we saw Englishman James Dempsey bank the title in Las Vegas, and tonight yet another European will write his name on the Champions Cup here on the banks of the famous Grand Canal in the Casino di Venezia. Right now, if we turn to two men who literally taught the world how the game is played, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Marinella, on behalf of Vince, myself, and everyone at the WPT, we are thrilled to have you with us, filling in for Kimberly. I mean, you really know poker, you're fun, and you're so good at what you do. And in addition to that, you really saved Vince and I this week as we toured around Venice because you speak Italian.
Grazie, Mike. I am honored to join the WPT team. Kim will return, but in the meantime, it's a pleasure for me to be able to work with you two. And yes, I do speak Italian. So Vince, io so che ti piace molto il risotto.
I think I'll take the bolognese sauce. Thank you, Marianella. No, I don't speak Italian, so I don't understand what you said. But tonight, because we're in Italy, I'm going to speak with my hands a lot. But let's talk about this room. This is one of the oldest casinos in the world, and I think the most gorgeous. It reeks of European charm. There's been a lot of gambling going on here, and this is going to be fun tonight.
And like you said, it's all going down right here in the beautiful Casino di Venezia. It all started 4 days ago when players from all over the world arrived with one goal in sight, writing their names on the WPT Champions Cup.
Welcome to WPT Venice.
Venice, home turf, Forza Italia.
On day one, poker players from around the world descended upon the historic seaside city of Venice, Italy, to play for a WPT title in one of the oldest gaming establishments in the world, the gorgeous Casino di Venezia.
Probably the prettiest casino I've ever seen in my life. It's one of the most beautiful buildings. This casino is gorgeous.
It's amazing, isn't it? Apparently it's the oldest casino in the whole world.
I think the casino's been here since 1638. Just imagine people who've like come in here and lost money and everybody won money.
Allow me to welcome you to Venice, Italy for the WPT event in Venice. We are thrilled to be here. Players, let's get ready. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
One of the first to emerge as a chip leader was Italian pro Filippo Candio, who got tangled with the outspoken Norwegian Marcel Björkman early on in the day. As some players rose, others fell, like recent WPT Bellagio champion James Dempsey and reigning WPT Venice champ Alessio Isai.
I always feel kind of stupid busting on day one. Full tournament even start. That's the way it goes sometimes.
We'll try next time.
While some of the busted went looking for sights to see in the beautiful host city, other players had not yet found their way to the casino, like the infamous Tony G.
Yeah, I heard Tony G is not coming because it's scary. I don't know what happened, but I would be scared too.
Bunch of idiots here waiting for me. You couldn't send this boat earlier? Waiting all day for the bus. Better go and heat up and kill a man in there. They send me a water taxi instead of the bus. It's a disgrace. They're all a bunch of lunatics. Don't follow me. The whole place should be shut. Now that I'm here, I'm going to destroy them. I'm going to take everything here. I'm going to shut the place.
At the end of the day, it was former World Series of Poker main event finalist Filippo Candio comfortably at the top of the chip lead with over $227,000.
I start this day very well. I play every hand for 2 hours and I play like maniac.
Italian pro Andrea Dato was in third place with $121,700. And despite his late arrival, Tony G was able to chip up, finishing with $78,000. Good for 15th place. 89 players returned on day 2 to the Casino di Venezia. Still in contention to win a WPT title and etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup. Among the fortunate was ClubWPT.com qualifier Steve Marsh, who had flown all the way from Tennessee to compete. Minutes before play began, Vince Van Patten gave a little pep talk to his main man, Mike Sexton.
Got it 2 minutes. Come on. You're in America. We learned this game in Mississippi. America. Come on.
Need some luck.
However, it would take more than a boost in confidence to keep from going broke as Italian poker pro Gianluca Trebbi hit an ace on the flop, holding ace-king, crushing Mike's pocket fours, as well as his hopes of making his second WPT final table.
Lost a race and I'm out. What can you do? Yeah, pretty good field, so I'm sure we're going to have a real good final table. I'm excited about watching it.
ClubWPT.com qualifier Steve Marsh finally got to play with one of his poker heroes, Tony G.
You can have a good round. Don't be afraid to lose all the chips. You want to be busted? Don't get stressed.
But unfortunately, it was short-lived as his amazing WPT journey came to an end, busting early in day 2.
I had a great time. WPT has treated me like family. Everybody's been great. And it's been an experience that I'll remember for a lifetime for sure. So I just hope this ain't the last time you guys see me.
Tony G was soon to follow as he was forced to shove a dwindling chip stack with 10-8. Gianluca Trebbi called with King-Queen and claimed another victim for the day. Filippo Candio started the day as chip leader, but his dominance waned as he lost most of his stack to American Jason Wheeler. While Filippo's day 1 nemesis, Marcel Björkman, was proudly amassing chips, ascending to the top of the leaderboard.
It's getting there.
Play continued and the field eventually thinned out to a group of 27, including Kara Scott, who had quite a harrowing day.
It was kind of an up and down day. And I had a big double up and then another double up, and it put me up to about 100K. And won a few more pots, it was great. This last level kind of killed me a bit, though. It'd be nice to catch a good couple of spots, and then I'm right back in it.
Of the 27 remaining players, only 18 would cash, setting the stage for a tension-filled day 3. There's more extended coverage of the race to the final table here at the Casino di Venezia, brought to you by ClubWPT.com when we return.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight we are coming to you from a former palace built in 1638, the Casino di Venezia. This week, the casino attracted a crowd of players from around the globe, all trying to become a WPT champion, as you can see in our extended playdown coverage of the WPT Venice Grand Prix. On day 3, expectations were high as 18 players would make the money and 9 would go home empty-handed. The first to hail a water taxi on her way out of the casino was Kara Scott, whose pocket fives did not hold up to Jack 9 suited.
That's it, really. It's unfortunate. I was kind of excited about, maybe making a WPT final table, but I'll be back.
And close behind her was Carlos Salinas, who had cashed twice before in a WPT Venice event.
It's the third time that I played the WPT in Venice. 2 times in the morning, actually. Okay.
As the money bubble approached, Lionel Tran seemed to be in good shape after doubling up several times, but his good fortune turned to bad and he was eliminated in 19th place. With 18 players left, the stakes were suddenly higher as the 2 final tables were no longer worried about making the money. Now they wanted the title and the trophy.
What's going on?
After a new table draw, Norwegian Marcel Björkman was sitting to the left of Andrea Dato. And the 2 clashed and almost came to blows as Marcel tried a 3-barrel bluff with 9 high and then misinterpreted Dato's slow play with 7s full of 8s as a slow roll.
Nice slow roll. Thank you. I was thinking about raising. Great clap. I was thinking about raising. Serious? Really? Makes sense, no? Dude, I want to punch you in the face right now. Are you serious? Yeah. So there is no raise here? I can't raise that's here? The sickest slow roll I've ever been faced with. Dude, just don't talk to me.
Down but not out, Marcel was still in and looking to get his chips back. Players continued to fall as James Aikenhead busted to former WPT finalist, Danish pro Simon Rounsbeck.
It's been very frustrating. I came back as one of the chip leaders. I lost the first pot I played and continued to lose every single pot the whole day. But it's a good tournament, actually. Come on, you can do it.
Unable to fight back from his clash with Dato, Marcel Björkman was eliminated in 12th place. 2 eliminations later, we were done for the day.
Most of my success has been online, so it'd be nice to be on TV a little bit.
At the top of the chip counts were the Dane Simon Rounsbeck with 795,000 and Italian pro Alessandro Longabordi close behind with 783,000.
Venice is beautiful.
As the Royal Flush Girls set out on the town for a day of sightseeing and souvenir shopping, the 9 remaining players took their seats in one of the beautifully decorated rooms in the Casino di Venezia, all with hopes of making it through the day and becoming one of the 6 to make the WPT final table.
Just going to continue to play the way I've always played. No fear. If I feel like I have the best hand, I'm just going to put my chips in the middle. And I'd like to make a TV final table. It'd be kind of nice to make one here in Venice.
Despite the amount of money at stake, several players at the table were not shy about putting their chips in the middle. Jason Wheeler, Andrea Dato, Simon Rounsbeck, and Russian amateur player Renat Bogdanov were the first to bang away in their bid to accumulate chips. But ironically, it was the rock at the table, Massimo Moselli, who would be the first to leave as he opened shove with King-Queen into Andrea Dato's Ace-Jack. No help for Massimo, and he was out in 9th place.
A very beautiful tournament. Yes, I'm happy. It's okay.
Soon to follow was online qualifier Jeremy Sauché, as the Russian amateur Renat Bogdanov spiked a king on the turn, cracking Jeremy's pocket jacks.
I'm happy to finish in this place. I am taking home 19k euro, so now I can play more easily, you see.
The lone American left in the tourney was also the short stack, as Jason Wheeler was forced to shove all in looking for a double up. Unfortunately, his final table dreams came to an end.
Come on, one time.
As he lost a coin flip with ace-queen to Andrea Dato's pocket jacks. After 4 days of poker, 1 Dane, 1 Russian, and 4 Italians survived the field in Venice to make the WPT final table. It would take 1 more day, however, to see who would earn the right to be called a WPT champion. With American Jason Wheeler out in 7th place, that leaves us with a strong Italian contingent at this final table, with the chip leader Andrea Dato, the crowd favorite. Mike, you played this event, and now all your chips are out on that table. What can you tell us about the Italians?
Well, I can tell you this, 4 Italians made this final table, so that's pretty good stuff right there. I know a number of the European players really didn't think that much of the Italian players and how they play, but I played this tournament. I didn't find that to be the case at all. I saw a lot of great poker all week long. In fact, I played on day 1 most of the day with the chip leader, Andrea Dato, and I can tell you, he is aggressive and he is a tough, tough player. I also gave a shout out to the guy who busted me in this tournament, another Italian player. His name is Gianluca Trebbi. So it's going to be interesting to me to see if one of these Italians can cross the finish line with the trophy.
And Vince, do you think the Italians have a home court advantage?
Marianella, I don't believe there's such a thing as a home court advantage. I really don't in poker. The Italians, they have pressure on them because sometimes when you're at your home court, you have your friends there and you play a little tighter. You don't want to get busted out early. You're not, going for it. So I think there's a little disadvantage if you ask me. But this field is very tough. Besides Dato, we have a Dane in the field that's made a final table before, and that is Simon Rounsbeck. And he's going to be very tough, so this is going to be fun to watch, guaranteed.
Thank you, gentlemen. We have 4 Italians, a Dane, and a Russian at this final table, but only one of these players will take home over €250,000 and have their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Right now, our chip leader, Andrea Dato, is down on the floor with his thoughts on this tough final table.
The thing that I want to all the world players know is that Italy is growing up fastly, and we have many good players, and we'll show what we can do.
A lot of Italian pride there. It sounds like he's ready to take this down. Plenty more to come, including a tour of Venice with the Royal Flush Girls, plus Tony Dunn's no-holds-bar analysis in the Raw Deal. So who will take the title from the Casino di Venezia? Shuffle-up-ing deal from Venice, Italy is only moments away, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the banks of the Grand Canal in Venice, Italy for the WPT Venice Grand Prix. We started 4 days ago. We're now down to our final 6 players, all of whom are ready to take this title. And with me, as always, in the booth, my good buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Oh, man, this is fun. Venice is beautiful, an incredible city, and we have an incredible field here at the final table. Now, the antes are going to be 2,000, blinds 8 and 16,000.
Well, there you see the chip leader, Andrea Dato out of Rome. He's a professional player sitting on $1.3 million. Right behind him is the Dane, Simon Rounsbeck, in 2nd place.
All right, action's going to be on Simon Rounsbeck. This is his 2nd WPT final table. He made the final table in Vienna in season 9.
Yeah, he actually finished 3rd in that event.
He's out.
Next is Andrea Carini, one of 4 Italians at this final table.
He's also going to fold, and now the Russian, Renat Bogdanov, 30 years old, picks up a 9-7.
He's the only non-professional player at the table, works in finance.
Well, he's going to finance his hand because he's just raised it to 33,000. Gianluca out. And now Alessandro Longobardi, 31 years old, out of Naples, not going to play it.
So round to the big blind, the chip leader, Andrea Dato. He looks down at ace-queen.
Yeah, pretty strong.
Well, most players as chip leaders in this spot would probably just 3-bet right here, but see what he's going to do.
Nope, Just going to walk the dog, just going to call the Russian.
Well, taking the conservative route here on hand number 1. Comes a flop. King 8-4.
Helps neither player. Andre Dotto going to quickly check, and let's see if the Russian makes the continuation bet with 9 high. He's getting chips out.
Well, he is doing it, man.
Yeah.
This is his first ever WPT event. Only been playing poker 3 years, but he has come to play.
45,000 with nothing. But Dotto's got to be stubborn. He's going to stick around with his ace high.
Thinks the ace high might be good, and it is. Board pairs 8s.
Dotto not hitting there. He's checking again.
Now the Russian checks right behind him this time.
Can't blame him. He's slowing down. River card coming up. It's a queen. Good for Dotto.
Dotto's got to believe he's got the best hand right now after his opponent checked on the turn.
And he's coming out to bet 45,000 like he should. Now the 30-year-old out of Saratov, Russia.
Look at this, Vince.
He's only been playing poker for 3 years, but what is he doing here?
Most people would have just quickly mucked that hand. He is getting out raising chips.
Certainly is, Mike.
But it's just the min raise, Vince. He's bet 90,000.
That is scary.
Now with that raise, there's over 300,000 in the pot. Only going to cost Dotto 45,000 to call. He's a huge chip leader, so.
That move is so bad, it actually could be good.
Well,
I can't believe this.
Can't
Will it
possibly
work,
lay
though?
this down for
No,
45,000.
you wouldn't think. Oh boy, he's going to do it. He's laid it down.
Unbelievable. Oh, the Italian got a little spaghetti in his face right there for sure.
Oh boy, the Russian skins the fur for the first time tonight, and look at the crowd. They're stunned by this.
Well, they're really going to be stunned when they see the cards. How that hand was played.
The next hand, a quick fold by Carini, and here's the star of the moment.
That's the first hand of the final table. Can you imagine how many Americans are coming to Italy to play this event next year?
All right, well, he gets out of the way. He's got to feel so good about himself. And right now, Gianluca not going to play this hand.
That's the guy that broke me in this tournament.
You're bitter, aren't you?
No.
All right, Alessandro also out. And now it's around to the chip leader.
It's aces. I know it. You always know it. You always have aces.
Andrea Dotto, and he picks up another good hand.
I always hope I have aces.
This time he's got ace-jack of hearts here, eating a small blind. These two guys in the blinds here are the most experienced players at the table. Both have made a WPT final table before.
He is going to raise it to 50,000, but right behind him, the Danish player, Roundsbeck, with an ace-10.
Could get in trouble here. A lot of guys might 3-bet with this hand against a small blind. Maybe lucky for him, he did not. Simon going to take the conservative route. Just calling here, so we're going to have a flop.
Ace-jack up against ace-10. Here we go.
Oh, and it's come king, queen, 5. Dotto has flopped a royal flush draw.
Is that all? Unreal. And he's coming out to make the continuation bet in Italy. Yes, 55,000.
Well, Roundsbeck, of course, has the ace-high straight draw. He's looking for a jack. And he makes the call.
Okay, going to the turn.
The deuce of hearts comes off. A nut flush for Dotto here. The best hand possible.
Just a beautiful card. And look at this man. Good poker face. So excited you have to be, having the nuts at this point.
I played with this guy most of the day on day one. Pretty impressive player, but I got to tell you, he was a very slow player. Very methodical, took his time on every decision.
Stuck 70,000 in with the nuts at this point, and uh-oh. Simon Roundsbeck with the scarf. See, you just don't wear scarves like that in the U.S., so you have to be in Europe to do that. He's going to re-raise, Mike, with nothing.
Wow. This could spell doom for the Dane.
Oh, boy. And Dotto can't believe it.
And he's just calling here.
Oh, yeah. Just okie dokie him. Hopefully he'll make even more money. Down to the river we go.
Ace of clubs comes off. Well, Dotto's going to check here.
So now Roundsbeck has got to think maybe he's good with his ace. Who knows?
And he's got a hand now he can check down here. He was bluffing on the turn. Now he has 2 aces.
I check.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to check it down. Lucky for him.
That's good.
Roundsbeck has to be humiliated. tries to chuckle it off.
Oh, boy, he's got to feel like that scarf is just choking him right now a little bit after that play.
Well, he had imagination, but that time didn't work out. Dotto extends his chip lead.
Our own Tony Dunst has played poker around the globe, and no matter where the game is played, he calls it like he sees it. Let's hear what he has to say on this edition of The Raw Deal.
Andrea Dotto is the chip leader at this final table, and a great portion of those chips came from Marcel Björkman. Björkman, a young Norwegian player that led for the bulk of the WPT Venice Grand Prix, but fizzled down the stretch and busted in 12th place. Marcel is what people in this industry call made for TV. He speaks often during hands, but rarely without annoyance or condescension in his voice.
Yeah, oh my god, I'm so good.
He's fashion conscious enough to wear trendy sunglasses and bracelets, but hygiene oblivious enough to leave the unibrow unshaven. And he's ostensibly relaxed after days of constant massage, but actually incredibly tense and prone to threats of violence.
Dude, I want to punch him face right now.
What caused paradoxical Marcel to lash out after days on top? Let's break it down. When the tournament combined to 2 final tables of 18 players, Marcel Björkman was chip leader with about 650,000 in chips. In the first major hand he played at his new table, he got ace-4 all-in pre-flop against queens and lost, knocking him down to about 460,000. It was with that stack that he played a major pot against soon-to-be final tableist Andrea Dotto, who held 420,000 himself. The flop came queen of clubs, 8 of hearts, 7 of spades, and Andrea bet 15,000. Marcel raised to 44,000, causing Andrea to call. The turn brought the rainbow completing 8 of diamonds, and Marcel fired 64,000, leading to another call from Andrea. The river was a harmless-looking 4 of hearts, and Marcel now bet 82,000. The river barrel put Andrea deep in the tank. Marcel had already made it clear he has minimal patience for the time people spend in the tank, and after a few minutes, he called the clock on Andrea. This caused Andrea to immediately announce call, and Marcel to declare that he has 9 high, with a 9-5 suited that never made its gut shot straight draw. Andrea then shows his pocket 7s, making a full house. Why did it take so long to call? Because Andrea was almost certainly thinking about raising, but decided that the likeliest holdings for Marcel to take that line with were busted draws and monster hands that were better than 7s full, such as 8-7 or 8-8, and that there might not be any worse hands in Marcel's range that call a river raise. Unfortunately for Andrea, Marcel thinks Andrea simply intended to put a vicious slow roll on him.
Nice slow roll. Thank you. I was thinking about raising. Great clap. I was thinking about raising. Serious?
Of course, Andrea professes his innocence, and I entirely believe him. But I gotta say, even if he's guilty, I sure as hell wouldn't blame him.
Well, Tony bringing the hammer down the Norwegian there. Vince, I'm not even sure the Italians know what a slow roll is.
Well, a little trouble in paradise, even here in Venice. What are you gonna do?
It's time for a short break, but we'll be right back with more action, including a tour of Venice with the Royal Flush Girls when we return on the World Poker Tour. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide, which offers hundreds of dollars in discounts. And remember, you can also win your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. Join today at ClubWPT.com.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
We are in Venice, Italy for the Venice Grand Prix. I'm with Steve Marsh. Steve was a qualifier on ClubWPT.com, beat out, I don't know, thousands of players to win his trip over here to Venice. Steve, tell us a little bit about what it feels like to be in Venice, Italy, playing in a WPT event.
It's beyond my wildest dreams, knowing that you could change your life with a win or even on the final table. I love it. Everybody loves that feeling, right? Still here. Great experience. I got to meet Tony G. He was always fun to hang around. He really is. I got a friend. He says if you get a chance to knock out Phil Ivey or Tony G, you take advantage of it. There's a party for the players and go out and have a good time. WPT has treated me like family. And it's been an experience that I'll remember for a lifetime for sure.
Steve Marsh thoroughly enjoyed the experience, just like you would do. Perhaps if you join ClubWPT.com, you might win an entry into a WPT championship event somewhere around the world as well. Give it a try. WPT.com.
Never lose a dime. Playing poker, guaranteed.
Give it to them. ClubWPT.com.
Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
There it is. Now the winner of this tournament not only gets his name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup, along with the other legends of the World Poker Tour, but he also gets that coveted entry in the WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, where he can make millions more.
And right now we have a $3,000 ante, and the blinds are 10 and 20,000.
Current chip leader Andrea Dato from Rome got 1.7 million in chips. In second place, the Russian Bogdanov with 925,000. The short stack right now, Gianluca Trebbi with just about 300,000.
And right now, Alessandro Longobardi from Naples, Italy, picks up an ace-9 of hearts. He's first to play.
He is going to raise it, makes it 42,000 to go.
Dato going out, and now it's on the Dane. Simon Rounsbeck with the scarf and a queen 7.
Well, certainly not much of a hand here, but he's going to raise with it.
Wow.
The scarf going to work on him here.
91,000 to go. Carini out. Now the Russian, Renat, 30 years old. First WPT event. Only played poker for 3 years. He's going away.
Now Gianluca Trebbi, pro out of Italy. He folds as well. Back around to Vince Lombardi. I mean, Alessandro Longobardi.
Says his former job was a sports bettor.
I can tell you one thing. When you get re-raised and you just look down at an ace-9, you're not liking it too much, especially out of position. But Longobardi going to make the call here.
All right, he's into action. Queen 7, opposite. Ace-9, we're flopping.
Now comes ace-king deuce. Longobardi out in front now with the 2 aces. But let's see how it develops.
Well, he is going to check here with his aces, throwing the rope to the scarf.
Well, the Dane highly influenced by Gus Hansen, the winningest player in the history of the WPT, who plays very aggressive, and obviously this Dane playing aggressive as well.
Now 53,000. Into Alessandro, who has a top pair 9 kicker, and he's going to make the call, of course.
The Italian going nowhere after flopping top pair. Now an 8 comes on the turn.
Helps neither player. Again, a check by Alessandro.
You have about 350 left?
Well, the Dane asking him how much he's got left. Will he fire another shell? That's the question. 3-bet before the flop, bet on the flop, but he's been called all the way so far. How long will he continue with this charade? Well, he's going to try it again.
116,000.
Got to give him credit for having some heart, as we say.
Money.
But the Italian showing more heart as he moves all in with an ace-9 here. Oh, look at this, Vince, showing him the 9. Ooh, that's just a little Italian jab, isn't it, to the Dane? Who do you think you're messing with here?
So the Dane taking his hit there. He tried hard, but Alessandro taking down that pot nicely.
The WPT Player of the Year race continues here in Venice. No matter who wins this event, Legends of Poker champ Will the Thrill Fiella will still hold on to his lead with 1,650 points. As always, we will continue to track the standings all season long, so be sure to check back with us each week. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, Vince, you know how great it is to have Marinella here this week while Kimberly's out on maternity leave.
Oh, yeah. She's been great for us because she speaks Italian. She got to pronounce all the sauces here at the restaurants correctly, so we didn't look like the yahoos that we are, the ugly Americans. Oh, it's been fun. Back to this hand. Quick fold by Dato. Rounsbeck now.
This time he's got a real hand. He's got ace-queen. Certainly going to pop it up with that. Makes it 42,000 to go.
It does. Karina out. Renat now with an attractive king-jack of spades. He's got the button.
And he also knows the guy just bluffed his money off in the last pot. Might be steaming here. So another reason to play. And indeed he does. Makes the call.
And Gianluca is folding another hand. Very tight player. He's a businessman from Florence, Italy. And now it's around to Alessandro. He's got a nothing hand. He won't compete.
All right, here we go. Here comes the flop. Flop comes 8-8-5.
2 spades. That is beautiful there for Renat.
Well, Simon going to make the continuation bet here. 41,000. I don't see the Russian going anywhere with a flush draw. Nope, he has made the call.
Hoping to catch a flush. Here comes the turn, but he catches his kings.
He now has kings up and a flush draw.
Rounds back with nothing, finally slowing down with a check. And Renat feeling comfortable. Getting chips out. Ready to plunge. Yep.
He's going to bet 70,000 here.
Simon with just ace high.
What's he going to do?
He likes to play cards. Boy, this guy is very loose, aggressive. Just feels he has an edge in every hand. He doesn't.
He's making the call here,
He
man.
is. What
Thinks
is
the
this
ace queen
about?
might be the best hand. He's just hoping his opponent is on some type of drawing hand, a straight draw or a flush draw. And if he was on a drawing hand, he's made the draw as a 4 spade comes off. He would have made the straight, the flush, anything he was drawing at.
The Dane is going to check again, and now Renat realizes he's got a flush. Oh, things are good. And the Russian, who looks a little like Ricky Schroeder if he hung out in Siberia for 10 years, is going to bet it 160,000.
Well, Roundsbush got to realize he can beat nothing now, so he gives up the pot, and the Russian takes down another one.
Renat has only been playing poker for 3 years. It's pretty amazing.
First WPT event ever.
And tonight he has a shot at big money here in Venice.
Russian players, I think, very tight and cold, smart, mostly good players.
That's going to make Alice Kuzmin the champion.
All in. All in. My style is aggressive and tight, 50-50. I always change with my style, depending on the table. I very feel good. I relax and playing good. I think I'm playing very aggressive and keep trying laughing.
Thank you.
I want to win trophy and bring him to Moscow, my home, and show my friends and everybody.
Well, the Russian players are very good poker players. I agree with that.
Well, they are hungry players. They have a great desire to win, of course, and he is tough here tonight. Back to the felt we go. Quick fold by Alessandro. And now Dato picking up pair of eights. He looks like one of those young Shakespearean actors, doesn't he? With the goatee and the whole look, like he runs the place. Well, he has raised to 50,000. Rounds back out. Now, Carini from Milan, Italy. First WPT event, first final table, of course.
All in.
And he's saying all in with a short stack.
Well, he's on the button here.
Got ace 3.
On the short stack, just making a move here. First hand he's played.
Renat gonna junk his hand. Gianluca folds.
60 colla.
And Dato's he's gonna fold her. I mean a colla. I'm mixed up.
Well, he can well afford to make this call as chip leader here. He does so, and he's in good shape to win this pot and knock out the young Italian pro.
He certainly is.
So Carini, who's a former cook, could get fried right here if he doesn't get some help.
Carini on the ropes. Here's the flop.
Now flop 10-7-5, so the 2-8 still out front.
Carini in trouble here. Dato out in front. Here comes the turn card. Can he pull off an ace here? Nope.
Well, a deuce comes off.
He's got a straight draw, inside straight draw.
Needs an ace or a 4 to win this pot. 2-8s out in front right now.
Down to the river we go.
The youngest player at the table could be taking a hiatus if he don't get help, and he doesn't as the jack comes off. So that's going to do it for the young Italian, Andrea Carini, from Piacenza, Italy, out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, a gentleman, a smile, but it is arrivederci for Carini as he walks away in 6th place. Going to take home 32,000 euros. What an effort.
Well, Vince, he knows that Dato is a very aggressive player, so he just decided to come over the top, move all in, and hope that he had one of the hands that he usually has when he raises. This time he had 2 8s, made the call, the 8 stood up, and that does it for the young Italian, Andrea Carini.
Well, this was Andrea Carini's first WPT event, and he did make it to the final table, which is no easy feat. So with Andrea Carini out in 6th place, we are down to 5 players at the WPT Venice Grand Prix. We'll return to action here at the Casino di Venezia in just a moment.
We're here in Venice, Italy, in the most gorgeous town with so much water everywhere.
My name is Tuba, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I was born and raised in Turkey. It's great to be one of the Royal Flush Girls because I get to travel all over the world. Venice is truly great, a beautiful place to be. When I first arrived, us girls just, looking at each other thinking, wow, is this like real? People were amazingly nice and sweet. Everywhere you looked, every corner was something to see and something to remember. Seeing and being in the San Marcos Square was an amazing experience. We took a boat ride to Murana Island, where we got to experience the Murana Glass Factory. And being on a gondola and doing the riding and having this amazing guy behind us really serenading. Is this really happening right now? It was a really neat thing to experience.
It's an amazing trip.
Was that my imagination, or was that Kenneth James rowing that gondola?
Well, he can sing as good as that guy, I guarantee you that. There you see our chip leader, Andrea Dato, with over 2 million in chips. The Russian in 2nd place, and right now the Dane on the short stack in 5th place. 5 players left fighting it out for this title.
Action first, the man from Florence, Italy, Gianluca, he folds, and now on to Alessandro, who has picked up a big hand, pair of 10s.
He will not be folding.
Annies are up to 4,000 blinds at 12 and 24 right now. And he is going to raise it, makes it 50,000 to go.
Chip leader looks down at Queen Jack of Hearts on the button.
Dato with a seductive hand, and he's just going to call it. Now it's on to the Dane, who looks at the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces, and what a time to get it.
Well, unbelievable. Roundsbeck is just making move after move. Nothing's worked for him so far at this final table. Now he's picked up 2 aces. I expect he'll just be moving in. He's on the short stack at this table. 2 other players already in the pot.
All in.
There he goes, all in, he says. Now the Russian gets out of the way. Pretty automatic call here, you would think, for Alessandro with the 10s.
All in.
Yep.
All in.
Alessandro is all in.
Well, he goes all in as well, just to shut Dato out of the pot. And he is not going to like what he sees as Roundsbeck turns up 2 aces. He is dominated.
Well, Roundsbeck, so aggressive, but he usually has no hand. This time, he's got a real hand, Mike.
Now, it's not only pair over pair, it's suit over suit. Can't make a flush to win the pot. And flop come Jack 8-3 here. 2 aces well out in front.
Very solid for the man with the scarf.
In case he loses his pot, he could take that scarf and tie it up around one of the rafters and just say, why go on?
Aces in front. Here comes the turn card.
6 of diamonds comes off, so.
Ace is still out in front, Mike.
Let's see the turn
And
now.
Roundsbeck is still safe to the river. He looks happy.
Well, he is happy. Knows his opponent's got a 2-outer, as we say. Must catch a 10 on the river.
One more card to sweat, river card. Let's take a peek.
Well, it's a queen. So there you go. That's the hand Simon's been waiting on to get back in the thick of things. He is feeling good right now.
And Mike, he never had to sweat it. It's like one of those flops that look good.
Forget
The
about
turn
it.
looked
You
good.
always sweat it.
The river was fine. I mean, that's the way to have hands hold up.
Well, if he didn't raise pre-flop, he'd have lost that hand. His daughter would have made queens and jacks, but obviously everybody's going to move all in with the aces there.
All right, back to the felt, a quick fold by Alessandro, and now Dato. Oh, he's got a pair of 8s.
Well, this hand was good to him earlier as he busted the young Italian with these 2 8s. So certainly going to raise it up here, makes it 50,000 to go.
Roundsbeck with the button, and he's got a pretty good ace-queen here. Coming off the last hand, he's going to re-raise, makes it 127 to go.
Yeah, he 3-bets with the ace-queen this time.
Ricky Schroeder, Renat now peeks down and an awful 5 and 10. Releases that. Gianluca hasn't played a hand since.
He hadn't had a hand yet at this final table.
Nope, it's been a long time.
I'm all in.
Back on Simon, and he goes all in.
Call.
Andrea going all in and called.
Good luck, man.
Well, we're in a classic race situation. It's the under pair versus the 2 overcards. The 2-8s were lucky for Andrea a minute ago when he eliminated his fellow Italian. Can he eliminate the Dane here with the 2-8s as well?
Simon going with the ace-queen. The Dane on a little rush right now.
Well, this is a monster pot right here. Whoever wins it will be the big chip leader at this final table.
Okay, 5 cards to come. The first 3 coming up in the House of Pain here in Venice. Oh, boy.
Queen right on the flop.
Look at this, the Dane hitting the queens.
Well, a dream flop right there for Roundsbeck. So Dato has 1 out only, the 8 of clubs. That's all that will win it for him.
Let's have a heart.
Roundsbeck feeling it, knowing it, doing his little Danish dance.
Now, just that quickly, you could go from last place to first place at this final table.
Deuce pairs the board on the turn.
And why is Winston about that
I don't know
card?
why either. But he's European, they can do that.
Nope. Only card he has to wince at is the 8 of clubs.
All right, here we go. Last card coming up.
It's a 5. So Simon doubling up yet again. Vince, the guy came into the final table in 2nd chip position. He'd whittle his way down to where he was in 5th place. Now he's battled back. He's doubled up in 2 consecutive pots. And he is now the chip leader at this final table.
With that hand, we are concluding our first hour of coverage from the WPT Venice Grand Prix. But before we go, Mike, Vince, tell us what we can expect to see as action continues.
Well, Marinella, the 2 big stories so far at this final table is A, the youngest player at the table, 26-year-old Andrea Carini, out in 6th place. But B, the guy that many thought was the favorite to win this final table, the Dane, Simon Roundsbeck. He started the day in 2nd chip position, was down to the short stack, but just doubled up twice to take the chip lead. But the guy who came to the final table as the chip leader, Andrea Dato, is now in 2nd chip position. So I look for him and Simon to continue their aggressive play and just take control of this table.
Plus, Mike, other than Dato, there are still 2 other paisans left at this final table. Gianluca Trebbi. Now, this guy is tight. He hasn't played a hand since Mount Vesuvius erupted. And we have Alessandro Longobardi. But don't forget about the Russian, Renat. He has been biding his time, playing tricky poker with nothing hands. He is going to be a force to be reckoned with. We're in a beautiful room, and it's a tough 5 guys remaining. This is going to be interesting.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back next time from Venice, Italy for more on WPT Season 10 and the WPT Venice Grand Prix. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
From the banks of the famous Grand Canal in the oldest casino in the world, the battle to be a World Poker Tour champion rages on at the WPT Venice Grand Prix, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Venice Grand Prix. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who is on maternity leave. Tonight, we are coming from what is thought to be the oldest operating gaming establishment on the planet, the beautiful Casino di Venezia, a Venetian palace built in 1638 that was once the home of composer Richard Wagner, and is now the setting for a little bit more history, this exciting final table of the WPT Venice Grand Prix. With me here in Italy is Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, what are your thoughts?
Well, Marinella, it is great to be in Venice, land of the gondolas. We've got 5 players left fighting it out for this table. 1 player's been eliminated so far, 26-year-old Andrea Carini. But the big talk here is the guy that came to the final table in 2nd chip position, one many felt would win this title, Simon Roundsbeck from Denmark. He's been on a roller coaster ride. At one point, he was the short stack at the table, but after doubling up twice, he's now the chip leader.
Well, Marianella, what I'm expecting to see is lots of blood, sweat, and tears in this beautiful Venetian palace. We still have 3 Italians left. We have Andrea Dato, the crowd favorite. He's a very aggressive player, and he is going to be tough. Then there's Alessandro Longobardi and Gianluca Trebbi. He's been playing pretty tight, but these 2 guys are on the short stack, so they have to make the moves real soon. But don't forget about the Russian, Renat. He's a very dangerous, tricky player. We saw him take down a pot with 9 high, so I hope we'll be seeing some more moves like that from him tonight. The blinds are going up, so it's going to put the pressure on the guys. They're going to be playing a little desperate. Should be fascinating. They're playing for big money and a big title. But my prediction is Simon, because of the lucky scarf. We will see.
Well, I'm taking Andrea Dato.
Mike, I will have you know you have just gained a ton of new Italian fans. Thank you, guys. Our eyes are on the WPT's Champions Cup that will soon be engraved with the winner of tonight's event. Action is about to start back up, so let's check the chip count and get back to the game.
Well, there you see the Dane Simon Roundsbeck out in front with 1.6 million. The Italian Andrea Dato in second place, and the Russian Bogdanov in third place right now. 3 Italians, a Russian, and a Dane fighting it out for this title.
All right, action going to Dato. Looks like one of those Shakespearean actors. Fine player. He's going to quickly fold. And now the man from Denmark, Simon, who plays a lot of hands. This time he has a junky 9 deuce.
A big influence on his poker career was Gus Hansen, and we know he likes to play a lot of pots. So does this Dane right here.
He's made it 49,000 with nothing. The Russian goes away. And now Gianluca Trebbi.
Well, this is the guy that broke me in this tournament.
He's got an ace-6, but he won't play that. Now the man from Naples, Alessandro Longobardi with a real hand. Pair of 7s. Nice solid mid pair.
Well, he's on the short stack here. Only got about 300,000. And he's going all in with the 2 7s. Can't blame him.
How much is it?
How much is it?
It's going to be about another 240,000.
You think too much for a man that has just a 9 deuce. But he's a madman.
I call.
He's going to call it.
Well, just incredible to me. You'd put 240,000 more in there on a 9 deuce.
Oh, the scarf makes you do funny things sometimes.
Vince, let me tell you something.
Yeah.
When you get eliminated at a final table and your opponent has a 9 deuce, you go straight to the bar.
Well, we'll see what happens. Here comes the flop. So far, so good. King 10, 5, the 7s out in front.
And Longobardi liking it at the moment.
Double up possibility for Alessandro. Here's the turn.
Well, an ace comes off. So now we are down to the river. Simon must catch a 9 to eliminate Alessandro right here, right now.
The Dane, the chip leader, could be giving some chips back.
Well, this would be absolutely brutal for the Italian if a 9 peeled off right now.
Let's take a look at the river. Crowd on its feet. Here we go.
Well, it's an ace.
And the ace pairs the board. Alessandro doubling up.
I knew I was going to call. I thought he had more.
Well, Vance, I'm still puzzled how Roundsbeck could have put his money in the pot there and called him with that hand. I can see you moving in with a 9 deuce, but to call a guy who's moved in on you, wow.
He's Danish. He plays Gus Hansen poker. Sometimes it works. That time it didn't. Back to this hand. Back on Roundsbeck. And this time, a suited connector, 7-8 he raises with, makes it 49,000 to go. Renat, also with a suited connector, a 9-10 of spades.
Yeah. He's got the kind of hand you like to see a flop with. He makes the call.
Yeah, he's only been playing poker for 3 years. Renat has. Now Gianluca, who's tighter than an Italian taxi cab, folds his hand. On to Alessandro. He's got a 10-jack.
Well, he lays it down and we're around to the big blind. Dato, he picks up a 7-8 suited also. And he's going to make the call. So we're going to have 3-way action here. 2 guys have the same hand, a 7-8. The Russian doesn't know how good a shape he's in right now with 10 high.
Very rare we see 3 suited connectors go after each other.
And flop comes ace, king, jack. No help for anybody.
Nope. And Dato will check first. And now it's on the Dane.
It's the kind of flop that whoever bets at it's probably going to win it.
Oh, boy, there's power in that there scarf. He's getting chips out again. To make the continuation bet with that board, he's going to bet 57,000.
Well, that is playing the game, as we say. And it's paid off for him here as he takes down that pot by being aggressive.
Boy, he boldly goes where no man goes before. Very aggressive player. This guy is the real thing.
People would probably describe me as a loose maniac, I think, but hopefully a good player. I try to gain respect at the table so they don't want to play with me. This is my second WPT final table. My first was in Vienna last year,
I think that's a great bet by Simon here.
where I finished third. So I tried it before, but it's still kind of special. I mean, the last couple of days I woke up pretty early, couldn't sleep anymore. I guess it's because of the excitement. Mike and Vince is here. The WPT was the first televised poker show in Denmark where we all learned the game and saw how Gus Hansen did many years ago. So it was kind of like what introduced me to poker. So it's kind of special to be here.
Well, as he said, Gus Hansen played a big influence on his poker game, and I think this guy plays way more pots than Gus. I never thought I'd say that.
Well, there's Gus back in the day. You know, it's like watching a guy jump off the Brooklyn Bridge and survive, and then everyone's saying, hey, I can do that. Looks so fun. That's the kind of poker he inspired. And right there, you see the Champions Cup. Every champion from the WPT, their names etched on that beautiful trophy. Now let's go back down to the felt. It's on Andrea Dado. A quick fold by him. And now the Dane, Mr. Roundsbeck.
Well, he's never met a hand he didn't like, Vince. We just saw him calling all-in bet with a 9-deuce. Here he's got a Jack-7 offsuit. Fires yet again.
Yep. 49,000. Renat out. Gianluca Trebi.
Really hasn't played a pot yet at this final table.
And this time he's got ace, sevens, and he's going to push.
Well, he's on the short stack. Got to play something, and why not play it against this guy that plays virtually every pot?
Yep, Alessandro folds his hand.
300, right?
3 and 320.
And so it's back to Roundsbeck, who has absolutely nothing, zip and pip.
Well, he winches at the Jack-7.
Now, Gianluca, they say that this man has not smiled since he didn't get the part that Al Pacino got in The Godfather, and I'm beginning to think it's true.
Vince, the guy smiled when he busted me out of this tournament.
Oh, he's the man.
Yeah, he's the man.
Oh.
It's all right.
A little bitter, are we, Mike?
No.
All right, back to the next hand. Here we go. Renat has picked up the ladies. 2 queens. What a hand.
Well, the Russian, the only guy that has a job outside being a professional poker player at this table, works in finance.
Well, Renat has made it 48,000, a fold by Gianluca. And now Alessandro also going out. Dado folding as well. Back around to the loosest guy in Europe.
Now Roundsbeck looking down at the A7 here. Well, he's going to make the call.
Yes, he is.
We thought Gus Hansen liked to play a lot of pots.
Oh, the flop comes up king 9-6. Roundsbeck checks. And so does the Russian.
Wow.
3 of spades on the turn, helps neither player. Roundsbeck with nothing. But look at this, he's going to take a stab.
Well, his opponent checked on the flop, so that's a green light for him to bet on the turn. And he is doing it.
Now 53,000 into the queens. And the Russian hates that king, but
I just can't imagine him throwing 2 queens away against this particular
no,
player.
it's just too pretty. Tough to throw it away, and he does not. He's going to make the call. Simon would love to hit an ace here, but not to be.
Well, a 4 comes off.
Roundsbeck is going to check. He's putting up the white flag.
We're not going to win this pot with 2 queens as he checks behind the Dane.
Well, Renat, the Russian, is going to win that pot. But how impressive is Roundsbeck, the Dane? He has opened up this game to a gambling game. He is the man with the scarf. He's playing no-fear poker. Very impressive.
Opened it up, is putting it mildly, Vince.
Our coverage from the WPT Venice Grand Prix is just getting started. Plenty more to come, including a special edition of WPT on the Road, in which Kimberly Lansing reveals a secret she's been keeping for months. So stick around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the Casino di Venezia in Venice, Italy. And Mike, this is a good one, but you know what? You don't have to travel all around the world to get a great poker experience. We have a player that made his way through clubwpt.com out here to Venice. He had a great time. We hung out with him.
Yeah, Steve Marsh, just a good old boy from Tennessee. That's what he called himself. He's only been playing on Club WPT a couple months, yet he got on. He won his way to this tournament by winning on clubwpt.com. Had a great time over here with the Royal Flush Girls and all of us. Steve Marsh had a great time, and so can you. All you have to do is go to your computer at home and sign up for clubwpt.com. For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a Club WPT VIP member and experience all the benefits that go along with that. In addition, you can play all the poker you want from the comfort of your home.
That's true. You can win cash and prizes. You can also get the Entertainment Savers Guide, the WPT magazine, all of that. It is fantastic.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, Mike, we're going back to the felt. The chip leader at this point, Simon Raunsbeck from Denmark, with about 1.4 million.
Okay, action's going to be on Longobardi, one of the 3 Italians still left at this table.
Yeah, 31 years old. Second WPT event. How excited he must be. He's going to fold the hand. Andrea Dato, now with a queen jack. Dato's from Rome, and he's going to raise, makes it 50,000 into Raunsbeck.
Well, he looks down at the 8-4 spades. And he is an extremely aggressive player, a gambling style player, that's for sure.
Very rarely out of a pot. Just amazing.
Look at this, Vince.
Hands he plays.
Up raising chips.
No.
Yes, he is going to 3-bet with this hand. He's got the 8-4, and he fires it up to 126,000.
Incredible. Now Renat from Russia with ace high, elects to fold. Gianluca now with a nothing hand, dismisses himself.
It's back on Andrea, and he goes out. So the aggressive play by the Dane paying off for him right there. We thought Gus Hansen plays a lot of pot. Raunsbeck plays more.
And Dato looking a little annoyed at the man on his left, the gambling style Dane. Second time at a WPT final table, and they're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls who have enjoyed this week in Venice.
And this beautiful casino that we're playing in tonight.
All right. Back to the hand, Gianluca from Florence, Italy.
Yeah, Worsley hasn't picked up any hands at this table.
No.
So 10-3 here throws it away.
Alessandro with a 9-5. Dolly Parton goes out.
So over to Andrea Dato, the Italian pro, looks down at King-9 on the button.
Well, it's nice when people fold in front of you. You think maybe you can pick up a steal here. Decent hand, and he's going to raise with a 50,000. Raunsbeck finally folding a hand. Takes a breather.
Well, the Russian looks at an ace-4.
Raise.
And he has the good instincts, and he's going to raise with it. Makes it 125 to go.
He is going to 3-bet it here. Now what do you do if you're Andrea? You can't like a King-9 offsuit when you've been re-raised. If you call here and don't hit a king or a 9 or some type of straight throw or something, chances are your opponent's going to make a continuation bet and you just throw your hand away, but you just can't give up every hand.
But he's going to be a little stubborn, it appears. He's going to make this call.
And he makes the call, but he's going to have to hit a king or a 9 or some kind of combination, because you know your opponent's going to make a continuation bet on the flop, whatever it is.
Jack 7-6 on the flop.
Action's on the Russian, who 3-bet pre-flop. He's going to check.
Wow.
Very surprised he would make a continuation bet there.
And this is going to give confidence to Dato, even though Dato has nothing.
Dato might be putting him on ace high, going to try to take the pot away here.
He sticks out a bet of 105,000.
The Russian, who let go of the reins, as we say, checked on the flop, gave the Italian an opportunity to pick up that pot, and he did so.
And Dato says, I'll take that with king high.
Well, Dato might be a one to watch here tonight, but Vince, all season long, we've been following 7 ones to watch here on the World Poker Tour. And right now, let's take a look at one of those ones to watch.
I love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
I'm like a nomad. If I stay in the same place for too long, I can't really do anything new or exciting. If I keep hopping around, that's what keeps life interesting.
William Reynolds.
William Reynolds, he is the most adventurous, fearless person.
One of those people that just marches to the beat of his own drum.
He's kind of all over the map.
Flew to Miami, Madrid, London, Guadalajara, Jaco Beach, back to Las Vegas, Costa Rica, up to Vancouver. Since I go to so many locations, it's hard to remember them. By taking all of these pictures, I get to develop a way to recall all of the memories and brilliant scenes that I've witnessed with my own eyes. If it's a storm raging, they were releasing baby turtles into the wild. I'm gonna sit out there the entire time and wait for that perfect shot. I ran into a California condor in Zion National Park. He landed on a perch that must have been like 2,500 feet above the ground. I knew I wasn't leaving until I could get that brilliant photo of the condor like taking off. I hung out there for over an hour and I got that photo.
Your life's a story and it's up to you to tell it. And I tell it through my camera.
He's the one who's always jumping off the 15-foot cliffs, wanting to dive into the waterfall, wanting to scale the mountains.
We're all given the opportunity to pick the left path, to pick the right path. When I go do something to challenge myself, like climbing a peak, then I write my own path.
He just told me, he's like, Matt, you got to do what makes you happy, you know? Like, he goes with his feeling. That's unique and cool about him.
But what I like more is just his attitude on life.
There's a lot of first times for everything, and if you're not doing something for the first time every so often, you're passing up on experiences. Cook, take photos, hike to the top of a mountain, because in poker, you have to have a balanced pre-flop range. I made it to the final table. In life, you need a balanced portfolio of different experiences. This is my life, so I have to decide what I want to do, and it's up to me to basically find my own destiny.
William Reynolds made a WPT final table a year ago, and he is definitely a one to watch both on and off the table.
Of course, he did not play Venice. Heard he was swimming with piranhas in the Amazon instead. But I'm sure he'll be back with us soon.
Well, he'll take pictures for us.
All right, back to the table. Renat Bogdanov. This time he's got a queen-9. He'll muck that. Gianluca Trebi.
Gianluca looks down at 10-7 of hearts. Also looks at his chip stack, and it's not very deep, so he's going to move all in with this hand.
Yep, he's going to shove with a mediocrity here, of course.
285.
And now next to play is Alessandro, and he's got a pair of jacks.
He'll definitely be going with this.
Marin.
There he goes.
Well, he moves all in as well.
Dotto and Roundsbeck fold their hands.
So the two short stacks, the two Italians going at it here. And right now, Longobardi way out in front with the two jacks. Trebi in trouble, needs a lot of help to win this pot to stay alive.
Two Italians going mano a mano, hand-to-hand combat. You hate to do that to your Italian paisan, but they have done it. Let's see what happens.
It's come queen 10 deuce, so we see Trebi getting some of that flop. He's got a pair of 10s.
Yeah, the Spumoni has not melted quite yet.
Looking for a 10 or a 7 now to take the lead. Now 3 comes off, down to the river. Gianluca Trebi, the poker pro out of Italy, must catch a 10 or a 7 to stay alive.
Yep, and Alessandro is just thinking to himself, don't break my heart, Fredo. The river card at 8 of diamonds.
Look. So that's going to do it for the 32-year-old poker pro out of Pisa, Italy. Gianluca Trebi out in 5th place.
Yeah. A big effort. The crowd loves this guy. He dressed up nicely. He's going to take home 42,000 euros. And we are down to 4 players in the most beautiful casino in the world.
So with Gianluca Trebi out in 5th place, we are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. Plenty more to come, including this special edition of WPT on the road. Our coverage brought to you by ClubWPT.com will continue here in Venice, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome Welcome back to Italy and the WPT Grand Prix of Venice. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing while she's on maternity leave. Kim revealed she was going to be a mom for the first time earlier this season at the WPT tournament in Paris, and our cameras were there to capture the moment in this special edition of WPT on the road.
You know, when you're in Paris, you wonder, how does everyone stay in such great shape? They're eating this fattening food. And I realized all of them secretly work out. Being in Paris, I mean, it's croissant after French bread, after pasta, after buttery fish with some sort of thick sauce on it. And wow, it's been amazing. I need to balance this out somehow. Now that I'm going to be having a baby, going out and getting trashed is not on my to-do list for the evening. Because it's my first time, there's a lot that I'm learning, and there's a lot that's happening. There are these 3D places where you can go and they can tell really early. And it's still questionable if it's a girl, but if it's a boy, it's unmistakable. A penis is a penis. So, I'm having a boy. I'm gonna tell Vince and Mike, but I don't know when and I don't know how I'm gonna tell them. Maybe at the final table here in Paris. I have respect for them and I wanted to tell them in person.
I'm Kimberly Lansing saying, watching.
With that kind of news, you just have to come out and say it.
Kimberly!
Bonsoir, gentlemen.
How's it going?
Good show. I'm actually here to tell you some very exciting news.
Yeah?
I'm having a baby.
You're pregnant. Oh. Hey,
Really?
hey,
No, did you
that's
know?
That's fantastic.
Aw,
Wonderful.
Thank you.
I'm in shock. It's so great.
Now, very happy for you.
Thank you.
You know, Vince has got 3 kids, of course. I have a 3-year-old myself, and
So
now
you saying
you're
you'll be
joining
good,
the party. So
you
it's
saying
great.
you're going to be good babysitters? Thanks.
What a way to celebrate in Paris. Kimberly's new baby. Oh, it's just great, Vince. As you know, there's no greater day in life than when your child is born.
No doubt about it. I would babysit, but I don't. Maybe we should babysit together.
Oh, boy.
Help her out.
I'm not sure
once
about
in a while.
that. Well, maybe we could play a freeze-up.
All right, back to four-handed poker here in Venice in the most beautiful casino in the world. It was built in the 1600s. It was a palace, and now a casino. We're having a good time. Action's going to the Dane. Simon Roundsbeck.
Well, Vince, I know you've been impressed with the number of hands this guy plays. We thought Gus Hansen played a lot of hands, but not sure he can shine this guy's shoes.
And he's going to raise with another junk hand. Jack-8 makes it 60,000 to go. The Russian's out. Alessandro now with an ace high, but he's going to fold it. Only one to beat is Dato. And he will release that hand. The Dane once again taking a pot with just Jack high.
Definitely, the Dane has been the most aggressive player at this table. And he'd love to put his name on that WPT Champions Cup alongside his mentor, Gus Hansen.
He'd also be the first person ever to win with the scarf. So that would be interesting. All right, back to the table, Alessandro. He's 31 years old from Naples, Italy.
Looks down at King, Queen of Diamonds. Pretty good hand in a four-handed poker game.
Only his second WPT event, first final table, and he is going to raise with his hand. Makes it 65,000. Dato.
Well, Dato going to give him respect. Folds the ace high.
And now the Dane. He's got Queen 9.
Oh, hark the Herald Angels. He threw a hand away.
Wow, that was incredible. And now the Russian with an ace 8.
Seems like he gets a lot of these ace baby cards. We saw him misplay it the last time he had it. He 3-bet it, didn't make the continuation bet. So this time he's just calling it.
All right, King Queen versus ace 8. Here we go.
Now flop comes 7-5 deuce. No help to either player.
And the Russian will check with his nothing hand.
Longobardi checks right behind him. Surprise there, no continuation bet. Now a 10 comes off.
Now will this give the yielding sign to Renat? Yes, it does. He's going to stick out a bet of 70,000. You show weakness, I'll show strength, he says. Alessandro, what is he up to?
Look at this, the Italian is coming over the top right here with just king high.
Don't mess with him, he's made it 190,000. Just when you think a guy can't play.
Oh boy. What a move by the Italian here, but will the Russian buy it? That's the question. He only has ace high, and he's going to let it go. So there's a nice play by the Italian Longobardi. No doubt about it. He played that hand like Vince Lombardi coaches football.
Alessandro Longobardi says he loves to travel and play poker. He goes to Vegas a lot. He lists his former job as a sports bettor.
Well, he certainly bet right there, no doubt about it. Nice play by the Italian. Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Fiella still out in front, and will be even after this event. But a long way to go this season to see who becomes the WPT Player of the Year.
Well, Will the Thrill is obviously a terrific player. If he ever gets over his shyness, you know, he might become a big personality in the poker world.
Oh, you're just angry at him because he beat you playing racquetball.
Whoa, you had to bring that up again. Uh-oh. All right, I am. All right, back to the table. The Dane looks down at a Jack-3, just his kind of hand. And, of course, he's going to raise with that junk hand. Makes it 60,000 to go.
Just amazing, this guy.
Renat folding his hand. Alessandro can't compete. And now, Andre Dato has a real hand, king-queen, and he will make the call. This Roundsbeck plays as loose as anyone I've seen. Great instincts to when to take a pot. Flop comes up ace, king, 10. Dato getting a piece of that with the kings, but he's going to check.
He's got two kings and the straight draw, and
Dane's slowing down. He checks as well.
Now 5 comes off.
Roundsbeck with nothing. Dato going to trap again. He's checking.
Well, the Dane just can't help himself.
No.
Just can't help himself. Didn't bet the flop. Now all of a sudden going to bet when the 5 of clubs comes
And he
up.
probably knows he's being trapped here, too. He doesn't care. He can't resist it. He's going to bet. It looks like 65,000.
Now, Vince, if you're in Dato's seat here, you're saying, look, the guy either slow played a huge hand or he's got nothing here. You're going to call him with 2 kings and a straight draw.
Well, he has called it.
And now the board pairs 5s.
That did not help the Dane.
Dato checks again.
Yep. And now you're tempted. Even though you have Jack high, do you take one more stab at it? Maybe the Italian really does have nothing.
Just incredible.
Oh, boy.
Folks, if you like aggressive poker, don't turn that dial tonight.
He's going to fire again, Mike.
And he has put Dato in the thinking mood.
125. Oh, Gus Hansen would be so proud of you.
Now, Vince, had he bet the flop and the turn and then fired on the river, much more difficult to call. But because he checked on the flop, if you're Dato, you're thinking the guy's either got a monster hand or he's got nothing here.
But the Italian's really looking him over underneath that scarf. Are you nervous, sir? Oh, it's one thing to think it, though. It's another thing to make the call.
I call him.
And he's going to do it.
And he's made the call and he's going to win this pot.
Oh, and I love how the Dane shows his miserable hand. Doesn't muck it quickly.
He's proud of his bluff.
He's proud of it.
But in the meantime, Andrea Dato, the Italian, picking up that pot. And with it, he retakes the chip lead.
And the Parmesan is coming off the spaghetti for the Dane. And we move on.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned. We'll be right back from Venice.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Venice and the World Poker Tour.
On behalf of everyone at the World Poker Tour, allow me to welcome you to the Players' Party of the Venice Grand Prix. And for your special entertainment tonight, we have a phenomenal guest who's flown over from the UK. He is the star still can't figure it out, Vince. The guy didn't pay me. I'm not a shill for him, folks.
That is incredible, Mike. I'm stunned by that.
Folks, don't invite him to your home game, I'll tell you that.
All right, to the table we go. Four-handed poker continues here. And action's going to the Russian, Renat Bogdanov. This is a guy that's only been playing poker for 3 years. He has a shot of a lifetime here tonight in Venice.
Yeah, works in finance. Gonna lay this hand down. Over to the Italian.
Alessandro Longobardi has a pretty solid king-9 of clubs with the button. He used to be a sports bettor, and now he loves to travel the world playing poker.
His biggest cash ever was 70,000 euros.
Well, he has raised it, makes it 65,000 to go. Now Dato with just an 8 deuce. Seems curious about this.
800, qualcosa di meno, giusto?
790. Well, both players speaking to each other in Italian. Now, in addition to English, the local language of a country is allowed at WPT final tables.
All right, Andrea Dato. He's going to get creative here, it appears. He's going to get bold, and he's making 165,000. And now the Dane with a queen 5 of spades.
Well, he's been watching the Dane so much, it's rubbed off on him. The Italian now going crazy with the 8 deuce.
Yep, the Dane is out.
Back to Longobardi, who has the king-9 of clubs. But when you raise with a king-9 and get 3-bet, it shrinks considerably.
Yeah, but the good news is you have the button, you're in position.
Yeah, but you're up against the chip leader.
Dato making a move here.
You can sense this Italian suspects his fellow Italian's making a move, but opts to lay it down anyway.
Wow.
But what a bold play by this young Italian.
Yep, he's 32 years old, playing professionally for 3 years, previously an engineer, and he is shining here tonight.
On day 2, I played the same table of Mike Sexton. It was my first time. I knew him watching him on television, and I didn't know how he played. He was pretty solid, very tight, and waiting for big hands. And I just played a big pot against him. When he raised, I 3-bet him out of position, and he 4-bet shoved me. I obviously called with ace-king. He had aces, and he won the pot. But I'm here at the final table, and he's out, so that's life.
Oh, Mike, I think the Italian just called you a nit.
Man, well, I predicted this guy would win the tournament because I liked the way he played, but now that he talked about me like that, I'm not so sure anymore.
All right, back to the felt we go.
Didn't get enough aces, I know that.
Boy, internationally known as a tight, solid nit. But he's a Hall of Famer, so you're doing something right.
Don't worry, I'm going to bluff that guy like crazy next time I play with him.
All right, Dato has folded.
Now Simon looks down at the Jack-10 of spade on the button. And he's going to raise it to 60,000.
We're not out, but Alessandro Longobardi with a big hand, ace-king.
Well, he just got run out of the last pot with a king-9, but he will not get run out of this one with an ace-king, I promise you. Well, he is going to 3-bet right here.
Makes it 180,000 to go. Now the Dane, and he is going to make this call.
Wants to see a flop with this hand. And here it comes.
Oh, it's a king right like that for Alessandro. Top pair with the ace kicker.
Well, top pair and top kicker. The Italian reaching for chips here for sure.
Continuation bet of 150,000.
Well, the Dane has the gut shot straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. And if you're this guy, you got a lot of imagination. What can I catch to win the pot? And that's what he's thinking.
Yep, he's going to call it.
So the pot's falling up to nearly 700,000 now. 9 of spade comes off. So this gives Simon a flush draw as well as a gut shot straight draw, but action is on the Italian, Alessandro.
Yep, he's from Naples, close to Pompeii.
Nearly 700,000 out there. He's got 450 left.
Molly. Oh boy. He is going to make the eruption of the volcano right there. All in bet.
Well, you can't blame him.
And the Dane quickly mucks his cards. Now I got to take a look at the Wonder Cam, see if a spade would have hit. Oh, look at this, a 5 of spades on the river, so that would have done it. So the extra pressure of the all-in 450,000 bet takes the Dane out of it, and the Italian sticks around. 4 players remain. We're coming back with more poker action here on the World Poker Tour from Venice, Italy.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
My name is Raffaele Maria De Nicola, and I am Tournament Director of Casino di Venezia. This is one of the oldest, most prestigious casino on earth.
Seen as big as 1638, which says something on it. Older than America.
I think the atmosphere here in the casino is astonishing. I mean, no shouting, no phone talking, because it's the place, you know, it gives you the sensation you are in some sort of temple of gaming.
The casino here is probably the prettiest casino I've ever seen in my life. It's one of the most beautiful buildings, and I mean, it's so old. I love that. I'm from Canada. We don't have really old stuff, you know? So this is pretty amazing.
If you come to Venice, you must play in Casino di Venezia. There is no other place where you can feel the atmosphere of another time, and in the meanwhile, you're playing poker.
Well, certainly a magnificent establishment, and if you ever get to Venice, as you should, stop in to see this place. You'll be glad you did.
All right, four-handed poker continues here at this beautiful casino. Action on Renat Bogdanov.
Now the Russian looks down at Queen 6 of diamonds.
Yep, he's on the short stack at this point, close to 600,000. Blind still 15 and 30. And he is going to get aggressive with this hand, makes it 65,000 to go. Into the Italian Alessandro, who looks at an ace-jack of clubs, real solid.
Let's see how he's going to play it. On the button. Gives everybody else a little glance, just to sort of get a feel if they're going to come into the pot. But after glancing around, he 3-bets it up to 180,000.
That is right. Dotto going away. The Dane also not going to call. So back on the Russian, who just took a stab there, says, can I steal some of this? I need my piece here.
You know, he's looking the guy over. I mean, just can't imagine you have the best hand with Queen 6 here. Just a matter if you want to gamble or not.
No, he's going to lay it down, and he is discouraged right now. The dream of becoming a WPT champion for the Russians disappearing.
He's on the short stack right now, but double up or 2 is all you need.
How about this sports bettor, Alessandro, former sports bettor, now poker player.
Why do you keep saying former sports bettor, Vince?
He says he gave it up.
You know, like I know, once you start betting sports, how do you quit?
There's no way out. You're right. All right, this hand he's going to fold. And now our chip leader, Dotto, with close to 2 million, has a pair of deuces.
Yeah, on the button. Going to raise with the 2 deuces, makes it 60,000 to go.
Mm-hmm. The Gus Hansen wannabe.
Well, Simon got a hand you like to see a flop with, a 10-9 suited, but he opts to lay it down.
Yeah, he's taking a breather here. And now the Russian, Renat, with a Queen 9. He just got pushed around in the last hand. He's in the big blind, but his chips are whittling away.
I'm all in.
Whoa!
Wow.
He's pushing.
He has pulled the trigger for all his dough right here. And he probably couldn't have picked a much better time to do it.
You're right. Very expensive to call with a little pair.
It's going to cost him about 460,000 more to call. He only has 60,000 invested. It's one thing to move in with 2 deuces. It's another thing to call your opponent when you know the very best you're going to be is in a race.
Call. Oh boy, but he is going to call it.
Wow. The Italian gambling here. He is in the race situation. It's a Queen 9 versus the 2 deuces.
Huh? Big call.
Wow,
Big
what
call.
a bold play by the Italian here.
Yeah, big call.
Let's see if it works for him.
Maybe he feels something.
Well, even the Dane telling him how big a call that is. He can't believe it either.
And the Dane likes everything. But 5 cards to come. Here come the first 3.
The flop is ace 3-5. Nice flop for Dotto there.
It certainly
got the
is.
best hand with a pair of deuces, and he's got a straight draw.
And the Russian looking very disillusioned. He needs some luck here.
Well, a 3 comes off. This is a good card for the Russian in that he can get a tie if a 5 comes off. He gets a win if an ace comes off, or the queen or the 9, of course.
So the Russian needs to get lucky.
Yep, otherwise it's back to Siberia for him.
Here it comes.
Oh, it's a queen.
He got the queen.
He has done it.
Boop with a beppa just like that. The Russian is going to live on.
Well, the crowd's stunned here right now, no question about it. Oh, and right now, Dotto looks like Rocky Balboa in Rocky IV when the Russian knocked him down a time or two.
Andrea Dato has been very aggressive. He called with the ducks, and unfortunately, it didn't pan out for him. But now we have a very happy Russian at the table with a nice, healthy stack in front of him. So, Mike and Vince, who do you think is going to take it from here?
Well, Marinella, I got to tell you the truth. With that double up by the Russian, we're seeing some teeter-totter poker right now. Everybody up, everybody down. Early on, Alessandro Longobardi added to his stack when he knocked out fellow Italian Gianluca Trebbi in 5th place. And now that the Russian, Renat Bogdanov, has doubled up, virtually all of them have chips.
This thing is up for grabs. Anyone can win this. We are seeing suckouts. We're seeing great play, sneaky play. Simon the Dane has been raising with absolute zip and pip.
I call him.
But he finally got picked off by the Italian, Andrea Dato. These two guys are the most aggressive players at the table, and I expect them both to keep going at it. Don't put the Spumoni away quite yet here in Italy. Back to you, Marinella.
Well, it looks like we have a real fight for the title of the WPT Venice Grand Prix. So join us next time as we play down to the finish of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Italy, from a nearly 400-year-old palace on the banks of the Grand Canal, we are set to crown a king of Italian poker. It's the Venice Grand Prix tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome to Venice, Italy. I'm Marinella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who is away on maternity leave. As we start our 3rd hour of expanded coverage here at the Casino di Venezia, we have seen players from around the world battle for this WPT title. Mike and Vince, as we get closer to naming a champion, what are your thoughts?
Well, Marinella, the WPT Venice Grand Prix has come down to 2 Italians, a Russian, and a guy from Denmark, and all of them have about equal in chips right now. It is anybody's game.
That is true, Mike. No one is safe in this beautiful Venetian palace. We are seeing great poker. We are seeing suckouts. Renat, the Russian, caught a queen on the river to double up and avoid elimination. Now has plenty of chips, but so does Alessandro Longobardi, who knocked out fellow Italian Gianluca Trebbi in 5th place. Simon the Dane has been playing with absolute zip and pip, but it was Andrea Dato that picked off his bluff and succeeded there.
Well, Vince, you're right. Simon and Andrea are far and away the most aggressive players at this table, and I don't look for that to change with 4 players left.
We're in a beautiful casino, one of the oldest in the world, and we are seeing some action. This is going to be fun.
Thank you, guys. Tonight, a new name will be added to the WPT's Champions Cup as the winner of one of Europe's most coveted titles. The action is ready to resume, so let's get back to the final table.
Well, there you see the leaderboard. Andrea Dato, the Italian pro, out in front with 1.6 million. 2nd place, the other Italian, Alessandro Longobardi. So right now, the Italian's on top, trying to take down this title.
All right, antes at 5,000, blinds at 20 and 40. Action going to Dato. He quickly folds the hand, and now it's on the Dane. The junk man plays almost anything, and he's got a 10-6 of diamonds.
Well, Vince, right now he's on the short stack here, but it's not slowing him down, as you can see. Looks like he is going to raise it with a 10-6, and indeed he is. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Yes, he does. Into Renat. Only been playing poker for 3 years. He's got a king-9.
Not much of a hand, really, but against a guy like Simon, who seemingly raises every pot, it might be enough for the Russian to get involved here, and it certainly looks like he's going to get involved.
Oh boy, yeah, he's getting that raising chips.
He's getting involved with a hammer.
He's making it 200,000 to go. Alessandro out. Back on the Dane. Who really can't afford at this point.
No, his problem is he's only got a little over 600,000 left here in chips.
Yeah, he's going to fold the hand.
Nice re-raise by the Russian there to take down that pot.
This is the Russians' first ever WPT event.
And he was the only player to come to this final table that was a non-professional poker player. Works in finance. What an event he's having.
All right. Back to the felt. Pair of deuces here for Simon Ransbeck. He somehow put himself on the short stack. He was the chip leader at one time here tonight.
I'm all in.
And now he's going to push all in.
He's going all in for about 600,000 here.
Right behind him, the Russian peeked down at a pair of tens.
Well, I don't see him going anywhere.
That is a big hand.
Call.
And of course, he's going to call this.
These are not the words Simon wanted to hear.
Alessandro out, and so is Andrea. So we have a showdown.
Well, he knows the best he can be is in a race, and that's not the case as his opponent turns up an overpair.
Good luck.
So right now, the Dane in trouble.
Well, he's in trouble, but he's played brilliant poker tonight. He has mixed it up better than anyone at the table. He has won with nothing hands. He's a very clever poker player, but now he needs some luck, Mike.
Well, he's played pretty loose, but a little too loose on occasion. Here the flop comes ace, 7, 6. The 2 tens out in front. The only way Simon can win this pot, he must catch a deuce.
The scarf is tightening on the Dane right now. Needs some luck. Turn card comes up. It's a queen. Not going to help the Dane.
Well, there you see. The Dane wins because he knows that takes away one of his 2 outs. The deuce of spade will not win it for him now as his opponent will make a flush. He can only catch the deuce of clubs to survive.
No, we're not in a great position to double up, knock out another man, and be down to 3 players. Here we go with the river.
Ooh. And it's an 8. So that's going to do it for Simon Ransbeck.
Good game. Very good game. Good player.
Well, Vance, he started out in good shape. He went down to the low stack, came back, took the chip lead, went back down again, and then out with the 2 deuces.
Yeah, up and down. His stack went all night. He's our 4th place finisher, going to take home 52,000 euros. Let's see what he has to say about that.
Basically, I just tried to play my game. I'm really disappointed right now. I expected a lot more. Misplayed a couple of hands. Yeah, really disappointed.
Simon Ransbeck disappointed, understandably so. He was so close, but this was his 2nd WPT final table, so he should be proud of that. So with Simon Ransbeck out in 4th place, the stakes are getting higher. Plenty more to come, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal, a tour of Venice with the Royal Flush Girls, plus 5 questions with the infamous Tony G.
Phil Hellmuth is a dog that thinks he's a human. It's phenomenal.
So stick around.
I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. My name is Tuba. We're going to the Murano Glass Factory. Straight ahead.
My name is Mattia Mian. I am representative of Consorzio Promovetro Murano, and we made a partnership with WPT in order to produce this trophy for this special occasion here in Venice.
We got to experience the Murano Glass Factory and the making of the amazing World Poker Tour replica Champions Cup.
It is a very unique event for our association, and we took this opportunity in order to make something absolutely extraordinary.
Right here is the WPT replica trophy that the winner here will actually take home. It is absolutely beautiful.
There's no price. It is a unique piece. It took so many hours of work, and it's priceless.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour and the WPT Venice Grand Prix. If you're flying, good luck bringing this on carry-on. Cards are back in the air. Let's get back to Mike and Vince.
Well, Vince, you and I have a little difference of opinion. We believe there's a price for everything, unlike the Italians.
Well, he says it's priceless, but I heard he takes 600 for it. Only kidding. Let's get back to the table. 3 players remain. Action on the man from Naples, Italy, Alessandro Longobardi. He's got the button. He's got King 5 of hearts. And he's going to fold. And now Andrea Dotto. He's from Rome. Looks down at a 7 deuce of clubs. His 4th WPT event, his 2nd WPT final table.
Right here in Venice. Obviously a very aggressive player.
He's just called here. Now, Renat with a Jack 9 of hearts has raised.
Well, this is good table presence here by the Russian. He knows that this Italian had a hand. He'd raised him himself. That didn't happen, so he just went ahead and popped him up.
Yeah, made it 90,000 to go. Here's the flop. Oh, wow.
What a flop for the Italian. It's come king, queen, 4 all clubs. He's flopped a flush. The Russian drawing completely dead with 2 cards to go.
Andrea checks it, digging the ditch, put the leaves and the twigs over the hole, waiting for the sucker to fall in. It's Renat. He's got a bet at 100,000. Oh, boy. Acting here.
Do they have Italian Oscars, Vince? Yes. The guy's going for one here. Obviously, he's going to play the hand. He flopped as good a flop as you could get.
It's like an Italian Shakespearean actor.
But you're always leery your opponent might have a bigger club in his hand. So you hate to just call to give him a free draw at that flush.
I live on the edge. Sucker the guy in. Give him another card.
No, he's going to raise it.
He is going to raise it.
Well, he's thinking the guy might have 2 kings where he'll play the pot. He might have the ace of clubs where he's going to continue playing the pot.
Renat's got an inside straight draw. That's about it.
Well, obviously, if he knew what he had, he wouldn't raise it here.
Yep.
He'd just call and keep checking, hoping the guy would bet. But
yeah, but the Russian's going to give this up.
Yeah, Dotto going to take down that pot and increase the chip lead.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Sometimes with the worst hand, just a 7 deuce, it turns out to be a great hand. And right there, the Royal Flush girl sitting here looking beautiful in the oldest casino in the world.
Well, that's what we've seen tonight is on occasion Dotto, and most of the time the Dane that was in here, Simon, you know, they believe in that old axiom, there's no such thing as a bad hand, just a bad flop.
All right, back to the table. Alessandro with a very solid ace-jack.
Well, Alessandro is what we call the most solid player at the table. I mean, he makes the least moves. He's usually always got a hand when he comes in the pot.
Well, he's made it 120 to go. Andrea with a queen 6.
Wow. Look at this, Vince. Just played the 7 deuce for a raise a minute ago. Now he's got the queen 6 offsuit. He's going to 3-bet here.
Whoa.
Just incredible aggressiveness by this Italian.
It's an additional 150, makes it 270 to go. And Renat is going to peek down at a pretty bad 9-6 offsuit. Can't expect him to play that. Nope.
He's not going to get involved.
And now Alessandro.
Well, I'm sure this guy's played with the Italian before. Knows how aggressive it is. Quickly goes all in with the ace-jack. A bold play, and it pays off for him. That's a nice read on your opponent right there.
Yep, Alessandro Longobardi. He plays tight and waits for opportunities. That's what he did right there. Taking down that pot.
3 players still left in the Venice Grand Prix, all trying to make a name for themselves, just as Tony G made his mark in the poker world way back in season 1. 10 years later, and the Australian airbag is still playing poker at the highest level around the world and still causing controversy wherever he goes.
What is the #1 quality a poker player must have to be a winner?
You got to believe in yourself. I think no matter what sort of handicaps you have, a great example that Phil Hellmuth sets as a poker player, he really believes in himself. He's really a poor poker player. He's below average, but he thinks he's the best.
Tony G enjoying Phil Hellmuth's pain.
You know what Phil was doing? He was playing his hand like an amateur.
Phil Hellmuth is a dog that thinks he's a human. It's
Wow.
phenomenal. I mean, this guy's unbelievable. That's powerful. But that's how you have to be. You have to believe in yourself. You have to work really hard, and you have to have no fear.
Do you think your personality is good for the game?
I think it's good. I'm pretty natural. I just have fun, although I get a bit nasty and brutal sometimes.
I destroy them. Destroy them. I love it.
It's not really personal. You know, I'm off the streets. I started with nothing, and I'm pretty nasty in a competitive environment.
I'm going to take everything you have. Everything.
I'm not looking to make friends. I'm not looking to pretend and say I like you if I don't.
And tell me, what are some of your guilty pleasures? What's something about you that would surprise people?
Guilty pleasures, the list is extremely long, I think. A lot of it would probably be like iron X-rated, so I don't think...
Oh, well, we can put our mature content. Time to 4 or 5 questions. It's a long list of R-rated things. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, it's a long list of R-rated things, yeah. That's good. You hit the nail on the head.
Let's talk about Surinder Sanar.
Yes.
How impressive was Surinder Sanar's performance against you in Paris? Are you guys on friendly terms now?
We're very friendly. Yeah, and that day I was in a particular zone.
Bye-bye! I'm gonna rip you apart so hard, everything. And you're gonna suffer so much.
I was up there, I was really fighting and going for it until I ran into Surinder Suna. Who was the best man on the day. I loved that day. I loved that I was part of a great WPT. The best man won on the day, and all sort of respect to him because he had to take the full brutal force of me.
He is our champion!
At the end of it all, I'm happy he played and won, and he deserved it, and he's a deserved champion.
Your appearances on the WPT Paris shows showed how entertaining poker on television can be. How have you changed since those early days?
I haven't changed much. Just need the big stage, need to make a final table, and then bring something out of my bag of tricks.
When I kill him, I kill him.
It's just fun for me. I just love it. I just love to make it and just be crazy.
Who's your next victim?
Oh, there'll be a lot of victims, hopefully. I want to eat them all in the end.
Well, Tony G is one of a kind, Vince. You got to admit that.
He's the most colorful character in the game of poker. Just truly entertaining.
Boy, well, if Phil Hellmuth happens to watch that interview where Tony says he's below average, he's going to have to go back to his shrink again. Jeez.
All right, back to the action. Three-handed poker going after a title here in Venice. Andrea Dato now with ace-6 in his hand has raised to 100,000. The Russian has folded. And now Alessandro Longobardi picks up a nice king-queen. All got about the same amount of chips at this point, close to 1.5, 1.6.
Yep, it is definitely anybody's game from here. Everybody within 100,000 of each other.
Alessandro now going to just call. So we have ace-6 up against king-queen. Here come the first three cards.
And flop comes 10-5 deuce. Two clubs, no help to either player.
Alessandro's going to check this. And Dato with the continuation bet with just ace high. Looks like 80,000.
Look at this. His fellow Italian making the call with just king high.
Okay.
Now the 5 of clubs comes off. So now Alessandro has a flush draw to go with his king high. He's going to check. And Dato checks right behind him, and the river's a queen. This gives Alessandro the best hand with 2 queens now. And he's going to check the 2 queens. Just doesn't want to fall any traps, and going to give his opponent a chance to bluff at it. That doesn't happen as you got ace high, just checks it down.
Oh, look at that look. Pain.
Well, he knows he was beat on the river. That's why he's wincing there. I think he's a little surprised the guy called his bet on the flop with just king high. Then he made the 4 clubs, then he made the 2 queens, and he took down the pot.
Plenty of more to come from Venice, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's action in the Raw Deal, and we relive another great Champions Cup moment when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of 100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We are at the Casino di Venezia in Venice, Italy. And Mike, this is a good one, but you know what? You don't have to travel around the world to have a great poker experience, right?
Well, that's right, Vince. All you have to do is go to your computer at home and sign up for ClubWPT.com. For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a Club WPT VIP member and experience all the benefits that go along with that. In addition, you can play all the poker you want from the comfort of your home.
That's true. You can win cash and prizes. You can also get the Entertainment Savers Guide, the WPT magazine, all of that. It is fantastic.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, Mike, we're going back to the felt.
Well, 3 players left. The 2 Italians out in front. Andrea Dato, our leader, with 2.2 million. Second place, the other Italian, Alessandro Longobardi. In third place right now is the Russian, Renat Bogdanov.
The antes are going up to 10,000. Blinds at 30 and 60. It is getting expensive here in Venice. Alessandro Longobardi from Naples.
Looking down at 2 jacks. Just a powerful hand in a 3-handed poker game.
Alessandro says he's a very superstitious guy. Doesn't even like to talk about superstitions. That's how superstitious he is.
And here he raises it. Makes it 140,000 to go.
Dato looks down at a 10-8 offsuit. Little does he know what he could be getting himself into.
Well, and he's capped his cards, Vince.
Oh, boy.
That's a sign he's going to play the pot.
Potential disaster.
370.
Waiting for him. Yeah, he's going to pump it.
370,000 he's bet with just the 10-8 offsuit here.
Now the Russian with an ace-8.
And the pot's been raised and re-raised, so he's just going to get out of their way.
And now Alessandro, he has a real hand, of course, pair of jacks. Tough to pick up jacks in a three-handed poker game.
All in.
Well, he's going all in here.
And Dato quickly to eject his hand. He's been foiled. What are you going to do? He took his shot. Alessandro had a real hand.
He takes a lot of shots, no doubt about it. That one misfired.
And with that hand, Alessandro takes a chip lead from fellow countryman Andrea Dato and inches one step closer to adding his name to the Champions Cup. All season long, we have been revisiting the great moments of the WPT in a segment we call the WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky? The KRs, there it is. It is over. Wow.
Although the Season 2 WPT Invitational final table glittered with heavyweights like Antonio Esfandiari, John Juanda, and the Costa Rican great Humberto Brenes, it was the irrepressible player known as the Unabomber who entered the WPT arena an underdog.
I'm not sure this guy's got all his oars in the water.
Only to come back
Well, that's a 9. Oh!
a star.
And that's going to do it for Antonio.
For all the antics, his opponents knew there was a brilliant poker mind under the hood, combined with an outsized personality and seemingly the guiding hand of destiny.
He's done it back. John Juanda is out of here in 3rd place. The Unabomber has taken him out.
It was Phil Locke, known as the Unabomber, started the night with the least amount of chips, but through a series of startling turnarounds,
They're cheering for the Bomberman.
found himself playing for the title.
One card away from a championship. What's it going to be?
King!
He did it! He has swung around and won this title. Phil Locke, the Unabomber, is our WPT Invitational Champion.
Phil Locke will go on to other WPT finals. History will show it was the sheer exuberance of this Hollywood ending that left an indelible mark on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, that's certainly one of the most fun nights in the history of the World Poker Tour, no doubt about it. Phil Locke, an amazing WPT champion.
Yes, he was.
There you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Faella out in front, and will be no matter who wins this tournament, but still a long way to go in Season 10 to determine the WPT Player of the Year.
Well, this is hotly contested tonight. Some brilliant poker here in Europe. And right now, Dato has folded, and Renat, the Russian, with just a 6-7. Just calling.
Well, just limping in the small blind, as we say.
Alessandro now with a 9-8. Has an option, but he says, I'll just see 3 cards.
Well, just happy to see a flop here. And the flop is King 3 deuce, no help to either player. Probably whoever bets at it will win it.
And the Russian has checked. Alessandro not hitting anything, but he's going to have the guts to bet 80,000.
You think the Italians have ever heard of Amarillo Slim? He says, if they're checking, I'm a betting. The Italian doing it here.
And Renat, no game playing there. He's going to lay this one down. Alessandro now taking down that pot.
Vince, he's been calm, cool, and collected, just biding his time, playing very solid at this final table, and it's working for him. He's the chip leader.
We'll be right back with more action from Venice, including Tony Dunn's no-holds-bar analysis in the Raw Deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
I am Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
We are back for the final table of the WPT Venice Grand Prix. Tony Dunst is in the house and ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of the Raw Deal.
There's nothing wrong with applying pressure to an opponent you think is improbable to 4-bet you like, particularly in a scenario where he's risking his tournament life in a spot with major equity implications, like a payout jump. This type of play is especially effective when you have the chip lead in a 3-handed game, and Andrea Dato is aware of this and how it makes the game as much about stack sizes as it is about hands. But does he go too far with it? Let's break him down. Earlier in the final table, he 3-bet 8-2 offsuit from the small blind, which seems ambitious, considering Andrea could probably just wait one orbit and find a better hand to 3-bet with from the small. But perhaps he thinks conditions are ideal as a result of history and stacks, and believes his opponent is making a push-fold decision, so his hand's poor quality doesn't matter. It works this time, and Andrea gets the best hand to lay down. Andrea attacks Alessandro once they're down to 3 players, and does so by 3-betting Queen 6 from the small blind against a button raise. However, his opponent has an easy shove with Ace-Jack and a stack of 24 blinds to start the hand, leading to an instant fold from Andrea. We just saw Andrea make a 3rd attempt at Alessandro, but again he ran into a hand. He waited for conditions where he was chip leader 3-handed, and put Alessandro to a tournament-life decision.
370.
But that's a pretty easy decision when you have jacks with 23 blinds to start the hand.
Molly.
The unfortunate timing of Andrea is mostly bad luck, but I'll take some issue with his sizing and say that 370,000 is way more than enough to put a stack of 1.35 million to a decision. I think he put in almost 100,000 more than necessary to get the same result. Those extra chips allow Alessandro to become chip leader. It's no secret that poker has become increasingly aggressive over the years, especially pre-flop poker. Most players with a moderate amount of mid to high stakes tournament experience now realize that mastering timing in your pre-flop 3-bets and 4-bets has become a crucial aspect of the game. Finding the perfect balance of aggression against each individual opponent, that's the tricky part.
Well, he's right about that. Sometimes it's best to sit back and wait for something else to happen. You don't have to play every pot.
All right, right there you see the chip leader is Alessandro Longobardi from Naples, Italy. 2.4 million. Blinds are up to 40 and 80,000. Very expensive. Action's on Dotto. Looks down to the pair of 3s here, Mike.
We've seen him go crazy with 2 deuces so far at this final table, so let's see what he's going to do with the 3s.
All in.
Well, he says all in with it.
Well, there you go.
No monkeying around. The Russian's out. And Alessandro has a pretty solid ace-10 here.
Well, that's nearly all the time someone moves in for about $1 million. They've got an ace and a baby card or a small pair. It happens about 90% of the time. So if Alessandro realizes that, he'll make this call with the ace-10.
Call.
Oh, yeah, he's going to make the call. It's the right one.
Well, I like the call, even though it's a race situation. He could have been dominating his opponent. Now he just got a race to try to win the pot.
Good luck.
So one man from Rome, one from Naples, going after each other in the oldest casino in the world here in Venezia.
Dotto's tournament life on the line with the 3s. Well, so far, so good. Queen 6-4 is the flop.
Little pair of 3s out in front.
Everybody on their feet.
Yeah, 3s. Just a measly pair of 3s in front at this time.
Well, an 8 comes off. So far, so good for Andrea Dotto. Remember, the last time he had this race situation, his opponent outdrew him on the river to beat him. Could it possibly happen again?
I don't know. We will see. Down to the river. 2 Italians going after each other.
And a deuce comes off. So Andrea Dotto stays alive by winning the race. The 2-3 standing up. And we've still got 3 players left fighting for this title.
Oh, that was a great hold-up as the Royal Flush girls enjoy the moment. Dotto, who came in as a chip leader, now back in as a chip leader.
Well, Vance, even though the call didn't work out for Alessandro, I like his thinking there. His opponent could have easily had an ace and a baby card where he could have had the best hand and won the pot.
All right, plays going to Dotto again. And this time he's got another wired pair of 8s. He's going to raise with it. Makes it 160. We're not going to play. And Alessandro looks at a Jack-9 of clubs.
Well, he just lost the last pot with an ace-10 to the 2-3s. Let's see what he's going to do with the Jack-9. He's got 80,000 out there. Lost him another 80,000 to make the call. But remember, he's only got about 900,000 left.
Taking his time. Doesn't really have to panic at this point.
Money.
He's going all in.
Call.
And quickly, Dotto calls him with the 2 8s. So Alessandro's in the best spot he can be in. The 2 overcards. It's Jack 9 versus 2 8s.
Well, you got to think to yourself, did that last hand put Alessandro on tilt a little bit here? Got super aggressive with this.
We haven't seen him get aggressive like this all night long, but you're right, Vince. Maybe that last beat forced him to move in here. Well, it's come king, queen, 4 with 2 clubs. Dotto does not like that. His opponent's flopped a straight flush draw, but his 2 8s are still out in front.
Both men up on their feet. Huge moment in their poker life right now. Dotto's friends sweat their man. 4th Street.
5 of hearts on the turn, so Dotto still out in front with the 2 8s. He's got to dodge a jack, a 10, a 9, or a club. It's a lot of outs for his fellow Italian.
All the money's in for Alessandro. Can he get lucky?
It's a 9. He's lost on the river again for the 2nd time in a race situation. We still have 3 players left.
Yeah. Big smile for Alessandro. Spiking the 9s on the river.
Well, you see the heartbreak on Andrea Dotto right there. For the 2nd time, he raced for a giant pot to eliminate a player at this final table, and he got beat on the river.
Yes, he did.
That is just the ultimate torture.
He is crushed.
There you see the scarf coming off. It's warm in here now, Vinny.
No place for a scarf after that. We have 3 players remaining. We started this event with 155 players, all putting up huge dollars here in Europe. And first to play right now is Alessandro. He's got a miserable-looking 8-5, and he takes a pass on that. Dotto now going to squeeze a king 4.
All in. Going all in with just a king 4 offsuit.
And whoa, ace king for Renat.
Well, the Russian quickly calls him, and this time the Italian has stubbed his toe. He's in about as bad a spot as he can be in. It's ace king versus king 4. Well, Lady Luck has not been smiling on Andrea so far at this final table. He'll need it to smile big to win this pot. As the cards lie, the Russian just over a 3-1 favorite to win the pot, and now much more so as an ace comes on the flop. It's come ace, queen 8. For Dotto to win this pot, it's got to come 4-4. The jack 10, they would split the pot.
Disappointment overwhelming in the room.
The 3 comes off. So that's going to do it for the likable Italian, Andrea Dotto, out in 3rd place. Hugs all around, respect for the guy. Played a great tournament. Man, it's just Lady Luck wasn't smiling on him when it needed to be. Lost so many critical races at this final table. Just wasn't meant to be tonight for Andrea.
Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, what can I say? I lost the most important showdown. I lost 2 big flips. One of them would have been enough. I think I was the best player among the 3 remaining, so yeah, I'm really disappointed, but that's it, you know, that's poker.
Andrea Dotto, understandably upset. He entered the final table chip leader, but unfortunately could not win the flips when it counted. With Andrea Dotto out in 3rd place, we are now close to naming the Season 10 WPT Venice Grand Prix champion. Will it be Renat Bogdanov or Alessandro Longobardi? We'll be right back with Heads Up Action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT Venice Grand Prix, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Heads Up Action here in Venice is about to get underway between Renat Bogdanov and Alessandro Longobardi. During the break, Vince Van Patten had a chance to speak with both players.
Well, I'm standing here with an amateur player, Renat from Russia. Only been playing 3 years. Can you take this title, Renat?
Can.
You feel it?
Yes, of course. I want it.
You're playing a player, the Russian, that's only been playing for 3 years. Do you have an advantage over him, do you believe?
I don't know. It's a very dangerous player. But now it's okay.
Can you become a WPT champion? Can you do it?
Of course. Of course.
We will see. We're about to go with the heads-up action. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition. So let's get back with Mike and Vince.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Tuba, Angelique, Ivy, and Danielle, bringing out the cold hard cash.
First time ever, Vince, that we've had the money brought in by a gondola.
The winner, of course, will get their name on the Champions Cup.
Vince, as you know, money comes and goes, but having your name etched on that Champions Cup, it's there forever. That's what you dream about as a poker player.
Yeah. Why do you look at me so seriously when you say, as you know, money comes and goes? You're beginning to worry me.
Because you walk around with holes in your pocket, that's why. Well, here we go, heads-up action about to get underway. Both of these guys had to hit on the river after being all in, or they would have been gone. They did it. It looks like destiny for each of these guys, but as you know, only one can take the title. Who's it going to be?
Right now, Renat Bogdanov is the chip leader with 2.7. Alessandro Longobardi has about 1.9. Here we go. Blinds of 40 and 80,000. Action on the Russian, Renat.
The two most aggressive players went out in third and fourth position. These are the two guys playing for the title.
Renat with an ace-8 has made it 200,000 to go. And Alessandro looks down at a Jack-10 offsuit.
He's got 80 out there, so it'll cost him another 120 to make the call.
Well, he is going to make the call.
So here we go. Now flop comes Jack, 8-4. The Italian out in front now with two jacks.
Yep, he outflopped them, and he's going to check it. Renat hitting a pair of 8s here.
Wow, he checks second pair and top kicker.
Amazing.
And now an ace comes off.
Whoa.
He's got aces and 8s.
Alessandro wisely checks.
Well, that's known as the dead man's hand. Aces and 8s, and the Italian could be a dead man if he's not careful here.
And Renat coming out to bet. Looks like 200,000.
Well, the Italian probably kicking himself for not betting on the flop right now. Fearful his opponent might have an ace in his hand. He's certainly trying to represent one. But he's got more than an ace in his hand. Uh-oh. The Italian makes the call. Must catch a jack as the cards lie to win the pot. Nothing else will do. And now a 7 comes off.
No help for Alessandro. And it's on him first. He's going to check again with his jacks. Oh, boy. Now the Russian has to figure out how much to bet to get paid off.
Well, over 800,000 in the pot. He's going to bet 360,000. A nice bet by the Russian here. It could be an amount that he could get paid off. The guy called him on the turn after the ace hit. Will he call him again on the river?
Well, in no limit poker, that is the art of the game, is knowing exactly how you get paid off, the maximum amount.
Bet sizing critical if you want to become a winning poker player.
Was it too much? Will he chase Alessandro away? Or will he get this action? Oh, whoa, one card in the muck, and that means two cards going to the muck.
Well, he's going to lay it down. The Russian tells him good fold, and indeed it was.
I hate hearing good fold when the guy doesn't show. There's so much lying in poker. Come on.
Oh, boy.
Never say that unless you're going to show the hand. Don't make me second guess you. But right there, the Russian, Renat Bogdanov, taking that pot, extending his chip lead. We're right back at him.
The Russian now has over a 2-1 chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Alessandro from Naples, Italy. He's got a solid king-queen.
Certainly going to raise with this hand.
The former sports bettor, now professional poker player. likes to describe his game as very tight. Doesn't like the bluff, he says. He's kind of proven that tonight. But this time with a solid hand, makes it 200,000 to go. Renat with just a 6-4 of clubs. Well, he's got money in there already.
Yeah, it's got one of those hands you like to see flops with. He makes the call, and here is the flop. Now, Queen 7-4, great flop for the Italian. He's got top pair. The Russian has bottom pair.
Renat with the bottom pair is going to check first. And Alessandro with a beautiful top pair, big kicker. Not going to deceive here. He's coming out with a continuation bet, it looks like. Taking his time, putting the chips in, 160 grand. Kind of surprised he let him off a little cheap there.
Well, he wants action here, Vince. Got to feel like he's got the best hand here. Indeed, he does. And indeed, it's working.
Well, Renat has called it. Here we go with the turn.
Oh, a 6 comes off.
Oh, boy.
Just a dream card for the Russian here. He's now out in front with 2 pair.
This is why you don't give bargains on the flop when you're out in front. And now, Renat, he's first to act, and he's going to check.
I think he's going to check raise here, Vince.
Well, he just wants to trap the Italian. And it looks like he may succeed. You got top pair of queens. You're gonna go with that kicker. This is just, oh boy.
You are right, Vince.
It is a train wreck here for the Italian.
240,000 to bet.
And do you make him put it all in now?
Vince, I think you have to raise here just about. There's a possible straight out there. 2-card flush out there. Guy could have a hand like he's got 2 queens.
Cool.
But he just calls. He does not re-raise here with the 2 pair that he just made.
Yeah, he's walking the dog. Once again, down to the river we go.
And a 4 comes off. The Russians made a full house. And the Italian's going to have a hard time getting away from this hand. Incredible.
Check. He is checking, hoping that his man is going to bet again.
I think he sized it up perfectly. You think the guy's going to bet queens if he's got queens here, and he may bluff at it if he has nothing. So you check to him, you throw him some rope, and here comes the Italian.
Yep, 380,000.
Oh, boy. Right now he's on the gondola with no oars, I can tell you that.
He is digging his own grave. Renat looking over. Oh, boy. Some bad Russian acting right there.
I know he's going all in.
Oh, there he goes. They're very casual. All in. And Alessandro. Oh, boy. He's feeling it for the first time.
Well, Vince, he started this pot with about $1.5 million. He's got about 950,000 invested in this pot, so he doesn't have that much money left to throw this hand away, even though I'm sure he feels like it's no good.
Yeah, he's coming to the realization, did this guy just trap me? Is he really doing this to me? If he calls it, it is over, Mike.
Wow, Colin. Okay, cool.
He's going to call it.
He's made the call. Just doesn't feel like he's got enough chips not to. And the Russian is going to be our champion. Renat Bogdanov has done it, Vince.
He certainly has. Tricky play by Renat. The Russian only been playing for 3 years. He has succeeded here.
Sorry. Bogdanov is our champion.
Well, he played it beautifully. He suckered the Italian in. Reno, only been playing for 3 years, has taken this victory. He is the winner here at Venice.
Well, Vince, he got lucky there on the turn to make 2 pair, filled up on the river. Destiny on his side tonight. Renat Bogdanov is our champion. And now Vince is heading over to interview our runner-up, Alessandro Longobardi.
Well, complete devastation here for Alessandro here from Italy to hit queens on the flop with a big kicker like a king and to get suckered in. You had him, but he just outdrew you. That is rough.
It's okay, compliment my opponent, but it's a very good end.
I think you did well. Congratulations, you're runner-up. A big payday for you. We'll see you next year. Back to you, Mike.
Well, we're with the Venice Grand Prix champion now, Rinat Bogdanov from Russia. Rinat, it's got to feel great. Your first ever WPT event. You made it to this final table. You were one card away from elimination, and that you came back and took down this title. What a performance.
Everything be good, and I continue play poker. And next series of CPT, very good series, very good girls, very beautiful.
Okay, let's bring the trophy over here for Rinat. Your name is going to be inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup with all the legends on the World Poker Tour. Just terrific. In addition to the 230,000 euros you're going to win, you also win an entry into the WPT World Championship event where you can win millions more at Bellagio in Las Vegas.
Of course I come. I come in Las Vegas and Bellagio very soon. Okay.
Once again, our champion, Rinat Bogdanov. Marinella, back to you.
Like you said, Mike, unbelievable. This was Rinat's first ever WPT event, and he beat out all the Italians. Congratulations to Rinat Bogdanov, the Season 10 WPT Venice Grand Prix champion here at the Casino di Venezia. Please join us next time as the World Poker Tour travels to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and buona sera.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles, California is the poker capital of the world, and if you don't believe me, I've got 1.3 million ways to convince you. The world's largest poker casino plays host to one of the greatest tournaments of the year, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Over the past 9 seasons, the LA Poker Classic has offered a 7-figure prize, achieving a level of sustained excellence that can only be rivaled by the main event of the World Series and the WPT World Championship. Suffice to say that if you win the LAPC, you've made it big. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, and in 10 seasons on the WPT, we have seen a parade of greats become millionaires by taking down the LA Poker Classic and etching their names on the WPT Champions Cup. So it came as no surprise that 5 days ago, the game's best and brightest came to Southern California, looking to book a 7-figure win and their own piece of poker immortality.
Best of luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table.
With play underway, it was easy to see this field was packed with poker greats, including WPT champs, WPT World champs, WPT Players of the Year, a host of other WPT finalists including Justin Smith, Jen Harmon, and a well-dressed Shannon Shore, plus world-class player Jason Mercier, alongside talented young guns David Doc Sands, Dylan Horton, and Matt Marifiotti, all of whom were looking to etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
This is an important event in poker because it's been around for so long, and so I just really love to win this one.
I'll tell you, it's a tough field. I'm not kidding you, this is a good field. The players come out of the woodwork.
Early in the day, we saw our own Tony Dunst taking the lead. With so much star power, even top-ranked pro Vanessa Selps felt the pressure.
Oh, and the cameras are here. See, what's good? Yeah, you guys did better the last hand. There was some jibber-jabber. A bit of jibber-jabber.
WSOP main event champ Jonathan Duhamel admitted to me there was more than one reason to play the LAPC.
Lots of nice ladies, stuff, so why not come have a nice trip?
There's some pretty nice ladies over there, some Royal Flush Girls too. We'll bring them over there, over here, yeah. Meanwhile, Phil Hellmuth was greeted by Royal Flush Girls Ivy Tevez and Danielle Ruiz.
Yeah, lead away. Great.
Where's your table?
19.
But it was the appearance of the other Phil Phil Ivey, who was making news by playing in his first U.S. poker tournament in nearly a year.
Phil Ivey's here, if you haven't gotten that memo. I think far and away the biggest story of the first day of the LA Poker Classic was...
And an unexpected story.
...that Phil Ivey came in about a level into play with Eric Lindgren, Carlos Mortensen, and the three of them registered, took their seat, and everybody kind of just watched Phil for a while.
And quickly, Phil Ivey applied pressure with a board showing ace, 7-5 jack with 2 clubs. He shoved all in, forcing his young opponent to fold. But not everyone would fold to the former LAPC champ. Pitted against Season 6 Player of the Year Jonathan Little, with a board showing both flush and boat possibilities, Jonathan bets the river and Phil is forced to fold. That hand would prove to be only a minor setback, as Phil Ivey would end the day 5th in chips. Day 1 was not good for pros Vanessa Selps and Daniel Negreanu, who busted. But it was great for young pro Michael Rocco, who ended the day with the chip lead. Tony Dunst would find himself in the 21st spot, while ones to watch David Doc Sands in 25th position.
Good morning.
Day 2 of the 10th annual WPT LAPC began with close to 75% of the star-studded field still in the hunt for a title.
Large field, tough field. Great to be playing it and to be able to beat all these schmucks out of their 10K, I'd love it.
There were WPT title holders playing at almost every table, and of the whopping 38 WPT champions still in the field, 3 were former LAPC champs: Eric Hirschler, Gregory Brooks, and Mr. Phil Ivey. When registration officially closed, the Commerce Casino announced a prize pool of over $5.2 million, with first place winning a 7-figure payday of $1.3 million, a number that kept the pros in a good mood.
It's tough, but it's a lot of fun, and I gotta go play. Dan O'Brien, are you kidding me?
But the mood would quickly turn serious for WPT champ Eric Lindgren and ones to watch Dan O'Brien, as both headed to Table 17, the unofficial LAPC Table of Doom, which included WPT champ Will the Thrill Fiella, online phenom young Dan DJK Kelly, pro Matt Berkey, poker legend Men the Master, Alan Chainsaw Kessler, and top-ranked pro Jason Mercier. Will the Thrill, holding a 9-deuce, had no luck trying to bluff Dan O'Brien, who had made 3 of a kind on the river. But of all the pros at Table 17, it was young Dan DJK Kelly that impressed the most.
DJK is actually playing the best, I think, of anyone.
Yeah, DJK is playing real good. Dan's playing well.
Jason's playing okay. DJK's having his way with him.
Yeah.
As if to prove the point, on the last hand of the day, Dan Kelly would bust Jason Mercier.
Yeah, I'm gonna head down and get a seat in the cash games.
Once again, the young superstar came up short at a WPT. 182 players would survive the day, with the chip lead going to pro Gordon Vaio. Dan Kelly would land in 12th chip position. Joe Hashem, Phil Ivey, and Phil Hellmuth would all be within striking distance of each other, and Will the Thrill Fiella would barely survive the Table of Doom, landing close to the bottom of the chip count.
Never surrender. Never.
What's up, World Poker Tour? Day 3, got some work to do.
As the remaining 182 players filed in for Day 3, the average stack stood over 90,000, which meant things were not looking good for a couple of WPT's Season 10 ones to watch.
Oh man, that's it. I thought the bait was getting a little light, but that's just reality. Look at all these chips I gotta stack up.
A short stack wasn't David Doc Sands' only problem, as he found himself sitting at a strong table that included WPT World Champ Yevgeny Timoshenko, as well as WPT Champion Club members Nick Schulman, John Hennigan, and Joe Tehan.
I never check my table draw.
Welcome to Day 3. Shuffle the deal.
With play underway, tournament director Matt Savage's goal was to hit the money, meaning the day would end when the field hit 54 players. In such a talented field, it was still a shock to see big names exit early, like Season 8 WPT Player of the Year, Faraz Jaka, as well as Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who busted shortly after Doc Sands doubled through him. Nick Schulman would exit at the hands of Season 8 WPT Final Tableist Jason Burt.
That's a bust out.
And William Reynolds just plain lost.
Gotta win those flips. Hard to win a flip when they flop quads. I'm out.
Across the room, young pro Jason Somerville was adding to a huge chip stack, while Will the Thrill Fiala gained a little momentum.
Miracle.
Only to peter out and bust. But it would be the high-profile Phils, both Hellmuth and Ivey, that would provide the big stories of the day. At table 33, Phil Hellmuth, holding ace-10, caught 2-pair on the turn against California pros Danny Illingworth's gut shot. Phil bets 8,000 and Danny calls. River comes the miracle card for Danny, 3 of clubs. Phil bets 17,000. Danny, making his gut shot straight, shoves all in. Phil calls and is stunned that he has just been eliminated.
Is this a joke? I mean, is this for real? I knew he was gonna give me all his chips, but he hit a 4. Oh, it's so sick. Maniac sucks out. It's just so brutal.
Looks like he is so Irish right now.
2-pair and the nut flush draw.
Pretty sick.
Is that for real? Do you see that hand?
After Phil Hellmuth's elimination, the tournament quickly found itself on the money bubble with 55 players left. While other players tightened up, Phil Ivey boldly called amateur AJ Jagello's all-in with ace-10 offsuit for over 111,000. Phil had 2 overcards, but AJ's pocket sixes held up, leaving Ivey only 14 big blinds. Soon after, it was Ivey who would shove with pocket sixes, only to get called by David Baker's kings. No help from the board, and the room would fall silent as the money bubble burst and the great Phil Ivey quickly exited the tournament floor. As players began to bag and tag their chips for the night, it became obvious David Doc Sands had a good day as he was congratulated by amateur Sean Jazzieri. WPT champ Joe Tehan would find himself in 3rd chip position right behind pro Jason Somerville and a surprised but confident amateur chip leader Dwan Fan. There's more to come as the first 3 hours of extended coverage of the LAPC continues. Tony Dunst is on deck, ready to break down the play in the raw deal. And we'll catch up with the latest standings in the Player of the Year race and check out all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having behind the scenes. But when we come back, we'll continue our look at the road to this final table and our final 6 players. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com. So stick around. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the LA Poker Classic. For 10 seasons, the LAPC has reigned as one of the richest and most prestigious tournaments on tour. And with money and prestige comes a fierce competition to be the best. Day 4 began with the 54 remaining players in a good mood, as all were now guaranteed a minimum $21,000 payout, but only one of them would win the over $1.3 million first place prize and have his name added to the WPT Champions Cup. 3 of those players still in the hunt were looking for their 2nd WPT win, and a handful of others have made past WPT final tables but have yet to win a title, including 2-time final tableist Noah Schwartz and David the Dragon Pham, who has made 7 WPT final tables and placed in every spot from 6th to 2nd. The 54 would see their number reduced as the bust-outs came quickly, including Day 2 chip leader Gordon Vaio, Legends of Poker runner-up Amit Makisha, and Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiati. Meanwhile, the pain and joy of poker was in full swing at table 33, where chip leader Dwan Fan seemed to be giving his chips away, which prompted David Doc Sands to start tweeting.
I am here with a WPT ones to watch, David Sands, who has coined possibly my favorite phrase of 2012 poker-wise so far, equity fire sale.
Yeah, that's what Dwan Fan seems to be having. He's definitely giving up equity at a cheap price, and seems like he's looking to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
And it wasn't long before Dwan lost it all, running his ace-king suited into the pocket aces of businessman Sean Jazzieri. Dwan Fan out in 43rd place.
No, I make a lot of creative plays. I'm still happy with the result anyway.
The bad beat of the day would go to WPT champ Joe Tehan, who began Day 4 in 3rd chip position. But in a hand against Jason DeWitt, the Season 6 champ's ace-king was no match for Jason's ace-10 with a board that would pair the 10, and there would be no second title for Joe as he soon exited in 23rd place.
Oh, cashing out. They got me. What can I say? Yeah, I've given my fair share of bad beats, so.
Surprisingly, only one of the top 5 spots from the start of the day would survive to the end. Young pro Jason Somerville. David the Dragon Fam, David Doc Sands, and WPT and WSOP champ Joe Hashem would round out the top 10. Day 5 was looking to be an epic battle. The action on day 5 would determine our final 6 players. And with 18 players left, the field was still impressive and included WPT champions, players with multiple WPT final tables, strong young pros looking to make their first WPT final table, and a few talented amateurs hanging tough with the pros. For everyone, the goal was to make it to the final 6, and early on it was the amateurs who were taking the hits, as Dan Kelly and Doc Sands eliminated 2 non-pros. And WSOP main event winner Joe Hashem would take advantage of the ultimate cooler when his aces doubled through amateur Sean Jezzieri's king. Down but not out, Sean Jezzieri's tournament changed in a big way when he beat the odds and doubled through British pro Stephen Chidwich, holding ace-6 against ace-jack and pairing his 6 on the river. A little later, it was payback time as Joe Hashem shoved holding pocket 8s, Sean called holding 9s, and the board brings no help for Hashem, knocking him out in 12th place.
Good game, guys. Good luck. Nice playing. Take it. All right, very nice meeting you, Joe.
Action between David the Dragon Fam and Sorrel Mizzy proved you don't mess with the dragon. On a board showing 7, 3, 3, 8, 2 clubs, Sorrel shoves holding ace-jack. The dragon tanks, then calls holding 8-6 offsuit. River comes a deuce. Dragon's pair of 8s holds up, eliminating Sorrel in 10th place. Then, in a twist of fate, it was Sean Jezzieri's turn to wake up to pocket aces against the Dragon's pocket kings. No help from the board sent a disappointed David Pham home in 8th place while giving Sean a mountain of chips. With 7 players left, only Beau Rivage champ Alan Carter remained to hold up the honor of the WPT Champions Club. Things looked good for the former Biloxi champ as he got involved in a 3-way all-in, holding queens against David Sands' 7s and Dan Kelly's 10s. The flop came 8-7-5, giving David a set. The turn and river were no help. David tripled up. Alan won the side pot, but was still left with fewer chips than when he started the hand. The final hand of the day would also be the last generational match of the day, as Alan Carter was all in pre-flop against ones to watch David Doc Sands. And Alan, looking for a miracle that never came, exited the tournament in 7th place.
Good game, man.
Setting up a final table representing the impressive young pros of poker. With ones to watch, David Doc Sands, online phenom, 22-year-old Dan Kelly, 3-time WPT final tableist Noah Schwartz, and the 2 Jasons sitting on short stacks. WSOP bracelet winner Jason Somerville, Season 8 Bellagio final tableist Jason Bird. But they all have to get past the senior member and chip leader of the table, 53-year-old amateur Sean Jezzieri, who in the past 5 days had proven he could compete with the game's very best. Once again, the LAPC has provided us with a solid final table. Joining me for all the action is Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Mike, what are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, Marinella, the LA Poker Classic annually boasts the largest regular season prize pool on the WPT. That brings out all the big names in poker, which makes for great final tables, and tonight should be no exception. Certainly some of the greatest players in poker have won this tournament, guys like Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiarvi, and Phil Ivey. I look for the 3 guys tonight that should add their name to that illustrious list of champions to be the guys starting out in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th chip position. In 2nd place tonight with 4 million in chips is David Doc Sands. He's had an amazing year. He was selected as one of the ones to watch in Season 10 on the World Poker Tour. Tonight, he could be the one to watch. Starting out in third chip position with 3.8 million chips is Noah Schwartz. Noah's made the money 8 times on the World Poker Tour. This is his 3rd WPT final table, and I look for that experience to bode well for Noah tonight. Starting out in 4th chip position with 2.5 million in chips is a tough, young, highly respected pro, Daniel Kelly, just 22 years old, and I have no doubt that his peers will not be surprised at all if he takes down his first WPT title tonight. Marinella, the only way I'll be surprised is if one of those 3 guys don't win here tonight.
Vince, where does that leave the rest of the field?
Oh, Marinella, whoever wins this tournament tonight gains respect in every poker player's eye, believe me. But there is a stunning upset in the making here tonight. There's an unknown player, Sean Jazzieri. He is 53 years old. He's an amateur player. He is our chip leader at this point. His philosophy is he plays confused at the table. Now, is he just soft-talking these guys, or does he really play confused? We will find out.
Vince, do you really think the amateur can take down all these young pros?
Mike, this is as wide open as a Kardashian on a Saturday night. Yes, they can.
The 10th season of the LA Poker Classic on the WPT has already seen amazing competition, but will only get better from here. $1.3 million to the winner tonight, and their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Final preparations are just about complete. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game as WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic continues right after this.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Commerce Casino for the WPT's coverage of the final table of the LA Poker Classic. We started 5 days ago. We are down to our final 6 players. With me, as always, is former tennis great and poker bad beat expert, Vince Van Patten.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, we're in my hometown of Los Angeles. We're at the largest poker casino in the world, the Commerce Casino. This will be a good one.
Well, it sure will be. We got 5 young guys in their 20s up against a former director of Microsoft, 53-year-old chip leader, Sean Jazzieri. You see the winner tonight taking home over $1.3 million.
All right, and he's going to start at 10,000. Blinds are 30 and 60. To the felt we go, Dan Kelly. They call him DJ K. Kelly.
22-year-old young, tough pro.
Cards are weird.
All his peers really respect this guy.
He quickly folds. Jason Somerville also going out. And now it is on Noah Schwartz. I like to call him McLovin from that movie Superbad.
I wouldn't know, Vince. I didn't see it. Action over to Doc Sands. Doc, a one to watch here in the WPT. Not this hand as he folds.
And now the chip leader, Sean Jazzieri, 53 years old, amateur player, is going to raise with a queen 10. It's right behind him. Jason Burt with ace king.
I'm all in.
Jason Burt in the big blind going all in on deal number 1 with Big Slick. He's got ace king, and he quickly takes down the pot. So
Sean mucking there.
It's a good first hand.
Ace king picking that up nicely.
It's a thing of beauty for Jason Burt as he takes down pot number 1 by moving all in. He started the final table here in 6th chip position.
Nice hand.
With that pot, he's moved into 5th place.
But you would just wonder, Sean, just make him sweat a little bit. You also come for a little sweat in poker, don't you, Mike?
Oh, no, not me. When you got ace king like that, I like the all-in bet by Jason. Take it down and move on to the next hand.
Okay, back to the play. Jason Somerville with a pair of 8s.
Mullen.
And there he goes. He's going all in with this.
Oh, he's the short stack at the table, just moving all in with the 2 snowmen.
But right behind him, Nick Lovin there. Noah Schwartz with a pair of 3s.
Well, you don't mind making a big bet with a small pair, but you don't want to call an all-in bet with one. Noah goes out.
Yeah, he does. Doc Sands also flying away.
I call.
But he's going to get the action from the chip leader, Jazzieri.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps. Jason Somerville has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. He's trying to add a WPT title to his resume. He's got the 2 8s. He's up against ace queen.
This is Jason's 19th WPT event, his first final table. And the flop is nice there for Jason.
Yep, it's come 7-4-4. The 2 8s out in front.
Very comfortable as Sean, and look at him smiling. Looks a little like the Joker from Batman. Let's go to the turn.
It's a deuce.
Well, a deuce comes off, so we are down to the river. Jason Somerville just has to dodge an ace or a queen to double up here. Can he do it?
Will the 8s be lucky? Here we go to the river.
It's a queen!
Oh, the queen on the river. Heartbreak for the 24-year-old poker pro, Jason Somerville. And Vince, what a dagger that is. On the river to get beat by an ace or a queen.
And that is brutal. Jason, a gentleman.
Man, River's been brutal in this tournament.
Got to take home $202,000 here from the Commerce Casino. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, Jason, that was quick. You came in here with a short stack. Was that your plan kind of today to get it in early?
Well, I got dealt 2-8s with like my stack against anything but a shove, and he asked to call, of course, with ace queen, and it just came out bad. You know, can't do anything, just lost the flip.
Well, you didn't have much of experience here at your first final table, but I'm sure you'll be back for more. Jason Somerville, a great player, and obviously, I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that.
All right, Marianella, back to you.
Jason Somerville was short. It was a good push, but unfortunately the eights didn't hold and he lost that flip. Jason Somerville out in 6th place, and that leaves 5 players in the hunt for this title. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Yeah, there you see Sean Jazzieri's chip lead has increased over $5 million now.
Back to the action, a quick fold by Doc Sands. And now the chip leader, Sean, also going out.
Over to Jason Burt.
I'm all in.
On the short stack, moving all in with ace-queen here. Well, we've dealt 3 hands at this final table, and 3 times somebody's going all in.
TJK going out, and Noah Schwartz now has picked up king-queen, and he's interested.
Well, Noah's in the big blind, but it's going to cost him over $900,000 more to make this call.
And he has made the call, Mike. Jason Burt, the local from Sherman Oaks, California.
Noah gambling over there, called him with king, queen. He's up against ace, queen, dominated.
That's dominating.
And McLovin not loving this, and he's not going to love that flop because 8-3 deuce. No help there for Noah.
Man, he's going to have to catch a king to win this pot.
Jason Burt just like to hold on with this one. Here's the turn card. It's also a good one for Jason Burt. It's a 4.
Impressing me about Jason, this only is 6th WPT event, yet it's his 2nd final table. That is good stuff.
Noah needs to hit a king right now. It is not. It's a 10 of clubs on the river. So Jason Burt putting the punishment to Noah Schwartz.
And just like that, Jason Burt doubles up for Noah Schwartz. There's more to come, including some fun with the Royal Flush Girls. And Tony Dunst will analyze the play of our chip leader, Sean Jazzieri, in the Raw Deal. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
I was last on a WPT final table 2009, the Festa al Lago at Bellagio, and I finished in 5th.
8 of spades comes on the river, so that's going to do it.
We've got 18 people left. Of the 18, there are 5 WPT final tablers. You've got WPT champs, Alan Carter and Joe Hashem.
Right.
You've got Noah Schwartz.
Right.
Skip Wilson. And you have, who's the 5th one?
You got David Pham, David the Dragon Pham.
Stealthy Dragon.
Always surprised that I'm there. I'm always around. Always in my favor to have less information out there about me. Maybe less people respect my game, but at the same time, it might work in my favor.
Well, a lot of people don't know him because this is only his 6th WPT event, but it's 2nd WPT final table. That is impressive stuff.
Yes, but right now they have a good battle going on. But Mike, I have to bring up something. This tournament had players like Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Ivey. They were in here, but there were also amateur players that were very fortunate to get in here. We had a paramedic, Casey Hidla, and a mechanical designer, Steven Simmons.
You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Those 2 club members had the experience of a lifetime playing.
Just terrific value for $19.95 a month. Play all the poker you want, get VIP benefits as well, and who knows, you may end up at a final table going for a WPT title. It can be done. It's happening. Sign up. Join ClubWPT.com now.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, now getting back to the final table here at Commerce. Tonight's $5.2 million prize pool includes a first place worth over $1.3 million.
That's an amount any player would love to win. And it looks like Noah Schwartz is ready to take his shot as he raises it to $135,000.
Like he should with ace-jack. Now Doc Sands looking down at ace-4. Ejects that hand. And there's the chip leader, Sean.
A call. Now he's got the queen-7 here, but he is going to play.
This is a guy that says he likes to play confused poker so far tonight. I don't agree.
Well, the flop comes 7-7-5. He has flopped 3 7s. He checks it, hoping Noah will make that continuation bet again, but he doesn't.
No, McLovin smartly slowing down with a check.
Now a 3 comes off.
3 on diamonds.
Sean gonna look back down at his hand.
150.
Now that's something that older players do that younger players don't do, Vince. They look back at their hand in the middle of the pot because they want to make sure what suits they've got or what they've got, actually.
Well, there you see Noah going to make the call here. No card he can catch to win the pot. Whatever he puts out there is just going over to Sean's stack.
Okay, a 5 pairs the board again. So Sean with 7s full.
I check.
Oh, going to lay another trap down.
It's a weak check, in my opinion. It allows Noah just to check down an ace high here, and that's what he's done. Sean turns up 7s full and is going to win this pot. I'd believe he got paid off. Had he put his opponent on an ace like I think he should have, the way that hand was played.
You know, we could have had a chance of bluffing at it too with nothing, so.
Noah Schwartz used to be a baseball pitcher. Southpaw. Pitched in high school and college. Injured his arm and turned to poker, Vince. That's how he got into poker. His dream of hitting the major leagues went south. He is now a professional poker player and has been for 9 years.
2 pretty dodgy jobs, if you ask me. But he's going to fold this hand now, Doc Sands. Highly regarded as a poker pro. Goes away as well. Sean not going to play.
Action over on Jason Burt.
Yep, he's in the small blind. He's got King Jack, and he's raised it to 160.
Now Dan Kelly makes the call here. Both Jason and Dan mechanical engineering majors in college. Jason went to California Institute of Technology. Dan Kelly went to Villanova.
Flop comes up with a king. That is nice for Jason Burt. Hitting kings, top pair. And he's going to make the continuation bet with the real hand. Looks like 180,000.
Action on Dan now. He's got no hand and no draw. Oh, Vince, he's going to make what we call a float bet. He's made the call here with no hand and no draw.
Floating down river trouble.
Catches a queen on the turn. This does give him a straight draw.
Yeah, open-ended. And of course, Burt not going to let up. Makes a solid bet, 370,000. Going to make him pay for it.
Well, these are the 2 shortest stacks left in the tournament. Fighting it out for this pot.
He's bet about half the size of the pot.
Now he got himself in a bit of trouble because now he has an open-ended. He's thinking Burt could be trying to steal this.
He actually has a hand now. They can win the pot.
Oh. Whoa.
Well, he is going all in here.
He is going to push it.
Well, Dan Kelly fighting for this pot. Moving all in here on the turn. Jason Burt with a tough decision as to what to do now. You just wouldn't think the guy would raise you with a pair of kings and a weaker kicker in this spot. Essentially, all he can beat is a bluff right now, but what a play by Dan Kelly here to make a float on the flop and now move in on the turn. We talk about young guys playing aggressive. This a perfect example of it. The question is, can he get by Jason Burt? Remember, this is all of Jason's chips. If he plays this pot, it's for his tournament life.
The young local from Sherman Oaks.
I call.
He's going to make the right call.
What a good read by Jason Burt right there. Whatever happens in his pot, pretty incredible. One guy fighting for the pot and the other guy not giving it up.
Well, that is solid poker by the local Jason Burt, but now he's got to sweat out the river.
Well, a great call. In reality, all he can beat with those 2 kings is a bluff here, and that's exactly the situation. Dan Kelly making a move on the turn. Must catch a straight now to win this pot. Needs a 9 or an ace.
Jason Burt could be the hero of the night.
It's an ace! It's an ace! Wow! Dan Kelly has won this pot and eliminated Jason Burt from this tournament. And Vince, both players now that have been eliminated at this table lost on the river.
That's an absolutely stunning last card. Jason Burt with a great call there for all the money. Gets a suck out on the river with the ace. He's going to take home $252,000 and some indigestion as he goes over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jason, real tough beat there. Can you tell us a little bit about that hand?
Well, I went into tank for quite a while. You know, it is all my chips, but in the end, thought I made a good call. Unfortunately, deck didn't agree with me.
I'm sure we'll see another final table on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations, Jason.
Thank you. All right.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks, Matt. Another player who fell victim to the river. So with Jason Burt out in 5th place, that means the stakes are getting higher and we are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. The Los Angeles Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, will continue in just a moment.
He's a river rat the whole tournament, right? You just knew it, huh?
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Commerce Casino is the world's largest poker casino. And if you're a big poker player, this is the place to be.
We've modernized the casino floor. We've added a new bar and VIP poker rooms. And we've just opened up a new Fortune Terrace that added 30 new tables of California section games, blackjack, baccarat, Pai Gow poker, which we're real excited about.
Commerce Casino has this huge, famous, big Buddha belly where you can actually just rub for good luck. So we made sure every morning we do that, just in case we decided to play.
Well, players love coming to the Commerce because it's always the largest regular season prize pool event we have on the tour. This is the 9th straight season that first place has been well over $1 million.
As you can see, Sean Jazzieri, he's only been playing poker for 4 years. The only amateur at the table is the chip leader with $5.3 million. Let's go to the Felt David Sands with a quick fold. Sean, this time with an ace-king, gonna raise, makes it 150 to go. Dan Kelly out.
Now over to Noah Schwartz. He's got 2 9s here.
Oh, yeah.
Call. And he just calls. Well, most players would re-raise with 2 9s here.
Me and my buddy, the boot camp warriors.
His boot camp warrior buddy, that's what he's calling Sean. Being a WPT boot camp warrior has sure paid off for Sean. If you want to find out more, log on to WPTbootcamp.com. Sean been to 3 WPT boot camps, and what a flop for him.
180.
And he bets 180,000.
Yeah, Noah checked.
Noah's going to make the call here, but he is in dire straits.
To the turn we go. Deuce of hearts helps neither player. Noah going to check again. Sean.
400.
Going to bet 400,000. The senior at the table, trying to take control of the Miami guy.
So far, he's handled Noah Schwartz at this final table. Trying to handle him yet again.
Well, it's 400,000, and he is going to get the action from Noah.
Noah Schwartz only has 2 outs to win this pot. Must catch a 9.
6 of hearts on the river. Noah's going to check again.
500.
And more pain and punishment going into McLovin. He is confused. He is disappointed in himself. Can he get away from this hand?
You look like a nice guy. Probably should give you my money.
And once again, Sean is going to give that Jack Nicholson joker from Batman smile. Look at that. Call me here, Batman. You'll find out what I got.
Man, I should have re-raised pre-flop.
That might have cost him more money had he re-raised pre-flop. But right now, I'd be shocked if he makes this call, and he makes this call. Very surprising. You just don't think amateurs are going to fire 3 shells. Bluff on the flop, get called, bluff on the turn, get called, and bluff again on the river.
Oh, that is punishing to Noah Schwartz. No love for Mr. McLovin right there.
Right.
And our chip leader extends his chip lead.
Well, Vince, he may be an amateur player, but he's not playing like an amateur now. Got a great value bet in there on the river against Noah Schwartz.
And now it's time to find out what Tony Dentz thinks about tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Recreational player Sean Jazzieri came into this final table just happy to be here, while Noah Schwartz is sitting at his 3rd WPT final table with experience on his side. So is it surprising that 53-year-old Sean would continually get the best of our 20-something pro? Let's break it down. The first hand between the two belies the inexperience of Jazzieri. He begins by calling with Queen 7 suited in the big blind against the button raise of Noah.
I call.
Most professionals would rather 3-bet or fold something like Queen 7 suited and leave calling for hands that can flop more equity, like Queen 9 through Queen Jack suited. Still, the call is by no means absurd, and it's even better if you make up for it by flopping trip 7s as Sean expectedly checks, leading to Noah checking behind, a play Schwartz makes, hoping it will induce the less experienced Jazzieri to fire with air on future streets. An irrelevant 3 of diamonds on the turn has Noah believing his plan is working when Sean bets 150K.
150.
Noah quickly calls. The river demonstrates Sean's inexperience.
I check.
It's clear he's going for a check raise, but considering how the hand played out, there's no reason to believe that Noah has many hands that he'd bet. Certainly a hand like ace high won't be going for further value, which Sean discovers right when Noah checks behind. Despite making numerous mistakes, Sean is the one stacking chips. Now, it's the second hand between the two where Noah actually slips up. His pre-flop call against Sean is sensible if he believes Sean won't shove against the 3-bet unless he has a roughly better hand.
Ball.
The turn is where things get suspect. Although it's early in the final table, Sean hasn't demonstrated much willingness to make major bluffs.
400.
And there's also not a ton of hands he can be bluffing with beyond King-Queen, King-Jack, and Queen-Jack with a club. Sure, Noah may have some equity with his own flush draw, but he may also have reverse implied odds when he hits it, such as this scenario with Sean holding the king of clubs. By the river, things are really eyebrow-raising on Noah's side. Sean puts in what appears to be a begging to be called value bet of $500,000.
500. You look like a nice guy. Probably should give you my money.
And Noah sticks with his read of bluff and calls down, leading to some classic online poker lexicon.
Oh, boy. My life.
I'm not sure what lexicon is, but I agree with him if he said he shouldn't have called there on the river with the 2 9s.
Oh, I think it's a state, Mike, in the Midwest, I believe.
Well, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings. Will the thrill? Fiala still out in front, but whoever wins this event will get 1,400 points, meaning they'll be tied for third with James Dempsey and Bobby Obuti.
All right, back to the felt we go.
Sean Jazzieri well out in front right now with nearly 7.5 million.
And a quick fold on this hand by Noah. And now Doc Sands with the button has a queen 6. And he's slowing down, saying, maybe I'd like to play this.
He hadn't played much of anything all day, hadn't had any cards. Certainly doesn't have a hand here, but he is going to play it, as you can see. He's raised it up to 120,000 with the queen 6 offsuit.
Well, he has. And now Sean with an ace-10 surprisingly folds this hand. Shocked. And Dan Kelly is going to make the call with ace-3.
Now, Dan Kelly, that's the difference in youth and older people. One takes the conservative route, one takes the aggressive route and plays. And the flop comes ace-jack 10, all hearts.
Sean shaking his head because he would have flopped aces and 10s. Dan Kelly with the check. And look at this, David Sands with the continuation bet.
An impressive call here by Dan Kelly.
Yeah.
It's just a weak ace and no heart in his hand. 5 of diamonds comes off.
DJK first to act. Again, he's going to check. 270,000 by Doc Sands.
This is why young guys are so tough. They just fight for pots, even when they have nothing. What a call here by Dan Kelly. This impressive, folks. Not easy to call with a weak ace here and no heart in your hand, believe me.
Doc would love to hit a heart here. Can he get it? No, he hits a queen, though.
The queen comes off. Neither player going to like that because it'd be feared that their opponent has a king in their hand where they'd make a straight.
DJK checks. Well, they're both going to check this wisely.
Dan Kelly's going to win this pot with 2 aces. Wow, pretty impressive, and even he's surprised by it.
Well, he stood the heat on the flop and the turn bench. You wonder if he could have stood it on the river. But nevertheless, Dan Kelly making 2 good calls there, taking down that pot.
Only 22 years old, from Maryland. His only 3rd WPT event, his first final table on the World Poker Tour. All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000.
Well, Doc folding quickly. Sean Jazzieri also out.
1.5, 1.4.
And Dan Kelly now saying, how much you got down there?
1.5.
Dan's got king 10.
All in.
And he's gonna go all in.
And Noah Schwartz got 2 4s.
Oh, he is gonna make this call.
Well, he is gonna gamble, wants to try to get some of his chips back.
Hazards. Let's gamble.
So Noah Schwartz, tournament life on the line. Can he get lucky here to get back in this thing?
I gotta fade the Kelly, bro. Jesus.
He's got a good attitude. 3rd time on the World Poker Tour, final table. Here comes the flop. But it's a 10 just like that.
It's come 10, 9, 6. Dan Kelly out in front right now with the 2 10s and Noah Schwartz saying ease.
Yeah, pretty bad news. Pretty bad news, don't you think? Just a little bit. Dan Kelly.
Looking at his watch saying I could still make happy hour perhaps.
So bad. That's so bad.
Noah Schwartz mumbling to himself.
Well, there's a 7.
Well, that's 8. 8? 8 diamonds.
That gives him some outs to escape and stay alive. If an 8 comes up, they would both have a 10 high straight.
You calling it? That play's so bad. Not a waste of a tournament. So sad.
Noah must catch a 4 to win the pot.
Needs a suck out.
It's an 8.
Noah Schwartz going to stay alive.
Wow.
As they're going to split this pot. Both players have made a 10-eye straight. So finally,
I faded to Kelly.
Some lady luck shining down on Noah Schwartz at this final table.
DJK even smiles a little bit.
I was close.
Noah Schwartz from Florida, very happy about that.
For the first time tonight, the river has been kind and Noah Schwartz is still alive, and we still have 4 players left. Mike, Vince, another brutal hand that has been decided on the river.
Well, Marinella, it looks like to me that the river card is going to continue to determine the outcome of this tournament. Noah Schwartz staying alive right there as the 8 comes on the river to give him a split pot. Unfortunately for Jason Somerville and Jason Burt, their fate on the river wasn't so good. They got outdrawn to be eliminated from this tournament. But Vince, the big story so far at this final table was the amateur who came in as the chip leader. He's still the chip leader.
Well, he's only been playing 4 years, Sean Jazzieri. He is torturing these young guys. Who is this guy? But I'll tell you something, there is no river in LA, I don't think, but maybe there is now, because that is the magical card tonight. It's coming up, it's electrifying. This is very good.
Join us next time from the Commerce Casino for more of WPT's Season 10 coverage of the LA Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles hosts one of the greatest tournaments in poker, where one player would win a stunning $1.3 million. Continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the LA Poker Classic from the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. The LAPC is the tournament where some of poker's biggest names, including Phil Ivey, Gus Hansen, and Antonius Fondiari, earned their WPT titles and became millionaires in the process. Or in the case of Ivey, just added it to the pile of millions he'd already won. But whether it was a big name or an underdog who took the title, the guys who have seen it all these past 10 seasons are still here to call the action. Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and LA's own Vince Van Patten. Guys, how does this tournament stack up to those great competitions of the past?
Well, Marinella, we've had some great final tables at the LA Poker Classic in the past, and this final table has been no exception. We've seen some sterling play, just great plays, but we've also seen phenomenal drawouts at the river. When Sean Jazzieri caught a queen on the river to eliminate Jason Somerville in 6th place. And when Dan Kelly caught a miracle ace to make a straight and send 2-time WPT finalist Jason Burt to the rail in 5th place. And finally, when Noah Schwartz was saved by an 8 to put a straight on the board and split the pot versus Dan Kelly. But Vince, the real story at this final table was the amateur who came to this final table with the chip lead, Sean Jazzieri. He's still the chip leader.
Well, it's amazing. He's only been playing poker for 4 years. He's an amateur player that honed his game in the WPT boot camps. You know, we were taking him lightly perhaps before. Can the amateur player survive in such a major tournament? Well, yes, he's not only surviving, he is torturing these young guys. It is happening. He is a chip leader. Will it continue? I don't know. But what's really interesting is that the river card is so magical this evening. It's changing everything, the river card. Doesn't always happen this way. That's what's making this event a lot of fun.
Thank you, gentlemen. This season, the LAPC winner will earn over $1.3 million and, of course, join the elite WPT Champions Club, which includes having their name engraved on the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Cards are about to go back in the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip count. The amateur, Sean Jazzieri, out in front with nearly $7.4 million. Dan Kelly in 2nd place with 5.5. Doc Sands in 3rd with 2.1. And in 4th place right now is Noah Schwartz.
All right, as you can see, first place prize taking over 1.3 here tonight in LA. Andes will be 10,000. Blinds are 40 and 80. Let's go to the felt. Noah Schwartz also known as Nick Lovin from the movie Superbad, goes away. And now Doc Sands, 27-year-old out of Vegas, also folding.
I call.
Well, Doc, one's to watch this season on the World Poker Tour. Not this hand as he folds, but Sean Jazzieri just limps in with ace high, does not raise with it. So Dan Kelly, with queen jack in the big blind, thinks he's got the best hand. He makes the raise.
Call.
Yeah, he does, and he's going to get quickly called by the ace high.
You're not going to put your opponent on an ace when they limp in a small blind. And the flop comes king, king, 9 with 2 hearts.
Check.
Action on Sean, he checks. Dan Kelly, of course, with a gut shot straight draw, is going to bet here.
Yep, Dan, only 22 years old, looks younger than a Chinese gymnast. He's going to get called.
And he's not liking this call, I can promise you.
Check.
Well, Sean checks again, and
Sean picked up a pair of 4s there. Dan's going to slow down with a check, Mike.
I don't blame him. Well, the 8 of hearts comes off, so 3 hearts on the board.
200.
Look at this.
Well, he's going to bet 200,000.
Now, you wonder if Sean thinks he's bluffing this pot, or is he betting for value, which I can't imagine.
Dan Kelly, they call him DJK, going to muck his hand. Be careful when you play with this amateur. He can bite back.
I'm the senior guy, I mean the oldest guy, but I'm also the least experienced.
I apologize to you and the table.
To be perfectly honest, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime event for me, so I'm going to make the most of it.
I'm all in.
All in.
You got to be realistic. Even if I was Phil Ivey, I'd say my odds are 35%. If I was Phil Ivey. The truth is I'm not Phil Ivey.
I know everyone at the table was pulling for me, so I appreciate your
I think the odds of being in the top 3 are reasonable, given the stack sizes, but I'm playing against some excellent players.
Well, they are excellent players, but right now, Sean in control. He's been to 3 WPT boot camps. The WPT boot camp has seen 2 alumni make final tables this season. Remember Bob Carboni at Foxwoods? He's another boot camp alumni. Vince, it's just great to see these guys cashing in on what they learned at the WPT boot camps.
All right, back to the game. A quick fold by Dan Kelly, and now Noah Schwartz from Florida looks at a 7 deuce of hearts. He's got the button. He's got chips, and he's going to get brave with a raise. 160 to go.
Well, Noah had major league pitching aspirations in his mind. He was a lefty.
I call.
Pitched in high school and college, but had elbow trouble. Now been a poker pro 9 years.
Doc is out, and Sean has picked up ace-jack, but no re-raise. Just calling.
What a flop for Noah. It's come queen 7-7. He's flopped 3 sevens.
Yep, Sean with ace high, and Noah can't believe his luck here. Got to stick out a very delicate 110. Try not to chase him away, but that's exactly what happens. Sean releases his hand.
He's making a continuation bet. Just thinks it'd be too suspicious if he didn't make one on that flop.
They have the queen 7. It's crazy.
I did. I pushed you on queens.
Sick read. See on TV, it's a pretty sick read.
Yay.
Well, Noah taking down that pot, but he would have liked to get a little more action there.
Hoping you had the 7.
I had a big hand. Pre-flop.
Oh, that's going to make Noah even more crazed right now.
Well, this is Doc Sands now. He's going to raise it.
Call.
Sean quickly calls with king 7. Dan Kelly out. And Noah Schwartz also out. So king 10 up against king 7, and we are flopping.
Well, flop comes ace 8-5 with 2 spades. Well, Doc does
I checked.
not make the continuation bet, and Sean quickly checks right behind him. Now a 7 comes off, and Sean now has the best hand with a pair of 7s.
Doc disillusioned about his hands tonight.
150.
Checks again. Sean gonna bet with the 7s.
Just puts his opponent on something like king, queen, or queen, jack, and he's gonna bet the 2 7s and take it down.
Well, Vince, you got to say he is wowing this crowd right now. They might not have been a fan of his before the night started, but the way he's handled these young guys so far, very impressive.
And what's also impressive, Mike, is right over there, the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, which we have here in Season 10, where the Royal Flush Girls enjoy talking to the many patrons and railbirds. What do you think they're talking about, Mike?
Can I whisper it to you? Do I have to say it on air here, Vince? But I think their bluffs are going to get called by these girls.
It's a great addition we have on the World Poker Tour. I mean, think about it. You go to a football game, you can't sit next to the cheerleaders and chit-chat. What a bargain this is.
When I bust out, there's still hope on the World Poker Tour.
They're at every WPT event, along with Mike Sexton and myself. Look at this, Mike. Sean Jazzieri with a pair of kings.
Everything's gone right for him so far, and now he looks down and finds a pair of kings. You gotta love it.
Gonna make it 210,000 to go now, Dan. Kelly with a pair of tens right behind him.
Well, could get himself in trouble here. The aggressive player 3-bets here, but he does not. He just calls with the 2
Wow,
tens.
just calls. And now Noah Schwartz with a ace-jack, decent hand.
Well, Vince with his stack size. And Dan Kelly not re-raising pre-flop. He may just go with this hand. I wouldn't blame him if he did. I'm talking about moving all in.
Well, you're thinking about, hey, listen, you can have some dead money.
All in.
And that's exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking about a squeeze play. It could be at the wrong time. He has gone all in. Doc Sands getting out of the way.
I'm all in.
Well, quickly, Sean going all in as well. Gives Dan Kelly an opportunity to get out of the pot with his 2 tens.
And he does so. Oh, this is incredible. Noah trying the squeeze play at the wrong time, perhaps.
Well, Noah got lucky last time and stayed alive when he hit 2 runners to make it straight to split the pot. Right now, he's looking for a bullet.
Oh, wow. I played so bad this tournament. Jesus Christ.
Doesn't mean he can't get lucky here.
I'm the worst.
He is being tough on himself.
I look like an online dunk on TV, that's for sure. Queen, king, 10, sweat?
Now the flop.
Come on, that would be fun.
I'm good.
I deserve to get lucky, right?
Ace-jack up against kings, and the flop is 6-6-10. Now, look at that. It would have been 3 of a kind for Dan Kelly.
Oh,
he's miserable about that.
Can't believe it.
If it's happening, it's not happening till the river.
That's
so
true.
I don't know what we're all excited
That's the way
about.
these tournaments
Yeah.
are about, yeah.
But this has been a crazy night here at the Commerce. Suckouts galore. It could happen. Not there. It's a 9.
Well, we're down to the river. Noah Schwartz must catch an ace on the river to stay alive if he wants to win this tournament.
Slow. Do sweat, sweat, sweat. But slow, though.
Can he get the bullet?
For sweat.
He needs
For
the
sweat.
ace.
Let's take a look. Go!
Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off.
And quads.
Dan would have made quads in this hand. He could have doubled up and had the big chip lead here. But Noah Schwartz, the former pitcher, just couldn't get it across the plate tonight, out in 4th place.
Noah Schwartz, 355,000 he'll take back to Miami, and a lot of experience. 3 players remain, and right now Noah's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Here with Noah Schwartz, our 4th place finisher. Kind of have a tough night today.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't get it. I just played really, really bad from the get-go. Not really a whole lot. No way to sugarcoat it.
Well, I mean, obviously you're a great player. You've been to 3 final tables, 8 cashes in the World Poker Tour. What's it going to take for you to take one of these down?
Not play as bad as I did, obviously. I mean, that's one of the key. I mean, I played really bad. I'm disappointed in my play, but happens.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you at the next stop on the World Poker Tour.
I'll be there.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Noah. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Noah Schwartz disappointed with his game, but he does have 3 final tables under his belt. Our 4th place finisher, Noah Schwartz, that leaves 3 players, but only one will take home that 1st place prize worth over $1.3 million. The race for the LAPC title continues here on the WPT. There's more to come, including the raw deal with Tony Dunn, a special WPT 10th anniversary interview with the woman who started it all, WPT's original hostess, the wonderful and beautiful Shauna Hyatt, and my 5 questions with WPT champ Eric Lindgren. So stick around.
LA Poker Classic is the most prestigious 10K buy-in tournament in the WPT.
Yeah!
It definitely attracts the best players.
I told you before it even came up.
We get the top tournament players in the world. And we have some old school people that are here. Phil Hellman, Jennifer Harmon, and of course, Phil Ivey. But we're also seeing a lot of new players, and they're hot names in poker. You know, you got David Doc Sands, Matt Waxman, and Jason Mercier. They're some of the top players in the world, and we like to see the young guns go against some of the seasoned veterans in the world of poker.
Out of all WPT titles, this is definitely the one I'd like to take home.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where Sean Jazzieri, Doc Sands, and Dan Kelly are battling it out for a prestigious WPT title here at the Commerce Casino. Right now, sideline reporter Matt Savage is down talking with massive chip leader Sean.
Here with Sean Jazzieri. You're running pretty good so far here at the final table.
That's the first statement, yes.
You seem like you're not intimidated. You got all these young pros out there with you. Why does it seem like you have no fear?
I'm playing fearful. I'm scared of these guys. When you're scared, you do strange stuff.
Who intimidates you the most?
Can you hear us? The person I'd like to see get out is Dave Sands, because I think he's a great. Both of them are great players, but Dave Sands is the one guy I'd like to see get out.
All right, well, good luck to you going forward, Sean.
I appreciate it.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Now let's send it back to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, there you see the chip count. Sean Jazari well out in front with over 9.6 million. Dan Kelly in second place. Doc Sands in third. The winner going to get over 1.3 million. Next guy out gets 521,000.
Sean has folded, and Dan Kelly with ace-8 has raised.
All in.
And look at this. Doc Sands all in with 2 million.
Well, Dan quickly calls. So here we go. Dan Kelly beat him in the pot with the ace-8 offsuit, and he's out in front.
Unreal call.
Just incredible.
Snap call by Dan Kelly. Huge moment here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, Doc Sands tournament life on the line, and a king comes on the flop. Doc Sands has taken the lead.
Well, that's the way to outflop for Doc Sands. Finally, a little smile, perhaps. Dan not liking that.
And the board pairs 7, so as the cards lie, Dan Kelly must catch an ace on the river to win the pot. He did it earlier when he knocked out Jason Burt. Can he do it again?
And there's Erica David's fiance on the rail sweating her man, and it's going to pay off for Doc Sands.
So just that quick, David Doc Sands, a one to watch this season on the World Poker Tour, watches his chips double up.
Oh, and a beautiful thing to do, especially when you go into the flop as an underdog. But that's not going to bother Doc Sands right now. He's doubled up. We have 3 players remaining.
I think it's obvious Dan Kelly's got a pretty good read on the guy. Made a snap call with the ace-8 there, and it was the best hand.
Well, these are 2 tough young poker pros battling. Right now, back to the next hand. David this time with queen 9. That's Doc Sands. He's raised. Sean getting out of the way.
And Dan Kelly has the same hand, a queen 9. Now, usually when both players have the same hand, whoever's doing the post-flop betting is the guy that wins the pot most of the time.
Dan Kelly, 22 years old, got in this tournament through a $1,000 satellite. He's making it pay off here tonight. Flop comes up with a nothing flop, 6-5-4. Sean
shaking his head because he'd have flopped a straight, but
certainly would have.
Not going to call a raise with a 3 deuce.
Dan checks. And Doc looks like he's going to, yes he is, make the continuation bet with queen high, and it's going to work.
So Doc Sands picking up another pot by betting.
I think other poker players perceive me as self-confident, which is a good thing. It's kind of like any sport. I think that Kobe and LeBron and Kevin Durant think that they're the best basketball players.
It's all relative, kid. It's all relative.
That's just kind of attitude you have to take if you're in a competitive sport. I mean, no one else is going to come up to you and tell you that you're better than them very often.
That's very good call, but I use not call.
If you want to beat the best players and you want to perform at an elite level, you really have to put yourself in the mindset that you're one of the best.
Certainly, Doc Sands has been one of the best this past year, but nothing would top off that year more than winning this WPT title.
All right, Dan Kelly now looks down at an ace-7 of clubs. He's got the button, he's got raise and chips in hand, and he slaps them in. 160,000 to go. Doc Sands out.
I call.
Now Sean going to make the call with the 76 trombones.
And here we go with the first 3.
Flop comes 9-8 deuce.
Uh-oh.
Sean's flopped an open-end straight draw.
Check.
But notice that Dan has flopped the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and Sean checks it. Dan's got to love this flop.
Well, it's a hand you're going to go with, man. No matter what happens, you're not throwing away the nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's 185,000.
425.
Whoa.
Sean has check raised here.
Sure.
Take that, you youngster. Young whippersnapper.
Is that what you call them now? Whippersnappers.
Well,
that's good.
I think the whip is going to go right back on Sean here in a minute. If I was Dan, I'd just move in here.
On.
And that's what he's done.
That was 1.6.
Now to call, this is an additional 1.6 to call off with just an open-ended straight draw. I think he can get away from this right now.
It's one thing to move in with it. It's another to call your money off with it. You hate calling money off with a draw.
Not even the best draw, of course.
I call.
Oh boy, he is doing it.
Quite a gamble here by the amateur.
You're ahead.
What's unique about these two particular players, one's a tough young pro, one's an amateur player that's older. Both players got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
All right, the crowd stunned here. Sean Jazzieri, the chip leader, with a chance of knocking out another player here. Here's the turn card.
Well, an ace on the turn. So we are down to the river. Sean must catch a 5 or a 10 that's not a club to win this pot and eliminate Dan Kelly from this tournament right now.
That would be an historic beat here at the Commerce. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Well, it's the 4 clubs.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So Dan Kelly making the flush to take down that pot and double up. And Vince, for the first time tonight, Sean is taking a hit on his chip lead.
Yeah, he bet his hand on the come. Didn't pay off. He has doubled up Dan Kelly. We're coming back with more action as 3 players remain here at the LAPC, here at the Commerce Casino.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Casey Hidla. You won a seat on ClubWPT.com, and you find yourself here at one of the biggest events of the year, the LAPC. How has this experience been so far?
I feel like I'm like a kid on Christmas morning. I've been watching WPT since season 1. Got to meet all the pros, gave me all kinds of tips. I just couldn't believe how nice they were, so it's been incredible.
As you can see, ClubWPT.com VIP member Casey Hidla had a fantastic poker experience here at the Commerce Casino. He won a seat to the LAPC and even got to play with Phil Hellmuth.
All you have to do is join ClubWPT.com, and as a VIP member, you get other fantastic benefits, including the Entertainment Savers Guide and the chance, of course, to play real poker online and win your share of over $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes.
And maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event, just like Casey did.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the play. Doc Sands quickly folds. Sean.
I call.
Sean, our chip leader, with ace-5 just calling.
And the gap is closed.
Check.
After that last hand played by Sean, where in my mind he gave away $1.6 million, he didn't have to.
And with a 10-3, says, I'm fine with that.
Well, happy to see a free flop. And the flop comes ace 8-6 with 2 spades.
Great for Sean. He's hit aces, but he's going to check. And he's going to get Dan to bet.
I call.
Yep, it's 85,000, and of course Sean is going to call. It doesn't re-raise. Dan doesn't like that call, of course.
Well, now a 10 comes off.
Well, that gives Dan a pair of 10s there, Mike.
Possible straight, and as you said, gives Dan second pair, but to him, he thinks he's got the best hand now.
He thinks he had the perfect card there. It's a $175,000 bet.
Never going to put your opponent on an ace the way Sean has played this hand. Didn't raise pre-flop, didn't bet or raise on the flop. Now an ace of clubs comes off. Sean has made 3 aces and checks again. And I'm certain Dan Kelly feels like he's got the best hand here, the way this hand was played.
Yeah, you're right, because Sean didn't raise before the flop.
Yeah, I would think my opponent had 2 6s or 2 8s here.
That's what it looks like. Dan coming out with another bet, 375.
Sean takes the deep sigh here.
I call.
And he's going to make the crying call and win the pot with 3 aces. And I think Dan is going to be a little surprised to see that.
Well, that's why it pays sometimes to not be a pro. Don't play so routine, so tough.
Kitchen's no good. I was going to say, that seems dirty.
And right now, Sean taking that pot by the nice play.
Well, the WPT boot camp instructor is going to be happy to see the way he played that pot. He got a good hand. Check it. Let the aggressive player bluff his money off.
Well, this time, Sean has picked up a big hand. Ace-queen. He's got the button, and he is getting that racing chips this time, mixing up his game nicely. He's going to make it 180 to go. Dan out.
Now Doc Sands has a 9-4, and it's going to raise here, Vince. He's not calling with his hand. He's come over the top and 3-bet it, and Sean may just set him in right here.
560 total. I call.
Huge hand in a 3-handed game, but Sean just calls. Does not re-raise here with the ace-queen. Wants to see a flop first. Here it comes. Well, it's come king 7-4. Doc Sands has made 2 4s. He now has the best hand. He's going to bet here and just hope his opponent doesn't have a king in his hand.
Yep, 670,000.
Sean mucks his hand.
You might have got there, but I was definitely ahead on the flop.
Most people that repropped you with what I had.
I guess we would have got it in then.
You're right.
I wouldn't fold my hand to anybody, even you.
Oh, boy. Not even to a donkey, huh?
Well, I mean, I flatted ace-king against you earlier in the tournament. You remember that? That was a showing of respect.
Bunch of poppycock going on here.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
That's what we hear at the poker table all the time.
So far, since this final table started, not one player has ever had the chip lead other than Sean Jazayeri, but Doc Sands closing the gap on him right now.
All right, the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000. And right now, a quick fold by Dan Kelly, and Doc Sands going to raise with a 4-5 of clubs, makes it 280 to go. Sean with Jack 9, going to make the call.
So same two guys going at it again. Flop comes 10, 8, 6. Doc has flopped a gut shot straight draw, but Sean has flopped an open-in straight draw.
Doc Sands bets 360 and a quick call by Sean.
One thing's a certainty now. Whoever wins this pot will be our chip leader.
Doc Sands needs some luck. He gets a good card there.
He sure does. That gives him a flush draw, and a deuce would now make him a straight as well. So good card for Doc, and he's going to bet because of it.
640,000.
Healthy bet here.
I call.
What will Sean do with the open-end straight draw? There's your answer, folks. He has made the call.
Boy, he is like a broke cousin. He just will not go away. Making this call.
Doc looking for some help here. Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off. The best hand between him is Jack High.
Doc is just disappointed in that card and the way things are going. He checks it, putting up the white flag. And Sean, with absolutely nothing, is going to make a bet. Doesn't need it, though. Doc Sands releases the hand.
So Sean Jazayeri taking down a big pot to widen his chip lead with 3 players left.
Boy, he just okie dokie. Doc Sands in that. Backfires for the young guy. And right now, the amateur player, Sean, once again extending his chip lead. Incredible.
We have to take a break, but I think I can hear rumblings from Tony Dunst backstage. That means it's time to bring him front and center for another installment of The Raw Deal. And we have a special visitor to help celebrate WPT's 10th season. I'll be joined by WPT's first hostess, Shauna Hyatt. So stick around.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. After going deep at Bellagio, our very own Tony Dunst played the LAPC, falling short of the money after being among the chip leaders early on. But win or lose, Tony never holds back, and he proves it in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Dan Kelly is perhaps a new name to a large percent of our audience tonight. However, if you grew up in the world of internet poker as I did, then Dan DJK123 Kelly is a very familiar name. And if there's one thing you know about him, it's that he's crazy, but in his own way, gloriously crazy. The thing about being regarded as a well-known crazy is that if you're smart, you'll adapt to your image and find ways to cash in on it. If you have an aggressive and bluff-happy reputation like Dan Kelly, then the adjustment you make is to go for value in some razor-thin situations because you anticipate your opponents are looking for excuses to call you. However, it's not an exact science, and against players like Sean that have an aptitude for checking with showdown value, it can often result in doing the betting for your opponent and sending yourself on a one-way trip to Value Town. At the start of this blind versus blind hand,
I call.
Sean Jazayeri limps ace-5 in the small, and Dan checks his garbage 10-3 in the big. When the flop comes ace-6-8 and Sean checks, Dan fires his first bullet as a pure bluff.
I call.
Sean calls, and my assumption is that Dan intends to shut down unless his hand improves. Unfortunately for Dan, that's exactly what happens when a 10 hits on the turn, giving Dan second pair. Sean checks, and Dan now bets $175,000 for value, hoping to bleed some money off an 8 or 6 and protect against hands holding 1 spade. Sean makes the call and gets the perfect card on the river, the ace of clubs. Sean checks again, and after considering his sizing, Dan bets $375,000. Dan makes this third barrel, which is a value bet, for 3 reasons. First of all, he thinks it's unlikely Sean has a better hand because many holdings with an ace would raise pre, and some percent of the time, Sean would bet the flop with an ace. Also, Dan knows that the rivered ace discounts the likelihood that Sean has an ace, and is continuing with his read on the turn that Sean usually has an 8 or 6. Second, Dan also believes Sean would probably bet the flop with a flush draw, and that he's check called all the way to the end makes that holding pretty unlikely. Third, he knows due to his aggressive and bluffy image, it's more probable that an opponent makes a stand and calls him down light with a weak pair, particularly since it's hard for Dan to have an ace when he checks pre-flop as well.
I call.
And he's gonna make the crying call and win the pot with 3 aces.
I believe that Dan's third barrel essentially boils down to a case of right idea at the wrong time. So Dan's play here, not so crazy. Dan himself, oh, he's still crazy.
Well, Dan Kelly, a very tough player, but probably wishing he would have checked on the river now, Vince.
All right, as you can see, the 53-year-old Sean Jazzieri is the chip leader with close to 8.5 million in chips. David Doc Sands with 4.4, Dan Kelly with about 3.5. The first place prize over 1.3 million. Action's going to Sean.
Raise.
I'm gonna raise on the button here.
Lines are 50 and 100. He's gonna make it 250,000 to go. Dan out.
Over to Doc Sands, who looks down at the Queen Jack of Diamonds. He's going to make the call, wants to see a flop. I hope Diamonds doesn't come up.
Well, better than that for Doc. He hits queens.
Doc checks.
275.
Sean quickly bets 275,000. Vince, do you think he bets too fast sometimes? Just never takes his time whether he's going to fold or whether he's going to play. If I'd suggest one thing to him, I'd say just take a deep breath and slow down, whether you bet or whether you fold. Don't do everything in such a hurry. It's hard to criticize his style for where he's at right now.
Doc is going to slowly make the call with top pair. Still hook his man a little bit. 6 on the turn, pairs the board. Doc again, throwing the rope.
I check.
And a nice slow down there by Sean Jazzieri.
Indeed it was. Now a 7 comes off. I'm certain Doc feels like he's got the best hand now. And he's going to bet 440,000.
Feels like a busted flush draw to me.
And now you see Sean contemplating what to do.
How much is the bet?
So he's bet about 1/3 the size of the pot here.
And Sean's saying, how much is it? Will my ace high possibly win this? Wow.
He does make the call, and he is going to lose the pot.
Great hand, well played.
Doc Sands shows him the queens and takes down the pot.
Sean going for the hero play.
Very well played, Dave.
Sometimes it backfires, but at least he's in the game.
And Vince, right now, Marinella has a special guest up visiting her.
What a treat I have for everyone watching. You never know what the LAPC is going to deliver, and it's delivering something quite beautiful this evening. The wonderful Shauna Hyatt. How are you?
It's nice to meet you.
Well, Shauna, you're the veteran here. I mean, you've done season 1, 2, and 3. Sort of paved the way for the rest of us, so thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Well, season 1, you know, we were just filming and going from city to city, and not very many people knew that much about the show itself. But season 2, I remember coming out of the dressing room area and looking at the line of people that were signing in on the opening day, and I couldn't believe the numbers. It had doubled and tripled from the previous
This
season.
is catching on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
And tell us about some of your favorite poker moments.
Let's see. Definitely the cruise ships. Yeah. They were always really fun. Aruba was a lot of fun.
So, Shauna, after so many years of poker, what are you up to now?
Well, I've shifted my love of poker to a love of food.
Yum. I can join you there.
So what I really want to do is more focus on helping kids learn how to eat right, teaching kids. I started with my daughter, and I want to become a chef and maybe get a show. We'll see.
Well, I'm really good at eating.
Yes.
So if you need me to sample any of your new endeavors.
over,
Okay,
yes.
sounds good. That'll be on the next season.
Yes.
Sean and I stuffing our faces.
Yes.
Coming up.
Little fried chicken.
Yeah. Oh, I'm down with the fried chicken. Extra sauce. Thanks, Shauna.
Thank you.
Oh, Vince, it's great to see Shauna again. She was just wonderful out here in the World Poker Tour the first 3 seasons. All the players loved her, and all the players' girlfriends and wives loved her too.
I know. I thought she was still with us, actually. Nah, just kidding. It is great to see her. And right now, we have a 3-way battle here at the Commerce Casino. Action going to Sean. This time, he's got a 9-7 of clubs. Makes it 225, Mike.
Dan Kelly going out, and Doc Sands has the ace-4. He's going to call and see a flop.
So ace-4 up against 9-7, and we are flopping.
What a flop for Doc Sands. He's flopped top and bottom pair.
Yeah, he's going to try to trap.
225.
And he's going to get Sean to bet with the 7s, 225,000.
Well, Doc may think the guy's got a big ace. Might make a lot of money if he raises here. And that's what he's going to do.
I fold.
I don't blame him for this.
Nice hand.
But he chases his man away, acting like he's excited to win that.
One time only.
One time only what? You showed?
Oh, no, they asked me for a fist pump. I gave him a fist pump. You got to keep the fans happy.
That's a little bit like Gus Hansen there with the flex, didn't he? Gus, a former winner of this event. Well, there you see David Doc Sands' fiance, Erica, in the audience. And let me tell you, Vince, she's an impressive player in her own right. They both made a splash at last season's WSOP main event. Doc finished in 30th place, and Erica beat him out, finishing in 29th.
David Sands in second chip position with about 5.3, but Dan Kelly now, first to act. He's got a king-7.
Looks like he's going to raise on the button. The min raised to 200,000.
Doc getting out of the way.
Sean just feels like playing right now. Makes the call with the 8-5.
Yep, he's going to speculate. Ooh, it could be a good one because he's open-ended and he's going to check.
Sean with the open-end straight. Dan with second pair. And he checks also.
Surprised he didn't bet that with the continuation bet, but whoa, maybe he knew something to 9 hits.
Unbelievable. Sean has made a straight, and he's going to bet 200,000.
And he's going to get action by Dan.
No card Dan can win with it. He can get a split if an 8 comes off. That doesn't happen as a 10 comes off. And another $200,000 bet.
And a little bet.
Well, Dan's going to make the call. He just wants to see this.
8 for a straight, 8-5 offsuit.
So Sean does show him the straight. Going to take down this pot. And he just sort of reeled in the youngster there. Picked up 400,000.
Peck.
200 on the turn, 200 on the river.
Got the max out of it, Mike.
Pay me off, and he did.
It's time for the players to take a short break, but we'll be right back with more action and another edition of 5 Questions.
I hate him so much.
You know you really
You
love
have
him.
no idea.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
The LAPC is celebrating its 10th season on the WPT. For years, the Commerce Casino has hosted the biggest and best names in poker. This week, I got to catch up with WPT champ Eric Lindgren on this edition of 5 Questions. When the WPT first started, you were one of the original young guns to sort of make your mark in the poker circuit. How would you compare your style when you were young to the style of the young guys that are playing today?
That was a long time ago. So yeah, I'm trying to evolve. There's so many good players now. It's a lot different. We don't have as many guys that are just giving their chips away. The biggest difference with young players now is they are so much more aggressive. They know all the math. I think when I was a young player that I felt like I pushed people around and I was a very aggressive player. But the young players today have totally taken that up a level, maybe 2 levels, 3 levels. So what happened is that they're just so much more re-raising, and they call it leveling. Getting information, putting them on hands, and the guts of just a burglar to do it. They're just, the young players today are amazing.
Let's talk about some of the young guns. Is there anybody in particular whose game you really admire?
Well, I don't know if Jason Mercier is still young, but I played with him last week, and he was amazing. Dan Kelly, Dan O'Brien, they were all playing great.
Yeah.
I was at a really tough table, actually.
Let's talk a little bit about your high roller event, the Bellagio.
It's a real barometer to test your skill level. So you're really playing against the best of the best for a lot of money on the line. So nobody's mailing it in. Everybody tries so hard. So
Right.
it's just a great way to test your skill level and hopefully win some money, especially if you're Eric Seidel.
Especially if you're Mr. Seidel.
God, he's good. I hate him so much.
Eric Seidel, obviously a great player, but there's something else going on there.
I think that Eric Seidel just hit that zone. He was getting a lot of cards, but he was reading people so well that he was just playing so great. He kind of took it above the rim. It was kind of like that Michael Jordan moment when Michael Jordan just went like, I can't miss. And Eric Seidel just couldn't miss last year.
And what advice do you have for those just starting out in poker?
Go to your local casino, and don't be intimidated.
Right.
Go sit in a low, no-limit game and don't feel like you're going to look stupid or something, because we all kind of did, but it takes like 5 minutes to learn, like Mike Sexton says, and I promise you, you will have a good time. Poker is fun.
Well, that's awesome. 5 minutes to learn.
That's what Mike Sexton says.
I must be awesome.
5 minutes to learn, lifetime to master.
That's a very good impersonation.
Well, he hustled me at golf once, so I never forgot it.
Oh, another player impersonating me now, Vince. The 100K Bellagio event that Eric mentioned really is a test of skill and nerve. Last season, we saw players including Daniel Negreanu, Vivek Rajkumar, and Justin Bonomo take their share of the $2.8 million prize pool. And this season, it will be a WPT televised event. And Vince, I am really looking forward to that later this year on the WPT.
David quickly folds. Sean, our chip leader, with 7.8. He's going to call with a king-queen. Right behind him, Dan Kelly, the 22-year-old with ace-queen.
Wow, most players would have raised with the king-queen. Sean didn't. Dan definitely going to raise here with the ace-queen.
And Sean has called with the king-queen. And a flop comes up, big ace there for Dan Kelly.
Well, ace-4 deuce. Sean is going to check, and Dan going to make the continuation bet.
But of course, 275, but a quick fold by Sean.
Conservative play pre-flop, probably saving Sean money on that hand. Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Fiella out in front, but the winner today is going to pick up 1,400 points and will automatically be tied with James Dempsey and Bobby Obuti in third place. So definitely, whoever wins here is going to be in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year.
All right, a quick fold by our chip leader, Sean. And now Dan Kelly with a queen, 8 of clubs, has raised to 250 into Doc Sands, who has an ace-7.
It's not a bad hand, but the guy's raised in front of you. Do you really want to go with this hand? Well, there's your answer. Doc Sands 3-bets him. Just re-raised it right up to 680,000. Dan Kelly, the mechanical engineering major from Villanova, smart enough to fold that hand.
Did you ever work as a mechanical engineer?
No.
No? Straight to poker?
Yeah.
Poker start in college?
Yeah. In the high school.
Did you specialize in like thermodynamics or fluid mechanics? Or?
No, I didn't. It was just more general, I guess. Yeah. Specialized in Villanova sorority girls, from what I hear.
Sean trying to find out a little bit about what makes Dan tick.
Majored mechanical engineering, and now is a professional poker player.
Dan Kelly has made it 200,000 with Jack-9. David Sands, the Doc, going over the top, 560 to go. And Sean here with a pair of 9s.
Well, Sean with the best hand, but the pot's been raised and re-raised, so he just gets out of their way. Wants the two young guns just to fight it out. Hopes one of them goes broke.
Dan's going to call with a Jack-9 of diamonds. Big pot. And here's the flop.
I could get a lot bigger now as the flop comes queen, queen, 3 with 2 diamonds.
3 of a kind for the Doc. How will he play it?
This guy moves in slow motion. Very methodical better. 440,000 is the bet.
How much that?
I gotta work on that, Vince.
Mike, I'd be really happy if you never did that again.
I'll tell you who else does that. A guy named Tom Dwan, who many respect as a phenomenal player. He's also a very slow, methodical bettor that looks like he's on a crane and just puts his hands out there and then drops them in the pot.
All right, we get it. Okay, he's been called for 440. To the turn we go.
Ace comes on the turn.
No diamond for Dan Kelly. Doc loving his hand right here.
I'm just trying to figure out how he can extract chips from his opponent.
And Doc He's going to make the bet. Looks like 530.
I recognize there's over 2.1 million in the pot, so Dan getting about the right price to make this call. And plus, there's another street of betting, so definitely should make the call here, and he does.
Well, they say Dan is crazy, but not playing this hand crazy. Very conservative, calling down to the river, and he has nothing to show for it. A 5 of spades on the river. Dan's hand is a bust.
Well, Doc knows he's been called on the flop and the turn.
All in.
He's hoping his opponent's got a weak queen here, in which case his 3 queens and king would be good, but not the case. He moves all in. Dan Kelly moves all out.
Big hand for Doc Sands.
Well, we lost Noah Schwartz in 4th place quite a while ago. These 3 guys been battling out ever since then. There you just saw Doc Sands pick up a nice pot off the 22-year-old Dan Kelly to move into a strong 2nd place. But Vince, the real story at this final table has been the amateur who came to this final table with a chip lead, Sean Jazayeri. He is still out in front with 3 left.
He is a miracle worker. I mean, he is playing great poker. This guy is tough. He is folding at the right times. He disappoints these young guys with that. He is very tricky. He's confident. There is no reason why he can't win this thing.
Well, Vince, he's out in front right now, but I'm telling you, to get by these 2 particular players, young superstars of the game that have great poker minds, it is not going to be easy for him. I still like one of the 2 young guys to come back and win.
Well, gentlemen, it's always exciting to see who will eventually take down the LA Poker Classic here at the Commerce Casino. Will it be Sean Jazayeri, Dan Kelly, or Season 10 ones to watch, Doc Sands? Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles has always held out the promise of overnight success, but tonight we don't make promises. We guarantee one player will walk away with over $1.3 million and become a bona fide poker superstar. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino. Over the past 10 seasons here on the WPT, the LAPC has been the scene of several indelible moments. This is a tournament where the great Gus Hansen cemented his place among the greats, where Alan Gehring crushed the dreams of J.C. Tran, and where Phil Ivey finally won his title at his 8th final table. As we head into the home stretch of this event, another player will add their name to the WPT Champions Cup and create another memorable moment. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who is away on maternity leave. And with me tonight are Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, how do our remaining players stack up to the great former LAPC champs?
Well, certainly whoever wins this LA Poker Classic title will vault themselves up in the eyes of the poker world. And who knows? Remember when Gus Hansen won his first WPT title? He was unknown in the poker world. And within 2 years' time, he was the biggest star in the poker world. Whoever wins this title, maybe they'll do just the same thing that Gus did.
Well, I have to agree. I mean, 10 years down the line, the game has evolved with young players like Dan Kelly and Doc Sands. They have basically reinvented the game. They learned by playing online. They played thousands of hands, and they tried things like min-raising, 3 and 4 betting. It's very bold and very calculating and quite good.
But our chip leader is 53-year-old amateur Sean Jazayeri. So far, he's beat the odds in a field of impressive pros and a final table of these young experts. Over the years, here in the WPT, the LAPC champ has gone to a pro 8 out of 9 times, so the stats and history are not on the side of Sean. Vince, I do believe that even though Sean has a chip lead, that these 2 young pros, one of them are going to come back and take down the title. We shall see.
I like Sean. I don't care if he's an amateur. He's going to be tough. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, guys. $1.3 million to the winner tonight, along with becoming a member of the exclusive WPT Champions Club alongside the great past title winners at the LAPC. The action is ready to resume here tonight. Best of luck to our remaining players. Let's get back to the competition.
Well, there you see the chip count. Sean Jazzieri out in front right now, but not by much, as you can see. David Doc Sands in second. Dan Kelly a distant third at the moment.
Winner's going to take home over $1.3 million. Here we go again. Action on the so-called amateur player, Sean Jazzieri. He's got the button, and he quickly folds a 10-8.
Dan Kelly, 22-year-old pro out of Potomac, Maryland. Both Sean and Dan Kelly you're looking at here got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
Dan Kelly's got King Jack, and he's going over the top. Makes it $250 to go. And Doc Sands from Vegas, 27-year-old, folds his hand. And Dan Kelly, I have to say he's 22, but he looks younger than a Chinese gymnast, if you ask me.
Well, the guy's graduated from Villanova with a degree in mechanical engineering, so that's pretty impressive stuff, even though he's now a professional poker player.
All right, the very next hand, right back on Dan Kelly, this time with a Jack 8, and he quickly folds. Doc Sands now with a pair of sevens.
So David Doc Sands, very bright as well. He went to the Hamilton College of International Politics, was summa cum laude there. Ironically, he went there because math wasn't a requirement. Now, that's something you don't find in many poker players. Well, where they shun from the math.
270 to go, and Sean with ace-4, not going to re-raise with ace-high, has made the call. Flop comes up 8-6 deuce. That is pretty good with a pair of sevens. Back on Doc to act first. Doc's out of Las Vegas, 27 years old, 12 WPT events, his second cash.
He has had an amazing year in terms of success as a tournament poker pro. Nothing would do better for him, though, than to cap it off with a win here at the LAPC.
Well, he's on his way there. He bet 280, a quick fold.
And with that pot, Doc Sands has taken the chip lead. He is out front, the first time someone besides Sean has led at this final table.
And it's on Doc again. This time he looks down at a little pair of deuces. Makes a nice little raise of 200,000 total.
On.
Sean out, and Dan Kelly with King Jack comes back over the top. Now he's short stacked, but that's still significant, about 1.5 in addition to Doc.
You always hate to call an all-in bet with a small pair, but Doc may want to gamble here. He can afford to do it, and there's nothing he would like more than to knock out this tough young pro where he could play heads up with the amateur for the title with the chip lead. So if you're going to pick a spot to gamble with a small pair, to call an all-in bet, this might be the time, Vince.
You don't want to double up this young, tough online poker pro.
Okay, I call.
Wow, he is going to call it.
Well, Doc Sands has got the ducks. Will they quack or will they waddle away? That's the question.
There's Doc's fiancée, Erica, sweating her man.
Incredibly, both Erica and Doc cashed in the WSOP main event. They were in the top 30, in fact, going out one right after the other. Erica finished 29th and Doc 30th, so she got the better of him, and I'm sure that she reminds him of that quite frequently.
Dan hoping to hit King or Jack, but no, 7-4-4. Good for Doc Sands, just not good for Dan. To the turn we go. So much at stake right now.
Well, another 4 comes off, so Doc Sands has made a full house. If a 7 comes off, they would split the pot. Dan Kelly needs a king or a jack to win the pot, or another 4.
Doc Sands looking like a genius to call off with a pair of deuces. He's one card away from going into heads-up action.
It's a 3. The 2 ducks are quacking, and that's going to do it for Dan Kelly tonight. He is going to be out in 3rd place. Vince, the kid fought a tough battle tonight. Just wasn't quite meant to be for him.
Well, this kid can play. No doubt about it. He'll take home $521,000 as he walks over to Matt Savage.
Obviously, you're a great player and awfully young. Got a lot more final tables in your future. How do you feel about how you played tonight?
I think I played well. Didn't win.
All right, Dan, congratulations.
Thank you.
A lot of money, and obviously we'll be back again. Matt Savage and Dan Kelly, back to you, Mary Null.
With Dan Kelly out in 3rd place, we are now close to naming the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. That leaves Sean Jezzieri and Doc Sands to battle for the title. Our third hour of coverage from Los Angeles is just getting started, and we have more to come, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and we relive a Champions Cup moment with one of the world's greatest poker players. It's all happening when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back. You're watching the LAPC.
In Season 6, the LAPC made history as the man who many believe to be the world's greatest poker player finally earned his WPT title. I'm of course speaking of the great Phil Ivey, and this is his well-earned WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky? The KRs, there it is. It is over. Wow.
7 times over 6 years, Phil Ivey entered the WPT arena in search of a title, and 7 times he was denied.
It's over.
And the ace-queen came back to haunt it. Oh, man, Phil very dejected, walks away.
So when the world's greatest poker player came to the final table of the LA Poker Classic in Season 6, the overwhelming chip leader, there was no guarantee that this time he could slip the weight of history. Indeed, Phil Ivey's 6 years of final table misfortune continued early on.
He's imploding before our very eyes.
Until he found himself on the wrong end of a massive pot against WPT champion Nam Lee.
Well, Phil Ivey is all in. Maybe it'll work out for Phil Ivey, but right now, he is up against the blade, as we say.
Here we go with the turn card.
That one turn card stunned even the veterans at the table, turned the tide of history.
And he makes the call, and Phil Ivey has done it.
And for the first time in 8 attempts, etched Phil Ivey's name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Phil Ivey, one of the true greats of poker, and a well-deserved Champions Cup moment.
But right now, it is time to find a new champion.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Ivy, Tuba, Brittany, and Danielle.
That beautiful cash being put on the table.
10,000 of it was yours, my friend.
Oh, boy. You just had to mention that, didn't you?
I am sorry.
It's all right. It is true. I'll get it back. Don't worry. Well, the winner tonight taking home over $1.3 million.
And the $10,000 stacks just keep coming. And all that goes with it, all the goodies that you can brag about. You'll also be a member of the WPT Champions Club.
Money comes and goes, but your name will remain forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Heads-up action here at the LAPC is about to get underway between Sean Jezzieri and Doc Sands. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
You're with Sean Jezzieri. You got to be happy about being heads up, but you got what you didn't want. Heads up with Doc Sands.
That's exactly right. I'm very fortunate to be here, but if there's one guy I didn't want, it's that guy.
And now he's got the chip lead. So what's your approach going forward?
You know, in my experience, heads up is a different game. Luck becomes a much bigger factor. I'm going to get a lot more aggressive, and let's just see what happens.
Let's get it in there and see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Good luck, Sean.
I really appreciate it, Matt. Thank you very much.
You're with Doc Sands. You're right where you want to be. Heads up with the chip lead for your first major title. How does it feel?
Definitely a good spot to be in. You know, I got a lot of respect for the guy I'm playing heads up, but to be totally honest, out of all the people who made the final table, he's the guy I'd like to be playing, so it should get pretty heavy pretty fast.
All right, well, good luck to you, Doc.
Thanks, Matt.
Let me take it down.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Doc Sands out in front, 9.4 million. His opponent has 7 million.
Be interesting to see how Sean adjusts to heads-up play. Can he be aggressive enough? Does he know enough? Did he learn enough from the WPT boot camps to adjust his play? We will see.
Well, that's a good way to start playing heads up. Raise on the button.
Well, right now, he instantly raises to 250 with a king high. Doc Sands folds his hand
Well, this is going to be like a dream come true for Doc Sands. Got a chance to win a WPT title. He starts out the heads-up battle with the chip lead.
Mike, but there's more to it than that. Explain to the people how lucky Doc Sands had to get to this point.
Oh, Vince, he played a hand with 7 players left.
Where he was all in with 2 7s. One guy moved all in over the top. The other guy called. One of those guys had queens. The other one had 10s. He spiked a 7 on the flop to triple up to stay alive. Destiny must feel like it's on the side of Doc Sands in his mind.
Yeah. All right, Doc Sands now looking down at an 8 deuce. And he is going to pump it up, makes it 200,000 to go. Sean, not going to raise. Now, he's been very effective doing this when he has ice high. Most guys would re-raise, doesn't do it. It's worked for him so far.
What a flop for Doc. He's flopped 3 of a kind. He's got 3 deuces here. His opponent's got ace high and checks. You're never going to put a guy a deuce in his hand when he raised pre-flop. Doc trying to figure out how much can he bet where this guy's not going anywhere. Well, 270,000, a little bigger bet than I thought he would make into a $420,000 pot.
I call.
Obviously, looks like the right amount as Sean is calling him with the ace high.
All right, to the turn we go.
A 9 comes off.
Doesn't help Sean, he checks.
The guy called you on the flop. Maybe he'll call you again on the turn. How much do you bet now?
Or do you just want to check it? Rope him in.
Well, pot's got almost $1 million in it. Well, Doc bets 570,000. Might have been a little bit too big as it chased Sean away, but anytime you get your opponent drawing dead, whatever bet you make if he doesn't call, you're not happy about.
All right, Doc getting close to 9.8 million, a little bit over that. Action on Sean. He's got a pair of 8s this time, and he has raised 250 to go. Doc Sands with a king 7 of clubs, making this call.
Doc looking to take a flop off here. And the flop has come 10-9-3 with 2 clubs. David Doc Sands has flopped a flush draw. He's going to check. Sean, of course, with the 2 8s.
Legitimate pair. He's going to bet 250 again.
Well, the question is now, you're certainly not folding. Do you raise or do you just call? If you raise and your opponent comes back over the top, you got to be willing to gamble with this hand. Doc just doesn't want to gamble on a drawing hand, as we say. Don't give the guy chips when you don't have anything made yet. Well, he's got something made now. The 5 of clubs peels off on the turn. Doc has him drawing dead. He has a flush.
I'm so sorry.
And look at this.
I apologize.
Sean has made a rookie mistake.
If I check, does that action stay?
Sean acted out of turn, betting 425,000.
Can you ask Matt?
And there's tournament announcer Ali Najad calling the action tonight for the live audience. Good question. If he checks,
I check.
Will Sean be obligated to make that bet?
Sean is being held to his original out-of-turn action of 425,000.
What a great advantage to know that your man is going to bet, you're going to check a raise.
Doc seemed very confident and anxious to raise him here, by asking those questions.
That's true.
Question is, how much do you raise?
Oh, he's coming back over the top. And Sean...
I fault.
Yeah, he quickly gets out of the way again. Escapes a bullet. Bad mistake there by Sean. And right now, Doc Sands out in front with over 10 million.
Again, guys.
Cover very place, answer the brown flop. River is an 8. The Jacks are going to win.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The obvious ones-to-watch story of this event has been the final table success of David Doc Sands. But the LAPC also played host to 5 of our other potential superstars, including the player who at 21 years old is seen as the new kid on the block, Dylan Horton.
I love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. Day one, Commerce Casino. Just drove in this morning, happy to be here.
Should be a great tournament, one of the flagship events of the WPT.
2 players to watch, not just 1, 2.
And I've been pretty consistent lately, so I'm feeling good.
I am never worried. Optimism all the way.
I'm feeling really good. Got a good table and excited to play.
Oh, cute little Dylan Horton.
I just turned 21. This is my first season playing a full circuit of live events. Ever since I was a kid, I watched poker on television. It's been a dream of mine to win a major poker tournament.
He just looks so sweet and young and innocent.
Dylan's probably the silent assassin at the table.
I feel like I want to take him under my wing and be like, come here, Dylan, let me help you out.
He's probably just sniping people, picking spots.
Dylan Horton is a really good online player.
It'll be interesting to see if he has what it takes to transition from playing on the internet to playing live.
I played a lot of WPTs this season. Going into each event, I felt like I wasn't scared, I wasn't nervous, I was gonna just play my game and see what happened. But looking back on a couple of them, I can see specific spots where like I kind of crumbled under the pressure. Yeah, I definitely didn't play 100%.
I have more chips than him.
I've been traveling a lot more than I'm used to, and the buy-ins are more than I'm used to.
10,000, that's a big buy-in.
At first, when I was playing 10Ks, I wasn't as comfortable, and over time, I became more and more comfortable with them.
It can be pretty intimidating because you see a lot of the faces that you've seen for years on television and people that are, some of the best players in the world.
So that does kind of mess with your mental state.
And I know when I first started, that would make me feel really nervous.
I actually was playing scared in a way, even though I didn't realize. So that's what I've learned about myself.
I guess advice that I would have is don't get overwhelmed.
Be confident in yourself.
Keep playing these 10Ks.
Dylan just needs to show up at the table and just growl.
Dylan, you got this, my man. Keep your head up, stay in the game, be patient, and your day will come.
I'm really focused. I know I have what it takes, and I've been down so many times online, and I pulled myself back every single time. I know I can play, with the best in the world. Absolutely, I can ship one of these things.
2 players cashed here at the LAPC, Matt Marifiati, who has moved into 2nd place in the ones to watch standings, and of course, Doc Sands, who regardless of where he finishes this evening, will take the top spot. We will continue to follow the ones to watch all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action.
Well, there you see the chip count. Doc Sands with 10.5 million. Sean Jazzieri with just under 6 million.
All right, the antes are 20,000 now. Blinds are 60 and 120. Action on Doc Sands from Vegas. He is going to raise with a king 3 to 240,000.
Well, Sean is going to re-raise here.
Well, Sean's picked up a pair of 8s.
He's at 645,000 to go, so the WPT boot camp instructors will be happy to see that. They've taught him that pairs are big hands playing heads-up poker. He 3-bet him nicely there.
Yes, he did. He said before the heads-up action he was going to play more aggressive, and right there he had a nice opportunity. Did so. Nicely done. Action on right back on Sean. Let's take a look at his cards. Oh, just an ace-king, Mike.
Well, my guess is he'll play this one aggressive too, Vince.
Yeah. Beautiful starting hand. In the past, he's played those ace-highs sort of slowly, though. He has just called, but this time gonna raise.
It took a long time to raise here. Usually he's very quick acting, but...
Oh, he's gonna chase away Doc Sands.
Well, Doc had 10-5 offsuit. Not gonna play, but Sean was hoping to get some action there.
Well, he has played them slowly in the past, and then when the ace hits, he has disguised his hand. He made a lot of money doing that in this final table. So back to this hand, Doc Sands now.
Doc Sands on the button here with a 6-deuce offsuit. Just going to make a position raise here to 240,000. The min raise.
I call.
This time Sean with an uneventful 10-6, but says he will speculate, and we'll see the first 3.
Comes a flop. Oh, it's come 6-6-3. Both players have flopped 3 6s. Doc Sands is outkicked. This could spell big trouble for Doc Sands with a capital T.
Right now, Sean has set the trap. He's checked.
Yeah, Doc gonna bet the flop here. 270,000. Let's see if Sean slow plays the 3 6s.
Tough to suppress your happiness when you hit 3 of a kind. And he's gonna raise it, makes it 600,000 to go. And Doc also thinking that he's got his man wrapped up.
Well, let's see what Doc does now. Guy check raised him on the flop. You flop 3 6s. You're not throwing this hand away. Just a matter if you're just calling here or if you're raising.
Gosh, Sean in a great place with the bigger kicker. Doc Sands has no idea.
Even if you're out kicked, you're playing this hand.
Oh, yeah.
But Doc is thinking if the guy's bluffing, he wants to give him more chances to continue bluffing, so he just calls here. That's the reason for the call.
Turn card a king of hearts.
I check.
And this time Sean slows down. Doc Sands, is that a check? Yes, it is.
Well, there you see it's a 41% chance for a tie here. Oh, and a tie it's going to be. As the 3 comes off, both players have made 6s full. That a very nice card for Doc Sands. Could have saved him a lot of money here.
You think? And now it's on Sean. Taking his time now.
Well, they're both pitter-pattering around.
1 million.
And he's betting $1 million after a long deliberation and a nice gulp there.
That's a Hollywood gulp if I ever saw one.
By Doc Sands. He's gulping because he can't believe it. He's got 6s full and his opponent's leading out betting $1 million.
This is a great place to be in. Saying, how do I keep him in, though? Keep him on the leash.
Well, hide and go seek. This is a classic tell here, folks. The guy's trying to act weak when we know he's very strong.
All right, Doc's coming back over the top, about 2.5 in total.
I'm all in.
And there goes the all-in.
John says all in.
Call. Well, it's all in. Doc looks back to make sure it's a 6 and not a 7 in his hand. He can't believe it. He calls. This is going to be a split pot. Both players have 6s full of 3s.
Well, you got to say Doc Sands was lucky there. He was going to lose a huge pot.
That was fun.
Let's not waste each other's time like that ever again.
Nice suck out on the turn, on the river.
Well, there you see Vanessa Selbst, one of the truly great poker players in the world, man or woman I'm talking about.
Oh, she's sort of mocking Doc, saying great suck out. Partially true, but... All right, as you can see now, Doc Sands with about 10.4 million in chips.
Yep, still maintaining the chip lead. And look at this, another pair for Sean here. He picked up 2 8s, an ace-king, 2 5s. When he had the 10-6, he made 6s full.
Well, it makes it 250 to go. Doc gets out of the way, has to fold his hand.
And yet Doc Sands still has the chip lead. These guys tonight are playing for a WPT title and over $1.3 million. But in addition to playing poker for money, there's many fantastic things about the poker community, including the great generosity of both pro players and amateurs. We at the WPT are proud of the launch of the WPT Foundation. It's an organization that utilizes our influence to make a positive change in the world. They support nonprofit programs in the area of environment, human rights, hunger, and poverty. Recently, the SLS Hotel in Beverly Hills, California, welcomed to the WPT Foundation's first official event. The title was the WPT Playing for a Better World. The event sold out, and some of the great names in the game of poker came out to support this venue. People like Daniel Negreanu, Barry Greenstein, Dan Harrington, Freddie Deeb, Vanessa Selbst, Vanessa Russo, and many more. I was there. Everyone just had a great time. We helped raise money to make the world a better place.
It was a great event. I want to thank all the pros that supported it.
If you want to show how the poker community can help change the world, make a donation, or learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org.
Next hand dealt. Doc Sands with a big hand here. Ace-9 of clubs.
Pretty good hand, playing heads up. He's going to raise it here.
Yeah, solid hand. Makes it 270 to go.
Oh, well, Sean's got
call.
An ace suited as well. Ace deuce of diamond, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to have a flop. And the flop, king 9-4.
Doesn't help Sean. He checks. Now, of course, 9's there for Doc.
You hope your opponent doesn't have a king, but if he's got a 10 jack, you just can't let him draw it for free. And there it is, 270,000.
Call.
Wow, a quick call with the ace deuce there.
Likes that ace high call after the flop.
I'm surprised you don't 3-bet before the flop and then call here on this flop. Well, now a 5 comes off, so Sean does have a straight draw.
He checks again. Doc Sands now.
Well, just in case he's got like Queen 10 or Queen Jack, Doc can't afford to give him a free card here. Makes a very good bet there. 440,000, takes down the pot. So Doc Sands in control right now in this heads-up battle.
Yes, he is. One man away from taking down over $1.3 million tonight at the Commerce Casino. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
My name is Ivy. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. This week I got to go to the GACKT Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
I'm Henry Gracie. I'm a third-generation master of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. My father brought our family's discipline from Brazil to America, and in 1993 is when it all blew up. That's when he created the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC.
I'm ready to kick some ass. Can you say ass? Henry actually taught me a lot of this tactical skills, which is ground fighting.
Oh, okay.
He tried to just grab both hands and taught me how to get out of that. He taught me how to put people to sleep, and I think it did pretty well.
Ivy did amazing. Aside from the fact that when she choked me that one time, she held on too long.
It was cool. Get to throw him around, and I got thrown around. Of course, I'm tougher. Come on now. Just don't tell him I told you that. Welcome back to Season 10 of the WPT.
Well, Mike, I am stunned. That is impressive.
Well, Vince, I'll tell you one thing. She might have some empty seats there at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. Guys will be afraid to sit down and talk to her. She might give them a whack.
She is impressive, but right now we have a heads-up battle, so let's get back to it. Sean Jazzieri with a Queen 9. He's gonna pump it up to 260 to go.
260 to go.
Doc David Sands from Vegas with a big hand, ace-jack. Well, he's gonna pop it. 720, it looks like. Flickered in there. Sean has a decent hand, but losing interest, apparently.
That's all. Well, Doc gonna take down yet another pot. He's called Doc because he was the doctor of online poker, just operating on everybody. He was actually the #1 ranked online poker player in the world at one time. That is pretty impressive. Won over 800,000 at Bellagio when he won a 5K no-limit hold'em tournament and finished second in the $100,000 buy-in high rollers event. So this guy is on a heater.
Yeah, truly an online expert, but made the crossover to tournament play.
He has a slow-motion betting style that could be emulated by thousands of poker players if he wins this title. Call.
Well, he's made it 250 to go with 9 high, and Sean not going anywhere with 6 high.
Well, Doc bets the same way Tom Dwan bets, and Tom Dwan, considered by many to be one of the greatest no-limit players in the world as well.
Well, the Queen 5-3 comes up on the flop. They both got a piece of that. Sean quickly checking.
Well, Sean's got bottom pair. Doc's got middle pair. Well, Doc is going to bet out.
Yeah, just a mere 270. He's going to chase away Sean.
That's a good laydown by Sean.
Very good.
He called a raise pre-flop. He flopped a pair and just quickly mucked it.
And there's Doc's friends and fiancée Erica rooting him on. They are railbirds this evening. And right now we're going back to the action. The 53-year-old, only been playing poker for 4 years. Sean with a King 7 has raised to 270. And Doc Sands with just a 5 deuce cannot play. He elects to take a little timeout.
I love the way Doc Sands is playing this heads-up battle.
But let's talk about this tournament for a second. This tournament attracted superstar players like Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, Mike Sexton, you name it, they all played, but it also attracted some very fortunate amateur players. And one was a paramedic. That's right, paramedic Casey Hidla and mechanical designer Steven Simmons.
Well, you're right, Vince. You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
And those two club members had the experience of a lifetime playing. Now, Casey made it to the 3rd day. That was very impressive, and he played against the very best players in the world. Now, you may feel like you want to play real poker online, and if you want to improve your game and have a chance to win your share of cash and prizes every month, check out ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Casey and Steven did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, back down to the money pit.
Well, the money pit is right. The winner taking home over 1.3 million.
Sean has raised with an ace-8. That's going to do it.
Got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite and playing poker only 4 years.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps.
And obviously, that has paid off for him. Trying to become the Muhammad Ali of poker could shock the world if he took down this time.
Shock, but I just can't equate him with Muhammad Ali. I'm sorry.
Well, you're right, because it wouldn't be a shock. He's really played good poker.
The same sort of
just a thing.
Ali. No confidence, no I am the greatest. It's just, so I don't know where you're going with it.
You're
shocking. You got a Leon Spinks, perhaps. That was a shock to the boxing world.
Stop.
You're talking about Ali, the greatest fighter of all time. I was like
I was at that fight.
You're so off.
I laid 10-1 on Ali against Spinks. I got broke. You had to bring it up. Me and Doyle Brunson, I might add, went to that fight together at the Las Vegas Hilton.
Oh, boy, you remember all your bad beats, huh?
Yeah, I guarantee you Doyle remembers it, too.
All right, back to the table. Sean this time with a Jack-5, and he has raised to 260. Nicely done with Jack High. Got to take that pot.
Well, he is getting aggressive, Vince, like he said he was going to do in this heads-up battle. Got to give him credit for that, but I love the way Doc Sands is playing. He's out in front. He's in great shape here to take down this title. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize it foolishly.
And right now, our chip leader, Doc David Sands, the doctor of online poker, with an ace-8. He's going to raise to 270. And Sean has picked up ace-10. Well, they both like their hands. This could be a battle.
Sean going to 3-bet it up to 720,000 here. And you just get the sense that Sean is now just looking to make the pot swell up, where he plays big pots and cuts out all this small ball nonsense that plays into the hands of Doc Sands.
Well, that could be, but it's also because he has ace-10. And there's Erica, David's fiance. Doc looking over. What do you do with your ace-8?
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what Doc does. This guy hadn't 3-bet many pots.
Well, Doc going to give it up. Just knows that if this guy 3-bets, the chances are if you re-raise him, he's going to play with you. So Doc Sands wisely opts to take the conservative route, just mucks the hand and moves on.
All right, so Sean coming back a little bit, but Doc Sands down the stretch, getting closer to taking the LA Poker Classic.
Well, Doc has about a 2-1 chip lead right now, and he wants to maintain it and just gradually increase it. Try to avoid giant pots.
I call.
Well, look at this pot. It could become giant. A raise by Sean, re-raised by David. You got ace-jack versus queen-jack.
Yeah, Doc Sands dominating him right now.
Here we go with the first 3. And
Queen right in the door. It's Queen 10-4. Doc Sands has a gut shot straight draw.
But Sean hitting the queens on the flop.
Yep, he's got top pair.
Got Doc betting, it looks like, with a continuation bet. He's getting chips out.
This hand could spell trouble for Doc Sands here.
Certainly could. Wow, 680. Oh, boy.
1.5 million.
Well, there you go.
Nicely done, and a quick muck by Doc Sands. Sean Jazzieri, the so-called amateur player. We're coming back with more action down the stretch at the LA Poker Classic. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We've had some great champions.
Gus has done it!
Going all the way back to season 1 when Gus Hansen won it.
He's got the goods, folks.
And obviously, a couple years ago, we had Phil Ivey win our event.
Phil Ivey is our champion.
The winner of this year's LAPC and World Poker Tour event here at Commerce Casino is going to take home $1.3 million. I think winning an LAPC event and winning $1 million, it carries a lot of weight in the poker society. And a lot of former champions that we've had here hang their hat on their LAPC title.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight's champion is going to take home over $1.3 million and have their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The game is ready to continue, so let's get back to the call of the action with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
That's right. Thank you, Marianella. And as you can see, David Doc Sands, sensational online pro now with a big opportunity to take this title. He has close to $9.5 million in chips. Sean Jazayeri, a former director at Microsoft, with about 7.
Well, almost the exact same chip count they started his heads-up battle with. And look at this, Doc Sands has picked up 2 queens on the button.
Boy, what a tremendous hand, what an opportunity. And he's gonna casually move it up to 280, but Sean right behind him with a huge hand himself, ace-king.
Buckle up, folks. I don't care which of these hands you have. You're happy to get it in.
800,000.
800,000 to go. Now, Doc, thinking this through, saying, am I still in front? Does this guy really have aces or kings?
The only thing he might be thinking about, Vince, is do you just want to call here and just see if an ace peels off, for example? But then you give the hand up if the guy bets. I think you have to re-raise right here. I would with the 2 queens. I mean, only 2 hands can have you beat right now.
Yeah, but are you going to chase him out even if he doesn't have aces or kings? If he has something else, you're going to chase him out with a raise? We'll find out. He makes it $1.8 million.
I don't blame him. I'd raise it here too, and I'll be surprised if Sean doesn't ship it.
I'm all in.
Sean going all in. Call. And of course, called down by Doc Sands.
Doc has the 2 queens. He's out in front. He's up against ace-king. Certainly you can't fault either player for getting their money in with this hand. If the 2 queens stand up, David Doc Sands will be our champion.
Now, if Sean should win this, he would have a 5-1 chip lead. So,
one time,
huge turn of events if that should happen.
I got no flush draws.
I do.
Well, everybody on their feet here at the Commerce.
You haven't made one bad play this tournament, man. You've played great.
Appreciate that. Likewise. Good luck to you.
Anxiously awaiting this flop.
Big time.
Doc's in the lead and has Sean covered.
Erica saying, just can he win one race? Just one race. He'll be our champion.
Everyone on their feet. 5 cards to come. Here's the flop.
And an ace right on the flop. 2 diamonds come on the flop. Doc does have the queen of diamonds, but unfortunately, his opponent's got the king of diamonds.
What a flop there for Sean. To flip things around here. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, an 8 comes off, so we are down to the river. Doc Sands must catch a lucky lady if he's going to win the tournament right here, right now.
Can he catch the queen to take down the LAPC? Throw that card down.
Well, it's a 3. So Doc Sands sits back down, as does Sean. The heads-up battle continues, but Vince, we got a new captain of the ship.
That is right. It is Sean Jazayeri, a former director at Microsoft, out in front with close to 14 million. Oh boy, and the antes are going up to 25,000. Blinds are going to be 75 and 150 at this point. So getting even more expensive. As you can see, the winner's going to take home over 1.3.
400 total.
And right now, Sean, in this hand with ace-5, is going to raise, makes it 400,000 to go.
Well, Doc picks up king, queen.
All in.
He's going all in with it right here.
I call.
Oh, he's going to get the call by Sean.
Well, Sean calls and has the best hand with ace high.
I have the king, queen.
Was it too aggressive by Doc Sands? We will find out. Right now, Sean is favored in this hand to take down the title.
Well, over 5 million in this pot.
Here we go with the flop.
Well, a king right on the flop, as did a 5 come off.
Well, he's allowed after the last hand of queens getting out flopped. So this time, David Doc Sands out flops Sean. Here goes the turn card.
Well, a jack comes off. Now, what that means is Sean can no longer win the pot if an ace comes up, because that would give Doc a straight. He now needs a queen, which would give him a straight, or a 5, which would give him 3 5s. Must have a queen or a 5 to win. Sean does. If it happens, he'll be our champion.
Yeah, he needs a couple miracles right here.
Queen.
Sean with a shot, got this tournament through a $1,000 satellite. Oh, no!
A 5.
Oh, no!
Unbelievable.
Sean has done it. He's our champion.
Lightning on the river again to eliminate another player at this final table, Vince. We've seen it time and time again here at this LA Poker Classic final table. Heartbreak for David Doc Sands. Comes in second place. Just incredible. Sean Jazzieri has done it. He's our champion.
What a champion he is. And right now, our runner-up, Doc Sands, over to talk to Matt Savage.
Doc, pretty tough one right there, that 5 on the river, losing that flip early. The question is, why do you get that pot so big for the big flip?
Yeah, I probably should have just called and folded the ace flop, but, you know, can't play them all perfectly.
Big round of applause for Doc Sands. Good job, Doc.
Thanks, man. It's a lot of fun.
We'll see you again.
You won't.
Mike, over to you.
Okay, let's talk to our champion. Sean, when it got down to heads-up play, you were over 2-1 chip lead behind, yet you fought back. You got to be feeling great right now.
I don't think words can describe how I feel. This is a fantasy you dream about. I mean, I have to check. I really have to check. Am I alive? Am I awake right now or not? This is unbelievable.
Well, it is incredible that an amateur player could shoot down these 5 young pros at this final table. You did it, and not only to the over $1.3 million that you're going to be receiving, as well as a $25,000 entry into our WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season. You get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup right here, along with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour.
It's an honor. It's a true honor. I mean, I don't know what to say. And I will be at the Bellagio.
Once again, congratulations to our champion, Sean Jazzieri. Marinella, back to you.
No, Sean, you are not dreaming. This actually is happening. What a memorable night for you. Congratulations to Sean Jazzieri, the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to San Jose, California for the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, we will discover who is the best of the best, as one of the most prestigious titles in poker goes to the survivor of the toughest field of the year. The WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
For 9 seasons, the WPT World Championship has attracted the biggest names in poker, all trying to take home a title that would seal their place in the history of the game. Understand there are no soft spots in the WPT World Championship. 220 of the best players in the game came to Bellagio, ready to battle for the $1.6 million first place prize and the most coveted of WPT titles. But when you gather so much poker skill together in one room, you know the action's going to be fierce from the very first deal.
We want to certainly wish all of you a great week here at Bellagio. Shuffle up and deal.
It takes a special breed of player to risk the $25,000 buy-in to the WPT World Championship and compete in one of the most stacked fields of the season.
It's a tough field, a lot of money. $25,000 is a lot of money in this day and age.
But the 20 Season 9 WPT champions did not need to risk the $25,000 entry, as they had already won their seat into this event.
Just looking around, and it's, you can see there's some amazing players here. It'll be a nice one to win this one as well, so let's hope we can do the second one.
This was also the last opportunity for players to rack up WPT Player of the Year points and try to catch leader WPT champ Andy Frankenberger. No pressure.
None whatsoever. I'm sure a lot of people in here want me to do really well.
Like Alessio, Who else is right behind you?
Some guy at my table, Vivek.
Yes,
you know?
Vivek, 100 points
It's great. I don't
behind
have to
you.
wonder how he's doing. He's right across the table from me.
Mhm.
One thing I can be sure of is if I do well, I don't have to worry what everyone else does.
But at the WPT World Championship, the one focus on most players' minds, including last season's runner-up in this event, Eric Baldwin, was taking home the title. 170 players would survive the day, including WPT Player of the Year leaders Andy Frankenberger and Vivek Rajkumar, keeping that race alive. But leading the way was 23-year-old pro Christian Harder, who made the final table of this very event 2 seasons ago.
Play well and get lucky. That's all it takes.
As players took their seats on day 2, others took advantage of a late registration, including reigning WPT World Champ David Williams, who was off to a good start.
I don't regret missing yesterday at all. 185.
Among some of the other late registrants were WPT champs Theo Jorgensen, Aoki Gross-Pellier, Eugene Kachalov, and Nenad Medic. As usual, Phil Hellmuth delayed his entrance to the Fontana Lounge, and he was followed by the always entertaining Tony G.
It's good for all the nits to be there early. I'm not here to grind it out anymore. Of course, I have the heart and commitment to the game. I love the game.
With the final players in their seats, registration was closed with 220 players, and the action was intense. WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar would fall short in his bid to become the WPT Player of the Year, as he was sent to the rail by businessman Kerry Katz. And WPT Player of the Year points leader Andy Frankenberger was across the room at table 49, one of the toughest tables in the room. Seated with multiple WPT champs, including season 6 world champion David Chu, Andy would hit a bump in the road when he doubled up the one and only Doyle Brunson. But it was high-stakes cash game pro Abe Mosseri who made the most of his table draw and was able to finish off the day as chip leader.
I was just waiting to make some good hands. If I have a big hand, I'm not afraid to lose, and I'm just going to try to run people over a little bit, see how it goes.
But Abe would have his hands full as 116 tough players survived day 2, including Bay 101 champ Alan Sternberg, the legendary Doyle Brunson, and reigning champ David Williams, only 4 days away from the final table. The focus on day 3 was accumulating chips, and WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed started doing that from the very first hand. But young pro Galen Hall was looking to get more than just chips from Australian Jason Pritchard.
I'll buy a massage for the rest of the level if you show both.
Hidden equity in poker.
Yeah, absolutely. You're too good for me. I'll fold.
I thought I was bluffing on the river, right?
I folded kings too. How much do I have?
A few tables over, season 9 champ Randall Flowers had exited the room when he thought his pocket queens lost to club WPT qualifier David Brownworth's flop 2 pair, not realizing the turn and the river saved him. His friend and table mate Steve O'Dwyer gave Randall a call to inform him of his fate, and within a few minutes, Randall was back in his seat, but not for long, and the bust-outs kept coming. The day ended with 52 players, and David Chu was one of the 3 WPT World Champions still in contention, along with Yevgeny Timoshenko and David Williams. But the 3 players to cross the million-chip mark were WPT champ Sam Al-Sayed, Nenad Medic, and shooting star runner-up Stephen Kelly. On day 4, the Royal Flush Girls scoped out the field as only 27 of the remaining 52 players would make the money. Cash game pro Tony Gargano was able to pick up momentum when he picked up pocket jacks versus the pocket nines of season 7 WPT World Champ Yevgeny Timoshenko. Yevgeny flopped a set, but Tony turned a bigger set.
Wow.
Sending the former champ to the rail.
Even though I didn't make the money, I feel like I made really good decisions overall. I was just really focused the entire tournament, so that's all I can really ask of myself.
Tony Gargano's role would continue as he busted another former champ of this event, season 6 WPT World Champion David Chu. WPT Player of the Year point leader Andy Frankenberger also found himself on the rail, short of cashing, and no longer in control of his Player of the Year destiny.
But right now I feel pretty bad. There's a number of guys out there who could take it. So definitely a sweat. I wanted to do it on my own so I didn't have to worry about what the other people did, but unfortunately that didn't happen for me today.
As the money bubble approached, there were still a number of big names in the field. And it would be poker pro Hafiz Khan who would fall short of making the money as he was eliminated on the bubble by Justin Young. It was then Galen Hall's turn to go on a rush as he eliminated the great Doyle Brunson in 24th place, Season 9 Bay 101 champ Alan Sternberg in 23rd place, and Day 1 chip leader Christian Harder in 16th place to end the day with a massive stack. But there were 14 other players standing between Galen and the most coveted of WPT titles, including WPT champs Sam Al-Sayed, Ninad Medic, Daniel Alai, and defending WPT world champion David Williams on the short stack.
I got like 10 big blinds. Like, nothing I can do about it now.
The mood in the Fontana Lounge was tense as the final 15 players began play focused on making the WPT World Championship final table. For 3 of those players, the day brought extra incentive as their hopes of being named WPT Player of the Year were still alive. Reigning champ David Williams was doing his best to achieve the rarest feat in poker, back-to-back world championship titles. But with the short stack, he fell short of history and exited the second casualty of the day. With a third-place finish, Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly could take down the Player of the Year honors, and he was in good shape to double up with trip sevens against Roger Teska's pocket aces and nut flush draw. But Roger spiked an ace on the river and denied Stephen the chance to make a second WPT final table this season.
It kind of stings a little bit.
And other talented players continued to fall.
It's really tough. Every table I had was all really good players.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played. It just wasn't going to happen.
Obviously, it's frustrating. Could have played a little better today, but this final table is going to be ridiculous. A lot of great players.
With 8 players left, it was WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed who held a huge chip lead. And though he was focused on the win, it would only take a 4th-place finish to snatch away the Player of the Year honors from Andy Frankenberger.
It was my objective to be at the final table before I come here. I hope I will make it at the final table, and then I play for first place, of course.
But Sam's chip stack and confidence would be shaken as he doubled up Justin Young, then lost a huge pot to Scott Seaver.
What are you doing here? Unbelievable.
And finally losing a race with pocket 5s when Galen Hall flopped quad 10s, and Sam's championship run would end in stunning meltdown as he exited in 8th place, leaving Andy Frankenberger the honor of WPT Player of the Year. It was David Peters who was eliminated on the TV bubble by Scott Seaver. And the final table of the last tournament of Season 9 was set, including a fearless amateur player, an old school pro, and 4 young talented pros with a shot to etch their name in poker history. Getting to this final table was the ultimate test of skill and survival, but the quest to capture the WPT World Championship title only gets more difficult from here. Right now, I'd like to turn it over to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you played in this prestigious event. How stacked was the field?
Well, Kimberly, I did play in the event, and unfortunately I got knocked out in day 3. But every day when I would walk into the room, I look around at each table and see so many talented players. I think we had 51 WPT champions play in this tournament. There were just great players everywhere, but that's as it should be in the WPT World Championship.
And Vince, after 5 days of brutal competition, nonstop poker, do these guys have what it takes to cross the finish line?
Well, of course they do. One of them will become the champion, but what that champion's going to need is his best game, his best strategy, and a lot of heart. So tonight, I advise, hang on tight and get lucky.
Thank you, gentlemen. The action from the final table of the last tournament of Season 9 is almost ready to begin. We'll be back with the start of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by our Season 9 sponsor, ClubWPT.com, right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Where we're just moments away from the start of the final table of the WPT World Championship at Bellagio. After 5 days of intense play, we're now down to our final 6 players.
And Mike, these are the survivors. This is the very talented bunch that worked themselves through an incredibly tough field to possibly become a WPT World Champion. Also, there's a little $1.6 million that goes with it.
Huge money on the line here, Vince. Now let's turn it over to Bellagio's renowned tournament director, Jack McClellan, to kick off tonight's action.
Basically starting out with a 30 and 60,000 blind, 5,000 ante. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Okay, here we go. Final tournament of season 9 about to get underway.
That is right. The WPT World Championship about to begin. One of the toughest fields in poker. The cards are being dealt. And first to act is the chip leader, Galen Hall, out of San Francisco. He's going to peek down at a king 9. Doesn't like it, folds it. Justin Young also going away. And now Tony Gargano. No, he won't play.
So action around to Roger Teska. Roger, a 26-year-old from Hudson Lake, Indiana. Claims to be an amateur player, but I play a lot of high-stakes poker with Roger, so I'm not sure about that amateur status.
Well, he's made it 120 with a king 9, but Scott Seaver right behind him with an ace 10, making the call.
Over to the old-school player at the table, Farzad Banyati. He's going to lay it down.
So two-way action, Mike. King 9 versus ace 10. Here's our first flop.
Flop 9-6-5. Good flop for Rogers. He takes the lead with top pair, but both players check. Surprised Roger would check top pair in that spot. Now a 4 comes off. Again, Scott checks.
And there comes the bet by Roger Teska with the 9s, 150,000.
Well, Scott Seaver's going to pay him off with the ace high. Really believes ace high might be the best hand in this situation, the way this hand's been played. Now a jack on the river. Again, Scott checks.
Yeah, jack didn't help either player, but Teska bold again, gonna bet 400,000.
Well, Scott knows Roger's a very aggressive player, meaning he bets a lot of hands with junk and has no hand many times when he bets, so he's gonna pay him off with the ace high. But Roger gonna take down the pot.
And they're gambling in the Fontana Lounge early. Well done, Roger Teska.
I suppose anybody that wants to sit down with the world's best and take them on is a little bit out of their mind. I certainly wouldn't try to beat Tiger Woods on the golf course or Michael Phelps in the pool. I'd be drawn dead.
I think he's a good player. He can make it. Me, I don't know.
With poker, there's a luck factor. So the idea that I could sit down with people that are much better than me and still come out on top, it's pretty awesome.
Now, Vince, he paints this picture that he's not a very bright poker player and blah, 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 but don't buy all that stuff. He's sitting at the final table playing for $1.6 million tonight.
We know better. Okay, a couple quick folds. Now Farzad Banyati with 3 bracelets to his name, World Series that is, also going out.
Back around to our chip leader, Galen Hall. Galen's got a BS from Cal Berkeley, and he's going to be getting an MBA from Stanford here in the fall. So very bright guy.
He's raised with just a 10-7. Justin Young going away, but Tony Gargano now with a little wired pair of 6s is interested.
140? 140.
And he's going to make this call. So 10-7 up against a pair of 6s.
Galen Hall trying to steal this pot. Flop comes 5-3 deuce. Good flop for 2 6s here of Tony, but he checks.
Now let's see if Galen will make the continuation bet. Yes, he does. 175,000.
Well, certainly going to get called at least with the 2 6s here.
Galen doesn't like that. Turn card coming up. Queen of clubs helps neither player.
Well, again, Tony checks. Galen is going to continue to fire here with no hand and no draw.
Call. Oh, he's getting called.
Yeah, he's getting looked up by Tony, so.
To the river we go. And the river card is
a 7.
Oh, boy.
Look at this, Vince. Galen Hall's been stealing this pot since the get-go, and now he's made the best hand on the river.
Gargano meekly checking again.
The guy who's been at it this whole pot now is going to try to get a value bet in here on the river. He's betting 375,000 here.
Call.
Well, Gargano's about to gag because he's going to pay him off. Now shows no emotion there, but the wry smile by Galen, as you can see, as he picks up this pot.
I guess you can't stop betting when you have that big a draw.
Hair draw is like the best draw you can have.
I'm saying it's so disguised.
We are just getting started at the WPT World Championship, and there's a lot coming up, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal and a new edition of 5 Questions with WPT Grand Prix de Paris champ Theo Jorgensen. Stick around. How did you and Gus Hansen end up in a boxing ring?
Galen means crazy in Swedish, which is kind of funny because it's how a lot of online players have described my style of play. I don't think it's crazy. I think of myself as a very mathematical player, and if you do the math, the most optimal plays are extremely aggressive. So I try and play very optimal style, and that ends up being what people describe as crazy.
I'm confused. Crazy? Is he? What? What did he say there?
He said all these young guys, they like to keep firing at the pot. It's optimal play.
Okay.
That's the quote they use. What it means is they're very aggressive.
You got all the young lingo now, don't you? You say float a lot. You say optimal play.
I've got it, Vince. I'm trying to get it down here. Because once again, youth has prevailed. We got 4 guys under the age of 26 at this final table.
All right, back to the action we go. Annies have gone up to 10,000, 40 and 80. And a raise there by Farzad Banyadi. Galen has made the call with a king-queen. Justin Young with a wired pair of 8s here. He's on a short stack. He's going to fold those, Mike. Interesting.
Wow, I'm shocked by that.
I am too. A couple more folds, and now Roger Teska not going to play. Scott Seaver, though, is interested, will play this.
Well, he's in the big blind, looks down at the 9-6 of clubs. Thinks he's getting priced in, as we say, so we're going to have a 3-way action flop here. The best hand folded. Flop is 7-5-4. An open-in straight draw for Scott. He checks. Farzad checks the Jack-10.
And Mr. Crazy himself, Galen Hall, going to bet with just a king-queen.
Well, he says it's optimal to bet all the time. Most of the time, anyway.
375. Seaver next to play. He's open-ended there.
Oh, Vance, look at this. Looks like he is getting out raising chips. Well, that is not going to be optimal for Galen Hall right there because he's been check-raised here. He only has king-high. He's going to go out, but what a nice play by Scott Seaver there.
Yes, it was. There's his dad and grandfather rooting him on. Scott Seaver, 26 years old. He's a cash game pro, a tough player. Oh, this field was so tough. You played this, Mike, as well. So many Hall of Fame players played this event. One of the toughest events in the history of poker. We are watching, and we're down to these 6. On to the next hand, a couple folds. And now it's on to Roger Teska. Roger makes it 160 to go with a queen-10. Scott out. Now Farzad Banyadi with the king-queen.
Farzad, an old-school poker player, been a poker pro for 25 years, going to make the call here.
So queen-10 versus king-queen. Flop comes up an ace-king deuce. Farzad gets a piece of that with the kings, but it's going to check.
Now, always leery that the raiser has an ace in his hand. Roger is going to bet, but notice it's the minimum bet possible, the size of the big blind.
80,000, and that is going to tempt Farzad to stick around. He makes the call.
Well over 400,000 in the pot, so certainly Farzad going to call with 2 kings. Now a 10 comes off.
That gives Teska a little piece of that with the 10s, but Farzad's coming out to bet. 180.
This is a defensive bet here, Vince. No question about it, but
Teska's calling.
And he's made the straight draw. Both players need a jack for a straight.
Down to the river we go. 3 of hearts, a relevant card, but he's going to check.
Well, both players going to check it down. Farzad going to win this pot with 2 kings.
That's right, Farzad Banyadi now. And believe it or not, he has played a ton of WPT tournaments, 62. Maybe it'll be his time here tonight.
With Season 9 on the World Poker Tour coming to a close, the WPT Player of the Year race was tight to the very end. When the dust cleared, it was WPT champ Andy Frankenberger who was able to stay on top. Here's a look at the final Player of the Year standings. Andy was able to accumulate 2,100 points after winning the Legends of Poker and having 2 other deep runs, including a final table here at Bellagio. Vivek Rajkumar finished in 2nd place after impressive back-to-back final tables, and WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed jumped into 3rd by finishing in 8th place right here at the WPT World Championship. Congratulations to all these players on a remarkable season, and especially to Andy Frankenberger, our Season 9 WPT Player of the Year. We'll be right back with more from Bellagio, so stay tuned.
I think my most memorable moment from the final table is I picked off a Mike Mattis out bluff.
How do you do that? You played him like a fiddle. A fiddle. Wow.
When that last card hit and I was a winner.
And a 5 comes up. He has done it, Vince. And right now you can see, folks, he is overcome with emotion.
Man, I could cry right now.
Oh, club! 4 clubs right on the turn.
That 4 clubs, I'll never forget what it felt like to see that thing peel off.
Andy Frankenberger makes another flush.
When Vanessa folded on the river when I had 8-4 on the suit.
Come on. Whoa!
Please fold. Please fold. Don't let this be the end of my tournament.
The magician saws the woman in half.
Went backdoor to straight against Jason, and he almost threw it.
All in. Oh, boy, he can't swallow a BB right there.
We did it! When I was all in with 3 players left, I had King 10 offsuit against pocket aces. I grabbed my water bottle, and as I'm sipping the water, the dealer's flipping the turn card, and all my friends behind me, like 20 people, just erupted and screamed. The whole place was like shaking. Oh, that was one of the coolest moments probably in my life.
So many great moments this season, and I'm here with one man who also had some great moments in this event. Club WPT qualifier David Brownworth, better known as Brownie. You, sir, had quite the week, right?
I did. I had a great week. I played well, got some cards. 29th, I missed by 2, but that's poker.
Yes, you missed cashing by 2, which definitely has to hurt. However, this was the toughest field of the entire season, so you got to be proud of yourself for that.
Yeah, we had a great time. The players were all great. Justin and I played the first 2 days together. He set me at ease, and from there we went on, so I'm kind of his fan right now.
Well, I heard a little rumor that you set him at ease as well. Tell me about your camaraderie with Justin Young.
Well, he had a little tradition. When we got to the 5th level, he'd always have a drink. So he was drinking a scotch. So I went out to the bar and I bought him a really good scotch and gave it to him. And like 2 hands later, he won his big pot. So I'm taking all the credit for him being at the final table.
So it's doable, right? I mean, you can play online, $19.95 a month, and get yourself here.
This is probably the greatest site. You can join Club WPT for 20 bucks a month. And they play for a lot of gifts and cash games.
Right.
And, you know, you can come here and play.
Right, you can't lose.
You can't lose.
Just go to clubwpt.com to join, and you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Action's ready to resume, so let's get back to the game.
Well, there you see Galen Hall out in front with 5.5 million. Scott Seaver in second place with 4.6.
There are the Royal Flush Girls, Melissa and Sanisa. They're enjoying the action. If you want to come out and meet them and Mike and myself and all the gang, check with worldpokertour.com for our tournament schedule. Roger Teska now won't play this one.
Looks around to Scott Seaver on the button. He looks down at 2 7s. Got the walking sticks. Pretty good hand on the button. He's going to raise it up to 200,000.
That's right. Now Farzad Banyadi, though, with a king jack of spades, will make the call. Galen out. So here's the flop.
Let's come jack 8-7.
Oh, boy. 3 of a kind there for Seaver.
Farzad's flop top pair. He's going to lead out and bet here, 225,000. Scott has bottom set, but as you see, possible straight, possible flush out there. So he's not going to fool around and slow play it. Makes it 645,000 to go.
Can Farzad get away? No, he's making this call. Big trouble. Here comes the turn card, and we are peaking at a 3 of diamonds. No help to either player.
So Farzad Banyadi drawing completely dead here.
He's checked it.
I'm all in.
Whoa. Scott Seaver says all in.
He's not taking any chances on getting outdrawn on the river. He's going to move in right here and put Farzad to the test. And I'm telling you, if you're sitting in Farzad's seat against a very aggressive player like Scott Seaver, you could well think your 2 jacks are the best hand. This guy's just trying to drive you out of the pot.
Well, he's going to the water. And if he makes his call, he'll be going to the bar real soon.
That's for sure. No card he can catch to win this pot.
You breathing?
I don't know what he just mumbled, but tough to lay this down.
Well, Scott looking statuesque here.
Farzad Banyadi.
I hate to lay it down, but I guess I will.
Highly qualified professional.
And he's going to lay it down.
Oh, nice drop there, Farzad. And Scott Seaver maybe kicking himself a little bit.
Oh, man, if all the drawing hands weren't out there, I'm sure Scott would have bet less to reel in Farzad a little bit more, but...
You have a flush draw, too?
You just would hate to give a guy a gut shot straight draw to bet cheaply to let him beat you or catch a flush to beat you.
All right, on we go. Roger Teska Gonna peek down at an uneventful hand. He folds that. Scott Seaver now.
Well, now he picks up the Kojak hand, the King Jack suited. He just had good success against this hand. Now he's going to try to play it and see what happens.
Yep, 160,000 to go. Farzad now picks up a pair of nines.
So same two guys going to play another pot here. And Farzad just calls, doesn't raise here.
Galen out. Justin Young now.
I'm all in.
What the heck?
Well, Justin Young's on a short stack, but he's going all in right here.
With a king 10. Gargano out with a pair of sevens.
Well, this is sort of a squeeze play, Vince.
Scott Seaver out. Now Farzad, though, with the pair of nines.
I call.
And he's going to make the call.
Good call.
Well, Farzad has made the call. Justin squirming, as you can see. But in truth, he's in as good a shape as he could be in this situation. It's a race. He's got the overcards. Farzad's got the smaller pair.
So Justin Young, the former mechanical engineer, in trouble right now.
He's cashed 6 times on the WPT, all right here at Bellagio. But to continue to play, needs some help now.
And he doesn't get too lucky there with an ace-jack-deuce on the flop.
Well, he does flop an ace-high straight draw. So a queen would give him the best hand possible. A king or a 10 would give him the lead.
Jack, then an ace.
But the 9 still out in front. Farzad wanted to break this player and narrow it down to 5 players.
Justin, a former engineer, trying to wire this hand up a little better, and he does so as the 10 comes up on the turn. Justin Young has taken the lead. Farzad must catch a 9 on the river to win this pot.
Oh, boy. Pain and torture there from Farzad. River card coming up.
Well, the 7 of hearts comes off. Tough luck for Farzad, but Justin Young staying alive. And Vince, as you know, when you've been a pro player for 25 years and take beat after beat, might be a reason you have no hair.
We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment. Stay with us.
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The WPT World Championship brings together champions of not only the events here in the United States, but also WPT champs from around the world. I was lucky enough to spend a few moments with one such champ from Europe, the winner of the Grand Prix de Paris, the charming and talented Theo Jorgensen, and it's all in this edition of 5 Questions. What is your playing style?
I would love to win every single putt, but people has kind of figured that one out. So I kind of have to slow down sometimes. But if people will let me win every single putt, I will take every single putt I can.
What was it like to win a WPT title in the Aviation Club?
To actually win it was a dream come true. I've been playing poker for a living for 10 to 12 years, but I've always made most of my money playing cash games. I've always wanted to win a no-limit hold'em tournament, and it was a lot of fun. Yes, baby.
Will poker continue to be as popular in Europe, or is it just a fad?
I'm pretty convinced poker will still be very popular, especially because there is a lot of skill involved, and there's only a very little part of luck involved. So I'm still convinced it's going to be very popular in Europe.
What advice do you have for young players trying to make their mark on the poker tournament circuit?
Well, the one thing that came as a big surprise to me was that you have to really learn to lose. Like in the beginning when I busted out in a tournament, it could take me 2 to 3 weeks. But you have to accept the fact that you will bust out a lot of times.
I have heard of some crazy prop bets, but how did you and Gus Hansen end up in a boxing ring?
The boxing thing came along after a squash game. He was giving me the needle shadow boxing in front of me, and it looked so ridiculous that I said, well, we can definitely go in the ring. And before we were out of the shower, we had to bet down 6 months from now, 35K, 3 rounds, that's it.
Who won? The champion.
The champion.
Didn't I see him in Blade Runner?
Well, Theo Jorgensen, a great guy, great poker player. The Muhammad Ali of poker, apparently. But Vince, he gave some great advice there. You got to learn how to lose if you play tournament poker.
Good point. And right now, Scott Seaver is the chip leader. And Galen Hall, with an ace-10, has raised this to 160, been folded around. And now it's on to Roger Teska.
He's going to lay it down.
Scott out. Now Farzad Banyadi. Whoa. He has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
It's what you dream about. You're in the big blind on the short stack at a final table of a WPT event, and the pot's been raised to you. Just a matter of how much he's going to raise.
I'm on it.
How much is it total?
Well, he's going all in.
And Galen says, how much?
It's going to cost Galen about $950,000 more to make this call.
1.1, I call.
Well, Galen's made the call here.
Not going to like it when he sees those aces.
Well, Galen says he's a mathematical player and knows any other hand he's up against. Doesn't matter what it is. 2 kings, ace king. He's not in that bad a shape. The only hand he's in dire straits against is the 2 aces, and that's what he's looking at.
There you go. Farzad Banyadi with a big smile. A big chance to double up. Here comes the flop.
Yeah, flop comes queen 6-5 with 2 clubs, so Galen's gonna have to hit 2 runners to win this pot.
Oh, I don't even have a club out. Sweet.
Just a beautiful flop there for Farzad.
Galen's gonna have to catch 2 cards to make an ace-high straight or 2 running tens. Doesn't happen as a queen comes on the turn. Farzad Banyadi gonna double up right here.
So Farzad Banyadi doubling up. He still has a chance of taking home this very prestigious title and the over $1.6 million that goes with it.
Stay tuned for more poker action from Bellagio. My name is Melissa Grace, and I love the Bellagio, and the conservatory is absolutely beautiful. You smell all the fresh flowers, and there's so many different colors, and they just go together, and it makes you feel really happy.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. They're the beautiful Royal Flush girls enjoying the flowers here at Bellagio. And we're down to 6 players tonight. One of these players is going to take home over $1.6 million in one of the toughest fields ever in poker. To the felt we go. Quick fold by Galen Hall. Justin Young also out. Tony Gargano not going to play. To Roger Teska.
Well, Roger has a junk hand, a 6-3 offsuit on the button. Going to raise it anyway, though. Makes it $200,000 to go.
Scott Seaver, the chip leader, out. Now Farzad Banyadi, though, with a king-jack in the big blind.
And the Telly Savalas look-alike picks up Kojak again. Makes the call.
So king-jack versus 6-3. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes king, 4 deuce, all clubs.
Farzad with the kings checks it.
Neither player has a club in their hand, but Roger going to try to steal this pot. Makes a bet.
125, but Farzad, quick call by him. To the turn we go.
Roger looking for a 5. Doesn't happen as the deuce comes off.
Farzad now first to act again, and he's going to check his kings again. Well, Roger Teska is not going to slow down. He bets 350.
So Roger firing a second shell at this pot. There's Roger's parents praying for some help here. They must know he has nothing.
Well, Farzad has made this call, sticking around like a bad rash. Down to the river we go.
Well, an ace comes off, so Farzad not going to be happy to see that card.
Yeah, and he's slowing down. He's checking.
And look at this. Roger Teska is going to fire a 3rd shell at this pot with absolutely junk.
Zip and Pip, you got to appreciate this. The boldness. And this could get Farzad out, perhaps.
I call.
He's going to make the call, and he is going to win this pot. The old school guy has picked off the youngster like a cherry on a tree right here.
Oh, that was brilliantly done. He walked the dog. He made the call. He's got to be happy with himself right there. Farzad picking up a big one.
Now, Roger Teska talking to himself a little bit there, saying, why did I do that? Why did I raise on the button with a 6-3? Why didn't I just fold that in?
Like he did right here. The next hand, he's going to fold. Scott Seaver taking a break as well. Round to Farzad. He won't play this one. And now Galen Hall. Wow. He's got 1 ace. Let's take a peek at the second card. It is a king. Nice hand.
Premium hand on the button here for Galen Hall. He is going to raise it. Makes it $205,000 to go.
Right behind him, Justin Young picking up an ace-jack. Also a pretty good hand.
Justin Young, 31-year-old poker pro out of Henderson, Nevada. And he's going to raise here to $550,000.
Tony Gargano going away. So back on Galen. And wow, look at this. He says all in.
Well, tough decision now for Justin Young, because this would be his tournament life if he makes this call and loses this pot.
I call.
Oh, he's making the call, Vince. He has done it, and you see the expression on his face. He knows he's up against it, doesn't like it. Justin went to North Carolina State. He's a former engineer, been a poker pro for 5 years, and right now, he needs some help.
Went with his gut. It is wrong. He's in big trouble right now. Here comes the flop.
And the flop comes 5-4-3. Not a bad flop for Justin, in that a deuce will now give him a split pot. They both have a 5-high straight, but he must catch a jack to win. Needs a deuce for the tie.
Oh, a 10 of hearts not going to help Justin Young. He's down to one more card.
Nothing changes. Jack to win, a deuce to tie. Otherwise, this former engineer will be short-circuited out of here in 6th place.
The old fork in the socket, perhaps. Shakes his head. Can he get lucky here? No, not to be.
6 comes off, so that's going to do it for Justin Young. He is going to be our 6th place finisher.
Well, he is disappointed. Picks up $225,000 in one of the toughest fields ever in poker here at Bellagio. And we're down to 5.
Well, Justin Young claims to have the best beard in poker.
That beard could turn white very fast. Make those calls with ace-jack.
Today I played okay. You know, I got lucky to win the coin flip king 10 against 9s. And when I 3-bet Galen there, like I was kind of hoping he would push. So, but he did it so confidently, made me kind of like second guess myself for a second. But I still got what I wanted, so just unfortunate he woke up with ace-king.
Justin Young is out in 6th place. Luck was not on his side tonight. We'll be right back with more from the WPT World Championship in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This season, Tony Dunst has always spoken his mind, and tonight he holds no punches in breaking down highlight plays of the season in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Throughout Season 9 on the WPT, we've witnessed an evolution in the playing style of poker.
All in.
What can we learn from an accumulated season of WPT final table hands? Let's break it down. Number 1, have a plan. I mean, seriously, have a freaking plan. It's still so common that players take actions without actually thinking over the consequences of what will happen as a result. Such as Kia Mohajeri at the Borgata Poker Open, 3-bet folding jacks 35 big blinds effective in a 3-handed game.
I can't believe he laid it down.
What are you doing, Kia?
I'm not saying you should be able to consider every possible variable, but you should have a sense of what you will do against many of the more probable ones. 2, think about exactly what hands you're trying to fold out when bluffing. When you elect to take a line that involves bluffing, you should know what range of hands you're aiming to bluff out and approximately how much aggression you think it will take to get them to fold. At Bellagio Cup, we saw John Caridad turn his pocket 7s into a bluff against Phil Ivey. Caridad fired every street in a spot where if Ivey is calling 2 barrels, he's almost always calling the 3rd.
He's making a solid call.
Especially when such a small-sized bluff lays him an excellent price. 3, look for opportunities to thin value bet. Earlier this final table, we watched Galen Hall fire 2 barrels as a bluff with 10-7, only to make second pair on the river and get a surprising 3rd street of value from Tony Gargano. Thin value betting takes a combination of hand reading and an image that you actually could be bluffing. But if you have those weapons in the arsenal, you can really make some people feel punked when you turn over the better hand in a spot where they wouldn't have anticipated it.
Pair draw is like the best draw you can have.
Hopefully, points such as these and the ones like them I've made through the season have given you a new insight to high-level poker strategy and how you can improve your game. It's been a great season full of both amazing and amazingly bad play, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the WPT for giving me this fine ivory tower from which to cast down my harsh criticisms and hateful glare on you all.
Well, Vince, the great thing about poker is you can learn from watching good play and you can learn from watching bad play.
No doubt about it. And right now, our chip leader is Scott Seaver with over $7.3 million as 5 players remain here at the WPT World Championship. Action goes to a very happy Scott. And he peeks down at that big slick. Ace-king of diamonds. What a hand.
Oh, look at this. He just makes the minimum raise to $200,000 with this premium hand.
Farzad going out. Galen Hall not going to play. Tony Gargano now.
He's going all in.
What?
Well, Roger Teska quickly goes out. Scott Seaver quickly calls, has him dominated ace-king versus king-jack. Tony Gargano up against it right here.
And Scott Seaver making that $200,000 raise. Maybe that induced Tony Gargano to push all in.
Jack, Jack, deuce.
Tony Gargano, he's played 13 WPT tournaments. This is his first final table. He needs some luck right here. Can he get it? Here's the flop, and an ace hits for Scott Seaver. He has aces out in front.
Well, Scott pumping his fist there. He knows his opponent's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot, 2 running hearts, or 2 running cards to make an ace-high straight, or 2 running jacks.
Tony Gargano needs luck.
Doesn't happen as the 6 of spades comes on the turn. That's going to do it. Tony Gargano drawing dead. The English major from the University of Michigan, Tony Gargano, out in 5th place.
That is right. A big effort by Tony Gargano. Going to take home $278,000. He lives in Vegas. Has to say goodnight. We're down to 4.
Well, Michigan fans say go blue. Right now we say go Tony, go home.
It's usually penis envy that I struggle with, but that crowd of yours is something else.
All right.
I don't speak for or control.
We've reached the halfway point in our coverage of the WPT World Championship. So Mike and Vince, has the play been going as you anticipated? And what can we expect to see when the final table continues?
Well, I think you would anticipate the 2 guys that came to this final table as chip leaders, Galen Hall and Scott Seaver, to be very active from the start. They both had big-time success in the past, and they're probably going to push hard and fast. These guys aren't worried about pay jumps, just about the win.
Yeah, and Mike, I like the play we've seen so far from Farzad Bandiati. This guy's the old-timer, the Telly Savalas lookalike. You know, he's taken some hits, but maybe he can win one for the old guys. Now, there's also Roger Teska, and no amateur has ever won the WPT World Championship, but he's playing great poker, too. This is going to be fun.
Well, guys, this should be a thrilling conclusion because only one of these 4 players will be leading Bellagio as Season 9 WPT World Champion. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, the stage is set for a dramatic finish as we crown the final champion of Season 9 at one of the most prestigious events in all of poker. The conclusion of the WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare